Chapter 1. The Plane Crash. Ladies and gentlemen, the aircraft is currently experiencing continuous mild turbulence due to air currents. Please remain calm, stay seated, and fasten your seatbelts. During the turbulence, the lavatory will be unavailable. Passengers currently using the lavatory are kindly requested to hold on to the handrails. Thank you. The announcement within the cabin did little to alleviate Yang Wei's mounting anxiety. His complexion was ashen, and he gripped the armrests of his seat with a white-knuckled intensity. Images of various plane crashes from short video he had watched the previous day flooded uncontrollably through his mind, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, that wretched big data. As soon as I board a plane, it bombards me with such videos. Do you wish for me never to arrive at my destination in peace? He felt exasperated, as though the apps on his phone were spies lurking in the shadows, perpetually invading his privacy. Even during the day, engaging in casual conversation with colleagues would prompt shopping apps to inundate him with related product advertisements within minutes. That was one thing. But as someone who frequently traveled for work, every time he booked a flight, short videos would enthusiastically push various aviation disaster footage upon him. What troubled him even more was the lively conversation taking place between two passengers across the aisle. One held a photograph of his wife and daughter in his hand, his face radiating joy. After closing this deal, he'll have a 6-month vacation to spend quality time with my family. The other, equally beaming, replied, I can hardly believe it. Our laboratory's research has reached its final stages. The clinical results are basically as expected. Cancer. Overcoming this hurdle will benefit all of humanity. Listening to their hearty laughter made Yang Wei's heart race even faster. This was it. The odds were stacked against him. No, it can't be that unlucky, he thought, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the chaotic thoughts. He widened his eyes, focusing on the flight attendant inspecting the overhead compartments in the aisle, employing a distraction technique he had mastered over years of business travel. Indeed, this flight attendant was among the most striking he had ever encountered. The blue-embroidered cheapao gracefully accentuated her exquisite figure, while her long legs, clad in gray stockings, were perfectly toned and captivating as she moved. Her features were delicately sculpted, embodying the type of elegant woman one would hesitate to approach without a 7-figure bank balance. Yang Wei found himself lost in thought, and as visions of springtime flitted through his mind, his tension began to ease. In a moment of distraction, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Unbeknownst to him, the flight attendant had approached his side, her stunning visage tinged with displeasure. "Sir, have you finished staring?" Ordinarily, flight attendants would not address passengers in such a manner. In this industry, it was commonplace for passengers to steal glances, but Li Muwan could no longer endure it. Having walked from the front of the cabin to the back, she found this man's unwavering gaze fixated on her, as if his eyes were equipped with scanners. She felt as though he could see right through her, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. Coupled with the faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth, she could only imagine the unspeakable thoughts swirling in his mind. Her accusatory tone jolted Yang Wei back to reality, his face flushing crimson. "That's not it, you misunderstand this. What more is there to explain?" Li Muwan coldly interrupted. "From the front row to here, your gaze has not strayed from me. You enjoy watching, don't you? I'm standing right beside you, so take a good look." With that, she defiantly crossed her arms and leaned a bit closer to Yang Wei. Her voice was not deliberately lowered, drawing the attention of many, who regarded Yang Wei with open disdain. The girl beside her, clad in fishnet stockings and shorts, let out a disdainful snort and shifted away. Goodness, this was utterly mortifying. Why was the flight attendant so fiery? Yang Wei suddenly felt that an aviation disaster was no longer as frightening. This scene felt more unbearable than death itself. Let all end, I'm exhausted. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden and intense turbulence struck. Li Muwan lost her balance and fell directly toward him. "Watch out!" Yang Wei exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to catch her in his arms. Their hands inadvertently met in a way that confirmed the imaginative scenarios that had flickered through his mind. Yet, Li Muwan showed no gratitude upon feeling Yang Wei's intrusion. Her brows furrowed in indignation. This guy was utterly audacious. Merely staring was one thing, but to take advantage of the situation right in front of everyone, "What are you doing? Let go of me." She glared at him, ready to unleash her fury. But before she could finish her sentence, another wave of violent turbulence hit. This was far more severe than before. The entire plane seemed to plunge uncontrollably. The flight security personnel, rushing to investigate the commotion, were suddenly propelled upwards, colliding headfirst with the cabin ceiling and losing consciousness. Yet the descent continued, a crushing sense of weightlessness enveloping them as the aircraft swayed violently. What's happening? Simultaneously, screams erupted throughout the cabin. The lights flickered erratically, oxygen masks dropped down, and the overhead compartments burst open, luggage spilling out in chaos. This is it, we're really going down. Oh no, I was just joking, please don't let it end like this. Yang Wei's heart raced with despair. The freefall sensation had begun to cloud his mind. In his dazed state, he glimpsed through the window the roaring flames of the plane's engine and the slow emergence of cracks on the fuselage nearby. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he felt utterly powerless. Just before his consciousness faded, he inexplicably placed his hand on the flight attendant's stockings and tore them forcefully. He recalled reading in the comments of video from yesterday that flight attendant stockings were made of nylon and should be removed in emergencies. Otherwise, if a fire broke out, the damage would multiply exponentially. I did my best, at least I owe you that much for those few glances, he thought, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness while holding Li Muwan. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yang Wei gradually regained consciousness. Ouch, it hurts. Ugh. Although awareness had returned, it felt as if his mind had yet to command his body. His eyes remained stubbornly shut. He could only taste the gritty sand in his mouth and feel a debilitating pain throughout his body, as if a heavy stone lay upon him. Am I not dead? After several minutes, he slowly acclimated and managed to open his eyes. He found himself lying on a beach, the waves crashing rhythmically upon the shore, while Li Muwan lay atop him. Her uniform was tattered, revealing large patches of pristine skin, with her ample chest nearly pressing against his face. No wonder the sensation of suffocation was so intense. Yang Wei smirked slightly, intending to raise his hand to gauge her breath, but Li Muwan suddenly let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Yang Wei before her, her eyes widened in shock. Glancing down at her torn clothing, her expression shifted to one of horror. Ah, you pervert! Having fainted abruptly, her mind was still trapped in the moments before the plane crash, and she believed Yang Wei had taken advantage of her. In her panic, she instinctively raised her hand and slapped him. However, after delivering the blow, she froze in place, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. What is happening? Weren't we on a plane? Where's this place? Chapter 2. The Infernal Beginning. Li Muwan surveyed her surroundings with confusion. Before her stretched an endless sea, while behind her lay a dense jungle. She and this pervert were situated on the sandy beach that lay between them. I was on a plane. How could this be? The moment this thought crossed her mind, her brain seemed to reboot, slowly restoring her memories. The intense turbulence before her unconsciousness and the horrific scene within the cabin flooded back to her. Clearly, the plane had crashed, and she had miraculously survived. Remembering now, noticing her change in expression, Yang Wei remarked with irritation, I say, gorgeous, do you flight attendants consider everyone but first-class passengers to be perverts? If I hadn't cushioned your fall, you might have been injured, and you repay me with a slap? Truly a case of ingratitude. He glanced at the leaves surrounding them and the large tree not far away. It was evident that several branches had broken. It seemed that they had utilized this tree to cushion their fall, and, propelled by inertia, had rolled onto the beach. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. Cushion my fall? The sound of his voice jolted Li Muwan back to reality. She turned to Yang Wei, then scanned the area, noting the absence of any other souls. Surely, we can't be the only survivors from that plane. Her tone betrayed a hint of panic even now. Recalling those moments sent shivers down her spine. Yet, as she uttered those words, her heart raced even faster. An uncharted island, a solitary man and woman. What if he intended to do something? After all, the look he had given her on the plane had been one of predatory intent. Upon reaching this thought, she hastily retreated several steps away from Yang Wei, her hands shielding her body as she regarded him with wary eyes. Yang Wei shook his head in resignation. Her thought process was utterly incomprehensible. Given his background and his exposure to numerous survival documentaries and educational programs, he remained relatively unperturbed. He attempted to move his body fortunately. While there was some pain, he had not sustained any serious injuries. In the current situation, there was no time for explanations. It was imperative to ascertain their immediate surroundings. With this in mind, he attempted to rise. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." However, as soon as he made a move, a shrill scream pierced the air. Li Muwan, observing his attempts to mobilize, assumed he intended to harm her and instantly grew tense. I warn you, though it's just the two of us for now, such a significant incident will surely not go unnoticed by the authorities. The rescue team will undoubtedly arrive shortly if you dare to harbor any ill intentions. Rest assured, you will face justice." Her voice trembled continuously, betraying her lack of confidence. Who knew where they were? This was an international flight. Even if they were found, it would take considerable time. Sighing internally, Yang Wei furrowed his brow and cast her a languid glance. "I suggest you conserve your energy instead. You should quickly check if you possess anything useful or edible. Setting aside when the rescue team might arrive, given our current state, if we do not prepare promptly, we might only be receiving our remains when they do come." Having been unconscious on the beach for so long and exposed to the relentless sun, they were severely dehydrated, their lips cracked and parched. Hearing this, Li Muwan gradually regained her composure and recognized the gravity of their predicament. Noticing that Yang Wei showed no intention of approaching her, her anxiety began to dissipate. "So what should we do now? We need to examine our belongings and see if there are any supplies we can utilize," Yang Wei replied, shaking his wrist to display his watch. "This is my only useful item. What do you have?" Despite his words, looking at her flight attendant uniform, Yang Wei harbored little hope. She had but a small pocket. What could it possibly contain? Supplies? Li Muwan grimaced, searching her person and ultimately producing a pack of chewing gum with only 3 pieces remaining. This was a necessity for her profession to maintain fresh breath, otherwise she would have nothing. "This is all I have to eat. The rest of my belongings are in my suitcase." But she hesitated, realizing that the wreckage of the plane was nowhere in sight, let alone her suitcase. Perhaps even the fragments were lost. As expected, Yang Wei felt no disappointment. He examined it. Fortunately, it was not sugar-free, which would help replenish some energy. However, it would not alleviate their immediate needs and would only increase their thirst. "What a hellish beginning," Yang Wei muttered under his breath. The two of them had only 3 pieces of gum and a watch, hardly better off than a destitute man with nothing to his name. Suddenly, he noticed the golden chain around the other person's neck, and his eyes brightened slightly. "What are you wearing?" "This." Li Muwan slowly revealed a Buddha pendant. "It seems rather useless, doesn't it?" "Forget it. Let's just put it back on," Yang Wei replied, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. If it had been a pointed cross, it could have at least served as a makeshift tool. However, it was a rounded Buddha head, no larger than a fingernail, indeed of little practical use. "I can only hope for nature's bounty," he mused, glancing towards the distant mudflats, where human refuse often accumulated along such coastal islands. Typically, while watching survival programs, Yang Wei would lament the increasingly severe environmental pollution, noting even remote islands littered with debris. But at this moment, he found himself fervently wishing for a bit more garbage to sift through. After all, that could be treasure. With this thought, he extended his hand toward Li Muwan. "While we can still move, let's go take a look." Li Muwan intended to rise on her own, but, upon attempting, found herself sitting back down. After a brief hesitation, she reluctantly extended her hand, allowing Yang Wei to pull her up, trailing him at a distance of over a meter. The two walked along the shore, one following the other. "What exactly are we searching for?" she inquired. "Fresh water, as well as tools for containing or producing it," Yang Wei explained without looking back. "A person can survive for over 20 days without food if they have water, but without water, they won't last even a third of that time, let alone considering our already dire state of dehydration." Upon hearing this, Li Muwan felt her throat parched even more. She cast a surprised glance at Yang Wei, suddenly realizing that throughout this ordeal, he had displayed no signs of panic. In such dire circumstances, he managed to maintain such clarity of thought. This inexplicably instilled in her a sense of security. It seemed she had misjudged him. With this thought, she quickened her pace to catch up with Yang Wei, closing the distance between them. Chapter 3. Fresh water from Yang Wei's body, fortunately. I knew I wouldn't be this unfortunate. Gazing at the scattered beverage bottles and a complete plastic sheet along the shore, Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated stumbling upon these treasures after walking less than 300 meters. Among them were 3 unknown foreign beverage brands, and the last one was the familiar pulse drink. Without hesitation, he gathered them all. Regrettably, they contained no fresh water. Was this merely refuse? Moreover, there was no water inside. What was he so excited about? Li Muwan observed the corners of Yang Wei's mouth curling up in confusion. Normally, this would be trash, but now it was a lifeline. Yang Wei explained briefly and continued walking forward. They had acquired tools, yet the fundamental issue remained unresolved. Without fresh water, the two of them would likely not last 3 hours. The sun blazed mercilessly, and the prolonged exposure rendered the sand beneath their feet unbearably hot, even through their shoes. Yang Wei wore only a battle-damaged short-sleeved shirt and baggy shorts, feeling the sting of the sun. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. What if some supplies fell from the airplane nearby? If a suitcase filled with snacks and drinks were to appear, their plight would be alleviated. Suddenly, as he reveled in this delightful fantasy, a muffled thud echoed behind him. Turning around, he was shocked to see Li Muwan collapse onto the sand. Goodness! Yang Wei's heart raced as he hurried over. As soon as his hand touched her arm, a wave of dread washed over him. She was burning hot. Her face was flushed, yet her lips were pale and parched. Her eyes were barely open, as if she might close them forever at any moment. "Hey, how are you feeling?" he asked anxiously, wondering if she had sustained internal injuries upon falling. My head is spinning, and I feel nauseous," Li Muwan managed to utter before losing consciousness entirely. Thank goodness it was heat stroke and not internal bleeding. Yang Wei felt a slight relief, yet his expression remained grave. Although not as terrifying as internal bleeding, heat stroke in this environment was still harrowing. The scarcity of fresh water made dehydration accelerate the heat stroke process. Initially, it manifested as dizziness and nausea, but could quickly escalate to muscle cramps and rapid heartbeat. If left unattended, it could lead to convulsions or even organ failure. Fortunately, she still had sweat on her body, indicating the early stages of heat stroke. If her skin became dry and hot without perspiration, he would have no means to help her. He had to act swiftly. Without hesitation, Yang Wei placed the beverage bottles in the plastic sheet, tied it up to hang on himself, and then lifted Li Muwan in his arms. It wasn't out of any grand affection. In their current predicament, having another person meant additional assistance and a greater chance of survival. At the very least, she could provide companionship and emotional support. If he were truly alone on this deserted island, even with food and water, he would find it unbearable after a prolonged period. Loneliness can, at times, be more terrifying than death. Moreover, his background and experiences rendered him incapable of merely watching as someone perished before his eyes, even though his own physical condition was far from optimistic. Of course, this excluded those who deserved their fate. He carried Li Muwan to a shaded area and gently laid her down. The beach offered no shelter. If left to the relentless sun, her body temperature would rise precipitously. Beneath the trees, however, the temperature would be somewhat lower due to the transpiration of the leaves, which would also be cooler than the ambient air. He tore off several broad leaves and carefully placed them on the ground, laying her upon them. "Hold on." After doing this, he dashed to the sea, removed his short-sleeved shirt, and soaked it in the water before returning. The high specific heat capacity of seawater meant that it would absorb heat without a significant rise in temperature, thus aiding in her cooling. At this moment, he could not afford to be overly concerned. All was for her rescue, and he hoped she would forgive him. Yang Wei murmured to himself as he cautiously began to loosen her clothing. He laid a layer of plastic wrap over her neck, armpits, abdomen, and the tops of her thighs before placing the wet shirt atop. These areas were the most effective for cooling. Ideally, the groin would have been the best choice, but under the circumstances, he settled for the thigh. The plastic wrap would also protect her skin from the corrosive effects of the seawater. Unfortunately, in the process of this makeshift cooling, his already tattered shirt was reduced to shreds. Panting, Yang Wei finally collapsed onto a broad leaf, parched and desperate for water. His throat felt as if it were on fire. He glanced at the flight attendant before him, who showed no signs of improvement. Checking her pulse, he noted that her heart rate remained unchanged, and her temperature was still alarmingly high. Clearly, these measures alone were insufficient to rouse her. He realized that he needed to find fresh water. Furrowing his brow in concentration, he was acutely aware that his own strength was waning, making it impossible to venture out in search of it. He had no choice but to resort to that method. Fortunately, he had consumed ample water before boarding the flight. With that thought in mind, he picked up a bottle of beverage and walked a few steps away, only to return shortly, having exchanged it for a bottle of electrolyte drink, positioning his back toward the attendant. The sound of liquid pouring echoed as he returned, the bottle now nearly half empty. Knowing that he could not forcibly hydrate her while she was unconscious, he crouched down, gently prying open Li Muwan's lips, pouring the liquid into her mouth in small sips. After approximately 5 or 6 attempts, she finally exhibited a reaction. Her eyelids fluttered, and she gradually began to awaken. Yang Wei's face, once tense, now bore a look of relief. "Oh my, you have finally awakened. Did you save me?" Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear beauty, have you lost your senses? Is there anyone else here besides me?" Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in darkness. "You have suffered from heat stroke, but you are better now. If you rest here in the shade for a while, you should be all right," Yang Wei explained, shaking the bottle of pulsating liquid in his hand. "Have another sip, but take it slowly." Li Muwan gazed at the liquid within the bottle, momentarily taken aback. "Have you found fresh water?" "Well, by sheer luck, I stumbled upon half a bottle," Yang Wei replied with an unfaltering demeanor. He thought to himself that if he revealed the true origin of the liquid, she would likely refuse to drink it. As he spoke, he gently poured a small amount into her mouth. The sensation of moisture in her throat caused Li Muwan's expression to transform into one of enjoyment. However, her brows soon furrowed slightly as she looked at Yang Wei in confusion. "Why does this water taste so peculiar?" Chapter 4. Constructing the distillation apparatus. Li Muwan's eyes were filled with confusion. The water was warm, akin to tepid water, and infused with various acrid scents, with a hint of an odd fragrance. Yang Wei, having anticipated this, smiled slightly and explained, "This is entirely normal. Given the elevated temperatures in this area, the water will naturally warm up. Moreover, we have no idea how long this bottle has been exposed to the sun, so some odors are to be expected. Let us not dwell on that. What matters is that it can save lives." Li Muwan nodded in agreement, feeling a momentary alleviation of her dizziness before slowly rising. It was then that she became aware of her own state. Her top had been lifted, and several tattered pieces of fabric were applied to her body. Aside from her most vital areas, her skin was exposed to the elements. "This is to cool you down. I even tore my own clothes for your sake," Yang Wei quickly clarified, hoping to prevent her from striking him again. However, in her current condition, she likely lacked the strength to do so. To his surprise, she merely appraised him for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. She swiftly adjusted her clothing and, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, expressed her gratitude. After all, he was her savior. Moreover, considering the damage to his clothing, she understood the peril of being exposed to such a fierce sun without proper attire, despite her inexperience in wilderness survival. Yet, due to Yang Wei's earlier actions on the plane, the apology that lingered on her lips remained unspoken. It seems my efforts were not in vain." Yang Wei smiled faintly, and after offering her a sip of water, he took the pulsating bottle and drank deeply. He, too, needed to replenish his strength, for should he faint, given the flight attendant's capabilities, there would be no favorable outcome. "All right, you stay here for a moment. I must seize the sunlight to construct some equipment for distilling fresh water," Yang Wei said as he slowly rose. Li Muwan looked up in confusion. "Distilling fresh water? But we have no source of fire. How can we distill it?" "I'm referring to a wilderness method of distillation," Yang Wei replied, gesturing towards the sun and the beach outside. The sand, having been directly exposed to the sun, was already quite hot. "We simply need to place some seawater in a bottle and partially bury it in the sand. The heat from the sand combined with the sun's rays will be sufficient to evaporate the seawater." He added regretfully, "Unfortunately, this method is rather slow, serving only as a temporary solution in extreme conditions." Li Muwan listened in astonishment. Could such a method truly exist? Her eyes widened as she asked, "How do you know about these things?" "I happened to read some books on the subject and gleaned a bit of knowledge," Yang Wei replied with a smile. Offering no further explanation, he picked up 4 beverage bottles and tore off a few large leaves, fashioning a makeshift top before heading outside. After filling the bottles with seawater, he began to assemble the distillation apparatus. It was quite simple. One bottle would contain the seawater buried in the sand, while another bottle was bent to fit over the mouth of the first, tilted slightly. Thus, the evaporated water droplets would gradually flow into the upper bottle. To enhance the cooling effect, he wrapped the bottle's body in a layer of broadleaf. Li Muwan sat in the shade, observing the industrious Yang Wei. Although she did not fully comprehend his actions, she felt a profound admiration for his skills. Lost in thought, Yang Wei soon returned and glanced at her. The distillation process was slow, and it would be quite some time before they could drink anything. "I must venture out to find fresh water. You should wait here for my return." "Huh?" Li Muwan was startled and instinctively grasped Yang Wei's hand, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Are you really leaving me here alone? I'd rather accompany you." The thought of being left by herself frightened her. Yet, Yang Wei firmly declined, stating, "No, you must rest in the shade given your current condition. If you're exposed to the sun again, I want to have fresh water to save you." This was indeed the truth. Without something to drink, there would be no chance of producing urine. "What if I need to find you?" Li Muwan asked anxiously, her throat parched and her body weak, likely unable to call out with much strength. That was a valid concern. Moreover, right behind them lay a dense jungle. Who knew what wild beasts might lurk within? Without a means of communication, she would be utterly helpless in any situation. Yang Wei pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to a slender twig not far away, walked over, and snapped it. Under Li Muwan's curious stare, he grasped the green bark of the branch in both hands and twisted it back and forth. Once he felt the bark separating from the twig, he picked up a sharp little stone to use as a knife, carefully cutting around both ends of the loosened bark. Li Muwan watched as he successfully peeled a section of green bark from the twig. After carefully slicing off a piece of the outer bark, he placed it in his mouth and blew forcefully. A sound emerged that was not sharp, but possessed a remarkable penetrating quality. Li Muwan's eyes widened in admiration as she looked at Yang Wei. "So you were making a whistle?" "Exactly. Now you can feel at ease," Yang Wei said as he handed her the whistle. "I won't go far. If anything happens, just blow this whistle, and I will return immediately." "What is your profession? How do you know such peculiar things?" Li Muwan asked, unable to restrain her curiosity as she accepted the whistle. She felt entirely out of her depth regarding this knowledge. "Well, I mentioned before, I happened to read some books on this subject. I have many more skills." He encouraged her, "Go ahead, just remember to place this end in your mouth." Li Muwan nodded, but as she lifted the whistle to her lips, her hand suddenly halted, and she shyly glanced at Yang Wei. He had just blown it. If she did the same, wouldn't it be akin to a kiss? The thought made her cheeks flush. Yet, she did not let her hesitation stop her. After all, he had saved her life, and he had crafted this whistle for her benefit. To dwell on such thoughts felt excessive. Resolving her internal conflict, she no longer hesitated, though she dared not meet Yang Wei's gaze. She placed the whistle in her mouth and blew with force. The sound of the whistle echoed once more. "That's enough. You can rest here. Just stay put and blow the whistle if you need anything," Yang Wei instructed before turning to leave. Upon reaching the water's edge once more, he glanced back. The vantage point from which he stood was too low to discern the entirety of the island, leaving him unaware of its true expanse. He resolved to ascend to the highest point, as only then could he gain a comprehensive view of his surroundings. While contemplating his future plans, he continued his stride. After walking along the shore for over 100 meters, he stumbled upon a solitary beverage bottle. "Well, this will serve as a tool for collecting water," he mused, preparing to venture into the jungle. He weighed the bottle in his hand and turned to depart. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a fleeting glimpse of the nearby beach caught his eye, and suddenly, his gaze sparkled with excitement. Chapter 5. The utility of socks on a beach several meters away from Yang Wei. A soda can lay partially buried in the sand. After enduring prolonged exposure to seawater and sunlight, its paint had become mottled and worn. However, this did not dampen Yang Wei's excitement. He hurried over, picked up the can, and tested it with seawater. To his delight, the can was intact. This was a treasure indeed. Yang Wei said, considering it a metallic item that could serve as a small cooking vessel in the wild. Whether for distilling fresh water, boiling to purify, or even preparing a seafood broth, its utility was manifold. Without further ado, he slipped it into the pocket of his shorts. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 2 in the afternoon. The sun above remained fierce. Under such conditions, moisture within his body would rapidly evaporate. In just a short while, Yang Wei could already feel his exposed arms beginning to sting from the sun's rays. Without hesitation, he departed from the beach and made his way toward the jungle. With tools secured, he now sought fresh water within the depths of the forest. Before entering, he casually snapped off a branch the thickness of his thumb. The jungle was somewhat dense, interspersed with low bushes. The branch could serve to clear the underbrush and drive away any lurking serpents. "Ah, this is much more pleasant," he exclaimed, feeling the stark contrast in temperature, although the air was still around 30 degrees Celsius. Having just come from the scorching sun made the shaded area feel akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room. Dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps, creating an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of a fairy tale from textbook. Yet, Yang Wei had little time to admire such beauty. The flight attendant awaited him, and he dared not linger. Moreover, without a clear understanding of the island's size or directional guidance, he refrained from venturing too deeply. Getting lost in the vast forest, away from sunlight, would spell trouble. Thus, he continued his search only in areas where light still penetrated. However, after wandering for a mere 10 minutes, he had yet to find anything. No fresh water, nor even a plant capable of replenishing his moisture. It seemed he was still too close to the periphery. The heat was excessive, and any potential rainwater reservoirs had likely evaporated. Yang Wei pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The meager amount of fresh water he had previously gathered would not suffice to sustain him. His distillation apparatus had only 2 sets, and he doubted he could accumulate even 1 full container before nightfall. Lost in thought, he gently swept the wooden stick through the grass before him. Suddenly, he halted, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. The soil in this patch of grass was noticeably darker than elsewhere and, upon prodding with the branch, revealed a soft texture. It was evidently rich in moisture. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wei removed his socks and stuffed a generous handful of the damp earth inside. He then pinched one end tight and tilted his head back towards his mouth, exerting pressure as one would to wring out a cloth. Soon, several drops of fresh water began to trickle down. Although the water appeared somewhat murky, Yang Wei was too preoccupied to be concerned about it, greedily absorbing the precious, albeit unclear, fresh water. This was not the time for fastidiousness. In the wilderness, Dagu was known to be even more relentless when it came to drinking water. Regular viewers of survival shows understand that when faced with murky fresh water, an ordinary person would deem it undrinkable. However, Bear Grylls would argue that any water can be consumed as long as it is filtered. And what about Dagu? He had already taken a sip. The sensation of the water in his mouth was invigorating. Following suit, Yang Wei managed to extract a few sips, feeling a significant relief in his throat. The remaining sediment could not be wasted, so he utilized both hands to squeeze it out, gradually dripping the liquid into a can. He continued until no more moisture could be extracted, finally ceasing his efforts. Shaking the can, he estimated it contained about 30 milliliters. Though it was a meager amount, it could prove life-saving in a critical moment. After completing this task, he chose not to continue his search. The heat was oppressive, and the sweat was evaporating far too quickly for him to endure, so he decided to return. Li Muwan had been waiting for over half an hour at the same spot. Her heat exhaustion had somewhat subsided, yet she clutched a small stone in her hand, anxiously scanning her surroundings. At that moment, she realized the stark difference Yang Wei's presence made. Without him, she felt surrounded by lurking dangers. The dense jungle behind her seemed ready to unleash a beast that could consume her in an instant. "How are you? Feeling better?" Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through her reverie. Turning around, she saw Yang Wei, grinning and holding a can. A wave of relief washed over her, and joy lit up her face. "You're back. I was so scared." Yang Wei glanced at the small stone in her hand and couldn't help but chuckle. What use does that little weapon serve? If a ferocious beast were to appear, it would merely find it a slight annoyance. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan's face flushed, and she shot him an irritated glare. While it does provide some psychological comfort, nevertheless, she tossed the stone aside. Yang Wei extended the contorter. Here, have a drink. You must be thirsty by now. Li Muwan nudda. Although she sat in the shade, her mouth felt parched. Did you find any fresh water? Just this little bit. Yang Wei shook the can, and from the sound, Li Muwan knew there was hardly anything inside. Her gaze swept over the sweat glistening on Yang Wei's face, and her outstretched hand hesitated in midair. Have you had any? A hint of guilt was evident in her eyes. She felt like a burden. Clearly, he had exerted considerable effort to find water. If it were all for her, she could not bear to drink it. It seems this girl is just a bit fiery, but her heart is quite kind. Yet, he recognized that his first impression had been rather poor. However, that mattered little. He was certain there would be ample time to change it. He did not believe the rescue team would arrive anytime soon, which was precisely why he had been so diligently scouring for supplies and fresh water. Upon this realization, a broader smile graced his face, and without further ado, he placed the can into Li Muwan's hands. Rest assured, I've already had my share. This is reserved for you. Moreover, having just suffered from heat stroke, you are in greater need of hydration, which will expedite your recovery. Li Muwan bit her lip, casting a grateful glance at Yang Wei. Thank you. She then tilted the can to her lips, only to soon find her features contorting in discomfort. The taste of the water was even stranger than before, imbued with an earthy and herbal essence, tinged with a hint of saltiness and the metallic flavor of rust. Furthermore, as the liquid entered her mouth, the visibly murky quality of the water became apparent. Would such cloudiness harbor harmful pathogens? Chapter 6. With this physique, how could it possibly be a problem? Li Muwan expressed her concerns. She pondered where the other party had sourced the fresh water. What if it contained pathogenic bacteria? If they were to become infected, it could spell their demise here. Dear Miss, at such a critical juncture, you're still fretting over bacterial infections? Yang Wei chuckled helplessly, noting her apparent struggle to adapt to their new reality. Indeed, they had only just arrived on this island. Surely, as a flight attendant, you must have undergone some basic training? After all, emergency landings can happen. Before he could finish his thought, Li Muwan interjected. It's precisely because of that training that I'm concerned. This fresh water must be filtered before consumption. Otherwise, it may harbor numerous unseen bacteria that could pose a life-threatening risk. Yang Wei shrugged. That is only true for scenarios that are not extreme enough. I am well aware that this water lacks the safety of what we usually drink. However, his tone shifted to a more serious note. Only those who survive have the right to contend with bacteria, do they not? Li Muwan fell silent. Such reasoning was irrefutable. What was the point of worrying about germs when their very lives were at stake? It was akin to being executed and fretting over whether to settle the cost of the bullets. With her fears dispelled, she tilted her head back and drained the can of water, shaking it vigorously to ensure not a single drop went to waste. Yang Wei smiled faintly. Well done. Take my advice. If you were truly a spoiled princess, I might lack the patience to care for you. It was not until the can was completely empty that Li Muwan paused, belatedly glancing at Yang Wei with a hint of embarrassment. Oh dear, should I have saved some instead of consuming it all at once? Not to worry, Yang Wei replied, waving his hand dismissively. The water was meant to replenish your fluids and alleviate heatstroke symptoms. Besides, there was hardly enough for 2 sips. Even saving it wound tea resolved much. We still have the distillation apparatus, right? I'll check it, and we can search for more fresh water later. At his words, Li Muwan felt her guilt diminish slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Wei approached the distillation device and cautiously opened the leaves for inspection. As expected, the water supply is alarmingly scant, he remarked, observing only a few drops in each container. It appeared they would have to wait several hours to access any drinkable water. After replenishing her fluids, Li Muwan felt significantly better. The dizziness that had plagued her was nearly gone. Watching Yang Wei busily tending to their needs, she felt a twinge of guilt. Were it not for him, she might very well have perished. Yet, not only had she caused his demise on the plane, but she had also slapped him upon their descent. Such behavior towards her savior was utterly unjustifiable. However, His gaze upon her had been rather revealing, had it not? While her physique was indeed commendable, it was hardly an excuse for such overt scrutiny. Oomph. As Yang Wei approached her once more, she bit her lip, hesitating to voice her thoughts. However, unable to restrain herself, she finally spoke up. I apologize for having wronged you earlier and for slapping you. I sincerely apologize. Yang Wei, turning his head in surprise, gazed at her with genuine sincerity and remorse, and dismissively waved his hand. It's all right. I bear you no ill will. It was also my fault for gazing at you too brazenly. I merely sought to divert my attention, so it is understandable that you misinterpreted my intentions. Yet rest assured, although we are currently the only two on this desolate island, Yang Wei. He intended to assert that he was a paragon of virtue, but before he could finish, he heard Li Muwan exclaim in astonishment. Why Yang Wei? Her gaze instinctively darted downward, and in her large, watery eyes, a hint of sympathy and compassion emerged. It seemed she had truly misjudged him. Subsequently, a wave of regret washed over her. What a fine man he was, yet it was a shame to think that to be honest, he was quite handsome, though not in the delicate, effeminate style of a typical Korean heartthrob. His features were well-defined, his face lean, exuding a rugged masculinity. He possessed a more potent male allure than those youthful, soft types. Moreover, she recalled that when she had just regained consciousness from heatstroke, he had been bare-chested. His physique was nothing short of perfect, with pronounced pectoral muscles and clearly defined six-pack abs. He was undeniably a specimen of masculine strength. Fate truly seemed unfair. However, with this understanding, she felt utterly safe. At the very least, he would not engage in any inappropriate actions towards her. Yang Wei stood to the side, immediately recognizing her misunderstanding simply by observing her expression. A wave of exasperation surged within him. How could they be so superficial? What was wrong with my name? After all, the renowned chief designer of my country's stealth aircraft bears the same name. Sharing a name with such an illustrious figure is indeed a source of pride. I believe you have misconstrued my meaning. In truth, just as he was about to clarify, the suddenly self-aware Li Muwan felt she had been too obvious in her reaction and might have hurt his feelings. Without waiting for him to finish, she hastily changed the subject. Do you think the rescue team will arrive soon, perhaps by nightfall? The rescue team? Yang Wei, reluctant to dampen her spirits, endeavored to soften his tone. I hope so, but we cannot merely sit idly by, relying solely on them. We must make preparations to ensure our survival until they arrive. Li Muwan nodded slowly and rose to her feet. Should we search for fresh water then? Yes, fresh water is of utmost importance. Food is less pressing, as we won't starve in just a day or two without it, Yang Wei explained. However, the temperature is currently too high. We can afford to wait a little while to regain our strength before venturing into the jungle. We must enter the jungle, Li Muwan said, glancing apprehensively at the dense forest behind her, instinctively feeling a sense of reluctance. Indeed, there is no fresh water on the beach. Only by venturing further might the possibility of discovery increase, perhaps even leading to some sustenance. Well, very well. Li Muwan ceased to speak further, emulating Yang Wei's demeanor as she sat down obediently, awaiting in silence. Approximately an hour passed when Yang Wei rose once more. It's nearly time. I must set off, lest I find myself delayed until nightfall. I shall accompany you, Li Muwan quickly interjected, for waiting alone in one spot was truly tormenting. Yang Wei scrutinized her for a moment. Are you sure you can manage? Li Muwan nodded vigorously. I can. The dizziness has dissipated entirely. The symptoms of heat stroke are completely gone. Fearful of being abandoned by Yang Wei, she even bounced a few times to demonstrate her stamina. However, after 3 consecutive jumps, she realized something was amiss. Why was his gaze so fixed? Chapter 7. Unconventional Tactics. Following Yang Wei's gaze, Li Muwan cast her eyes downward. Although she could not see her own toes, she understood the reason behind Yang Wei's unblinking stare. Her exuberant leaps and her striking figure made it virtually impossible to go unnoticed. How remarkable! Yang Wei exclaimed, swallowing hard. In such a situation, can you really blame me? Maintaining composure is no easy feat, I assure you. He quickly waved his hands. All right, no need to demonstrate. I'm already well aware of your capabilities, or rather, your physical condition. Li Muwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot an admonishing glare at Yang Wei. Despite her current state, how could he still be so lascivious? Adjusting her clothing, she hastily redirected the conversation. Where should we enter? Yang Wei pointed towards a particular direction. That area is lower in elevation, which will conserve our energy. This was a location he had contemplated earlier while searching for plastic bottles on a beach. As they approached the jungle, Yang Wei collected 2 sticks along the way, handing one to Li Muwan with a warning. Hold on to this. While walking, occasionally tap the nearby grass or bushes to avoid snake bites. Snuck. At the mention, Li Muwan nearly dropped the stick she held. She harbored an intense fear of 2 types of creatures, those with no legs and those with an abundance of them. If she were to encounter one, she would likely faint on the spot. Could there be venomous snakes here? She pondered anxiously. Hard to say. I don't know, Yang Wei replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan's unease intensified. The moment they stepped into the jungle, her heart raced. Her eyes widened with vigilance, as if a large venomous snake might leap out at any moment. She pressed her arms tightly against her sides, continuously striking the surrounding bushes with her stick. The cacophony of unknown insects and rustling sounds heightened her anxiety. Thankfully, the temperature within the jungle was considerably cooler than outside, offering a sense of relief from the sun's glare. Suddenly, amidst her thoughts, a sound akin to fabric being torn reached her ears. She gasped, feeling the already torn stocking on her right leg snag once more against the nearby underbrush. Hearing the noise behind her, Yang Wei halted and turned, his gaze falling upon her beautiful legs. Upon noticing the snagged stocking, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Fortunately, it was the leg that had already been torn. In the wilderness, such items could serve as useful tools. He resolved to preserve it carefully. With that thought, he commanded quickly, "Take off the stocking and give it to me. Now." His tone brooked no dissent. What? Li Muwan looked up in confusion, meeting Yang Wei's intense gaze, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Could it be that he had a fetish for stockings? What could he possibly want to do with her stockings? But wait, wasn't he impotent? What purpose could he have for such an item? Could it be that his psychology was somewhat twisted? She had come across relevant videos online, which depicted how some men, upon losing certain functions, may develop an extremely distorted psyche, becoming even more perverse than the average individual. This thought intensified her anxiety. The notion of him being a normal man seemed far less daunting. It would be preferable if he were physically unblemished, with such a flawless physique and a masculine visage. Suddenly, she felt that, compared to this, if something were to occur between them, it might not be entirely unacceptable. What on earth am I thinking? You, what do you want this for? Li Muwan looked timidly at Yang Wei, stammering, I can give it to you, but you mustn't be lewd. Yang Wei, what on earth is going on in this girl's mind? Is there nothing else occupying her thoughts? Given the circumstances, how could he be preoccupied with such matters? Already parched, the thought of sweating profusely without concern for dehydration was absurd. No wonder people say that men are like bananas, yellow on the outside and white within, while women are akin to boiled eggs, white on the outside but yellow inside. He sighed in resignation and explained, My dear beauty, could you perhaps set aside such thoughts? I am merely trying to preserve your intact stockings. They could serve as a fishing net, and with so many bushes around, it would be a shame to waste them if they get damaged. Fishing? Is that really possible? Li Muwan regarded him with skepticism. If you wish to starve on this deserted island, you may refrain from removing them and pray that a rescue team finds us before you finish chewing 3 pieces of gum, Yang Wei remarked, fatigued and unwilling to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan finally believed him. Well then, very well. As she spoke, she lifted one beautiful leg and slowly began to remove the stocking. Heeding Yang Wei's earlier caution about not damaging them, she proceeded with utmost care. Her hands gently rested on her thigh, gradually pushing down, the flesh-colored stocking slowly rolling into a circle. Yang Wei could not help but swallow hard. Who conducted research on such matters? The allure of putting them on was already enticing, yet the act of removing them held its own unique charm. At that moment, Li Muwan was bent slightly forward, facing Yang Wei directly. The tattered flight attendant uniform could do little to conceal her form. However, the sound of him swallowing was rather pronounced, catching Li Muwan's attention. She raised her head to find him staring intently at her, his gaze nearly devouring her. Lowering her eyes, she quickly realized what was unfolding. She hastily covered her chest, glaring indignantly at Yang Wei. How can you be like this? I knew you had ulterior motives. Was it intentional? Yours simply. Mid-sentence, she suddenly paused. Yang Wei had clasped his hands together, eyes closed, bowing toward her with a remarkably devout demeanor. Li Muwan was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her Buddha pendant. Fangfeli, em sharp. Yang Wei's eyes slowly opened a crack, inwardly reflecting on the situation. Fortunately, the other party was wearing a pendant shaped like a Buddha's head. Otherwise, he would have found it quite challenging to explain himself. After his actions, he was certain that the other person would forgive him, and perhaps he might even end up apologizing to himself due to the misunderstanding. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. As Li Muwan raised her head, he noticed that instead of displaying any guilt over the misunderstanding, her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him. Through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Do you think I don't watch short videos? I've seen this scenario before. It's from a movie, you know. Back then, all you boys were commenting below, expressing your admiration and saying it was worth learning. Pervert. How disgusting." Yang Wei was left bewildered. Why was this not following the usual script? Goodness. Had that video become so widespread? Chapter 8. While Nightshade, you misunderstand me. I was merely parched, which is why I swallowed. It has nothing to do with you, Yang Wei replied, finding his explanation rather feeble. After all, he had nearly lost his composure just moments ago, caught red-handed. In all honesty, any normal man would find it impossible to avert his gaze from such a scene. The abyss itself had been staring directly at him. Li Muwan shot him a resentful glare. Indeed, the internet had been quite accurate. A surefire method to discern a man's lecherous nature was to place one's hand near his nostrils. As long as there remained a trace of breath, it indicated his lasciviousness. Here, she forcefully slapped the already removed stockings into Yang Wei's palm, adding after a moment's consideration, "You can only use them for fishing. Nothing else allowed." Yang Wei blinked in confusion. Nothing else? What else could these possibly be used for? You are feigning ignorance on purpose. It's infuriating. I won't talk to you anymore. Li Muwan stomped her foot and turned her gaze away, feeling both frustrated and helpless. If she had her way, she certainly wouldn't want to place her worn stockings in another man's hands. Yet since awakening, Yang Wei's consistent actions and clarity of thought had made her believe he was quite knowledgeable. Until the rescue team arrived. She truly had no choice but to rely on him on this desolate island. Fortunately, despite his lecherous tendencies, his character seemed fairly decent. He had saved her life and even shared his meager supply of fresh water with her. Reflecting on this, her gaze softened slightly. Most importantly, given his own affliction, he couldn't truly harm her. At most, he could only disgust her. Oh well, in just a few seconds, she had managed to convince herself. Unbeknownst to Yang Wei, who was now carefully tucking the stockings into the pocket of his shorts as he walked ahead, Li Muwan hurriedly followed suit. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the vegetation grew increasingly towering and lush. The previously scattered beams of light had vanished, and the surrounding atmosphere became inexplicably eerie. Li Muwan, feeling a twinge of fear, nervously observed her surroundings and voiced her concern. Why are the trees so tall here? It's so dark. It feels terrifying, reminiscent of those foreign horror films. Due to the high oxygen content, Yang Wei explained without turning back. These trees strive to grow taller to compete for sunlight, so we shouldn't delve too far. Without knowing the size of this island, recklessly wandering deeper could lead us astray, which is quite perilous. His caution was not mere hyperbole. Various snakes, insects, and rodents in the jungle often posed life-threatening risks. Moreover, they were unaware of any wild beasts that might roam the area. If a few wild boars were charged at them, given their current weaponry, they would stand no chance of defending themselves. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan huffed indignantly. So you also have things you don't understand. What do you mean? Our flight attendants have been trained that in lush, verdant areas, if one is uncertain of their bearings, they should observe the tree canopies. Generally, regions dense with foliage tend to lie to the south, as that direction receives more sunlight. Li Muwan proudly lifted her chin, a rare glimmer of satisfaction gracing her delicate features. At last, she felt somewhat useful. Otherwise, she often felt as though she were merely a burden. Being able to assist the others made her feel more secure about accepting help herself. However, her moment of triumph was swiftly dashed. Yang Wei remarked, "What you said holds a modicum of truth, but not much." "Who said that?" Li Muwan retorted. "I previously validated this at a scenic spot in our country. The lush side was indeed to the south." Yang Wei chuckled softly. "You mentioned it was in your country. But let us not forget we are on an international flight. Based on our flight path, we cannot discern whether we are in the northern hemisphere. If we were in the northern hemisphere, the side closer to the equator does indeed receive more sunlight. Yet in the southern hemisphere, the side nearer to the equator would be the opposite." Li Muwan fell silent, realizing that indeed he had a point. But her unwillingness to concede resurfaced as she argued, "Even if we cannot ascertain north from south, we can still rely on this to determine our direction. At the very least, we won't get lost." Yang Wei nodded, though he did not concur with her assertion. "Theories remain theories. Your premise hinges upon being able to see the tree canopy. Once we venture deep into the jungle, visibility of the treetops will be obscured." At this, Li Muwan found herself utterly speechless. She discovered that even now, due to the thick foliage, it was already a challenge to glimpse the uppermost branches. Her newly forged confidence shattered in an instant, and she resigned herself to following Yang Wei's lead at a measured pace. After traversing several dozen meters, as she cleared a patch of underbrush with her stick, she suddenly halted. Excitedly calling out to Yang Wei, she exclaimed, "Hey, look over here. There are fruits." Her tone was filled with exhilaration. These fruits grew rather low to the ground, forming a small cluster, with delicate leaves and tiny black berries dotting the branches, alongside some greenish ones that appear to be unripe. "With these berries, we could replenish some moisture, right? They look quite juicy and could also slightly satiate our hunger." However, as Yang Wei approached and cast a glance, he swiftly dismissed her notion. "No, we cannot eat these." "Cannot eat?" Yang Wei nodded. "This is nightshade. In situations where fresh water is plentiful, one can consume a few, but not now. Eating too many can lead to diarrhea, and we're already lacking fresh water. If we were to suffer from diarrhea, it would result in severe dehydration." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Li Muwan instinctively withdrew her hand, as if shocked. She patted her proud chest, a bit shaken. How fortunate she was to have him by her side. Otherwise, had she been alone, she would have surely eaten them at the first opportunity. Intrigued by Yang Wei, she could not help but inquire, "How do you know all these things?" She felt that this type of knowledge, unless one had been engaged in research on it regularly, would be quite difficult to acquire. Could it be that he specialized in botany? That did not seem to fit, for he was also well-versed in survival methods on a deserted island. Rather than a botanist, he appeared to be someone born for life on a deserted isle. Yang Wei chuckled and winked, saying, "Didn't I tell you? I happened to come across it. So sometimes one must read more and not dwell on trivial matters." "Forget it then." Li Muwan pouted, and after a moment of reflection, couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, who is dwelling on trivial matters?" Yang Wei curled his lips into a smile, but refrained from answering. Although the playful banter between the two made the journey feel considerably lighter than being alone, a sense of urgency still lingered in his heart. For despite the long walk, they had yet to yield any results. Chapter 9. Filtering fresh water, this cannot continue. Yang Wei sighed inwardly. They had ventured more than 200 meters into the jungle, and not only was there no sign of fresh water, but even fruits and plants that could replenish moisture were nowhere to be seen. How much longer must we walk? Li Muwan could no longer suppress her inquiry. Yang Wei looked up, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. "Let us proceed another 100 meters. But if we find nothing, we shall not delve any deeper." With that, he resumed his slow progress forward. Perhaps the heavens had heard his plea. After just over 50 meters, Yang Wei made a discovery. He stopped, elated, gazing at a small puddle not far ahead. Though it was not large, it contained vastly more water than what they had previously extracted from the soil. Yang Wei estimated that it could fill 3 bottles. Above the puddle was a stone nestled in the mountainside, perfectly positioned to shield it surrounded by shrubs. It was likely this configuration that had delayed evaporation. Yang Wei approached, dipped his hand into the water, and tasted it with his tongue, excitement glimmering in his eyes. There was no saltiness. It was undoubtedly fresh water. However, the quality left much to be desired. After all, it was stagnant, with unidentified microorganisms floating on the surface in a certain murkiness. Can we drink this? Li Muwan, having followed closely, scrunched her face in distaste at the sight of the puddle. It appeared even more turbid than the water from the can she had previously consumed. Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with determination. It's simple. We shall filter it. In a swift motion, he adeptly removed his socks. Simultaneously, he scooped up a handful of soil and some grass, preparing to stuff them into his socks. Li Muwan looked perplexed. What are you doing? I said, filtering. Yang Wei replied as he busied himself. Huh? Using that to filter? Li Muwan covered her mouth in disbelief, her large, watery eyes filled with astonishment. Those were his worn socks. What else? This is the simplest filtration device in the wild. Yang Wei explained, noting that the soil and grass could eliminate most impurities, and, without charcoal, this was the best method available. Yet, Li Muwan's face remained scrunched. But, how can we drink that? The mere thought of consuming water filtered through Yang Wei's socks made her feel as though she were licking his toes. She simply could not accept it. Yang Wei grinned. You've already drunk it. What is so unacceptable? Drunk it? Li Muwan felt a jolt in her stomach, her eyes darting as she slowly recalled. Don't tell me the water you brought back in the can was filtered through your socks. Yang Wei snapped his fingers. Clever, you guessed correctly? Ugly Muwan's eyes widened in horror, feeling her stomach churn. No wonder it tasted so peculiar. Is this? Haha, can you not handle it? Yang Wei wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. If I were to tell you that I had previously consumed the tap water I personally sourced, wouldn't you be compelled to expel it immediately? So, is everything fine this time? He chuckled as he prepared to filter the water. No. Li Muwan urgently grasped his arm. What are you doing? Isn't this enough? Yang Wei abruptly turned his head, his expression darkening. Just when he thought she was devoid of any princess-like whims, she had suddenly reverted to her capricious ways. This was not the time for her to be so willful. Noticing the change in Yang Wei's demeanor, Li Muwan felt her heart skip a beat, tension rising within her. She realized she might have overstepped her bounds. If she wanted to survive on this deserted island, she would need to rely on him. However, the thought of watching him use a sock to filter the water was exceedingly difficult to bear. Thus, she implored, could we perhaps use a different method for filtering? I beg you. Her pitiful demeanor elicited a soft sigh from Yang Wei. His gaze swept over her slowly, and he replied in a more gentle tone, My shorts and your uniform are not suitable. The only option is this sock. Wait a moment. His eyes suddenly fixed on something. What are you doing? Li Muwan looked at him in surprise, feeling an inexplicable tension from his intense gaze. Almost forgetting, there was that miraculous item. Yang Wei's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Li Muwan, puzzled, asked, Miraculous item? What miraculous item? Then she saw Yang Wei point to himself, gradually lowering his gaze to where his finger directed, right to her ample chest. Li Muwan paused for a moment, quickly comprehending his implication. Raising her head, disbelief flickered in her eyes. You want to use my bra? Indeed, Yang Wei nodded earnestly. Thank you for the reminder. I nearly overlooked it. This is quite a valuable asset. The sponge inside has exceptional filtering capabilities. Who would want to drink water filtered through a sock with this available? No. Before he could finish, Li Muwan firmly rejected the notion, her arms wrapping tightly around her chest. How can that be acceptable? After filtering, he still needs to drink the water. Wouldn't that be equivalent to? The mere thought of the scenario made her ears burn with embarrassment. No, she couldn't accept this. She had a distinct feeling that he was doing this on purpose. Having just removed his socks, now he intended to take her bra as well. Why was it that everything she wore seemed to be survival treasures in the wild? Not acceptable? Yang Wei shrugged nonchalantly, shaking the sock in his hand. If that is the case, I have no choice but to resort to this. Wait, what now? Yang Wei was growing impatient. If that was unacceptable, and this was too, did she wish to perish of thirst here? Do not forget, I have given you most of the fresh water, yet I have not had a moment's respite. When it comes to the lack of water, I am not faring much better than you. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan's expression softened slightly. Upon glancing at the socks in Yang Wei's hand, she lowered her gaze to her own attire, feeling a twinge of inner conflict. However, in comparison to Yang Wei's socks, she found her own undergarment far more acceptable. With this thought in mind, she resolutely declared, You should refrain from using that. Yang Wei responded with a slight smile. Then shall I use yours? Li Muwan did not answer directly. Instead, she pouted and playfully admonished, Turn around. No peeking. Was that an affirmation? Upon hearing her words, Yang Wei's eyes lit up, and he obediently turned away. Soon, a series of soft rustling sounds emanated from behind him. In less than 10 seconds, Li Muwan gently tapped his shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper, Here you go. Yang Wei turned his head to find Li Muwan's face turned to the side, too shy to meet his gaze. While the Victoria's Secret item she clutched was positioned directly before him. Instinctively, Yang Wei inhaled deeply. Oh, what a delightful scent. Chapter 10. Li Muwan is bitten by a snake truly. What exceptional talent. Yang Wei marveled inwardly. Just by observing the exquisite lingerie, one could discern the impressive scale of the counterparts collection. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to accept it. Instantly, Li Muwan's face flushed deeper. Such intimate undergarments had never before been touched by another male. This truly benefited that rascal. All for the sake of survival. Indeed, for survival. Yang Wei, however, remained remarkably composed. After taking the item, he began to filter it. To enhance the filtering effect, he layered 2 sponge sections together and then placed 2 layers of grass leaves atop them. He squatted beside the water hole, one hand holding the filter and the other grasping a can to collect the water below. Turning to the bashful Li Muwan, who was blushing uncontrollably, he urged, Don't just stand there. Come lend a hand and hold the water for me. Huh, all right. Regaining her composure, Li Muwan hurried over, cupping her hands to splash water onto the grass leaves. The filtering effect was indeed remarkable. Before long, clear water began to flow out below, significantly purer than before. Yes, just like that. Keep going. Yang Wei nodded in encouragement. Li Muwan frowned slightly, sensing something amiss in his words, but chose not to voice her concerns, diligently continuing to filter the fresh water. However, after a while, she realized something was off. Their roles could easily be reversed. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Yang Wei looked at her in confusion. Gritting her teeth, Li Muwan replied, if I held the can and that, it wouldn't affect the filtration, right? Indeed. Yang Wei nodded earnestly. You. Li Muwan was infuriated. Then why did you touch it with your hand? You could have let me do it. Yang Wei shrugged nonchalantly. You never mentioned it. Li Muwan felt her teeth grind in frustration. Yet, the man before her seemed blissfully unaware of any impropriety, making sounds of admiration. Fortunately, this filter is large enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to process so much fresh water at once, wasting considerable time. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Wei sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Looking up, he found Li Muwan's face a vivid red, her eyes practically ablaze with indignation. Stop talking. Yang Wei quickly nodded. All right. I want to say another word. Let's get back to work. Before long, the can was filled to the brim. Here, have a drink. You must be parched. Yang Wei offered the can to Li Muwan. She did not hesitate to take it, knowing there was still plenty of water in the puddle. Initially, the jungle had felt cool, but after walking so far and with the added tension, she felt quite stifled. Hydration was essential. Tentatively, she took a small sip, her eyes lighting up, a glimmer of delight gracing her lovely features. This is delicious, much cooler than the water I had before, and it tastes even better. The water, though merely tainted, was akin to a refreshing glass of chilled juice on a sweltering summer day for her. It was nothing short of ambrosial. Yang Wei squatted on the ground, suppressing his laughter. Of course, it was delectable. The conditions of the previous encounters were incomparable to this one. It would be strange if it didn't taste good. After consuming nearly half a can, she paused and handed it to Yang Wei, saying, You should have some too. After all, the two had shared a bottle before, and she was no longer concerned about it. Regardless, without his assistance, she wouldn't have been able to locate a water source, let alone conceive of such a filtration method. Yet, The mere thought of the filtering apparatus made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Indeed, her thirst was insatiable. Yang Wei did not hesitate, taking the can and drinking deeply. After a satisfied sigh, he nodded in appreciation, exclaiming, "It's truly delightful, and there seems to be a hint of creaminess as well." "You!" Li Muwan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she raised her hand, nearly tempted to strangle Yang Wei. I was wrong. I won't say anything." Yang Wei chuckled, quickly raising his hands in surrender. They continued to squat, collaborating to filter the fresh water until they filled another can before standing up. Regrettably, they had limited containers for water, necessitating a return trip. Yang Wei remarked, "It would be a shame to waste such a precious freshwater resource we've discovered. What if some wild beast comes along and drinks it all? We must hurry to store it. At worst, they could dismantle one of the distillation devices to fill 2 more bottles without issue." After all, those 2 distillation devices were rather insufficient and somewhat impractical. Li Muwan had no objections. "Here, you take it, but be careful not to spill." Yang Wei handed the can to Li Muwan, while he firmly grasped the filter, humming a tune as he prepared to leave. Li Muwan felt as though her head might explode from frustration just as she was about to lose her temper. However, she noticed that Yang Wei suddenly halted, standing frozen in place, staring intently behind her, as if he had seen something dreadful. Confused, Li Muwan asked, What is wrong?" Yang Wei did not respond, but repeatedly gestured for her to remain still. This only heightened her fear. Instinctively, she turned to glance over her shoulder. That single glance nearly caused her soul to escape her body. Behind her lay a serpent, as thick as an infant's arm and over a meter long, adorned with vibrant patterns. Half of its body coiled around a branch, while the other half dangled in midair. The terrifying head of the snake was almost touching her face. Hissing as it flicked its tongue, Li Muwan's pupils dilated to pinpricks, and then a scream, nearly piercing the eardrums, erupted through the forest. "Ah! This is bad." Yang Wei's heart raced, and just as he intended to pull Li Muwan away, she had already shut her eyes, swinging the stick in her hand wildly before her. Surprisingly, she managed to strike the snake. However, the situation did not improve. After the snake was struck to the ground by her, it became utterly enraged, swiftly coiling its body. It nearly leapt from the ground, aiming to bite her thigh. One must understand that snakes possess an inherently rapid reflex and attack speed. Given the proximity, Li Muwan found herself powerless to evade the strike, helplessly watching as the serpent sank its fangs into her thigh. A wave of coolness and sharp pain coursed through her leg, and despair enveloped her heart. In this jungle, venomous snakes were abundant. It seemed at this time, her fate was sealed. In her moment of hopelessness, Yang Wei, positioned behind her, sprang into action. With a swift motion, he seized the snake's head, compelling it to open its mouth. He then removed it and forcefully pressed it against a nearby stone. Gripping the wooden stick in his hand, he wielded it like a hammer, delivering powerful blows to the serpent's head. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the stick transformed into a mallet in his hands, relentlessly striking the snake's head until it was rendered unrecognizable, and only then did he cease his assault. Chapter 11. Wound cleaning with a sigh of relief. Yang Wei finally relaxed as he observed the lifeless snake in his hand. He cautiously lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings once more to ensure there were no concealed dangers lurking in the shadows. In fact, he had been vigilant upon his arrival, knowing that in the wilderness, areas near water sources often harbored predators. These creatures would lie in wait, ready to strike when their prey approached for a drink. Thus, he had previously struck the surrounding bushes with his stick to confirm the absence of threats before daring to draw closer. Little did he anticipate that this creature would be perched in a tree. Truly a devious animal, indeed. Just then, a soft sobbing sound emerged from behind him. Turning around, he found Li Muwan seated on the ground, her eyes wide with lingering fear as she gazed at the snake he had dispatched. Tears threatened to spill over. Her voice trembled with anxiety. "Am I going to die?" Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. "Going to die? Who said that?" He still managed to laugh. Li Muwan, feeling utterly despondent, replied, "I distinctly noticed that snake had a triangular head. Aren't such snakes typically venomous? This is it. I want to survive until the rescue team arrives." In a matter of minutes, I might begin to cough up blood, followed by organ failure, and eventually, my skin will lose blood. My demise is bound to be a tragic sight. Oh dear. Yang Wei thought to himself. Such a vivid imagination. It would be a shame not to write scripts. Rest assured, it's not that dreadful, he gently reassured her. Determining whether a snake is venomous is not solely based on the shape of its head. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan's sobs ceased abruptly. She looked at Yang Wei with excitement. Are you saying that snake was not venomous? Yang Wei smiled slightly. Not exactly. It is venomous. Li Muwan's expression fell. Do you think you're funny? Her heart sank, overwhelmed with dread. Seizing the moment before her temper flared, Yang Wei quickly explained, this is a brown tree snake, an arboreal species known for its strong grip with its tail and muscular build, which is suited for climbing. It is also nocturnal. He felt a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he continued. This is precisely why I hadn't driven it away when I struck the bushes. It had been hiding in the tree beside us. The dim light of the jungle rendered it almost indistinguishable from the night. I was so focused on the underbrush that I neglected to observe the tree above. Generally speaking, this type of snake does not consider humans as part of its diet. It likely attacked only because we encroached upon its territory. Li Muwan's complexion darkened as she recalled the terrifying moment when she had turned around to face the snake.
But its constricting ability is formidable. Half of its body was right in front of me. Yet, Yang Wei reassured her further, while its rear fangs possessed mild venom.
They are not lethal to humans. Hearing this, Li Muwan's spirits lifted significantly. It seemed she would indeed survive. For the sake of caution, it is prudent to attend to the matter. Yang Wei continued, emphasizing that in this desolate place, health is paramount. A minor infection could indeed prove fatal. Li Muwan, feeling a surge of panic, stammered, "What should we do?" Without elaborating, Yang Wei crouched beside her and extracted the stockings she had previously handed him from his pocket. "Extend your leg," he instructed. Li Muwan hesitated for a moment, but dared not delay, raising her long, shapely thigh directly before Yang Wei, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Could it be that he intended to suck out the slight venom with his mouth? Yet that region. No matter, survival took precedence over modesty. Her imagination ran wild, but Yang Wei was already in motion. He fashioned the stockings into a makeshift tourniquet, securing it around her thigh to prevent blood from flowing back to the heart. He then lifted his hands, hesitating briefly, before retrieving a plastic sheet from his pocket to lay over her leg, avoiding direct contact. Only then did he begin to apply pressure to her wound. It hurts." Li Muwan could not suppress a cry of pain. "Bear it, just a little longer," Yang Wei replied, his focus unwavering as he pressed firmly on the two puncture wounds left by the snake's fangs. Vivid crimson blood flowed, but it appeared there was no serious harm. Nevertheless, Yang Wei continued to apply pressure for a moment longer before ceasing. Li Muwan gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Gazing at Yang Wei's serious and concentrated demeanor so close before her, her previously frantic thoughts began to settle. She suddenly perceived a magnetic charm in him. Though they did not touch directly, the warmth of his sturdy palm was palpable even through the layer of plastic. Her cheeks flushed deeper, her eyes filled with shyness. "All right, washing it again should suffice," Yang Wei declared, picking up a nearby soda can and shaking it with a grin. Perhaps Li Muwan subconsciously recognized the importance of fresh water, for she had not discarded it even in that moment of terror. In her haste, she had crumpled the can, causing a small amount of water to spill. Under normal circumstances, using urine to rinse would be a better choice to avoid microbial infection. However, they had barely consumed any water and were unable to relieve themselves. They could only settle for this alternative. Well, this should pose no further issue. After using the last of the water from the can, Yang Wei helped Li Muwan to her feet. He surveyed their surroundings carefully before returning to the edge of the puddle to filter fresh water. Although they had used a can's worth of water to rinse, there was likely enough fresh water remaining to fill 2 bottles. Let us return to fetch the tools. After filtering a full can of water, they began their journey back. As for the snake, Yang Wei did not abandon it. He lifted it up. Li Muwan instinctively recoiled a few steps, fear coursing through her. Even without its head, the striped body of the snake sent shivers down her spine. How could such a terrifying creature exist in this world? What purpose do we have for this? Certainly, it proves to be useful. Yang Wei chuckled as he shook the serpent's body. In the wild, it is indeed a prime source of protein. Moreover, the serpent's skin can serve as a vessel for water. Bear Grylls once utilized it to store his urine for freshwater replenishment. However, at present, the two are unable to kindle a fire, and they do not lack for containers, so it remains of little immediate use. Both the flesh and skin of the snake are rife with parasites and bacteria. Unless absolutely necessary, Yang Wei would not choose to partake. Eat snake meat? I absolutely refuse. Li Muwan's head shook fervently, her mind filled with 1,000 objections, utterly unable to accept the notion. In the absence of a heat source, I had no intention of consuming it. I prefer to keep it for now, as preparing adequately is always prudent. Yang Wei explained briefly before striding towards the edge of the jungle. Chapter 12. The discovery of new resources in the black backpack. The two returned once again to their previous resting spot. Li Muwan was utterly exhausted. The events of the day had taken their toll. First the plane crash, followed by heat stroke, and then a snake bite. The dual pressures of psychological and physiological strain left her feeling drained, her stomach empty. Yang Wei was not idle. He cast the snake several meters away. Beneath it lay a broad leaf, on which the snake's blood slowly seeped, creating a small puddle. Although he had not yet devised a plan for its use, he knew that if left in such high temperatures overnight, it would likely spoil. He had not skinned the snake, as he fancied using its hide as a rope, a notion that was somewhat fanciful. Setting aside the lack of suitable tools, the skin itself was inadequate. Its primary component was keratin, akin to human hair and nails, thus lacking the resilience of plant fibers. However, the snake's blood held some potential. It could be mixed with their excrement and spread around their camp. The combination of human waste and the scent of animal blood would create the illusion of the presence of large carnivorous predators, serving as an invisible barrier to deter threats. Amidst his musings, a sudden gurgle from Li Muwan's stomach interrupted him. Yang Wei turned to look, unable to suppress a laugh. There she sat upon the broad leaf, knees drawn to her chest, her face smeared with dirt and a look of bewilderment and helplessness in her eyes. Just hours ago, she had been a glamorous flight attendant, and now she resembled a wild creature. Noticing Yang Wei's gaze, a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. I'm a bit hungry. Where's the gum? Here it is, Yang Wei replied, as she retrieved it, clutching it as though it were a priceless treasure. She had come to regard it as her lifeline for survival, reluctant to consume it unless absolutely necessary. Yang Wei chuckled. Have a piece. It will replenish your energy. Now, Li Muwan hesitated. I think I can hold out a bit longer. I'd rather save it for an emergency. This girl truly treated the gum as if it were a miraculous remedy, Yang Wei thought, shaking his head internally. With the sea and jungle around them, food shouldn't be too much of concern. Besides, if they couldn't find anything else to eat, how long could 3 pieces of gum sustain them? Taking the initiative, he snatched the gum from her, popped a piece into his mouth, and handed the remaining 2 to her. Eat up, don't hold back. I'll make sure you're not hungry. Li Muwan swallowed hard, still hesitant. Yang Wei reassured her, don't worry, with me around, what's there to fear? We'll manage tonight. The tide is likely to rise. When it recedes, we can fish and surely one starve. All right then. She finally relented, feeling a slight sense of relief as she carefully placed a piece of gum into her mouth. After a few chews, the sweetness flooded her senses, causing her to squint in delight. Never had she realized that chewing gum could be so delectable. Now, stay here for a moment while I filter the remaining fresh water. Yang Wei tossed aside a remark, chewing gum as he walked away. He removed one of the distillation devices, which contained only a meager few drops of fresh water, and poured it directly into his mouth. After all, there were 2 bottles of water awaiting him. It would be nonsensical to distill more. Grasping a filter in hand, he ventured once more into the jungle. Be careful, watch your safety, Li Muwan called out, wincing slightly from the pain in her thigh, not wishing to appear overly strong. In just half a day, she had grown accustomed to Yang Wei's presence. Whenever he stepped out of her sight, a sense of insecurity enveloped her. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively, striding purposefully to the location of the previous waterhole. with 2 beverage bottles in hand. The filtering process became significantly more manageable. Before long, both bottles brimmed with clear, fresh water. Upon pocketing the bottles, he retraced his steps. "Keep an eye on the water. I'll head out again," he said, handing the water to Li Muwan with a playful smile. "Ah, you're going out again?" Yang Wei nodded, "Yes. Now that we have fresh water, there's no need to be overly fearful. With the light still favorable, I'll search for supplies. Otherwise, the rising tide tonight will make it impossible, and there's also the risk of temperature dropping. It would be great to find some clothing." At this, Li Muwan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Then I'll go with you." "No need." Yang Wei shook his head in refusal. "Your leg's still isn't healed. It's best you stay behind. I won't wander too far. If anything happens, just blow this whistle," he instructed, pointing to the whistle he had crafted from a broadleaf. "All right, just make sure to return quickly," Li Muwan replied softly, akin to a wife reluctant to part with her husband. Yang Wei nodded, but after taking a few steps, he turned back, his expression serious as he cautioned, "Remember, life comes first at all times. If you encounter danger, you can abandon the fresh water. Surviving is paramount." He truly feared that this foolish girl might risk her life for water. "Okay, I understand. Thank you," Li Muwan replied, her heart warmed, nodding gently. With that, Yang Wei felt reassured enough to leave, making his way back to the water's edge. This time, he opted for a different direction, heading towards the large tree that could save their lives. Although the sunlight above had dimmed somewhat, it still stung against his skin. The landscape along the way was barren, revealing no useful supplies. "Is it this desolate?" Yang Wei felt a weight settle in his heart. A scarcity of resources only indicated that the surrounding islands were likely devoid of inhabitants. The hope for rescue diminished with each passing moment. Were he an ordinary person, despair might have truly set in. However, Yang Wei was not deterred. After a brief moment of disappointment, he quickly regained his resolve, a fire igniting within him. As he continued walking for over 100 meters, fortune smiled upon him. He stumbled upon a treasure, a black backpack. It was not lying on the beach, but rather hanging from a tree branch. From a distance, it appeared quite new, showing little sign of wear from the elements. It is evident that this backpack has fallen from the recent plane crash. Surely, it contains numerous useful items. Yang Wei felt a surge of excitement, not solely due to the supplies it may hold, but also because the presence of a backpack suggests the possibility of other survivors nearby. Strength in numbers could significantly enhance their chances of survival. However, there exists a peril in this situation, for human intentions can be inscrutable. On such a deserted island, the true nature of humanity is put to the ultimate test. Yet, such considerations can wait. The immediate priority is to retrieve that backpack. Without further ado, Yang Wei dashed towards the tree. The backpack was not positioned high, approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground. For Yang Wei, this posed no challenge at all. Within a few minutes, he had successfully secured the backpack, and upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 13. The art of friction fire. Before his eyes lay several bags of air-filled snacks, 5 in total, comprising potato sticks and chips. Regrettably, these were mere trifles, lacking any substantial fare like bread that could satiate hunger. In addition, there were a dozen hair ties and a small dining knife, typically found on aircraft. It seemed this must belong to a member of the cabin crew. With such an abundance of hair ties, it was likely a flight attendant's. Yang Wei murmured softly. He was on an international flight, where first-class service offered Western cuisine and permitted the use of metal knives. Passengers were not allowed to carry dining knives on board. If permitted, they would need to be checked in. Yet this backpack was evidently a carry-on. It appeared this flight attendant had quite the penchant for snacks, as the backpack was nearly filled to capacity with air-packed treats. The only items he could truly utilize were the hair ties and the knife. Nonetheless, Yang Wei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although the knife was somewhat dull, it could be sharpened. With this metal implement, he could craft various tools on the island. Moreover, the backpack itself served as a commendable tool. A fruitful find. Time to head back. You actually found a backpack? Upon seeing Yang Wei return with the bag, Li Muwan's eyes widened in astonishment. She instantly recognized the design. This was a bag issued by their airline. Did you see any other crew members? No. I only came across this, and it was hanging from a tree, Yang Wei replied, shaking his head. I looked around, but I didn't see any footprints. Li Muwan let out a gentle sigh. It seemed that perhaps only the two of them had survived the flight. In truth, this was nothing short of a miracle. Not necessarily. Perhaps others landed elsewhere, just farther away from us. What we need to focus on now is simply surviving. Yang Wei observed her thoughts and offered quiet reassurance. He then opened the backpack. Look what I found, potato chips. Li Muwan's eyes sparkled with delight. If this backpack was filled with food, their concerns about sustenance would be temporarily alleviated. Is there anything else? Perhaps bread or something substantial. Huh. Dream on. Yang Wei chuckled ruefully, revealing the open bag. Your colleague must be quite the foodie. Aside from snacks, there's no staple food whatsoever. Upon glancing at the few bags of snacks within, Li Muwan felt a slight tremor at the corners of her eyes. Indeed, she was a foodie. Could it be her colleague Yang Wei? She was a quintessential snack enthusiast. Enough of that. It's better than nothing. Let us eat a bag to replenish our strength, Yang Wei suggested, carefully opening one of the bags without damaging the packaging. Normally, these would be considered waste, but now they might serve a purpose. The two of them each took a bag and soon devoured the contents. Yang Wei meticulously folded the wrappers and placed them back in the backpack, ensuring not to waste any remnants, which might serve as seasoning to enhance their meals later. He then retrieved the dining knife and approached a nearby stone, beginning to sharpen it. For safety reasons, dining knives on planes were designed with rounded edges. Fortunately, for the sake of convenient consumption, it possesses a row of delicate serrations. Once sharpened, it can serve not only as a small knife, but also as a makeshift saw. After a few minutes, Yang Wei finally paused, gently gliding his hand across the trunk of a nearby sapling, effortlessly slicing through the bark. Indeed, this sharpness sufficed. Satisfied, Yang Wei rose and proceeded to the edge of the jungle, selecting a branch of similar thickness and began to saw vigorously. The sound of friction echoed in the air, and soon, a 2-meter-long branch was severed. After ensuring it was straight, he sharpened one end. Clutching this rudimentary spear, he felt a newfound sense of assurance. At the very least, he possessed a means of self-defense against smaller animals. Li Muwan, observing from the side, was captivated. She felt as though he were a magician, skillfully utilizing every resource at his disposal. She couldn't fathom how his mind worked. With food and fresh water temporarily secured, enduring a few days did not seem insurmountable. Armed with a weapon, they should be able to wait safely for the rescue team to arrive, she remarked joyfully. However, Yang Wei merely nodded quietly, refraining from elaboration. He did not wish to dampen her spirits. Yet the current circumstances suggested that hope for rescue was slim. Having completed their tasks, the daylight began to wane. As he gazed at the distant sunset, a sense of urgency welled within Yang Wei. One crucial task remained unaccomplished: the campfire. In the wilderness, a campfire is as vital as fresh water. The smoke it produces can guide rescuers to their location, and more importantly, it can ward off wild beasts and insects. The dangers posed by snakes, insects, and rodents on this deserted island are no less significant than those from larger predators. Who knows what viruses they might carry? Moreover, regardless of size, all creatures harbor an instinctual fear of fire, with the potential drop in temperature at night affecting their bodies. It could be said that only with the campfire lit could they feel genuinely secure. The challenge lay in the lack of suitable tools at hand. Lightning-induced spontaneous combustion, short-circuited batteries, magnifying lenses, and friction fire. Yang Wei mentally rummaged through possible methods to ignite a flame. Relying on lightning was futile in this clear sky. As for batteries? He had long lost track of his phone. Even if he could locate it, it was likely ruined by water. There were no magnifying lenses available. His beverage bottle, worn by the elements, was now riddled with scratches, rendering it ineffective. With these options ruled out, the only remaining method was friction fire. What are you thinking about? Li Muwan finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity as he remained silent for an extended period. I was contemplating how to start fire. A fire? Li Muwan was not surprised. The role of a campfire had been emphasized during her training as a flight attendant. However, the methods she had learned seemed impractical under the current circumstances. It looks like we may have to resort to friction fire, she concluded. Indeed, but there are various techniques for that as well. Yang Wei sighed, contemplating various methods such as hand friction, bow drilling, and fire plowing. However, if one truly aimed to generate fire solely through hand friction, it would be nearly impossible. Even if one's hands blistered, igniting a flame would remain a challenge. The bow drilling technique seemed most suitable, yet ironically, he lacked shoelaces for his shoes. Li Muwan listened in confusion. While she was familiar with the concept of fire by friction, she was unaware of the myriad variations that existed. Although she struggled to comprehend the intricacies, she sensed an impressive aura surrounding him. In that moment, her gaze towards Yang Wei was tinged with newfound admiration, and even an imperceptible, inexplicable emotion began to stir within her. Some individuals may possess numerous flaws, akin to stars scattered across the night sky, yet their virtues shine as brightly as the sun. Once the sun emerges, the stars fade into obscurity. Thus, compelled by an inexplicable urge, she glanced at the nearby filter and tentatively proposed, since there are no shoelaces. Perhaps we could try using the straps from my corset? Chapter 14. The first line of defense for the night, The strap of a bra? Yang Wei abruptly lifted his head, gazing in astonishment at Li Muwan. He never anticipated that she would proactively suggest such a thing. Previously, she had vehemently resisted both stockings and bras for him. Under his unwavering stare, Li Muwan's cheeks flushed, radiating an intense warmth. I merely wish to assist you. Do not overthink it. If it is unsuitable, then so be it. With that, she averted her gaze to the side. Her bashful demeanor was irresistibly alluring, her face resembling a perfectly ripe peach, evoking an urge to take a bite. It seems the misunderstandings have largely dissipated. Yang Wei smiled broadly, yet did not acquiesce to her suggestion. Casting a glance at the lace strap, he explained, "This is rather flimsy, while it may appear seductive. It is prone to breaking under use, thus requiring an alternative solution." Li Muwan. What are you talking about? She could hardly fathom that one day she would engage in a serious critique of her undergarments with a male counterpart. It was utterly mortifying. She could feel the heat rising in her cheeks. If this continued, there would be no need for kindling. Her face would soon ignite. In a hurry to change the subject, she suggested, "What about the snake skin? Could it not be used as a rope?" No, Yang Wei shook his head resolutely. He had already contemplated that question. Li Muwan felt somewhat disheartened. "Then what do you propose?" "I have no viable ideas." Yang Wei sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The tools for making fire and tinder were unattainable today. It appeared they would have to endure the night as is. They could only pray that no wild beast would approach and that the temperature would not drop too low. Li Muwan glanced at the sky. Given the sweltering heat of the day, the night should not be overly cold, right? "It's uncertain," Yang Wei replied, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Logically, it should be as you say, for the ocean currents foster a temperate climate. However, certain locales are at the confluence of air currents. The temperature variation between day and night can be significant, and should it grow too cold, the risk of hypothermia becomes perilous." Li Muwan suddenly felt that knowing too much was not necessarily advantageous. Initially, with food and drink at hand, she felt considerably relaxed. But now, upon reflection, numerous unseen dangers loomed. After a moment of contemplation, she attempted to reassure herself. Surely, it cannot be so fortuitous as to be situated precisely at the air current intersection. It is unlikely. Yet, deep down, she harbored no genuine confidence. It felt more like a prayer. "What terrifies me more are the beasts of the jungle. That I can manage to some extent." Yang Wei rose and approached the corpse of the brown tree snake. Its blood had nearly drained, pooling on the broad leaves, already showing signs of desiccation. Only the feces were missing. In truth, using some animal droppings could serve as a temporary substitute. But the crux of the matter was that they were nowhere to be found. Besides, he had consumed very little before boarding the plane. Upon arriving on this desolate island, "I have consumed merely a single piece of chewing gum and a packet of chips. Now, the prospect of relieving myself seems utterly impossible." Just then, Li Muwan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What is wrong?" Yang Wei inquired, perplexed. He observed her clutching her abdomen, her expression a mixture of agony and embarrassment. My stomach hurts a bit. I ate too haphazardly before boarding the plane, and I drank some of that poorly filtered water upon landing. I think I need to take care of this. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it seems your wish has come true. Go ahead, but don't wander too far. Be mindful of your surroundings while you're at it. But I have no toilet paper, Li Muwan murmured, her head bowed in distress. Yang Wei sighed and closed his eyes in resignation. Miss, in such dire circumstances, why are you still concerned about that? There's seawater right next to you. Just rinse with it, and I must remind you, do not use unfamiliar leaves for that purpose. Don't say that. Li Muwan felt utterly mortified at the mere mention of those words. Yang Wei, however, maintained a serious demeanor. I am speaking seriously. Some plants can be mildly toxic, and if you develop a rash in that area, it would be quite troublesome. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Muwan acknowledged the need to find a solution by the sea. Yet, the thought of being completely exposed without any cover made her feel as though she was broadcasting her predicament to Yang Wei. As if reading her mind, Yang Wei spoke up. Just go. I'm not some pervert with a peculiar fascination for watching others relieve themselves. You. Li Muwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but there was a sense of reassurance in his words. Indeed, it would be rather distasteful if that were the case. Then, please turn around when I go. Rest assured, a one-T look, Yang Wei reiterated. After she took a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and called out, Oh, and don't forget to bring your waist back. What? Li Muwan nearly stumbled at his remark. Just moments ago, he was speaking of his peculiar interest in watching others, and now he was suggesting this? Wasn't he that even more grotesque? Don't overthink it. I'm doing this for our safety later, Yang Wei explained, gesturing to the snake blood on the ground. Human waste mixed with this will deter other beasts from approaching. Is that truly the reason? Li Muwan's face flushed crimson to her ears, and she hurried off toward the sea, too embarrassed to linger. Hey, take the whistle with you. Don't stray too far, and blow it occasionally. I wouldn't know if the waves swept you away, Yang Wei shouted, turning his back. At his words, Li Muwan rushed back, grabbed the whistle, and hurried away once more. The sound of the whistle echoed occasionally behind her. After a few minutes, she finally returned, and Yang Wei turned to assess her. Where's the waist? Was I clear that you needed to bring it back? Li Muwan shot him an exasperated glance and said, I have no tools. Surely, I cannot retrieve it with my bare hands. Hurry up. We mustn't let it be swept away by the rising tide, Yang Wei urged anxiously. As nightfall approached and the tide was about to rise, seeing Li Muwan still frozen in place, he resolutely picked up a few broad leaves, intending to go himself. Hey! Li Muwan quickly pulled him back, lowering her head and speaking in a voice as faint as a whisper. I will go myself. How could she face him if he were to retrieve that thing? Yang Wei, not one to be overly sentimental, simply thrust the leaves into her hands. Then hurry. We are counting on this to mitigate the dangers of the night. I know. Stop talking. Li Muwan dared not lift her head, grasped the leaves, and dashed back. 2 minutes later, she returned, carrying a bundle resembling a zongzi. Shyly approaching the corpse of the brown tree snake, she timidly inquired, So, how do we handle that thing you mentioned? Chapter 15. The rudimentary camp at this moment. Li Muwan wished fervently to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. Holding her own excrement, she was discussing how to dispose of it with a male counterpart. Could there be anything more despairing in this world? Yang Wei suppresset a tukle. Is this what it means to be a refined girl? Must even this be handled with such delicacy? It is not overly complicated. One merely needs to mix the feces with the blood of the snake. Aware of her trepidation, he first picked up the carcass of the palm tree snake and tossed it aside. Then, pointing at a branch scattered on the ground, he anxiously reminded her to mix it thoroughly. Stop! Do you really need to be so detailed? Li Muwan's face flushed crimson. She interjected. I know how to do it. You go stand over there. She was already feeling shy enough. If he continued to watch her, she might as well wish for her own demise. Once Yang Wei stepped away with a smile, Li Muwan finally set to work. As she stirred, the two odors intertwined. A pungent stench assaulted her senses. Yet, remembering Yang Wei's insistence on thorough mixing, she dared not take shortcuts. pinching her nose with one hand. She continued until everything was completely blended before turning to Yang Wei and calling out, "I'm done. What should I do now? Should I sprinkle it around these broad leaves?" She pointed at the large leaves she had previously laid down during her heat stroke, her brows furrowing tightly. Could she really sleep with this noxious substance scattered nearby? Hearing her, Yang Wei approached and took the stick from her hand. "No need to worry. Just leave it to me." "Ah, leave it to you?" Li Muwan's cheeks flushed intensely as she watched Yang Wei briskly carry the leaf, emitting the foul odor to the beach. Choosing a designated area, he sprinkled a bit every few meters around. Li Muwan, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, curiously followed him, her face displaying confusion. "Why are we sprinkling it here? Shouldn't it be done at the earlier spot? Are we going to spend the night on this beach? It's so warm here." Yang Wei nodded, beginning to explain. "Indeed, this location is sufficiently distant from the coast, ensuring that even with high tide, the water won't reach us. As for the temperature, although it is a bit warm now, if the temperature drops suddenly at night, it could become perilous. You must understand, there are no cold medications available here. A chill could prove fatal." Li Muwan nodded, feeling a newfound respect for his insights. As she sensed the warmth beneath her feet, she realized he had a point. Looking up at the darkening sky, she muttered as if in prayer, "Let us hope that the situation you mentioned does not occur tonight." Yang Wei sighed, "Let us hope." However, as the saying goes, fear begets reality. As time passed, night fully descended, and the surroundings became shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, the moonlight remained, preventing a total loss of visibility. Sitting by the shore, the vast ocean appeared transformed into a colossal galaxy, waves crashing rhythmically against the beach. The tide was rising. Under the moonlight, the jungle behind became a shadowy silhouette. The sea breeze swept through, causing countless shadows to begin their dance, resembling monstrous creatures with bared fangs and claws. Most critically, the temperature began to plunge abruptly. The tension in Li Muwan's heart finally subsided. She sat upon the broad leaves she had arranged, her eyes reflecting worry and helplessness. It was not yet deep into the night, yet she could already feel the chill creeping into her body. The place where the two found themselves could hardly be deemed a campsite, lacking any shelter from the wind or rain. If the temperature continued to drop, they would certainly suffer from the cold in their current attire. Yang Wei remained silent, surveying the surroundings, his eyes equally filled with concern. It seemed they needed to take action. He glanced at a pile of broad leaves beside him, which he had gathered before the sun had fully set, specifically for this moment. Noticing the worry in his gaze, Li Muwan felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Since arriving on this island, she had yet to witness such an expression from him. He was her support now. He could not afford to crumble. As a flight attendant, managing passengers' panic was a requisite skill. Thus, she turned to Yang Wei and gently remarked, "Fortunately, you had the foresight. The sand here is still quite warm. I believe we can endure through tonight. Had we remained in that previous spot, we likely would have frozen to death." This was no exaggeration. After basking in the sun throughout the day, the beach still retained some warmth. Sitting upon it was quite comfortable. However, her words did little to improve Yang Wei's demeanor. The warmth of the sand would not last long. Unlike seawater, which has a high specific heat capacity, it warms quickly and cools just as swiftly. In about an hour, that residual warmth would be entirely gone. What now? Li Muwan's anxiety surged. "We will dig a sand pit and place these broad leaves around it to minimize the impact of the sea breeze," Yang Wei replied, evidently prepared for this. And without hesitation, he began to work, employing both his hands and a stick. Seeing this, Li Muwan set aside her concerns and hurried to assist him. Fortunately, the sand was soft and relatively easy to manipulate. Yet even so, it took them over 10 minutes to excavate a pit of suitable depth and size. To prevent the temperature inside from dropping too low, Yang Wei pushed some of the top layer of sand into the pit. Then, he arranged the broad leaves around it. Thus, a rudimentary camp was established. Li Muwan sat inside the pit, surveying her surroundings, feeling a creeping unease. Why did it feel somewhat reminiscent of a burial pit from her textbooks? Yang Wei chuckled in a teasing manner. "Can you not think of something more positive?" Li Muwan blushed, playfully retorting, "But it really does look like one. It may resemble one, but one must always strive to see the bright side." Yang Wei shrugged nonchalantly. Li Muwan, expecting him to have a clever idea, widened her eyes and looked at him earnestly, awaiting his next words. He then stated, "Even if we were to freeze to death here, at least we would have a burial site. It is far better than being left to rot in the wilderness." Li Muwan, is this what you mean by thinking positively? Your dark humor is truly well understood. However, I must admit, after all this effort, I do feel considerably warmer. The sand beneath me still radiates residual warmth, and the broadleaf trees around me provide a shield against the sea breeze. Yet, after tirelessly toiling for half a day, my already hungry stomach audibly protested, as if it were emitting smoke. Noticing that Yang Wei was enduring without food, I felt too embarrassed to voice my own needs. I could only grasp my water bottle and take a few small sips to moisten my throat. Then I settled cross-legged in the sand pit, gazing up at the sky. Reflecting on the day's events felt akin to watching a film. Were it not for the plane crash, I should be sipping coffee with colleagues at a CAF in California right now. Chapter 16. Embracing for warmth, listening to Li Muwan's soft sighs, Yang Wei remained silent, his mind preoccupied with future plans. The sharp spear he had crafted lay close at hand, a precaution against any imminent danger. Although he had made rudimentary arrangements around the sand pit, who could guarantee the absence of famished, large predators? Should a jaguar suddenly emerge, armed only with a wooden spear, his chances of survival were dire. The two sat in the sand pit, separated by an uncomfortable silence. The sea breeze howled past their ears, rustling the broad leaves nearby. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted once more. Li Muwan finally grasped the truth in Yang Wei's earlier words. Heat dissipates quickly, and so too does warmth. The sand beneath her had long lost its residual heat, becoming rather frigid. Perched upon it felt akin to sitting on a cold stone. Dressed so lightly, the chill compelled her body to shiver, and even holding her shoulders tightly offered no solace. "Perhaps you should curl up and lie down," Yang Wei suggested quietly. Glancing at her, "Remaining seated like this will only exhaust your strength and increase your fatigue." Li Muwan obediently complied, yet the biting cold persisted unabated. She had already sneezed several times. Must we endure this discomfort? Is there no alternative? She could not help but inquire, looking at Yang Wei with anticipation. "I cannot think of a solution," he replied, shaking his head. "Without a campfire, we are left with no choice." A sense of despondency washed over Li Muwan. They had scarcely passed the halfway mark of the night, and she dreaded how they would endure the prolonged hours ahead. However, at that moment, Yang Wei's tone shifted abruptly. "Well, there is a method, though I am uncertain if you accept it." "What method?" Li Muwan perked up, her indifference fading. At this point, anything to keep warm is acceptable. "Are you certain?" he asked. "Absolutely," she affirmed. "Good." Yang Wei nodded and moved closer to her. "What were you doing?" Li Muwan felt an inexplicable tension rise within her. Could his proposed method be? Her colleague had indeed mentioned that such movements could be invigorating and generate body heat. But could they maintain that indefinitely? After all, she was still an unwed maiden. Lost in her thoughts, Yang Wei spoke up. "You said you were certain you could accept it, so I'm about to begin." "Now?" Li Muwan glanced around, her heart racing with apprehension. "Of course now. When else would we start? Wait until we freeze?" He retorted. That was a valid point. If she refused, she might awaken as a lifeless corpse. Yet, this seemed rather rudimentary, and was it not too hasty? To lose her most cherished possession in such a ludicrous manner felt utterly absurd. "Can you allow me a moment to consider? I'm not quite ready." Li Muwan glanced at Yang Wei, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Ready? What is there to prepare for?" Yang Wei looked at her, perplexed. "Of course we need to prepare. After all," Li Muwan was about to retort when she heard Yang Wei continue. "It's merely a matter of embracing for warmth. Do you really need to build up so much psychological fortitude? We are in a survival situation, not a romantic rendezvous." "Ah, embracing for warmth?" Li Muwan's voice faltered as she stared blankly at Yang Wei. "Is that all you meant by your suggestion?" Yang Wei blinked. "What else did you think?" "I thought, oh dear." Li Muwan shyly covered her face, suddenly recalling that he had some hidden troubles. Even if she wished to pursue more intimate endeavors, it was utterly impossible. Realizing this, she secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Embracing for warmth is indeed the optimal solution for now. Had Yang Wei suggested it outright, she might have hesitated for a moment. However, with her recent mental imagery, she now found the idea of embracing for warmth remarkably palatable. Just a brief embrace wouldn't cost her anything. He was right. It was for survival. Well then, all right. Li Muwan nodded gently, yet she turned her back, slowly lying down. Although she agreed, facing him for an embrace was still beyond her capacity. You agreed? So easily? Yang Wei gazed at her in surprise, expecting her to be more bashful. Little did he know the thoughts swirling in her mind moments ago. However, since she had acquiesced, it spared him from further persuasion. In truth, this approach was primarily to assist Li Muwan. Thus, he did not hesitate, comfortably lying beside her. One hand gradually reached over, encircling her waist. Wow, what a delicate waist, firm and elastic. Yang Wei couldn't help but inhale sharply, marveling inwardly. Flight attendants typically possess good figures, but Li Muwan was truly a rare gem. Tall and graceful with exquisite features, she was already captivating. Her physique, balancing both Eastern and Western aesthetics, was nothing short of perfection with her alluring curves. Who could have imagined that while he was daydreaming during the day? He was now taking a small step towards reality, yet the current environment left much to be desired. Feeling his arm tighten around her, Li Muwan's body immediately stiffened. The warmth emanating from his palm was unmistakably vivid, even through their clothing. This was her first experience of such intimacy with a male. In the sandy pit, the air seemed to freeze. Neither dared to move recklessly. Even their breathing became involuntarily subdued. Only the sea breeze rustled the broad leaves nearby. Yang Wei, however, felt at ease, embracing such a stunning beauty. Even in silence, the comfort was unparalleled. Yet, he constantly had to restrain his hands from wandering upward, which proved to be quite the test of self-control. A minute felt interminably long at this moment. Do you think the rescue team will arrive tomorrow? Li Muwan could no longer endure the awkward atmosphere and finally broke the silence. I do not know. We're still unclear about the location of the plane crash. Yang Wei replied candidly. Moreover, without a campfire, it will be quite challenging to attract the attention of the rescue helicopter. We will have to devise a plan starting tomorrow. Li Muwan sighed deeply, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring again. It has been quite some time, yet I still do not know your name. My name is Li Muwan. And you? They had been so preoccupied with their survival that they had completely overlooked this detail. I am Yang Wei, he replied. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan's eyes, which had been tightly shut, widened in astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence. Your name is exactly the same, and you also have this affliction? Chapter 17. Speculating the location. Yang Wei's expression darkened. When did I ever claim to be unwell? I merely left my statement unfinished. After explaining the circumstances at that time, he continued, Li Muwan exclaimed in surprise. So, you're normal? Of course, Yang Wei replied with exasperation. With this physique, I hardly resemble a mere facade. Doi. Just as he finished speaking, Li Muwan abruptly turned around and pushed Yang Wei away. Under the moonlight, her wide, astonished eyes were clearly visible. Scoundrel. Li Muwan's chest heaved violently. You didn't do that, yet you held me so tightly just now. The psychological barriers she had painstakingly constructed crumbled in an instant. Yang Wei, with his eyelids drooping, wore a look of incredulity. Miss Li, I've already explained, this was for warmth, for survival, not romance. Besides, men are naturally warmer. If we embrace, I'm the one at a disadvantage. Li Muwan was momentarily speechless. It was common knowledge that men possess a higher body temperature, which could be inferred from the temperature of their bathwater. For most men, the water temperature preferred by women could practically scald them. In winter, women often found their hands and feet cold, while their boyfriends felt like a natural furnace. Embracing them was quite comforting. Then, can we only embrace when we're cold? Li Muwan asked nervously, realizing her request might be somewhat excessive. He was helping her, yet she had so many concerns. Nevertheless, having maintained her chastity for so many years, she found it difficult to overcome her inner barriers. Suit yourself. Yang Wei shrugged, indicating his agreement. For him, it was not a significant matter. While embracing was undoubtedly pleasurable, exercising restraint could also be quite challenging, especially given his remarkable physique. Moreover, he couldn't afford to fall completely asleep that night and needed to remain alert. Li Muwan felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. I don't have a princess complex. I just find it a bit hard to accept. Thank you for your understanding, Yang. She hesitated, finding it difficult to address him directly after realizing he was quite the strapping young man. So she opted for a different approach. How about I just call you Wei Gu instead? You should be older than me, right? Wei Yi. Yang Wei's eyes widened in surprise, unable to suppress a laugh. Do you honestly think that suits me? Li Muwan softly murmured the name, only to realize its peculiarity. Her cheeks flushed instantly as she pouted and shot a glare at Yang Wei. Why is your name so strange? It's either incredibly impressive or utterly lackluster. Yang Wei. What kind of absurdity is this? Seeing Yang Wei's bewildered expression, Li Muwan found it oddly amusing. After a soft chuckle, she turned around and lay back down. I shall not converse with you any longer, scoundrel. I am off to sleep. Remember, it is only when it is cold that we may embrace. Yang Wei stood frozen in place, observing the girl nestled beside him, shaking his head with a smile. She was not nearly as fearsome as she had been on the plane. With prolonged interaction, she had become somewhat endearing. Time flowed languidly, and the night deepened. The sound of the sea waves echoed in his ears. Leaning against the edge of the sandpit, Yang Wei closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind remained alert, ever watchful for any unusual sounds in the surroundings. Li Muwan, having fidgeted for most of the day, had succumbed to exhaustion and was now soundly asleep. Her previously curled position had transformed, now facing Yang Wei, offering an unexpected view of spring. However, Yang Wei refrained from taking advantage of the situation, occasionally reaching out to feel the warmth of her arm. Every 10 minutes or so, he would embrace her briefly, yet he recalled Li Muwan's words. But with her now asleep, he dismissed such thoughts. After a few embraces, sensing the warmth from his body and chest, she instinctively snuggled closer, treating him like a human heating pad. By the end of the night, she had wrapped herself around him like a little octopus, her limbs tightly clinging to him, her lips curving into a sweet smile as she slept soundly. Yang Wei could not help but chuckle. Without his phone, he regretted not capturing her adorable appearance. The wooden spear rested within easy reach as he endeavored to remain vigilant. Fortunately, his previous training in extreme environments allowed him to endure a night without sleep with little consequence. Thus, the night passed quietly. As dawn broke, the two began their second day of survival on the deserted island. At 7 in the morning, Yang Wei glanced at his watch. It had been nearly 7 when night fell the previous day, indicating that the cycles of day and night were roughly equal here. Noticing that Li Muwan had yet to awaken, he traced a rough outline of a world map in the sand with his finger. Despite the delicacy of his movements, he inadvertently stirred Li Muwan from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes, initially gazing at Yang Wei with confusion. It was as if she had just powered on, recalling the events of the previous day. Seeing Yang Wei so close, smiling at her, she suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, what are you doing? That question should be directed at you, Yang Wei retorted, somewhat exasperated. Throughout the night, she had nearly adhered to him. Li Muwan paused, then gradually looked down, realizing her limbs were draped over Yang Wei. She resembled a parasitic monkey. Oh my! Li Muwan exclaimed, releasing her grip as if shocked. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Yang Wei's gaze. She remembered her stern warning from last night, insisting that they could only embrace when it was cold. Yet here she was, having clung to him all night long and not letting go. How mortifying! Yang Wei chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and redirected his focus to the map. What are you up to? She inquired. Li Muwan's attention was piqued, and she inquired with curiosity. Yang Wei, without lifting his gaze, suggested, let us speculate about our current location. Oh, is that even possible? Li Muwan expressed her confusion, for neither of them possessed any electronic devices at hand, even if they were aware of the flight path, with distances exceeding thousands of miles. Who could ascertain where they might land along the way? Yang Wei studied the map, softly elucidating. I glanced at my watch. Here, the duration of day and night is nearly equal. Moreover, it is neither the vernal nor autumnal equinox, but summer. Thus, The only areas that meet this criterion are in proximity to the equator, and our flight route typically aligns as such. As he spoke, he traced a line on the map. Ultimately, he circled the intersection of this line with the equator. Therefore, it is highly probable that our present location lies within this region. Chapter 18. The perfect material for making rope after Yang Wei's detailed explanation and demonstration. Li Muwan's eyes sparkled with fascination. I truly wonder how your mind works. It seems there is nothing you do not know. As a flight attendant in your presence, I feel utterly foolish. Yang Wei smiled, remaining silent. Were it not for the countless survival shows and educational videos he had watched, he too would be utterly perplexed. If possible, he would rather these inadvertently acquired pieces of knowledge never see the light of day in necessity. Li Muwan's excitement surged anew. So we must be on some island in the Pacific, right? Yet, her expression soon morphed into one of dismay. But this location is so distant from any country. Yang Wei nodded, his eyes reflecting a shared concern. She was right. Their position was far too remote. The vastness of the Pacific posed an immense challenge for rescue efforts. It seemed they would have to rely on themselves for the foreseeable future. With that thought, he rose slowly to his feet. What are you going to do? Li Muwan inquired hastily. While the sun is not yet too harsh, I plan to search for some tools, Yang Wei replied, having formulated this objective the previous night. To survive stably on this deserted island, he needed to accomplish 3 tasks. First, ensure a sufficient supply of fresh water. Second, establish a campfire. Lastly, construct a shelter. Only upon completing these 3 tasks could he find some semblance of peace. He also intended to arrange things so that should a rescue team arrive, the pilot could spot them easily. I'll go with you, Li Muwan exclaimed, quickly rising. All right, let us split up, but do not wander too far, Yang Wei agreed, acknowledging that 2 heads were better than 1. He cautioned her, the tide is out. There will be plenty of seafood on the beach. We should collect as much as we can, along with plastic bottles and cans. Everything is useful. We also need plastic sheets or old clothes. The clothes can be worn, while the plastic can be used to create smoke for signaling the rescue teams. Essentially, what we often dismiss as trash may turn out to be treasures we desperately need. Her clarity of thought rekindled a sense of admiration within Li Muwan. Nodding obediently, she replied, Don't worry, I understand. They set off in separate directions. Yang Wei did not immediately search for supplies. Instead, he gathered a pile of stones and arranged them on the beach into a large international distress signal. Although he did not place his hopes entirely on the rescue team, he knew it was prudent to prepare. What if a rescue helicopter came and missed them? There would be no place to lament their fate. After completing this task, he began to search for resources along the shoreline. The tide had receded, and the sun had not yet fully risen, leaving the temperature quite pleasant. The beach remained somewhat damp, and he could see a variety of small sea creatures scuttling about, mostly hermit crabs and the like. The caloric value was exceedingly low, and the meat was scarce. Consuming it would hardly suffice to compensate for the energy expended. Yang Wei shook his head and bypassed the hermit crab, beginning his search for air holes along the shore. Fortunately, having occasionally perused novels about coastal foraging, he managed to locate some sustenance, albeit meager. 2 green crabs, 6 or 7 razor clams, and a few shellfish. Better than nothing. Yang Wei gathered them in a makeshift bag fashioned from plastic sheeting and continued his quest. Due to the rising tide, a considerable amount of refuse had washed ashore. After walking 300 or 400 meters, he collected 6 plastic bottles and 3 aluminum cans, placing them directly into his backpack. These were indeed vital resources on this deserted island. Estimating the distance to his companion, he slowed his pace, focusing his attention on the fringes of the jungle. With a vessel for water secured, his next objective was to find tools for starting a fire. Once a flame was ignited, he could distill seawater at will, ensuring he would not succumb to thirst, even if the quantity was limited. As for the bow drill method of fire starting, the required tools were simple. As the name suggests, one needed a bow resembling that of an archer. By wrapping one side of the bowstring around a wooden stick 1 or 2 times, he could generate heat through back and forth motion, causing the stick to rotate and ignite tinder. The bow could be crafted from a flexible branch, which was not difficult to find in the jungle. The critical component was the cord for the bowstring. Fortunately, There were many plants capable of producing such fibers. This island surely had some. Yang Wei muttered to himself as he walked. After traversing a little over 100 meters, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Before him stood several towering plants, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I knew they wouldn't be absent. At that moment, a cluster of robust trees loomed before him, their thick trunks enveloped in a layer of brown fibrous leaf sheaths, resembling garments of brown wool. The crowns were spherical, radiating outward, with enormous fan-shaped leaves gracefully drooping. Some leaves even measured a meter in diameter. Additionally, the tips of the leaves bifurcated, as if they had been snipped with scissors. Yang Wei immediately recognized the species. The fan palm. This was an exceptional natural material for crafting ropes, boasting a history of use in tropical regions spanning thousands of years. The fibers of the old leaves were not only resilient, but also easily separable, making them perfect for heavy-duty ropes, ample for constructing a shelter. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wei dashed forward, extracting his sharpened metal knife to begin collecting leaves. He disregarded the vibrant green ones, specifically selecting the aged, yellowing foliage, as their fibers were more robust. In less than 10 minutes, he had gathered over 30 leaves. That should suffice. He needed to quickly separate the fibers before the sun rose too high. He glanced skyward, clutching a substantial bundle of leaves as he made his way back to the rudimentary camp. Approaching the camp, he spotted Li Muwan eagerly waving at him. Before her lay a serpentine array of salvaged goods, reminiscent of a street vendor displaying wares. How splendid, isn't it? All of this is what I've gathered, Li Muwan declared with a beaming smile, tilting her chin in anticipation of Yang Wei's admiration. Little did she expect that one day she would find such joy in collecting what others deemed refuse. Yang Wei chuckled softly, casting his gaze downward. Indeed, it was quite impressive. There were 8 plastic bottles and 2 aluminum cans, even exceeding his own collection. In addition, there were 2 bundles of plastic sheeting and a mismatched pair of slippers, one large and one small. Remarkable. All of these items will prove useful, Yang Wei commended, giving a thumbs up, a rare praise. At his words, Li Muwan's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling crescent moons. But that is not all I found. I have treasures too. With a playful air, she turned around, retrieving a bag fashioned from plastic sheeting from the sandpit, and scurried back to Yang Wei, excitedly tearing it open. Tada! What do you think? Am I not impressive? Chapter 19. Crafting ropes. As Li Muwan beamed with joy, Yang Wei's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what treasure she had discovered, and immediately leaned in to peer into her bag. However, his features contorted in confusion, leaving him at a loss for words. For within that large bag lay an abundance of hermit crabs, perhaps weighing around 3 pounds at glance. Well, not bad, right? Li Muwan, oblivious to the bewilderment on Yang Wei's face, tilted her head in anticipation of his astonished exclamation. I worked really hard to gather these. Once we start a campfire, we won't have to worry about dinner tonight. Yet, after her enthusiastic declaration, she waited for what felt like an eternity, only to be met with silence. Raising her head, she found Yang Wei gazing at her with an expression of utter disbelief, as though he were looking at a mischievous child he was reluctant to chastise. What kind of look is that? Li Muwan asked, feeling somewhat perplexed. Hadn't her efforts in foraging for food deserved some praise? She had been so thrilled when she spotted the multitude of hermit crabs on the beach. What's wrong? Aren't these edible? They should be fine, right? They're just hermit crabs, she remarked, trying to reassure herself. They are edible, Yang Wei replied with a wry smile, but they aren't worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble? Indeed. The meat is scarce, and the effort required to extract it is considerable. By the time you absorb the little calories they offer, you'd likely have expended more energy gathering and chewing them than you would gain, he stated candidly. I noticed them earlier as well, but I didn't bother collecting any. Only bringing back these, he continued, unfurling his plastic sheet to reveal 2 sizable blue crabs, some razor clams, and a handful of shellfish. Li Muwan initially felt a twinge of resentment. After all her hard work, her back aching from bending down, she had expected at least a word of commendation. Instead, she felt somewhat deflated. However, upon seeing the blue crabs and razor clams Yang Wei had gathered, her spirits lifted instantly. These crabs are quite substantial, and this clam looks plump, she exclaimed. Then, glancing back at the hermit crabs she had collected, she felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Without hesitation, she tossed them all back into the sea. Oof, what a waste of my time, she muttered. Yang Wei smiled faintly, beginning to process the fronds of palm leaves. With a rope, they could fashion a bow drill, bringing them one step closer to constructing a shelter.
Thus, it was imperative to create this first. The method was straightforward. Find a flat stone, place the leaves atop it,
And then use a smaller stone to gently scrape away the leaf remnants, leaving only the fibrous material. After that, they would simply need to lay it out to dry on the shore. Having observed the process, Li Muwan began to mimic his actions, inquiring, how long does it need to dry? Typically, it takes a day or two, as the moisture must evaporate for the fibers to gain sufficient strength, Yang Wei explained. However, given the abundant sunlight here, half a day should suffice. Half a day? Then can we light the campfire in the evening? Li Muwan gazed eagerly at Yang Wei. Last night had been unbearably cold for her. Fortunately, she had Yang Wei to cuddle with for warmth. Otherwise, she would have surely succumbed to the chill. Once we finish this, I'll go gather some wood and tinder, Yang Wei assured her. Hearing this, Li Muwan felt invigorated, exclaiming with delight and hastening her efforts. Yet, despite their diligent work, it took nearly 2 hours to complete the task. After all, it was meticulous work. Rushing would only damage the fibers in the leaves, leading to undesirable consequences. Gurgle once they finished, Li Muwan's stomach audibly protested. Embarrassed, she noticed Yang Wei smiling at her, feeling even more self-conscious. He had clearly worked harder than she had, yet she was the one feeling famished. It's all right, I can hold off on eating, she insisted, waving her hands dismissively. However, Yang Wei would not hear of it. He pulled out 2 bags of potato chips, handing one to her. Eat first. We can't afford to go hungry, and we still have much to do today. Besides, we have plenty of tools at hand now, so food will not be an issue. Just enjoy it. Saying this, he opened a bag and unceremoniously poured the contents into his mouth. Having barely slept the previous night and working since dawn, he was also in dire need of sustenance. Seeing this, Li Muwan reluctantly accepted the bag and began to eat without concern for her appearance. Before long, she polished off her portion of chips and took a sip of fresh water. Ah, perfect. She kept the packaging, which Yang Wei carefully folded and stowed away in his backpack. All right, you stay here while I fetch some more tools and firewood. He left again without taking Li Muwan with him, aiming to complete the necessary tasks before the temperature rose. These items were not difficult to find. Along the edge of the jungle, he quickly located resilient wooden sticks and some dry moss. However, to create tinder, they would need to dry in the sun to fully extract its moisture, thereby increasing their chances of success. He also gathered some dry leaves, a piece of dry wood, and several twigs, essential materials for starting and maintaining the campfire. Beside their rudimentary campsite, Yang Wei smiled at the sudden abundance of supplies. It was often said that in the wilderness, Bear Grylls teaches you how to escape, while Delia teaches you how to settle in. His choices were clearly leaning toward Delia's approach. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the sun to rise and dry out what needed to be dried. With some rope, he could employ the bow drill method to create fire. Once they had a source of fire, everything would become simpler. There would be no need to rely on the sandy ground for distilling water. He could simply use a can to boil seawater for distillation. Now I need not worry about fresh water, right? Li Muwan evidently had the same thought, sighing in relief. Yang Wei shook his head. It's not that simple. The presence of fire merely enhances the sterilization effect on fresh water. As for distillation, it is only marginally superior to filtration through sand, but that still constitutes distillation. In terms of our tools, efficiency is not a topic worth discussing. Li Muwan pouted. Surely, we won't die of thirst? However, it is merely a matter of not succumbing to dehydration, and that is only a temporary solution. Yang Wei replied with a wry smile. An average person requires 1 to 2 liters of freshwater daily. Do you think distillation can provide that? Ultimately, this is just a stopgap measure. To achieve true freedom from water scarcity, we must locate a genuine source of fresh water. Li Muwan sighed. Forget it. I suppose I should refrain from offering unsolicited opinions in the future. I might as well just listen to him obediently. Otherwise, it would be sheer self-torment. Chapter 20. Kindling the campfire by 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun had already begun to blaze mercilessly, causing temperatures to soar dramatically. The stark contrast in temperature led Li Muwan to question whether she had truly spent the night on this island. It was indeed a striking juxtaposition of ice and fire. To avoid the searing heat, Yang Wei and his companion retreated once more to the cool shade at the edge of the jungle. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. The fibers of the fan-shaped palm leaves and the moss were visibly drying. Within just 4 short hours, they had become perfectly suited for rope making. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wei commenced the task of weaving the rope. He intertwined several strands of leaf fibers together, akin to braiding hair, overlapping and twisting them with finesse. As his hands moved with purpose, he swiftly fashioned a rope of shoelace thickness. Testing its resilience, he found it suitable to serve as the bowstring for the bow drill method. Li Muwan observed intently from her seat, captivated by Yang Wei's earnest demeanor. She felt her cheeks involuntarily flush as she recalled the scene from the previous night when she had clung to him tightly. It was true what they said. When a man is serious, he exudes a certain charm. Especially someone like Yang Wei. With his striking physique, his allure seemed to skyrocket. Unbidden, memories of their embrace flooded her mind, causing her heart to race. "What is happening to you, Li Muwan?" She chided herself internally. Just yesterday afternoon, she had felt secure in knowing he had a hidden ailment. Even after learning the truth that evening, she had been somewhat anxious, fearing he might act inappropriately. Yet, at this moment, she found herself relieved that he was indeed untroubled. Otherwise, she would have truly felt sorry for him. "I'll help you weave the rope. You go work on the bow drill," she offered, feeling guilty for merely observing. However, Yang Wei regarded her with a hint of skepticism. "You? Can you manage?" Li Muwan bristled at his doubt, pouting in protest. "Who do you think you're looking down on? I observed carefully and have nearly mastered it. It's just like braiding hair. How hard can it be?" Yang Wei nodded, conceding, "True enough. Just remember to weave it a bit tighter, but not too tight. The rope should remain supple, and it should be about the thickness of your thumb. This will be used to construct the campsite, so it must be sturdy enough to bind wood." "Got it. Now hurry off to do your own tasks." "What else with all the hesitation, big man?" Yang Wei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stepped aside to begin crafting the bow drill. He merely needed to tie the rope and then wrap it around a wooden stick, placing a piece of dry wood underneath. At the top, he positioned a shell and created a small indentation in the dry wood. He then carved a V-shaped groove using his knife, which would serve as both a channel for the charcoal to escape and a passage for oxygen. Next, he merely needed to place some crushed dry leaves and moss around the V-shaped groove to act as a nest for the tinder. And then he could commence the process of kindling fire through the bow drill. With a swift motion of Yang Wei's right hand, one end of the wooden stick began to rotate vigorously against the dry wood. However, he was still far from generating enough heat to produce smoke and ignite a flame. This process required considerable time. Fortunately, Yang Wei was mentally prepared for the long haul. He maintained a steady rhythm in his movements, even accelerating as time passed. The entire endeavor lasted quite some time. Meanwhile, Li Muwan had already finished weaving all the ropes. Observing that Yang Wei had yet to conclude his task, she stood up, grabbing her whistle and a plastic bag. "Continue with your work. I'll step outside for a bit to see if I can find some seafood," she said. "That's fine, but remember not to wander too far. If you encounter any danger, just blow the whistle or shout. Your voice should be better now, right?" Yang Wei Adfi said. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm not a child," Li Muwan replied with a smile, puffing out her chest proudly. Yang Wei's gaze was inevitably drawn to her, and he nodded in agreement, his expression one of approval. "Indeed, it is evident that you have grown up." Li Muwan paused momentarily, and once she grasped Yang Wei's implication, her puffed chest quickly deflated. She shot him a playful glare. "You rogue." Yet, her tone was significantly softer than the day before, lacking any real reproach, and instead sounding almost flirtatious. As Li Muwan sauntered away with a light bounce in her step, Yang Wei remained focused, unwilling to slacken his efforts. He could feel his arm beginning to ache, but he understood the importance of perseverance at this juncture. Perhaps it was merely a final push that separated him from success. Should he halt now, the heat would dissipate, rendering all his efforts fruitless. Restarting the process would be futile, and he would never be able to kindle the campfire again. Thus, he endured the discomfort in his arm, persisting for another 2 minutes. At last, a wisp of black smoke began to rise from the junction of the drill bit and the dry wood. Almost there. Yang Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The presence of smoke indicated that the temperature had reached a sufficient level. He could not afford to pause just yet. He needed to wait until the accumulated charcoal dust fell into the tinder nest, igniting in the process for his efforts to be deemed successful. After another minute of unwavering determination, as the gathered charcoal dust tumbled into the tinder nest, Yang Wei's heart raced. Please don't fail me now. He quickly released the bough and cautiously cradled the tinder nest in his hands, treating it like a precious treasure while gently blowing into it. With each breath, the smoke thickened, and moments later, a small flame flickered to life within the nest. It worked, Yang Wei exclaimed with excitement. He quickly placed the tinder nest on a bed of dry leaves, igniting them, and gradually began to add the collected twigs. Thus, the campfire was slowly brought to life. Watching the flames blaze robustly, Yang Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. Sigh, it truly is no easy feat. The bow drill method is quite arduous, and I find myself utterly perplexed as to how those who rely solely on their bare hands manage to conjure fire. He shook his aching arms and voiced his lament. Although weariness had settled in, a sense of reassurance finally enveloped him. With the campfire ablaze, his sense of security soared significantly. The night no longer required him to be perpetually on edge about lurking beasts. While there may still be a few reckless individuals, the odds of encountering danger had markedly diminished. Furthermore, once fresh water is located, boiling it will serve to purify it. Should he fashion a stove from stones, he could even utilize a soda can to prepare a delightful seafood soup. However, at that moment, a familiar whistle abruptly shattered Yang Wei's reverie. Having just settled down to rest, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. Could that sound signify that Li Muwan was in peril? With this thought racing through his mind, he disregarded everything else, seizing the spear at his side and dashing towards the source of the noise. Chapter 21. Encounter with a wild man. Throughout the journey, Yang Wei was consumed by anxiety, uncertain of Li Muwan's condition. Had she encountered other survivors, or perhaps a wild beast? However, after sprinting over 200 meters and rounding a corner, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Muwan stood intact on the beach, albeit hidden behind a rock, her gaze vigilant as she surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting Yang Wei, she quickly waved him over, signaling him to crouch and proceed with caution. Yang Wei, perplexed yet compliant, hunched down and approached her position. Casting a wary glance around, he whispered, "What is happening?" Li Muwan's eyes revealed a hint of panic as she cautiously replied, "Yang Wei, I think I saw a wild man." "What? A wild man?" Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Could there truly be indigenous inhabitants on this island? "Are you certain?" 70%. Li Muwan offered what she deemed a reasonable probability, analyzing softly. "I didn't see it clearly, but I can confirm it was an upright creature, strikingly similar to a human. It was holding a wooden stick like the one you have, and as soon as I caught a glimpse, it vanished into the jungle." "With a stick in hand?" Various images of indigenous peoples flashed through Yang Wei's mind. It was indeed plausible. "Did it see you?" he inquired. "It likely did," Li Muwan replied gravely. "That's why I suspect it is a wild man." If it were another survivor, wouldn't its first instinct be to seek help or establish contact with us? Why would it flee into the jungle?" Li Muwan analyzed with clarity previously unfelt. "That's why I refrained from shouting and chose to whistle for you instead." "Well done. Quite reasonable." Yang Wei commended her with a rare thumbs up. Regardless of whether it was a wild man or not, this level of awareness was commendable. For where did it enter? Between those two trees, one tall and one short, Li Muwan pointed to a pair of trees near the edge of the jungle. Once it went in, it seemed to remain still, as I did not see any branches moving. A trace of worry crossed her face. "Do you think it could be a local cannibal tribe? Perhaps they have already spotted us and sent someone to keep an eye on us. When night falls, they might emerge to bind us while we sleep." She unleashed her imaginative faculties once more. Yet this time, Yang Wei refrained from rebuking her. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. "It hasn't moved since entering?" Yang Wei's curiosity intensified, and he tightened his grip on the wooden spear. Slowly rising to his feet, Li Muwan, startled by his eagerness, exclaimed, Yang Wei, what are you planning to do? Certainly, I shall take a look. No, that is too dangerous. Li Muwan instinctively grasped his arm. It's nothing to worry about. Even if there are wild men, I am more than capable of handling it. Yang Wei, audacious and skilled, had undergone physical training in school that was as rigorous as that of the military. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Most importantly, he needed to ascertain the situation. If there truly was a tribe of wild men, it could pose a significant threat. After all, these natives were not mere beasts. They possessed intelligence and the ability to craft traps. Even if he was strong and robust, falling prey to their traps would leave him powerless. Therefore, regardless of the risks, he felt compelled to investigate. Even if his fears were justified, it was far better to prepare than to succumb to unfounded anxieties. However, it would indeed be perilous. Li Muwan, with concern etched on her face, clutched his arm. If they were indeed the island's natives, they would undoubtedly be more familiar with the terrain and the jungle than he was. You would be at a disadvantage if you ventured in. Yang Wei remained resolute. It's fine. I will only observe from the periphery. If I cannot see anything from the outside, I will not venture deeper. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it, rather than passively waiting. It is better to take the initiative. Seeing his determination, Li Muwan ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Although they had known each other for less than 24 hours, she understood that this man appeared quite amiable and was attentive, like a gentle soul. Yet, when it came to certain matters, he often had a clear mindset, and once he had made up his mind, it was difficult for others to sway him. Thus, she resolved to accompany him, since that is the case. I will go with you. You too? Aren't you afraid of wild men? Yang Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Of course I am afraid. Li Muwan shuklatalplesli. But it is better to have someone to look out for each other. If something were to happen to you, I would find it impossible to carry on. Thus, I must accompany you. Yang Wei laughed. You are quite candid. Let us proceed and see what lies ahead. Just follow behind me. The two of them ventured towards the edge of the jungle. Yang Wei first observed the surroundings meticulously, then picked up a few stones and tossed them into the depths of the foliage. There was no response. Could it be that they had already departed? Li Muwan furrowed her brow, but I saw the branches quiver just nearby. Nothing else has moved. Let us go in and take a look. Yang Wei tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously stepped forward. From where Li Muwan had been standing, the area was clearly visible. If the trees elsewhere were not swaying, it indicated that the wild men might indeed be hiding nearby. With utmost caution, Yang Wei's focus sharpened, particularly as they approached the suspicious area. His muscles tensed, ever vigilant for potential dangers. Soon, they reached the spot Li Muwan had mentioned. Suddenly, a rustle. Be careful. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion emanated from the woods just 3 paces away, accompanied by a delicate cry. Simultaneously, Li Muwan's voice of caution echoed through the air. A figure abruptly emerged from the thicket, brandishing a spiked wooden club aimed directly at Yang Wei. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yang Wei, who had been poised for a counterattack, swiftly turned around almost as soon as the sound of disturbance reached his ears. He deftly seized the club, thrusting towards him, while his spear lunged forward, ready to deliver a penetrating strike. However, upon recognizing the face and attire of his assailant, his spear froze in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of astonishment. It was you. Chapter 22. The fishnet stocking babe survives. Yang Wei's expression was quite remarkable. He recognized the person before him, although she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her pallid complexion did not obscure his immediate recognition of her, the alluring beauty in fishnet stockings who had sat beside him on the plain. Indeed, she still donned her denim shorts and fishnet stockings. She had survived as well. It seemed they were not the only 2 survivors of the ill-fated flight. A smile crept into Yang Wei's eyes, though he recalled that she had worn glasses, which were now nowhere to be found. You're not a savage, and you recognize me? At that moment, the fishnet stocking beauty was momentarily taken aback by Yang Wei's words. Yang Wei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It turned out that she also considered them savages. What the predicament? He quickly clarified. We are certainly not savages. We were on the same flight and both fell onto this island after the crash. Don't you remember? We were seated next to each other, with me to your left. Upon realizing they were fellow survivors from the same flight, the fishnet stocking beauty initially felt a surge of excitement. However, her expression shifted to one of unease upon hearing the rest of Yang Wei's remark. To your left? ISNT that the position of the lecherous man who was ogling the flight attendant. The realization that he had survived and coincidentally encountered her on this deserted island sent a wave of panic through her. Here, devoid of any legal constraints. Was she to be at his mercy? Suddenly, her emotions intensified, and her eyes widened with fear as she screamed, "Ah, pervert!" With that, she brandished the wooden stick in her hand, aiming to jab it at Yang Wei. Quick to react, Yang Wei grasped the stick, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. What on earth? This was oddly familiar. Li Muwan had said something similar when she first regained consciousness and even slapped him. This girl was even fiercer, her lines unchanged, but her weapon upgraded. Instead of a slap, she wielded a wooden stick. Yet, given her slender frame, he surmised that even if he stood still for her to stab him, she would likely fail to inflict any harm. Let go of me, you filthy pervert. The fishnet stocking beauty remained agitated. Observing this, Yang Wei glanced at Li Muwan. In such a situation, she was the only one who could intervene. Seeing her stifling a laugh, he couldn't help but give her a light shove. All right, enough laughing. It's your turn to step in. This is no time for amusement. Okay, I'm coming, haha. Li Muwan still struggled to suppress her laughter. Nevertheless, she approached the fishnet stocking beauty and gently reassured her. Don't be nervous. Young lady, he is not a pervert. We all misunderstood him on the plane. Please, let go. He means you no harm. Her soothing voice gradually eased the tension within the fishnet stocking beauty. It must be said that the flight attendant's training in such matters was exceptionally effective. Her tone, expression, and emotional delivery were all perfectly attuned. The words resonate deeply, evoking an instinctive trust, particularly in moments of despair. You are that flight attendant, aren't you? The young woman in fishnet stockings scrutinized Li Muwan, recognizing her tattered uniform and alluring figure, unable to suppress her voice. Indeed, it is I, Li Muwan replied with a gentle smile. There's no need to be anxious. When I awoke, I was in a similar state as you. Could you share with me what has transpired? She inquired. You clearly saw me earlier. Why did you not approach to greet me? Following her words of reassurance, the young woman relaxed entirely and began to explain. Unlike Li Muwan, who had fortuitously encountered the survival expert Yang Wei, she had awakened the previous day without such luck. Fortunately, she had a bottle of unopened mineral water at her disposal, which allowed her to endure the day. However, the gnawing hunger compelled her to venture out in search of sustenance. Unexpectedly, she spotted a figure in the distance. Due to her nearsightedness, she could not discern clearly, causing her to mistake Li Muwan for a wild person, prompting her to hide in fear. She intended to wait until Li Muwan left before emerging. To her astonishment, not only did Li Muwan remain, but she also summoned Yang Wei, leading to the earlier incident. Yang Wei could not help but chuckle at the comical misunderstanding between two imaginative individuals. During their conversation, he learned the young woman's name, Zhao Yingying, a college student who had ventured abroad to visit a friend, only to find herself stranded on this desolate island. I apologize, brother. I misjudged you, she said, her tone earnest as she acknowledged Li Muwan's explanations. No worries, Yang Wei waved dismissively, but upon noticing her pallid complexion, he furrowed his brow and asked, Are you unwell? Or is it dehydration? You appear quite haggard. At his words, Zhao Yingying's expression darkened, her voice trembling as she confessed, I am injured. With that, she turned her left leg slightly and peeled away the leaves that had been wrapped around it. Yang Wei and Li Muwan leaned in to observe, and in the next moment, they collectively gasped in shock. A wound measuring approximately 10 centimeters marred her calf, and it appeared grave, with a pronounced tendency to become infected. Due to considerable blood loss and the wrapping of leaves, the area had begun to take on a pallid hue. Good heavens, how did you sustain such a severe injury? Li Muwan gasped, covering her mouth in horror. I did not know. I woke to find it like this, and I lost quite a bit of blood. Zhao Yingying replied weakly, feeling fortunate to have made it this far. She recounted how many times she had nearly lost consciousness the previous night. I must have been cut by branches when I fell, or perhaps it was when I landed in the water and was battered against the rocks. Yang Wei frowned it, analyzing the situation and leaning towards the former explanation. If one were to sustain a wound in seawater, it could indeed pose a considerable risk, potentially leading to an infection from Vibrio bacteria. Not only here, but even on land, failing to seek timely medical attention could render many hospitals powerless. What shall we do now? We cannot simply endure this situation. Li Muwan gazed anxiously at Yang Wei, gently shaking his arm. Please think of a solution quickly. We need to tend to the young lady's wound, as it appears quite alarming. Yang Wei's expression grew troubled. Such an injury, if left unstitched, would be exceedingly difficult to heal. Exposure to this environment would only heighten the risk of infection. Have you rinsed your leg with water before wrapping it with leaves? He inquired of Zhao Yingying. Yes, I have. Zhao Yingying's response caused Yang Wei's heart to flutter momentarily. However, her subsequent remark alleviated some of his concern. I used bottled water to rinse it, consuming nearly half a bottle, which pained me greatly. Chapter 23. Have you seen the coconut? Fortunately, he knew to use fresh water, which spared them considerable trouble. Yang Wei let out a sigh of relief and extended his hand toward the other person. Zhao Yingying instinctively tensed up, retreating slightly. What are you going to do? Yang Wei, looking somewhat exasperated, replied, Am I really that terrifying? Of course, I'm here to help you back. Given your current condition, walking must be quite difficult, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying finally relaxed. She tossed aside the wooden stick that served as a makeshift cane and slowly extended her hand. Yang Wei grasped her hand firmly. It was icy and surprisingly soft. Zhao Yingying's cheeks flushed slightly, and at Yang Wei's prompting, she wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing him to support her as they made their way outside. The three of them gradually returned to the camp. Observing the supplies and the campfire, Zhao Yingying's eyes widened with astonishment. You actually have so many things. Recalling the previous night when she had nothing and felt lost and helpless, her expression soured. She had nearly frozen to death in the frigid temperature. Merely enduring it felt like a stroke of luck. Although the camp was still quite rudimentary, it seemed remarkably impressive to her. Li Muwan smiled faintly, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. She explained, This is all his doing. When we woke up, we had nothing. Everything you see here was procured by him. Her tone reminiscent of someone praising her husband. What? Zhao Yingying was even more astonished, her mouth slightly agape as she looked at Yang Wei in disbelief. She never imagined he possessed such capabilities. Being inherently naive, her earlier wariness had dissipated, replaced by admiration in her gaze. Let us sit in the shade for a moment. Yang Wei released Zhao Yingying's hand and glanced at her injured leg. Your wound still requires attention. If left untreated, the risk of infection is too high. They would need to traverse the island, and even sitting idle posed a significant risk of infection. Zhao Yingying panicked immediately. Then, how should it be treated? We need to clean the wound first. As he spoke, Yang Wei picked up 2 aluminum cans and carefully pried open the tops with a knife, transforming them into open cups. He then poured a little filtered fresh water from a bottle. Is this suitable for cleaning? Li Muwan asked with concern. Though it had been filtered, it was still not as clean as mineral water. Yang Wei nodded. Of course, it's not ideal. But let us not forget that we now have fire. Boiling it will eliminate the risks. Indeed, with the campfire ready, what is there to fear? Li Muwan's eyes lit up, while Yang Wei was already in motion. He gathered several appropriately sized stones and quickly constructed a makeshift stove. He retrieved a burning branch from the fire and placed it beneath the setup, added 2 dry twigs, and set the aluminum can on top. All done. After this flurry of activity, Zhao Yingying was left in a state of awe. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, How do you know all these things? You seem so adept. Were it not for the fact that she had witnessed him sitting beside her on the plain, she would have thought him a native of the island, particularly given his attire of mere leaves. The resemblance was striking. His knowledge was acquired purely by chance. At that moment, Li Muwan interjected, casting a resentful glance at Yang Wei. Not being honest with me. She was perplexed as to how he had come by so much information. Yang Wei smiled at her and pointed to several strips of cloth on the broadleaf plant in their camp, remnants of the short-sleeve garment he had used to cool her down yesterday. Enough with the sulking. Hand me those strips. Li Muwan, unsure of his intentions, complied obediently. She then watched as Yang Wei tossed them into one of the empty cans. I'll boil these to disinfect them. This way, we won't have any worries when it comes time to clean and wipe. The water had yet to boil, and Yang Wei was in no rush. The three of them sat in the shade, waiting patiently. During this time, Yang Wei curiously looked at Zhao Yingying and asked, "Is it true that you've been surviving on just half a bottle of mineral water until now?" At his words, Li Muwan gazed at Zhao with intrigue, recalling how dehydrated she had felt upon waking yesterday and how she had suffered from heat stroke. Had it not been for Yang Wei, she would likely have been in a dire state. More so, Zhao was injured. The thought of enduring a night on merely half a bottle of water seemed unfathomable. Zhao Yingying, with a hint of trepidation, replied, "I too felt I wouldn't make it. I almost started hallucinating last night. When I landed, all I saw was a bottle of water and a wallet." "A wallet? Where is it?" Yang Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Li Muwan, hearing this, pouted and remarked, "What does it matter at this point? What use is money here? It can't be spent." Zhao Yingying readily agreed, explaining, "There's nothing of value in it. The money got wet, so I tossed it away. All that's left are these items." She then pulled the wallet from her pocket. "I don't even know if it will be of any use, but I kept it. Let me see," Yang Wei urged, eagerly taking it from her. Upon inspection, he found that the bills were indeed gone, yet it contained a bank card and 2 condoms. Li Muwan shot a glance at it and let out a snort. "Humph, the owner of this wallet isn't exactly virtuous, keeping such items." Yang Wei, however, grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "This is fantastic. These items are quite useful." Without hesitation, he pocketed the bank card and condoms, leaving Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying utterly baffled. They exchanged worried glances, both contemplating the utility of a bank card in their current predicament. More pressing was the fact that his gaze on the condoms seemed particularly fervent. What was his intention? Yang Wei, without offering an explanation, carelessly tossed the wallet onto the broadleaf. Then she turned to Zhao Yingying. "Is that all there is? When you woke up, were there no other supplies around? Nothing else?" Zhao Yingying recalled for a moment, shaking her head. "There was nothing. I didn't see any people or backpacks." Upon mentioning this, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. "If only my suitcase were nearby. It was packed full of provisions." She sighed, "Otherwise, how could I fall into the point of scavenging that spoiled coconut off the ground?" As soon as these words left her lips, Yang Wei and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. In unison, they exclaimed, "What? A coconut? Did you actually see a coconut?" The excitement in their voices was palpable. The meager fresh water they had painstakingly acquired yesterday had already cost Li Muwan a snakebite. Yet, Zhao Yingying had managed to find coconut. Chapter 24. Army ants. The sudden excitement of the two individuals nearly startled Zhao Yingying. One soldier leaned back, gazing at them in astonishment. "Why are you both so agitated? The coconut trees are exceedingly tall, and there are hardly any. Attempting to pluck them by hand is utterly impossible. One can only search for those that have fallen, but most of those are spoiled. I searched for quite a while before I found one that was somewhat decent." Yet, this did little to diminish the exhilaration in Yang Wei's eyes. The height was inconsequential. What mattered was that he could confirm the existence of coconut trees on this island. That was sufficient. And as for the height, he chuckled. He had never shied away from physical challenges. In his youth, he could effortlessly scale smooth utility poles. This skill had earned him considerable admiration among his peers. How much more so with the rougher coconut trees? With this discovery, the group's freshwater supply could be replenished once more. "Where are the coconut trees?" he inquired eagerly. Zhao Yingying pointed in the direction she had come from. "Over there, approximately 500 meters away. I was unable to reach them, which is why I thought to wander this way, only to encounter you." Upon hearing this, Li Muwan expressed a hint of exasperation. With a smile, she remarked, "Then why did you hide upon seeing me?" Zhao Yingying replied awkwardly, "Because I lost my glasses. From a distance, I couldn't see clearly. I thought it might be a wild man, so I..." She cast a glance at Yang Wei. Seeing him emerge clad in leaves, and wielding a wooden stick only reinforced the wild man image. A chuckle escaped Li Muwan, and she shot a glance at Yang Wei, only to be met with a glare, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth. "How dare you laugh?" Yang Wei shot a disapproving look at Li Muwan. "If it weren't for the need to cool you down, would I have torn my shirt apart?" He then turned his gaze to Zhao Yingying. "And you, little sister, have you ever encountered such a dashing wild man?" Their playful banter lightened the previously tense atmosphere, and Zhao Yingying couldn't help but laugh as well. Unbeknownst to them, their anxiety had dissipated. Yang Wei, however, was not in a hurry to harvest coconuts. After all, the tree would not flee. The immediate priority was to treat the injury on Zhao Yingying's leg. After more than half an hour had passed, the water in the can had long since boiled and was now rolling vigorously. Yang Wei carefully retrieved it. Once the temperature had cooled to a suitable degree, he turned to Zhao Yingying. "This may sting a bit. Bear with it." Instantly, Zhao Yingying tensed, her small face paling. Just as she began to adjust to the pain, she feared that further handling might be unbearable. "Brother, can you skip the rinsing? I tended to it yesterday." "Absolutely not." Yang Wei replied without hesitation. He pointed at the wound on her leg. "Just look at how much dirt has accumulated. Even a wash won't ensure complete safety, let alone neglecting it. Did you not notice that the area around the wound has already swollen? If this place becomes infected, even the great Hua Tuo could do nothing to save it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying became utterly obedient. She extended her leg, closed her eyes, and braced herself for the impending pain. Nevertheless, she underestimated the intensity of the agony. The moment Yang Wei poured water over it, she let out a sharp scream. The acute pain surged through her mind, nearly causing her to faint. "Endure it. It will be over soon," Yang Wei shouted, his hands remaining steady. After gently wiping the area with a piece of boiled and cooled cloth, he rinsed it again with water. He only ceased when the dust became invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingying's complexion had turned ashen, her body trembling as she half collapsed to the ground. Li Muwan dared not look even once throughout the ordeal. She pressed her hands tightly over her eyes, only removing them slowly when she heard Yang Wei stop. Upon glancing at the wound on her companion's leg, which had swollen to a point where it seemed to be turning outward, she felt a wave of pain wash over her. It reminded her of a saying she had encountered online. "There's a kind of pain that hurts just to look at." Now, she truly understood it. Just a glance made her own leg ache. "Such a lengthy wound. It must be stitched, right?" she asked tremulously, her face reflecting concern. Yang Wei nodded, his expression equally grim. There were no suitable tools for bandaging. His clothing was torn into shreds, inadequate for proper dressing. As for suturing, with the items at hand, it was merely a fanciful thought. In the midst of his helplessness, he suddenly heard Li Muwan let out a startled cry. "What's wrong?" Yang Wei's heart jolted as he turned to her. He saw Li Muwan pointing in the distance, her face a mask of terror. "A snake! That snake has come back to life." The feeble Zhao Yingying, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright and strained to lift her head to survey her surroundings. "A snake? Where's there a snake?" Yang Wei scanned the area, his eyes widening in disbelief. The headless snake he had slain the previous day was now writhing on the ground, as if it had truly come back to life. How could this be? Although a headless snake might still exhibit movement due to nerve activity, that would occur immediately after decapitation. How long has it been since then? Yang Wei, perplexed, decided to stand and cautiously approach the scene. "Be careful," Li Muwan cautioned urgently. "Don't worry, it's fine. If there truly is a ghost, that would be even better," Yang Wei replied with a smile. Waving his hand dismissively, he soon reached the vicinity of the snake's corpse and instantly comprehended the situation. A multitude of ants surrounded the snake's remains, scurrying over it, nearly triggering his entomophobia. Moreover, he could see more ants approaching from a distance, evidently intent on transporting this prey away. The ants were remarkably large, towering several times over the ordinary ants one typically encounters. Even from a considerable distance, one could discern their formidable mandibles. The carcass of the snake had already been reduced to a mere semblance of its former self in such a short span of time. "Hiss!" Yang Wei inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. He had already identified the species of these ants. Army ants. In truth, this term does not denote a specific species, but rather encompasses a vast category characterized by particular behaviors. They are generally larger in size, with robust and powerful mandibles. Typically found in tropical regions, they are distributed across East Asia, South Asia, and South America. Their most distinctive feature is the absence of a fixed nest. Instead, they migrate periodically like a vast army on the march. Ah, so many ants. In the midst of her thoughts, Li Muwan had unknowingly approached. Upon witnessing this scene, she nearly fainted. Chapter 25. This suturing method is quite hardcore. Step back a little. As Li Muwan leaned in closer, Yang Wei quickly called out. Army ants are no laughing matter. They are notoriously dubbed the land scavengers due to their immense colonies, which can number in the millions. Just imagine the horrifying scene of a million of such formidable ants gnawing at you. If they set their sights on you, it would be as if you could dissolve in an instant. Of course, this typically applies to smaller creatures. In truth, the cinematic portrayals of elephants or large beasts being swiftly reduced to mere skeletons by these ants are artistic exaggerations. Nevertheless, Yang Wei dared not let his guard down. It is merely that death does not come so swiftly. However, should one be overwhelmed, the danger remains significant. What kind of ants are these? Why are they so enormous? Li Muwan, hiding behind Yang Wei, was acutely aware that even a mere glance would be distressing, yet she could not resist stealing a furtive look. Indeed, having witnessed it, her fear intensified, sending shivers down her spine. Army ants, Yang Wei elucidated. Fortunately, they had not attracted attention the previous night. Otherwise, upon awakening, they might have found themselves in a dire predicament, potentially losing half a life or even their entire existence. Li Muwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that terrifying? Of course. Just look at that snake, can you not see? Yang Wei gestured. Li Muwan peered over and confirmed that the snake's skin was riddled with gaping holes, exposing the stark white of its flesh and bones. This was only a brief span of time. Moreover, the strength of these ants is considerable. From a distance, one could observe the entire snake writhing in agony. With this nearby, should we not relocate our camp? Li Muwan inquired softly, a shiver coursing through her at the thought of being overwhelmed by such creatures in the dead of night. Yang Wei shook his head. No need for that. Let us not forget we now have a campfire. These ants are not foolish. On the contrary, they are exceedingly intelligent and will not willingly approach a fire. This is precisely why I was so eager to ignite the campfire. The flame serves as a formidable deterrent against snakes, insects, rodents, and beasts. Phew, that's a relief. Li Muwan exhaled, patting her chest in a gesture of reassurance. Then let us proceed. There is no need to linger here, for the sight is enough to raise the hairs on my body. However, Yang Wei showed no intention of leaving. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a fervent light. Noticing his demeanor, Li Muwan could not help but ask, Hey, what are you plotting now? Surely, we cannot eat this? Yang Wei smiled slightly. While it cannot be consumed, it can indeed be utilized. Utilized? Li Muwan exclaimed in confusion, her mouth agape, struggling to comprehend how this could be of any practical use. Yang Wei chuckled. Yes, have you forgotten that the wound on that young girl's leg requires suturing? It does need suturing. Li Muwan instinctively nodded, and upon realizing Yang Wei's implication, her eyes widened in shock. Are you suggesting we use this to stitch up the wound on that girl's leg? Precisely, Yang Wei affirmed, gazing at the industrious ants nearby. The young girl was fortunate. The number of ants was not excessively overwhelming, making it relatively easy to catch 7 or 8. These creatures possessed remarkable biting strength, and instinctively, they would bite upon contact. Thus, by placing the ants on the wound and twisting off their bodies, one could create a natural staple. However, as he spoke, Li Muwan's expression grew increasingly grim, her face reflecting utter disbelief. Was this method of suturing not rather extreme? Yet, she glanced at the ants feasting on the snake carcass, her concern mounting as she pondered the potential bacteria they might harbor due to their feeding habits. Yang Wei turned to her, reminding her, You seem to have forgotten our current predicament. If there were a hospital on the island, equipped with sterile operating tables and skilled surgeons, I would certainly not resort to such measures. But we are bereft of such options, are we not? Li Muwan fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Zhao Yingying's injury was indeed alarming. If left unattended, the consequences could be dire once she developed a fever. In extraordinary circumstances, one must resort to extraordinary means. Yang Wei spoke decisively, reiterating, only those who survive are worthy of being healed. He felt his approach mirrored that of a military medic, survival first, everything else later. With this resolve, he no longer hesitated. Carefully navigating around the snake carcass, he ventured into an area with fewer army ants. Before long, he returned with a dozen or so. In his haste, he accidentally crushed 2, but the quantity was sufficient. Upon returning to Zhao Yingying, Li Muwan immediately displayed a hint of sympathy, causing Zhao Yingying to feel a surge of anxiety. "Sister, what is wrong?" With a sigh, Li Muwan replied, "It will be prudent to prepare yourself mentally." "Prepare for what?" Zhao Yingying asked, bewildered. But her confusion quickly dissipated as she realized Yang Wei was now squatting beside her injured leg, insistently stating, "Remove your fishnet stockings." Zhao Yingying's eyes widened in shock. Beside her, Li Muwan couldn't help but facepalm, equally at a loss. Following Yang Wei's lead, she had removed her stockings and undergarments. It was unexpected that her sister would not escape the same fate. "Only by removing them can I assist with the procedure. Hurry, or it will be too late," he urged, holding the ants in his hand, fearing they might perish if he delayed. Zhao Yingying glanced at Li Muwan, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to rise shyly. Yang Wei had already turned his back. With Li Muwan's assistance, Zhao Yingying swiftly removed the fishnet stockings. In a barely audible voice, she called out, "Brother, it's done." Yang Wei then turned around, approaching her once more. He commanded Li Muwan, "Come here," and pressed the edges of her wound together. "All right," she replied, hastening to comply, her movements careful. Yet, despite her caution, Zhao Yingying winced in pain. "Bear with it. It will soon be over." Yang Wei reassured her before seizing an ant and placing it directly on the wound. Sensing an obstruction, the army ant instinctively triggered its predatory behavior. It opened its mandibles and clamped down tenaciously. "Ah!" Zhao Yingying could not help but emit a cry of pain. The searing sting combined with the agony of the wound surged through her mind. Yang Wei, quick-witted and swift, deftly pinched the ant's body, severing it, leaving only its massive head behind. The pincers on its mandibles clung to the wound like a staple, firmly gripping it. Casting a glance at the anguished Zhao Yingying, Yang Wei could only hasten his efforts. Some assert that the bite of the army ant releases formic acid, which has anesthetic properties. Yet he knew that was mere nonsense. The venom secreted by its sting is a potent organic acid that directly stimulates the nerve endings, resulting in a burning sensation and sharp pain. Rather than being anesthetic, it would be more accurate to say it induces a painful numbness. Chapter 26. The arrival of the coconut with a sigh of relief. Yang Wei gazed at the row of ant-shaped staples embedded in his wound. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, was already drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Li Muwan attentively offered her sips of fresh water. Although there was scarcely a bottle left, she felt no regret in sharing it. The pain was indeed intense, a burning sensation from the ant acid. Yang Wei reassured Zhao Yingying. However, ant acid does possess some inhibitory effects on certain unseen microorganisms, offering potential antibacterial properties. Despite his words, Yang Wei remained uncertain. He was aware that this assertion lacked clinical validation. The bactericidal efficacy of that minuscule amount of ant acid was questionable compared to the bacteria present in the mandibles of army ants. Yet at this moment, he could afford no further contemplation, choosing instead to proceed step by step, hoping fervently for Zhao Yingying's good fortune and strong resistance. "Thank you, Brother Yang Wei and Sister Muwan." Zhao Yingying expressed her gratitude weakly, her attitude towards Yang Wei having transformed completely. She felt like a burden in her current condition. But the two did not show any disdain. Rather, they exerted themselves to aid her. It would not be an exaggeration to call them her saviors. "It's a small matter. My assistance is also for my own benefit. The more of us there are, the greater our chances of survival, so do not feel any psychological burden." Yang Wei reassured her with a wave of his hand and a smile. Yet, Zhao Yingying perceived this as a deliberate attempt to comfort her, deepening her gratitude. After toiling for a while, Yang Wei felt parched. Despite being in the shade, the temperature was excessively high, and the campfire nearby could not be extinguished. Having worked hard to ignite it, it must remain lit until a better solution presented itself. After taking a few swigs of fresh water, he turned to the two women. "You both stay here. I will go fetch some coconuts from over there." "I'll go with you," Li Muwan quickly offered, concerned for Yang Wei's safety amidst the tall coconut trees. "Never mind. You should stay here to look after Ying and keep an eye on the fire," Yang Wei replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, it's just a coconut tree. It's a trivial task for me. You two wait here and enjoy the coconut juice." With that, he shouldered his backpack, packed 2 sheets of plastic, and turned towards the direction indicated by Zhao Yingying. To shield himself from the blazing sun, he broke off a broad leaf to use as a makeshift hat. After walking approximately a mile along the coastline, he indeed spotted the coconut trees Zhao Yingying had mentioned. There were 5 of them, standing about 10 meters tall, and from below, he could see numerous large, promising coconuts. That's more like it. What kind of deserted island would it be without coconut trees? Yang Wei beamed, unable to suppress his excitement. He hastened towards the base of the trees, noticing a few coconuts had already fallen to the ground. However, as Zhao Yingying had indicated, they had turned yellow and were speckled with spots, clearly spoiled. These coconuts had lost their moisture, and the flesh was inedible, rendering them worthless. Thus, Yang Wei shifted his focus to the coconuts still hanging aloft. After a brief period of movement, he ascended directly, with his hands firmly gripping the trunk and his feet alternating in their ascent. His powerful arms rendered the task seemingly effortless. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the coconut tree. Utilizing a well-honed knife, he skillfully harvested the coconuts, placing them into his backpack. He then repeated the process on another tree. Once completed, his backpack and 2 plastic bags he held were entirely filled, totaling 16 coconuts. For 3 individuals, this would suffice for several days. Yang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his lips. With the freshwater crisis temporarily alleviated, he could now seize the opportunity to explore the island boldly. Upon his return, Zhao Yingying's complexion had improved somewhat. It was unclear whether her wound had genuinely healed or she had merely grown accustomed to the lingering pain. Upon seeing the abundance of coconuts in his possession, both of them gasped in astonishment, filled with joy. "Goodness, so many coconuts! This will surely sustain us until the rescue team arrives." The exact arrival of the rescue team remained uncertain, but for the next few days at least, they need not worry about sustenance. Yang Wei remarked with a smile. For coconuts not only served as a source of fresh water, but their flesh also contained a significant amount of fat, making them perfectly suitable as a food source. Observing the eager glances and the way they swallowed hard yet hesitated to speak, Yang Wei could not help but chuckle. "Come, let us open one and have a taste." He picked up a sharp stone and struck the coconut with force. After several blows, the coconut burst open with a satisfying splatter, its juice spilling forth. "Here, give a try." Yang Wei offered it to Li Muwan, who hesitated momentarily before passing it to Zhao Yingying. "Yingying, your body is weak and in dire need of nourishment. You should go first." "Thank you, Sister Wan," Zhao Yingying replied without reluctance. Since last night, she had consumed only half a bottle of mineral water and a bit of coconut juice, the mineral water hastily drunk shortly after waking. She had sustained herself on the remnants of coconut juice from a found coconut, and her mouth was parched to the point of burning. Cradling the coconut in both hands, she took several hearty gulps. The sweet flavor flooded her mouth, causing her body to tremble with delight. After indulging in a few more generous sips, she reluctantly relinquished it to Li Muwan. The latter also took a few sips, unable to suppress her exclamations of amazement. "Goodness, how have I never realized that coconut juice is this delicious? This is far superior to the filtered water we had yesterday." Yang Wei grinned weedily, finishing the last remnants and shaking his head. "I, on the other hand, find it less enjoyable than yesterday, yes. Possessing merely a hint of plant flavor without the creamy essence." At this, Li Muwan's face flushed crimson. Her eyes widened as she shot a warning glance at Yang Wei. "Creamy essence? Did you actually drink milk yesterday?" Zhao Yingying looked at both of them in confusion. "Could it be that you were fortunate enough to find milk?" Yang Wei smacked his lips, not milk, but something akin to it, Regardless, it was quite fragrant. Silence. Enough of your chatter. Li Muwan rushed over, covering his mouth. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. This left Zhao Yingying utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding drama. Was it truly necessary for Wan Jie to be so incensed over a mere hint of milk fragrance? All right, let us set this coconut aside to avoid sun exposure. Yang Wei ceased his teasing and placed the coconut in a shaded area, mindful not to waste the open coconut meat. Speaking, he took a dining knife and scraped the inside a few times. After sampling a few chunks himself, he offered them to the two women. Meanwhile, he pulled out his bank card from his pocket and began to scrutinize it. The two women, indifferent to their appearances, eagerly grabbed the coconut meat, devouring it with abandon. Only then did they notice Yang Wei's actions, prompting Li Muwan to lean in closer. Her curiosity piqued. What is you so engrossed in that bank card? Chapter 27. Constructing a simple shelter, of course, it is useful, Yang Wei replied with a smile. Useful? Li Muwan couldn't comprehend. Setting aside the fact that without a password, one cannot access any funds, what good would it do on this deserted island? It would be of far less value than a coconut. Yang Wei, however, had no intention of explaining. He simply tucked the bank card into his pocket and rose to his feet. We won't need it for now. We can discuss it later. Our immediate task is to establish our camp. Are we going to build a shelter? Li Muwan asked with a hint of anticipation. She often enjoyed watching videos online about constructing shelters. They were incredibly soothing and served as a perfect aid for sleep. Just watching them made her feel drowsy. Yet, Yang Wei shook his head. We certainly cannot complete a proper shelter in a single day. Let's just aim for a rudimentary structure for now. Building a true shelter requires time and sturdy materials, and we must choose the location wisely. At this moment, I'm the only one who can exert any effort. One of you just had surgery, and the other was bitten by a snake yesterday. Asking them to carry logs? That's a fantasy. I'll have to manage it on my own. However, even a basic shelter outline was not feasible just yet. Without tools, attempting to saw suitable wood with a dinner knife would be futile. Fortunately, now that we have rope, Yang Wei felt more assured. The first step would be to craft a stone axe. He pondered for a moment before getting to work. The island was abundant in stones, but selecting one suitable for felling trees required careful consideration regarding hardness and resilience. Approaching a pile of stones, he struck and prodded for 5 minutes before finally selecting a suitable rock. Next, he found a large stone and struck it forcefully. Crack! The stone in his hand split into 2 pieces. The fracture was remarkably sharp, and one of the fragments bore a striking resemblance to an axe head, complete with a handle. Excellent, this would do nicely. Yang Wei weighed it in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He then moved to the edge of the jungle, using the dinner knife to saw off an appropriate wooden handle. After carefully splitting it, he secured it to the stone axe head. Wrapping it tightly with the hemp rope that Li Muwan had woven, he fashioned a functional stone axe. My goodness, Yang Wei is truly remarkable. Zhao Yingying, seated within the camp, was astonished by Yang Wei's seamless series of actions. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her little face filled with admiration. Li Muwan, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. I have no idea what goes on in his mind. One might think he is a contestant on a survival show. As they spoke, Yang Wei began sharpening the stone axe in his hand. Though the blade was quite sharp, it required further refinement for the purpose of chopping wood. Dulling the edge slightly would enhance its durability and prolong its lifespan. Once he completed this task, he finally stood up. From a distance, he shouted to the two, "Stay put and wait here. It's too hot to be outside now. I'll fetch some wood." With that, he strode towards the edge of the forest. With limited tools, he could only select small trees with diameters of 2 to 3 centimeters to fell. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed as Yang Wei soon brought down 4 small trees. After a simple trimming, they were transformed into 4 straight wooden sticks. Returning to the campsite, he forcefully drove them into the ground at the 4 corners, establishing a rudimentary framework. For the other parts, he could only use ropes to tie them up, inserting broad leaves in the middle for cover, leaving an opening facing the campfire. Since it was still daytime, there was no need for complete coverage. The 2 opposite sides remained completely open for better ventilation. The upper part was similarly constructed with broad leaves for shade. With a sigh of relief, Yang Wei finally felt satisfied with his creation. He tossed aside the stone axe and took a moment to appreciate his handiwork. Although it was not yet fortified enough to deter large wild animals, it provided shelter from the sun and wind, instilling a sense of security. Li Muwan and Zhao Ying looked on, seemingly in a dream, amazed at how quickly they had constructed a small house. If they were not truly stranded on a deserted island, the experience would be quite enchanting. Upon hearing their admiration, Yang Wei remarked, "Don't get too excited. This is merely a temporary solution. If we had more tools at hand, constructing a proper shelter would be feasible. For now, this will suffice." "Is this really just sufficing? It looks excellent already," Zhao Ying exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment as she surveyed their surroundings. She felt a sense of relief at having encountered Yang Wei. Otherwise, with her limited skills, she doubted she would survive the night. Yang Wei glanced at his watch and realized that the busy work had consumed the entire morning. No wonder he was so famished. "I'm starving too. I just didn't want to say anything," Li Muwan chimed in immediately. Zhao Ying remained silent, her gaze fixated on the seafood within the camp, swallowing her saliva discreetly. Noticing this, Yang Wei chuckled, "Stop staring. Let us eat them." Zhao Ying's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly waved her hands. "Oh, that wasn't my intention. We could save them." Yang Wei dismissed her concern, already retrieving the seafood. "Save them for what? They are meant to be eaten, and if we leave them any longer, they will spoil." As he spoke, he began preparing the meal. He wrapped 2 blue crabs in broad leaves and tossed them beneath the fire. For the clams and shells, he filled 2 empty cans with seawater and placed them inside, ready to boil and feast upon. Although the containers were small, it would suffice for their modest haul of seafood. Li Muwan and Zhao Ying sat beside him, eyes gleaming with anticipation, hugging their knees like eager children waiting for a meal. With a swift motion, Yang Wei opened another coconut, dividing the coconut water among the 3 of them. He extracted the coconut flesh, skewering it with slender twigs to roast over the fire. The rich oils in the coconut flesh quickly released a delightful aroma. "Let me handle it," Li Muwan offered. Observing Yang Wei drenched in sweat, Li Muwan could no longer remain seated. She rose and approached the campfire, taking the roasted coconut skewer from his hand. On such a sweltering day, having to toil all morning was quite enough. Sitting by the fire was simply unbearable. Yang Wei did not refuse her gesture and retreated to the shade of the campsite to cool off. Conversely, Zhao Ying appeared somewhat embarrassed, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. With a sense of guilt, she gazed at Yang Wei and said, "Brother Yang Wei, I sincerely apologize. I am unable to assist you and feel as though I am merely holding you back." "What utter nonsense!" Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do you not wish to avoid further injury? Do not overthink it. Just focus on recuperating for now. Once you have healed, you may stay as long as you desire, and I shall not prevent you." Chapter 28. The first satisfying meal on the island. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Zhao Ying felt a slight sense of relief wash over her, accompanied by a deeper gratitude towards him. She recognized that he had deliberately spoken to assuage her concerns. Meanwhile, Li Muwan, gazing at the delectable dishes emitting tantalizing aromas before her, could hardly contain her excitement. She turned to inquire, "Is it time to eat? I feel I won't be able to hold back much longer." "Yes, it's ready. We can all partake now. Seafood doesn't require extensive cooking," Yang Wei replied, rising to take the coconut meat skewers, which he distributed among the 2 women. He also retrieved the green crab wrapped in broad leaves and placed it alongside the cans on the ground before them. "Oh, if only I had my phone. I would love to capture this moment," Li Muwan lamented, rubbing her hands together. Who would have imagined enjoying such delicacies on a deserted island? With that, she eagerly brought the coconut meat to her lips, and her face lit up with delight. "Heavens, this is absolutely divine. Ouch, it's hot. Take your time. No one is competing with you," Yang Wei said with a hint of exasperation as he began to prepare the 2 crabs with a knife. Given their limited resources, not a single morsel could be wasted. Except for the gills, everything else had to be preserved. If not for the difficulty of crunching through the shells, he would have savored every bit. The snow-white crab meat was imbued with a natural sweetness, and being sourced from the ocean, required no seasoning. The saltiness was inherently sufficient. A few razor clams would complete the meal perfectly. It was regrettable, however, that there was so little fresh water available. Otherwise, boiling the seafood would yield a delightful broth to sip. Yang Wei patted his stomach with a tinge of regret. As for Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying, they were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting sheer satisfaction as they sat nearby. Since arriving on this deserted island, they had finally enjoyed a proper meal, feeling their energy levels rejuvenate significantly. Meanwhile, Yang Wei began to contemplate their future plans. While fresh water and food were not critically scarce at the moment, their supplies would not last long. It was imperative to explore the entire island, and the most efficient way to accomplish this was to locate the highest point for a clearer view of their surroundings. Ascending would necessitate venturing into the jungle, requiring a means to navigate. With this thought, he reached into his pocket, producing a bank card and 2 condoms. Upon witnessing his actions, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying exchanged anxious glances, their nerves heightened. What is he planning to do? Could it be that he intends to? The more they pondered, the more plausible this seemed. After all, they were well-fed and had a cozy little shelter. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds lust. The situation was even more intriguing with 2 of them. One for each, perhaps. Yang Wei, what? What are you about to do? Li Muwan gazed at him with a complex expression, although her trust in him had grown following their shared experience the previous night. Their acquaintance was still too brief for her to feel entirely assured. Moreover, who could say whether he had refrained from making advances last night due to the absence of such items? Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, was even more dramatic, her voice trembling with apprehension. Brother Yang Wei, please don't be like this. My leg isn't healed yet. Besides, I only regard you as an elder brother. If it's absolutely necessary, you have my fishnet stockings in your possession. You could use those for now. Just make do with them. Upon hearing this, not only Yang Wei, but even Li Muwan widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhao Yingying. What did I just hear? She should be 5 or 6 years younger than me. Is this fiery young lady truly this bold? Today's youth certainly possess remarkable knowledge. Yang Wei, vexed, remarked, could you 2 possibly think of something else? This item serves more than just that purpose. What else could it possibly be used for? Li Muwan hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts further. Yang Wei, with a hint of exasperation, explained, do not underestimate this. Its utility in the wild is immense. It can serve as waterproof material, a tourniquet, or even a rubber band. Additionally, it can be fashioned into a water-carrying tool or even act as a life buoy. Once filled with water, it can even function as a convex lens for focusing light to start fire. Both Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were left speechless. Such a small object possesses such vast utility? Of course, Yang Wei said, tucking it away and glancing at the nearby campfire. Had I found Yingying sooner, I wouldn't have needed to laboriously drill wood to create fire. Hearing this, Zhao Yingying appeared even more disheartened. If only I had known last night, I would have nearly frozen to death. Yang Wei chuckled softly. It's not too late now. Even if it's of no use presently, it doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Should we need to relocate our camp, we must ensure a source of fire. Moreover, in the event of rain, we would need to rekindle the fire, so it's wise to hold on to it. After this explanation, the tension in both women eased. Li Muwan seized upon the critical point in Yang Wei's words. Are we really going to move our position? Yang Wei, narrowing his eyes, replied uncertainly. It's hard to say. If resources on this island are abundant, we may not need to. He continued, I also have no knowledge of whether there are other islands nearby. However, it's never a bad idea to be mentally prepared. To think you have considered so much. Li Muwan marveled. What else would there be? Unlike you 2, who seem to occupy your minds with trivial matters. Yang Wei sighed, casting a weary glance at them. Instantly, both women blushed deeply, unable to raise their heads. It was midday, the sun at its zenith. Yang Wei did not rush to venture out, but instead reclined within the camp, relishing this rare moment of comfort. Zhao Yingying and Li Muwan, disregarding their appearances, also lay down and closed their eyes to rest. However, it was too long before Zhao Yingying turned over, clutching her stomach, her expression somewhat pale. What's wrong? Li Muwan inquired, puzzled. Zhao Yingying stole a glance at Yang Wei, her face tinged with shyness. I need to use the restroom. She had consumed quite a bit on the plane yesterday, and having just eaten something greasy, the urgency became overwhelming. Then just go, Li Muwan encouraged. But I don't have any paper. Alas, at this juncture, what more could one desire than a mere tissue? As someone who has traversed this path before, Li Muwan waved her hand dismissively and began to impart her wisdom. Let us resolve this by the seaside. A rinse with the ocean's water will suffice. She pointed toward a spot not far off. That will do, considering your leg injury. It would be unwise to venture too far. However, Zhao Yingying could not help but glance at Yang Wei beside her, the implication clear. With a man in proximity, she felt an undeniable embarrassment. Oh, fret not. He will not take a clandestine glance. Such peculiarities are not in his nature. Well, then very well. Zhao Yingying exhaled in relief and slowly rose to exit the encampment. Yet, scarcely had she taken a few steps when Yang Wei's voice echoed from behind. Do refrain from dealing with your waist. Kindly leave it for me. Chapter 29. Baiting the hook and crafting a compass, Zhao Yingying nearly stumbled onto the beach. Her disbelief palpable as she turned her head. For you? After speaking, she cast a puzzled glance at Li Muwan. If memory serves, didn't Sister One just mention that he had no peculiar habits? Li Muwan was equally bewildered, her eyes wide as she stared at Yang Wei. Could it be that he intended to collect excrement to scatter around the campsite? But that couldn't be right. Yesterday, they lacked a campfire, now that they had one. What purpose would that serve? Was it possible that he truly harbored some perverse inclination? The thought caused her previously resolute gaze to waver. What do you need that for? She couldn't help but inquire. It's useful, Yang Wei replied succinctly. Useful? In what way? Li Muwan pressed on relentlessly. I can't disclose that just yet. Suffice it to say, it is indeed useful, Yang Wei responded with a resigned expression. It wasn't that he couldn't explain, but rather that he feared they wouldn't be able to accept the truth, that he intended to use their excrement as bait. As he strolled along the shoreline earlier that morning, he had formed a rough estimate of the rising tide's reach. By carefully encircling a suitable spot with stones to create a fish pond and casting a net within, he might be fortunate enough to catch a few sea fish. He already had a fishing net on hand. Li Muwan's stockings and Zhao Yingying's fishnet tights would suffice. The critical element was the bait. Initially, he had planned to use the carcass of a snake as bait, but it had been largely devoured by army ants. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to human excrement, which contained oils attractive to marine fish. Yet, if he were to reveal this to the two women now, the prospect of catching fish might render them unable to eat. It was perhaps wiser to wait until they had finished their meal before disclosing the truth. However, the more he concealed, the more suspicion grew in Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying. The latter, frightened, found herself at a loss as to what to do. Yang Wei shook his head in exasperation and waved at Zhao Yingying. I truly do not have that peculiar habit. Hurry along now, and be mindful of your leg wound. Don't let it get wet from the seawater. Zhao Yingying hesitated, but her stomach would not permit her to waste any more time. With a determined bite of her lip, she made her way towards the sea. Meanwhile, within the campsite, Li Muwan gazed at Yang Wei intently, as if trying to decipher the answers from his expression. After 3 to 5 minutes, Zhao Yingying returned, her face flushed. All done. Yang Wei's eyes brightened as he stood up. Since she was finished, he intended to proceed. Hey, brother Yang Wei. Zhao Yingying couldn't help but call out to him, hesitantly stammering, See, can you wait a moment before going? She had just concluded her task, and it was still rather odorous. She found it difficult to face a grown man examining her output, fearing it would tarnish her ethereal image, not to mention the discomfort it stirred within her. Unexpectedly, Yang Wei refused without hesitation. That won't do. What if the tide sweeps it away? I need it right now. Need it? Zhao Yingying's expression was extraordinarily vibrant. Yang Wei offered little explanation as he seized 2 broad leaves and made his way towards the seashore. Zhao Yingying turned her back, unable to bear the sight. Her delicate face flushed with a heat that felt almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Yang Wei collected the leaves and proceeded towards a location in his memory deemed suitable for casting a net. It was only after he vanished from their sight that Zhao Yingying dared to lift her gaze. Turning to Li Muwan beside her, she inquired, Sister Wan, what is Brother Yang Wei going to do? I'm not certain, Li Muwan replied, her stance wavering slightly. Yet she reassured, but do not overthink it. He is not some deviant. After all, possessing such extensive wilderness survival skills must be of great utility. But why doesn't he confide in us? Zhao Yingying remained perplexed. Li Muwan furrowed her brow, hesitating before responding. Well, I'm not sure either. Perhaps we can ask him later. Internally, she resolved that if Yang Wei indeed harbored any psychological issues, as a flight attendant with some experience, she would ensure to help him correct them. Meanwhile, Yang Wei was oblivious to the fact that he had become a subject of concern. Just emerging from the thicket, he held several slender branches he had cut. After delineating a small pond of approximately 10 square meters on the beach with stones, he began crafting a fishing net. He bent the slender branches into a circle, inserting them into the stretched fabric of stockings, placing one every 10 centimeters or so. Thus, a rudimentary fishing net was fashioned. Zhao Yingying's fishing net was constructed in a similar fashion. He then placed special bait into the two nets. Mission accomplished. By this time, the seawater had already flowed into the pond significantly. This was before high tide. Once it arrived, there would be a chance to catch fish. Let us see what tomorrow brings, Yang Wei mused, placing the nets into the pond before returning to the campsite. Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were engaged in conversation, hastily silencing themselves upon his return. What is going on? What are you two discussing behind my back? He queried. In nothing. They both hastily shook their heads. Yang Wei's lips twitched slightly, choosing not to press further, as he could easily surmise it was not a favorable topic. With the sun overhead blazing fiercely, he retreated into the camp. He extracted a bank card from his pocket and, using a knife, carefully sliced the magnetic strip from it. After a bit of trimming, he fashioned it into a small pointer. He then retrieved a bottle cap, poured in a bit of seawater, and dropped the pointer inside. The pointer floated, swaying for a moment before finally settling in a specific direction. Is this a compass? Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying gasped in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, with this, we need not fear becoming lost in the jungle. Yingying, you have made a significant contribution. Yang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he could venture deeper into the jungle, aiming for the highest point. What purpose does going to the highest point serve? Li Muwan asked. Indeed, as previously mentioned, we are uncertain about the circumstances on this island. Only by ascending to the highest point can we gain a general understanding of its situation. Yang Wei patiently elucidated, indicating that it would also afford us the opportunity to observe if there are any other islands in the vicinity. With that, he rose to his feet. Then I shall accompany you, Li Muwan declared, also standing up, her eyes reflecting concern. The previous day, the two had encountered a snake, and there may well be other wild beasts lurking within. Among the three of them, Yang Wei was the one who could least afford to be injured or endangered. Are you able to manage? Are you not afraid? Yang Wei scrutinized her, his gaze lingering on the spot where she had been bitten by the snake yesterday. In response, Li Muwan squared her shoulders, her tone resolute. Fear or not, I must go. I cannot allow you to venture alone. At the very least, two of us can look out for one another. Chapter 30. Wild raspberries are right. Yingying, please take care of your safety and avoid wandering off. Observing Li Muwan's resolute expression, Yang Wei felt no inclination to refuse her. Indeed, having an additional companion would provide extra assistance. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingying, with the campfire nearby, understood that as long as she remained close, she would be safe, although a tinge of fear accompanied her solitude. She recognized the significance of the task at hand and nodded obediently. I understand, Brother Yang Wei. Please ensure your safety as well, Sister Warner. As the two departed, they followed the direction indicated by Yang Wei, venturing deeper into the forest. Yang Wei grasped the spear he had previously wielded, while he tucked a dining knife into his pocket. Li Muwan, ever cautious, held the compass carefully, with a bottle filled with seawater in her pocket to avoid any mishaps that might obscure their sense of direction. Yang Wei opted for a path resembling a ridge, which would spare them unnecessary detours. Li Muwan closely trailed behind him, her gaze flitting nervously between the surrounding shrubs and trees. When Yang Wei turned back to glance at her, he noticed her tentative grip on the bottle cap and a wry smile crossed his lips. You needn't be so cautious. You can pour out the water if you wish, as long as you keep the compass safe. After all, you still have that bottle of seawater in your pocket, right? You can use it when needed. That's true, Li Muwan replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Logically, she wasn't foolish. She could have realized this on her own. Yet, being in Yang Wei's presence made her hesitant to make independent decisions, fearful of hindering his endeavors. The temperature within the forest remained refreshingly cool, though it grew somewhat stifling as they delved deeper, with sunlight scarcely penetrating the canopy. Fortunately, the presence of the compass alleviated any concerns regarding their orientation. After ascending 600 or 700 meters without encountering any wild beasts or venomous snakes, they were pleasantly surprised to discover a cluster of raspberries along their path. These delightful, fuzzy red gems, each boasting a small indentation at the center, appeared irresistibly tempting. This is a treasure. We must not overlook it. Let's gather them all, Yang Wei declared. Although the wild berries were somewhat petite, they offered hydration and were rich in vitamins, dietary fiber, and minerals. On a deserted island, maintaining nutrition was paramount. As they picked and sampled the berries, their tart sweetness was far more intense than that of the cultivated varieties found in supermarkets. Soon, Li Muwan's plastic bag was brimming with the delightful fruit. That's enough for now. Let me stow them in my backpack for the time being. We can collect more on the way back, Yang Wei suggested, scratching his head, momentarily forgetting his excitement. No need. I'll carry them, Li Muwan insisted, not at all bothered by the weight. It's a rare opportunity to assist you, so let me handle it. Plus, having some fruit to eat brings me joy. After all, in that earlier situation, who could resist picking them? That's a fair point, Yang Wei chuckled in understanding, continuing their ascent up the mountain. The basket of raspberries was hardly heavy, probably weighing no more than 2 pounds. If you wish to take it, go ahead, Li Muwan remarked, trailing behind and glancing at the raspberries in her hand, her delight growing with each look. In her moment of joy, she became oblivious to the path beneath her feet. In a careless instant, she stepped onto a protruding stone, and her foot slipped suddenly. Ah! She exclaimed, tumbling to the ground, yet she raised the basket high, fearing the berries would be crushed if they fell. What happened? Yang Wei abruptly turned, scanning the surroundings, initially fearing the presence of a snake or some other danger. After a thorough inspection, he found no signs of beasts or venomous creatures. I was so focused on the raspberries that I didn't watch where I was stepping, Li Muwan said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Are you hurt? Yang Wei reached out, helping her to her feet and check her for injuries. Fortunately, there were no visible wounds. However, just as she regained her balance, Li Muwan let out another gasp, lifting her right foot and displaying a pained expression. I think I twisted my ankle. I can't put any weight on it. Twisted your ankle? Yang Wei's heart sank. He bent down and gently pressed on her ankle. Oh, that hurts. Li Muwan grimaced in pain. We can't continue. It will only swell more severely. Yang Wei frowned, noting that her ankle had already begun to swell. Seeing her apologetic expression, Li Muwan murmured, I'm so sorry, Yang Wei. I feel useless and have caused you trouble. Guilt flooded her heart. She had initially intended to assist him, yet here she was, becoming a burden. Don't be silly. You didn't do it on purpose. No one wants to get hurt. Yang Wei reassured her with a wave of his hand. Li Muwan, however, still felt remorseful and suggested, perhaps I should slowly make my way down while you continue up? Absolutely not. Yang Wei immediately dismissed her proposal. In your condition, you can hardly walk, and descending is more treacherous than ascending. If you injure yourself further, it would be far worse. But if you go alone, we want to reach the summit to observe the island today, Li Muwan countered. That's of no consequence. We're not short on time, Yang Wei replied, waving his hand dismissively. I will escort you down first and then return. It will be just fine. Li Muwan felt a pang of guilt, but it will take me a long time to get down in this state. At that, Yang Wei said nothing. Instead, he squatted down and offered his back. Climb on. I will carry you down. His tone brooked no refusal, carrying an air of protective authority. Yet, Li Muwan found no offense in his demeanor. Rather, she felt profoundly touched. Ever since awakening, she had not been able to assist him, but had only brought him trouble. In this wilderness survival situation, it was evident that even in daily life, A partner would surely struggle to accept her current state. Yet, throughout it all, his demeanor remained remarkably steady. Surely, being with such a man would bring immense happiness. Wouldn't he it? Images of a future life with Yang Wei flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. What are you doing? Hurry up. Yang Wei, having waited for what felt like an eternity without any sign of her moving, turned back to glance at her. I'm coming. Li Muwan suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly responding as she slowly draped herself over his back. Yang Wei had merely donned a loose garment, and, as for Li Muwan, her flight attendant uniform was in tatters, while her lingerie had transformed into mere sheer fabric. Thus, at the very moment she leaned in, both of them felt a subtle stir within their hearts. Chapter 31. The beast approaches his back is so broad. It feels incredibly secure to be sprawled upon it. Li Muwan lay on Yang Wei's back, and even though she knew he could not see her, her cheeks flushed with heat. The emotions of her earlier fanciful thoughts surged back once more. Is his strength so formidable? Meanwhile, Yang Wei was equally astonished. Even with prior mental preparation, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. The two were lost in their own thoughts, and 5 seconds passed without any sign of movement. What is happening? Am I too heavy? Li Muwan asked shyly. Oh, no. Yang Wei snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head, dispelling the indulgent thoughts from his mind. He mused internally. It's not that she is heavy, but if considered in certain respects, she is quite substantial. No worries, brother is coming. I have the strength to carry you. So why aren't we moving? I'm looking for our compass. Yang Wei's mind raced, swiftly concocting an excuse. Li Muwan's expression changed, and she grew anxious. Right? I was so focused on the raspberries that I forgot where I tossed the compass. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She might as well have branded herself as a burden. It was one thing to have her ankle sprained and be carried, but losing the compass was another matter entirely. That was crucial for Yang Wei's exploration of the island. If it were lost, how could they easily locate the magnetic needle again on this island? There is no need to panic. Let us search slowly. It should be nearby. Besides, even if we can't find it, we can continue crafting one. I still have some magnetic strips left. Yang Wei gently raised her red hair. In truth, as he spoke, he had already spotted where the compass had fallen. He soon retrieved it. Li Muwan sighed in relief, lightly wrapping her arms around Yang Wei's neck, allowing him to carry her down the mountain. Throughout the descent, her thoughts wandered uncontrollably. Several times, vivid images of their future life together surfaced in her mind. Gazing at Yang Wei's chiseled profile, her heart raced uncontrollably. However, she soon noticed something amiss. The descent was not particularly bumpy, yet it felt as though every step Yang Wei took was akin to descending a steep staircase, causing her to bounce lightly before pressing down against his back again. This sensation was reminiscent of sitting on her boyfriend's motorcycle, with him rhythmically applying the brakes. Moreover, she noticed that with every time she leaned against him, a suppressed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Li Muwan paused for a moment, quickly grasping his intention. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she glared at him indignantly. Yang Wei. At the same time, she reached out and pinched him firmly at the waist. Ouch! Yang Wei grimaced in pain, adopting a tone of feigned grievance. What are you doing? I am kindly carrying you, and you go and pinch me? You know very well what you've done. You scoundrel! Li Muwan panted, her eyes fixed on Yang Wei, as if she could pierce through him with her gaze. However, she was oblivious to the fact that her heart was not as enraged as she had presumed. Rather, it was tinged with a sense of shyness. Perhaps there was even a hint of delight. Had it been earlier, she might have insisted on jumping down herself, even if it meant enduring great pain. Yet at this moment, Yang Wei showed no intention of letting her down. No, this cannot be. Where is your composure, Li Muwan? She quickly shook her head to dispel such thoughts. As her feelings were laid bare, Yang Wei's face flushed with embarrassment, and he offered a sheepish smile. Alas, he had been too eager, making his intentions far too apparent. Consequently, their subsequent journey became considerably more restrained. Although there were occasional slips, Li Muwan surprisingly chose to remain silent. After walking several dozen meters, Li Muwan pointed to the trees nearby and remarked, "There are quite a few of those palm trees you mentioned, and the adjacent trees are rather tall as well. Yang Wei glanced over. Those should be nut trees. However, some mature in February or March. Without any fruits now, I cannot discern the species. Li Muwan Siga. Feeling somewhat disappointed, if only there were nuts available now. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Wei suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Are we not moving anymore? Li Muwan asked, her expression one of confusion, suspecting he might be harboring some mischievous thoughts. But she quickly sensed something amiss. Yang Wei's face was devoid of the earlier playful grin. Instead, his brow furrowed, and he wore an exceedingly serious expression. Seeing this, Li Muwan's heart raced with anxiety. She cast a vigilant glance around. Did you see something? Don't speak. Yang Wei interjected, his voice grave as he surveyed their surroundings, straining to hear the sound around them. His stern demeanor left Li Muwan feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yet, she swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation as she too began to hear the commotion. The snapping of branches, the crunch of footsteps on the ground, and the heavy, labored breathing. All these elements combined conjured a vivid image in Li Muwan's mind of a ferocious beast barreling towards them. At this thought, her body tensed with fear. Yang Wei, run, she urged, unable to contain her panic. It's too late. Yang Wei shook his head, his expression grave. The sounds were alarmingly close. Even if he were alone in the jungle, racing against such thick-skinned beasts would be futile, let alone while carrying another. Li Muwan regainit her composure. Realizing she had become a burden to Yang Wei, in a moment of desperation, she forcefully pushed against his back, resolutely stating, "Hurry, put me down, you go first. Don't worry about me." She was terrified of dying, but the thought of endangering both their lives was unbearable. Even in death, she would never forgive herself. Yang Wei was taken aback by her words, looking at Li Muwan with a hint of admiration. This girl, who often appeared to be rather whimsical, resembling a spoiled princess, had, in this critical moment, uttered words that surpassed many others. By this singular point, the currently trivial shortcomings can be easily overlooked. Observing his stillness and refusal to set her down, Li Muwan grew increasingly anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry and put me down. If you continue to carry me like this, neither of us will be able to move. Hold on tight, came Yang Wei's resolute reply, attempting to ease her tension with a playful jest. If I were to drop you now, wouldn't that render the earlier advantage futile? Yet, despite the banter, his pace remained unwavering. He suddenly darted toward a towering nut tree. Li Muwan nearly lost her grip and instinctively clung tighter to his neck. To her astonishment, she watched as Yang Wei, with agility reminiscent of a monkey, ascended the lofty tree. He finally halted on a branch nearly 2 meters high. Meanwhile, the sound grew ever closer. Chapter 32. Wild boar charge. I hope it's not a jaguar. Otherwise, we might not make it through today. Perched on a sturdy tree branch, Yang Wei vigilantly observed the origin of the sound, feeling an unusual tension. The jaguar, also known as the leopard, is the largest feline in the Western Hemisphere. Although its core population is concentrated in the Amazon rainforest, who knows whether it resides here? After all, its habitat is quite extensive, ranging from tropical rainforests and marsh wetlands to savannas and shrublands. The mere mention of a jaguar caused Li Muwan's heart to leap into her throat. It is said that their limbs are incredibly robust, boasting astonishing jumping ability, as well as formidable swimming and climbing skills. Yang Wei nodded, gripping his spear tightly. This was precisely what he feared. The reason he climbed higher was that if it truly was a jaguar, ascending another 3 or 2 meters would make little difference. The higher he went, the thinner the branches became. He lacked the terrifying strength to maintain a static position on the trunk for several minutes using only his limbs. Not to mention, he had someone on his back. However, if there truly was a jaguar, it would imply some good news. What? Li Muwan exclaimed, her eyes widening. What good news could there possibly be at a time like this? It means there must be a substantial source of fresh water on this island, Yang Wei explained gravely. Jaguars require a significant amount of water due to their high hunting intensity and activity levels. He then shifted the conversation. Of course, that is assuming we survive to see it. Li Muwan, are you sure that it's really good news? As they spoke, the sound drew nearer. Suddenly, a large brownish-gray beast burst forth from a thicket, snorting hot breath as it collided violently with a tree trunk where Yang Wei and Li Muwan were perched. The tremendous impact caused the sturdy tree to shake violently. Had Li Muwan not been holding on to Yang Wei's neck, she likely would have been jolted down. "Hold on tightly to me," Yang Wei urged once more, recognizing the creature below. Thankfully, it was not a jaguar, but a wild boar. Its formidable tusks appeared menacing, and the large fleshy lumps on either side of its snout provided it with greater cushioning power when rooting and charging. No wonder it had appeared so suddenly, Yang Wei murmured, sighing with slight relief, though it was only a modicum of comfort. While the risk of climbing higher had dissipated, the wild boar, though seemingly less terrifying than lions or tigers, ranked as one of the most dangerous animals in the wilderness. It is said to possess the ferocity of a boar, a bear, and 3 tigers combined. This reputation stems from its strong territorial instincts, immense strength, and reckless charge, akin to a land tank. Moreover, encounters with this creature often provide no warning. Given that the likelihood of encountering a wild boar is greater than that of meeting the other two, the resultant casualties are naturally higher. Moreover, this creature seems to have an affinity for lingering around nut trees and tuberous plants. The location where the 2 individuals currently find themselves is likely its territory. It is probable that when they arrived, this beast was not at home, which explains its lack of aggression. At this moment, Li Muwan was trembling in fear. Had she not been concerned about disturbing Yang Wei, she would have screamed long ago. The creature's appearance was undeniably grotesque. In her contemplation, the wild boar shook its head, glaring angrily at the 2, before slowly retreating. After backing away a few meters, it once again summoned its strength and charged violently into the tree. Thud! The ground quaked violently once more. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Yang Wei furrowed his brow, gripping his spear tightly as he pondered a solution. Throwing it like a javelin would certainly be ineffective. The wild boar's hide was tough and thick, and it favored rubbing against greasy trees, rendering its skin slippery and hard, akin to armor. This adaptation not only deterred insect bites, but also discouraged potential predators. Should he descend to engage in combat? That would certainly be reckless. The creature's force and bite strength were formidable. However, waiting idly was not a viable option. If he did not resolve this issue, they would find no peace on this island. Yang Wei, please do not act impulsively. Li Muwan seemed to sense his intentions, anxiously squeezing his arm and softly persuading him. Let us wait here. It cannot ascend, and the tree is sturdy enough not to break. Once it leaves, we can find an opportunity to return. Yet it would not be so simple. Yang Wei shook his head. Wild boars were highly intelligent and cunning, perhaps hiding nearby to ambush them the moment they descended. Therefore, lingering in this manner was certainly not a solution. Li Muwan, upon hearing this, grew frantic. But we cannot fight it. I have heard wild boars are formidable, and this one looks particularly fearsome. Please do not take risks. I do not wish to, but we have no other options, Yang Wei replied solemnly, tightening his grip on the spear. You must slowly release me and remain here on the tree. No, I refuse. Li Muwan shook her head vehemently, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Yang Wei smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I am not foolish. I will merely scout for an opportunity, and if it becomes dire, I will return. Otherwise, prolonging this predicament would yield no benefits. If there were other wild boars, escape would be impossible. Wild boars typically exhibit gregarious behavior. It was unlikely they would encounter only one. This was his greatest concern. Should he inadvertently disturb a boar's nest, their fate would be sealed. Swift action was imperative. With this thought in mind, Yang Wei tucked one end of the wooden stick into his trousers and gradually descended. He finally halted on a tree branch just over a meter above the ground. At this distance, the wild boar could not reach him, yet his spear could still pierce it. Huffing and puffing, the wild boar stood beneath the tree, eyeing the peculiar creature above, its eyes gradually filling with rage. As if provoked to the utmost, he gasped for breath fiercely. After several attempts to strike, he realized that he could not knock his opponent down. Unable to bite, he could only pause for a moment in place to catch his breath. However, Yang Wei would not allow him such respite. With his spear in hand, he tentatively jabbed at his opponent. The wild boar let out a startled cry, instinctively dodging, only to later realize that it had sustained little harm and calmly returned. Gazing at Yang Wei, its demeanor grew even more formidable. Indeed, it was tough-skinned and resilient. Perched upon the tree, Yang Wei twitched the corners of his mouth. He had exerted nearly half his strength in that last thrust, yet the creature remained unscathed. Yang Wei surmised that even if he were to unleash all his strength, this spear would still fail to penetrate its hide. It was evident that he lacked a truly formidable weapon. Chapter 33. The power of the spear. Yang Wei found himself perched upon a tree, grappling with a predicament. If only he possessed a compound bow, he could effortlessly pierce through his target at such close range. Alas, he could only watch helplessly. The spear in his grasp, crafted from cedar, had undergone a process of drying to enhance its hardness, yet it still lacked the lethality required. Be cautious, Yang Wei. Do not descend recklessly. Li Muwan, situated above him, clung tightly to the trunk, her voice laced with concern. Do not fret. I am aware of my limits, Yang Wei reassured her, casting his gaze down at the wild boar below. He was acutely aware that the creature's weakness lay in its eyes, and he had previously attempted to strike a fatal blow there. However, the beast was equally cognizant of its vulnerabilities. Moreover, wild animals possess an acute sensitivity to impending danger, allowing the boar to evade his attempts each time. Additionally, the fleshy growths on either side of its face served to shield its eyes more effectively. Thus, striking its eyes was no simple task. It was time to take a risk. Stalemate was not an option, and with a deep breath, Yang Wei resolved to act. He reached into his pocket, retrieving his metal dining knife, while firmly gripping the spear in his other hand, poised for a follow-up attack. At that moment, the wild boar seemed to sense the impending threat, its eyes rolling back as it fixed its gaze on Yang Wei. Beast, Yang Wei bellowed, swinging his right arm in a wide arc and launching the knife with precision. This was his forte, honed through countless hours of practice during his school days, where he often utilized chopsticks instead. While he could not guarantee a perfect aim, he felt confident at this distance. However, the boar reacted swiftly, having been closely monitoring Yang Wei's movements. As the knife hurtled toward its eyes, it instinctively tilted its head to the side, realizing the trajectory of the knife. Yang Wei understood that it would not strike true. Li Muwan, witnessing the scene, silently lamented the missed opportunity. Yet, Yang Wei felt no despair. He had not anticipated that the throw would succeed. The true purpose was to distract the creature and create an opening for his spear. Thus, the instant the boar shifted to evade the knife, Yang Wei sprang into action. Now, he shouted, gripping the spear with both hands and thrusting it toward the creature's remaining eye. The spear, nearly 2 meters in length, had been crafted with the foresight of encountering large beasts, enabling him to maintain distance. At last, it served its purpose. The boar, having just evaded the knife, was unprepared for the sudden thrust. It was too late to dodge. With a resounding thrust, the sturdy cedar spear penetrated the boar's right eye with remarkable precision. The force behind the strike drove the spear nearly 20 centimeters deep, a testament to the immense strength Yang Wei had exerted. The young boar was pierced through the eye, injuring its brain, and it let out a dreadful shriek. Without a moment's thought for Yang Wei and his companion, it fled in a panic, crashing through the underbrush, even carrying away Yang Wei's spear, which was lodged in its eye as it sped away. Yang Wei exhaled a long sigh of relief. Fortune favored him this time with a successful strike. Otherwise, the creature would have been on guard for a second attempt. To be honest, he had no certainty before taking the shot. Thankfully, although the wild boar was formidable, it lacked the intellect of a human. Goodness, did you really kill it? Li Muwan was left astonished, her mouth forming a perfect O, which looked exceedingly adorable. Yang Wei glanced at her and smiled broadly. Close enough. That blow has certainly damaged its brain, and it won't last long. You're incredible, Li Muwan exclaimed, her face reflecting a sense of relief from the near escape. Her eyes then brightened. So, does this mean we can eat pork now? Of course. Yang Wei laughed. We should hurry and chase it, or it might escape. However, Yang Wei shook his head. No need to rush. It wouldn't be effective to pursue it now. What? Li Muwan's expression turned puzzled. How will we find it if it runs off? I've read in those hunting novels that once prey is injured, the hunters chase until the prey collapses, she said. Yang Wei shrugged. You mentioned novels. Real hunting does not work that way. If it runs after being hit, it won't go far if it's injured in a vital area. Conversely, if we pursue it, we might provoke it, with adrenaline surging. Who knows how far it could run? It might lead us deeper into the jungle, where greater dangers await. That makes sense. Li Muwan fell silent, contemplating his words. Yang Wei pointed at the flattened bushes, continuing, even without hunting dogs, with the destruction this creature has caused, tracking it will be effortless. We won't even need to follow blood trails. Li Muwan followed his gaze. Indeed, the boar's rampage had carved a path through the thicket, making it easy to follow. Now, our priority is to get you back safely. Dealing with the wild boar can wait. Yang Wei scanned the surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked before descending from the tree. He retrieved his knife and looked up at Li Muwan, who appeared quite flustered, her face conveying helplessness. I can't come down. Yang Wei slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about her fear. He scrambled back up to assist her down. On their way back, both of their mindsets had shifted significantly. It was not just the joy of potentially acquiring a wild boar, but also the way they had faced danger together moments before. In a selfless act to protect him, Li Muwan willingly urged Yang Wei to abandon her. Yet, Yang Wei, undeterred by the peril, resolutely sought to safeguard her. As the adage goes, time reveals one's true character. However, the choices made in the face of life and death unveil even deeper truths. Through this ordeal, their bond inexplicably grew closer. Who would have thought you possessed such courage and fearlessness? Yang Wei jested, unable to suppress his amusement. Li Muwan shook her head, responding candidly. At that moment, I wasn't thinking too much. I merely felt it was wrong to involve you. Now, reflecting on it, I truly feel a sense of trepidation. If given another chance, I doubt I would make the same choice. Rather, I should express my gratitude to you for not abandoning me in such circumstances. This girl, indeed, is refreshingly sincere. Yang Wei smiled knowingly, his regard for her elevated further. With a playful tone, he inquired, having saved your life, how do you intend to reward me? Chapter 34. Zhao Yingying. These two individuals have something going on. Yang Wei initially believed that Li Muwan would instantly decline, yet to his surprise, she began to ponder seriously. Moments later, her cheeks inexplicably flushed as she buried her face in his back, her voice barely a whisper. You could descend the mountain as you did at the beginning. Huh? Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting I should descend the steps again? Then I shall not hold back. True to his word, he did not restrain himself, bouncing along the way, occasionally breaking into a sprint before abruptly halting. Upon emerging from the thicket, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Rather, it was as if he had disembarked from a luxurious vehicle, the massage from the seat back utterly unparalleled. Wait, go. Wanjie, you're back. Wanjie, what is wrong with you? Within the camp, Zhao Yingying's spirits soared upon catching sight of the two figures. Being alone here had left her feeling utterly vulnerable. Thankfully, there was a campfire and supplies. Otherwise, despair would have enveloped her even more. However, her joy soon turned to confusion. At that moment, Li Muwan had dismounted from Yang Wei, yet her gait was oddly peculiar. Her face was flushed crimson, her hair tousled, with several strands sticking to her face. Yang Wei, too, sported a rosy complexion, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Yet, he radiated a refreshing aura, appearing remarkably comfortable and at ease, as if celebrating some joyous occasion. Zhao Yingying gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Suddenly, memories of her more experienced friend's words flooded her mind. The state of these two seemed to corroborate her friend's assertions. Could it be that they had just... It shouldn't be possible. Wanjie had always seemed concerned about such matters, so why was she not furious or despairing, but rather blushing as if she were in love? Anxiety soon crept in. If the two had indeed progressed to that stage, what would become of her future? Be careful. Don't injure yourself further. Your foot needs a good massage. Lost in her thoughts, the pair had already entered the camp. Yang Wei casually stated something before seizing Li Muwan's delicate foot and beginning to massage her ankle. Wanjia, did you twist your foot? Zhao Yingying suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing that perhaps her assumptions were unfounded. Yes, I accidentally twisted my ankle, and it was Yang Wei who carried me back. Li Muwan explained, oblivious to the elaborate scenarios Zhao Yingying had concocted in her mind. It seemed she had truly overthought it. A wave of embarrassment washed over Zhao Yingying. She hurried over. Is it serious? Shall I help you massage it? It's all right. I should recover in a day or two with some rest. Li Muwan shook her head, declining the offer, though inwardly she wished Yang Wei would continue to massage her foot. To her astonishment, the heartless Yang Wei turned to Zhao Yingying and said, Sure, Yingying, you can help. I need to step out for a bit. And with that, he rose to his feet, grasping the stone axe. He approached the edge of the jungle and swiftly felled a suitably thick cedar tree, subsequently fashioning a pointed tip with a dining knife. The spear had already been taken away, presumably still embedded in the wild boar. Even if it were not, its whereabouts remained a mystery. He had to procure another tool for self-defense. The likelihood of encountering a herd of wild boars was considerably higher, so preparedness was essential. Li Muwan understood his intentions, and the lingering resentment in her heart had long since dissipated. With a worried expression, she cautioned him, Please be careful. It's merely a dead pig. It poses no threat to me. Yang Wei replied nonchalantly. Ah, a pig. Have you encountered wild boars? Zhao Yingying exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, prepare for some pork, Yang Wei chuckled. Time was of the essence, so he did not bother to dry the cedar wood further and instead carried it back along the path he had taken earlier. Without an assistant, he had to rely on his own sense of direction to avoid getting lost while searching for the wild boars. Although he maintained an air of ease in front of the two women, once he re-entered the jungle, Yang Wei's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. His right hand gripped the spear tightly as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He chose a path that was easily climbable, ready to ascend a tree at the first sign of danger. Fortunately, no other wild boars were sighted, which allowed him to exhale in relief as he followed the path taken by the boar that had charged at him. The underbrush, having been disturbed by his passage, became significantly easier to navigate, conserving Yang Wei's energy. The trail left behind was remarkably clear, leaving no doubt about his ability to find it. After traversing nearly 500 meters, he finally spotted his quarry. The wild boar lay a short distance away, the spear nowhere in sight. A pool of blood had spread beneath its head, and it twitched occasionally. It was not yet lifeless, but death was imminent. Yang Wei boldly approached, giving it a kick, and it remained unresponsive, its eyelids not even fluttering. Although not particularly large, it must weigh over 200 pounds, he estimated inwardly. For safety's sake, he thrust his spear into its other eye with renewed vigor. The boar's body stiffened abruptly, yet did not struggle violently. Within 2 seconds, the rigid form relaxed completely. Lifeless at last. Without hesitation, Yang Wei hoisted the creature onto his shoulders and retraced his steps. While he had not fully explored the island, bringing back a wild boar was a commendable achievement, coupled with the coconuts he had stored and the current method of collecting fresh water. He could sustain himself comfortably even if rescue took a week to arrive. Yang Wei felt a surge of satisfaction as he hurried back to the camp. My goodness, it's enormous. Zhao Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Yang Wei with admiration, her mind grappling with disbelief. Could it truly be that a mere wooden spear could fell such a beast? Now, she understood just how formidable her Wei good truly was. Beside her, Li Muwan proudly lifted her chin, her demeanor reminiscent of a young woman showing off her boyfriend's prowess to her closest friend. Fortunately, she had landed on this desolate island alongside Yang Wei. Had it been otherwise, their bond would not be as intimate. The young lady possessed a commendable physique as well. Had their roles been reversed, it was likely that her connection with Yang Wei would have been as close as that of the two of them. Contemplating this, she felt a surge of relief and pride. Upon hearing these thoughts, Zhao Yingying cast her a puzzled glance. Something felt amiss. Were they truly just hunting a wild boar? Her mind began to race once more, sensing Li Muwan's arrogance, and an unexpected urgency welled up within her. Suddenly, Amidst her wandering thoughts, a sharp sound pierced the air. Turning her head, she found Yang Wei plunging a knife into the boar's neck. Chapter 35. The full utilization of the wild boar with a single stroke. The fresh blood of the wild boar gushed forth, startling Zhao Yingying into covering her mouth in astonishment. The impact of this scene was overwhelming for her. Li Muwan, too, was not much better off. It was her first encounter with such a gruesome spectacle. She often felt uneasy watching videos online of slaughtering pigs, let alone witnessing it in person. Yet, this did not hinder her desire for retribution. This beast had nearly claimed both of their lives, and it deserved to be dealt with accordingly. Regrettably, she lacked the courage to stab it herself. Thus, she covered her eyes, leaving only a small gap between her fingers. She wanted to look, but was too frightened to open her eyes wide. If she was scared, why not just look away? Wasn't she just inviting distress upon herself? Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the similar expressions on their faces. Nevertheless, his hands remained steady, allowing the blood to flow freely while he began to dig a pit in the sandy ground. After the wild boar's demise, it was crucial to release its blood promptly. After all, blood serves as a natural breeding ground for bacteria. The still warm body of the boar, maintaining a temperature exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, was a veritable breeding ground for germs. If the blood were to coagulate within the capillaries and seep into the muscle tissue, that meat would become inedible. Not only would it pose a danger, but it would also exacerbate the foul odor. However, in the wilderness, one could not simply discard the blood haphazardly. Thus, Yang Wei chose a spot approximately 20 meters from their camp to commence the bleeding. After excavating a pit about 50 centimeters deep, he widened the incision in the boar's carotid artery, facilitating a quicker flow of blood. The blood cascaded into the sandy pit. Yang Wei remained industrious, gathering a dozen stones and tossing them into the campfire. By the time the blood had drained completely, the stones would be scalding hot, perfectly suited for the next step. This combination of searing stones and blood would emit a charred aroma, masking the sanguine scent. Yang Wei was uncertain whether other beasts roamed this deserted island. Should a black bear or hyena be attracted, it would spell trouble. After completing these tasks, he filled the pit back in and spread a layer of ash from the campfire atop it, further mitigating potential risks. With a sigh of relief, he felt ready to process the boar's meat. Yang Wei exhaled, retrieving a small kitchen knife, and began to dissect the meat like a seasoned butcher. Isn't that knife too small? Will it suffice? Zhao Yingying couldn't help but inquire. It's better than having no knife at all, and I've sharpened it just now. Yang Wei replied with a smile. The key is to follow the joints and bone seams. It doesn't require much strength, though the boar's skin is rather tough. As for the sinews at the joints, a stone axe will do the trick. As he spoke, he skillfully separated the meat. Zhao Yingying's eyes widened in amazement. Her face lit up with admiration. Brother Yang Wei, you are truly remarkable. It seems there is nothing you do not know. It's merely incidental knowledge. Yang Wei maintained his humility, explaining that his past struggles with insomnia had led him to stumble upon online tutorials on how to separate various cuts of pork. The wild boar exhibited slight differences, yet they were negligible, thus presenting no significant issues. With a deft combination of a dining knife and a stone axe, Yang Wei swiftly divided the meat into manageable portions. The forelegs, hind legs, and ribs, essentially all edible parts, were preserved, and even the fearsome head of the boar was not discarded. Though it appeared terrifying and somewhat repulsive, it held considerable utility in the wilderness. The skull could serve as a vessel to hold seawater covered with palm leaves, making it a viable tool for distilling seawater. However, for Yang Wei and his companions at present, it was of no immediate use. Nonetheless, the rest of the boar was invaluable. This creature was a mature male, with tusks nearly 25 centimeters long, which could be skillfully removed, sharpened, and affixed to a wooden staff as a weapon. Moreover, the two fleshy growths on its face had their own intriguing applications. It was said that they harbored parasites and toxins, and there were records of indigenous Africans utilizing such substances for poisonous arrows. The potency of this toxin remained uncertain, yet it was prudent to retain it. One could never tell when it might prove beneficial. With a few strikes of the stone axe, Yang Wei successfully detached the tusks. After sharpening them on a stone, He fashioned the thinner end to fit snugly into the center of a wooden stick, securing it firmly with rope. This weapon was certainly more imposing than the previous wooden spear, possessing enhanced durability. Yang Wei gazed at his creation with satisfaction, placing the boar's head in a shaded area. He set about processing the meat. It was hard to believe that they had amassed such a bounty. To be able to feast on pork on a deserted island felt surreal. Zhao Yingying looked at the scattered portions of meat, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Just a day prior, she had been consumed with worry over their survival. Now, they had water and food in abundance. There were even fruits. The taste of the raspberries was simply exquisite. All of this was thanks to her brother Yang Wei. As she contemplated this, her gaze towards him began to shift. Previously, she had favored the delicate, soft-spoken boys from idol dramas, finding their fair complexion and gentle demeanor appealing. However, she now recognized that it was the rugged, masculine men, exuding strength and vigor, who were truly captivating. Their ability to ensure comfort, even on a deserted island, made her feel a profound sense of security in life. Li Muwan approached and softly inquired, "Is there anything we can assist you with?" Throughout it all, Yang Wei had been laboring alone, and she felt a pang of guilt. "Yes, let's help you, Brother Yang Wei," Zhao Yingying chimed in eagerly. "You too?" Yang Wei looked up, a wry smile gracing his face as he regarded the pair. With two of them, they could hardly muster 3 capable limbs. "No, let me handle it myself. You should focus on recuperating, and we can address it once you've healed. Besides, there is not much left to do, aside from the butchering of the wild boar." The remaining concern was how to preserve the meat. Clearly, they could not consume it all at once. The majority would be smoked to extend its shelf life. Otherwise, given the island's sweltering temperatures, it would be inedible by morning. Without further ado, Yang Wei sprang into action. Construct a framework using felled timber, then suspend the prepared pork upon it. The remainder awaits the successful culmination of our endeavor. As for sustenance, he has retained a piece weighing approximately 5 pounds. It is sliced into small portions with a dining knife, skewered on branches, and roasted directly over the flames. For 3 individuals, 5 pounds of meat is hardly excessive. After all, this wild boar possesses little fat, its lipid content significantly lower than that of domesticated pigs, resulting in comparatively fewer calories. Under the searing heat of the flames, within mere minutes, the pork skewers begin to sizzle and release their succulent juices. The enticing aroma of animal fat wafts through the air. How delightful! Zhao Yingying and Li Muwan, with expressions of pure enjoyment, eagerly leaned forward. Barbecuing on a deserted island is indeed a rare treat. Yang Wei, observing the two with their gluttonous anticipation, cannot help but chuckle. "Patience, my friends. Just a few more minutes as I must add a touch of seasoning." Chapter 36. Eating skewers and making hot water bottle spices. What spices do we have? Zhao Yingying expressed her confusion. However, Li Muwan suddenly had a thought and handed her backpack to Yang Wei. "Are you going to use this?" "Astute. Our synergy is growing," Yang Wei playfully complimented, causing Li Muwan's heart to flutter. What did he mean by that? Was he hinting at something? Meanwhile, Yang Wei had retrieved the remnants of a previous packet of chips. The leftover crumbs finally found their purpose. Many spices clung to the inner walls of the packaging, and reaching in would leave his hands coated in seasoning. Yet, what was usually a nuisance had transformed into a blessing. Yang Wei wasted not a morsel, applying every bit onto the skewers. Although it was a meager amount, it was certainly better than nothing. The absence of salt would have significantly detracted from the flavor. Unfortunately, even with the ocean at hand, producing edible salt was no simple endeavor. He silently hoped the rescue team would not make them wait until they had to create their own salt. Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying could barely contain their anticipation, sitting nearby with rumbling stomachs. "We can eat now," Yang Wei announced, causing their eyes to sparkle with excitement. After receiving the pork skewers, they disregarded any semblance of decorum, blowing a couple of breaths on the skewers before hastily devouring them. "Wow, this is incredibly fragrant." A bite elicited an involuntary exclamation. They were famished. Although they had consumed some seafood and coconut earlier, nothing compared to this. Yang Wei also took a bite. It was decent. Thanks to the seasoning, it had a hint of saltiness and a subtle taste reminiscent of Orland-style barbecue. However, upon closer inspection, he could still detect a peculiar and somewhat gamey taste. It was inevitable. After all, as they were dealing with wild boar, and this particular one had not been castrated, ensuring that distinct flavor lingered. This was not something that could be simply mitigated by bleeding the animal. Fortunately, their hunger overshadowed any unpleasant sensations, and each of them savored the food with gusto. After finishing, a bit of coconut would complete the meal perfectly. As for the remaining pork, Yang Wei was in no rush to stow it away. He left it to smoke slowly. After a long day, nightfall gradually descended. Seated by the campfire, Yang Wei occasionally tended to the flames, contemplating his plans for the future. The issue of fresh water remained unresolved, and the search must continue. He was not particularly disheartened. Rather, he had mentally prepared for this. Unless they discovered a natural spring, the crisis regarding fresh water would persist. Furthermore, he needed to seize the moment to ascend to the highest point on the island, which would provide a comprehensive understanding of the terrain and facilitate subsequent planning. What are you thinking about? Li Muwan suddenly approached, sitting beside him with her knees drawn up. She gazed into the flickering flames, lost in thought. Since the events in the forest earlier that day, their bond had inadvertently strengthened. Considering what else needs to be done, Yang Wei replied, turning to look at her. Why aren't you sleeping? Not quite tired yet. Are you going to stay here and keep watch all night? Pretty much. Yang Wei nodded, gesturing towards the campfire. We need to periodically add fuel to it. We cannot allow it to extinguish. You shouldn't do it alone. You've been weary all day, Li Muwan replied empathetically. Why don't you rest for a while? I can keep watch. Count me in. Zhao Yingying, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, quickly raised her hand. She didn't want to feel like a burden to them. Not only was she concerned about being a nuisance, but she also felt guilty about it. Why don't you sit this one out? Yang Wei shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Yingying. Li Muwan has merely sprained her ankle, and her snake bite has healed without serious issues. She can manage the night watch and add some wood. However, with that wound on your leg, you must prioritize rest. If it becomes infected, it could be life-threatening. Fortunately, there had been no adverse reactions to his suturing techniques so far, which was indeed good news. Yang Wei turned to Li Muwan. You should also get some rest. If I truly cannot hold on, I will call for you. All right, but you must promise to wake me, no matter how deep I am in sleep. Of course. Yang Wei smiled and nodded, appreciating how this girl was becoming increasingly considerate and gentle. A good thing. After Li Muwan returned to rest, he stood up and walked to the shore, gathering a handful of small stones to throw into the fire. He also filled several bottles with seawater, leaving them mostly full, but not entirely so. What are you doing with that? Zhao Yingying inquired, her head peeking out with curiosity. I'm making hot water bottles. Hot water bottles? But we already have a campfire, so we shouldn't be cold, right? Her voice trailed off, uncertainty creeping in, especially since she had nearly frozen to death the previous night. Yang Wei explained, while having a campfire is certainly an improvement over last night, one cannot sleep too close to it. Thus, it would be wise to prepare a few hot water bottles to keep in a shelter, minimizing the risk of hypothermia and colds. Especially for you. You are the one among us who cannot afford to catch a cold. Zhao Yingying understood upon hearing this. While she felt admiration, she was even more touched, realizing that Yang Wei's efforts seemed to be primarily for her benefit. After all, her injuries were the most severe, and a cold would lower her resistance, potentially leading to infection. With this thought, she looked at Yang Wei earnestly and said, "Thank you, Yang Wei." Blushing, she lay back down. Yang Wei sat quietly beside the fire, patiently waiting. After a few minutes, estimating the stones had heated sufficiently, he carefully extracted them with a stick and placed them into the bottles. As they touched the water, steam immediately billowed forth. With a few stones added, Yang Wei could feel the temperature rising through the bottles, around 50 to 60 degrees, just perfect. After checking, he handed the prepared hot water bottles to Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying. He simultaneously advised, place it among you so that the temperature decreases more gradually. However, do not remain too close to the water bottle. Feel free to change positions to avoid the risk of frostbite. Once he had completed these tasks, he finally felt at ease. As dusk approached, the temperature continued to drop. Nevertheless, Li Muwan and her companion, nestled against the warm water bottle, felt no chill at all. Before long, they drifted into slumber. The tide is rising. Yang Wei, seated by the campfire, glanced at his watch, uncertain whether his fishing net would yield any catch by morning. Time passed slowly, and fatigue began to creep in. After a long day of labor, gathering firewood, setting up camp, hunting wild boars, and crafting fishing nets, he found even his robust physique struggling to cope. Just as he hesitated over whether to rouse Li Muwan, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "You must be tired. Go ahead and rest. I will keep watch." Chapter 37. The Retreat of the Tide. Harvesting the sea fish, Yang Wei turned in surprise. He noticed that Li Muwan had quietly risen and leaned over, her drowsy eyes and frequent yawns indicating that she had not yet fully awakened. "What woke you?" Yang Wei inquired. Li Muwan shrugged. "I'm not sure. I just suddenly woke up. Perhaps it's my biological clock." In truth, she had been preoccupied with the thought of taking over for Yang Wei before she fell asleep. After all, he had been exceedingly weary throughout the day, and her heart ached for him. This concern lingered in her mind even during her slumber. When she awoke moments ago, she had been startled, fearing she had overslept. It was only after checking the warmth of the thermos that she sighed in relief. It was still warm, indicating not much time had passed. Biological clock? Yang Wei paused, unable to accept this explanation. Yesterday, she had slept more soundly than anyone else. Now, without an alarm, she had managed to awaken on her own, clearly having kept this matter at the forefront of her thoughts. This realization stirred a sense of gratitude within him, and his gaze softened, choosing not to confront her kind-hearted fib. "All right, then you can take over for a bit. I'm indeed feeling rather fatigued." As he spoke, he removed his watch and handed it to her. "I'll just sleep for an hour. When it's time, wake me up so you won't feel scared alone. Go ahead and sleep. I'm quite brave," Li Muwan replied with a hint of pride, her heart filled with joy at the prospect of sharing the burden. With the campfire crackling nearby, her fears were considerably alleviated. Meanwhile, Yang Wei settled into the spot Li Muwan had vacated. The warmth of her body lingered beneath him, complemented by the nearby thermos. It was delightful. Lying down, fatigue washed over him instantly, and within 3 minutes, he was sound asleep. As time passed, the temperature in the campsite dropped significantly, rendering the thermos less effective. In her dreams, Zhao Ying sensed the chill and instinctively turned over, wrapping her arms around the sleeping Yang Wei, her long legs draping over him. Nestled against his chest, she immediately felt a surge of warmth. In his semi-conscious state, Yang Wei instinctively turned to embrace Zhao Ying. This sensation felt rather pleasant. Li Muwan, with her back to the two, gazed at the flickering flames and listened to Yang Wei's steady breathing, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and she had yet to awaken him. Instead, she found immense satisfaction in merely listening to his breaths. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she felt akin to a devoted wife watching over her husband after a long day's toil, filling her heart with tranquility. It would be delightful to occasionally playfully brush her hair against his face to tease him. With this thought, her smile widened. She playfully turned to indulge in her mischief, only to freeze in place. To her astonishment, her husband was tightly embracing a young girl clad in shorts, her long legs entwined with his. The image of a devoted wife and a blissful marriage that had just graced my mind vanished in an instant. A pang of jealousy surged from the depths of my heart. Pouting in discontent, she clenched her teeth and approached the two, forcefully nudging Yang Wei. "Wake up, wake up!" "Huh? What is the matter?" Yang Wei groggily opened his eyes. Simultaneously, Zhao Ying stirred awake. Upon realizing the situation before her, her eyes widened in surprise, jolting her fully alert. What is going on?" With that exclamation, Yang Wei was completely roused. Their positions remained unchanged, leaving it ambiguous as to who was holding whom. It appeared that there was no question of anyone taking advantage of the other. "What did I end up over here? I have no idea," Zhao Ying murmured, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had never before found herself in such an intimate embrace with a male. The presence of Wang Jie only heightened her discomfort. "I'm not sure either," Yang Wei chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the water bottle beside him, realization dawning upon him. It seemed that the water temperature had dropped, unable to retain its warmth. Thus their actions were merely instinctual responses to survival. Yes, instinctual responses, Zhao Yingying nodded vigorously, echoing his thoughts. Otherwise, I would know how to face Brother Yang Wei. By the way, why did you wake me up? Yang Wei inquired, directing his gaze at Li Muwan, while simultaneously grasping the situation. Oh dear, how long have I been asleep? I only intended to rest for an hour, and now the water is cold. This must have exceeded an hour. This isn't merely about how long I've slept. Li Muwan glared at Yang Wei with an expression that suggested she had caught her husband in an act of infidelity. Yet, unwilling to let him rise just yet, she suppressed her irritation and gritted her teeth. All right, it's nothing. Just go back to sleep. Yang Wei. Zhao Yingying. Did you wake us up just to tell us to continue sleeping? Do you even hear what you're saying? However, after this commotion, Yang Wei found it impossible to return to slumber. He got up to take Li Muwan's place, replacing the hot water bottle in the process. Zhao Yingying lay on the broadleaf, cradling the warm water bottle, her mind drifting back to the sensations felt in her drowsy state. It seemed she had inadvertently brushed against Brother Yang Wei's abs, whether it was a mere illusion or a result of her sleepiness. If Brother Yang Wei truly possessed a chiseled physique, she knew she wouldn't stand chance. Lost in such thoughts, she slipped back into a deep slumber. Curiously, despite the subsequent water bottle also cooling down, Zhao Yingying did not shift an inch toward Li Muwan. Even in sleep, a clear boundary seemed to separate the two, as if an invisible wall of air stood between them. The night swiftly passed. By the time Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying awoke the next day, Yang Wei had already vanished. The moment the tide receded, he returned to the spot where he had cast his net the previous day. As expected, the pond formed by the surrounding stones was now brimming with water. I hope my efforts were not in vain. Yang Wei, somewhat anxious, reached into the pond, grasping a corner of the fishing net and slowly lifting it. The moment he tugged, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He could already sense the fish thrashing within. With a splash, he eagerly scooped it up, and indeed, 3 lively sea fish were wriggling within the net. Additionally, there were some small fish and crabs, but they were far too diminutive to keep and were promptly discarded by Yang Wei. Gazing at the remaining 3 sea fish in the net, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. They were substantial, each weighing over 2 pounds. Without a doubt, they would serve as a splendid breakfast. This delicacy far surpassed the gamey taste of wild boar. Upon returning, he noticed Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing him, they both exhaled in relief. What's the matter? Did you miss me after just a short while? Yang Wei teased, lifting his catch. Look what I brought. Chapter 38. It is better to be awkward together than alone. Wow. We actually caught some fish, and they are rather sizable. This one must weigh at least 2 or 3 pounds, right? Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying exchanged wide-eyed glances, brimming with excitement. Having fresh seafood delivered to us so early in the morning is simply unbeatable. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been a waste of my time yesterday? And even more so, a waste of Muwan's stockings? Yang Wei teased with a smile. How improper. Li Muwan shot him a playful glare. Yet her heart was devoid of any displeasure. In fact, she felt quite elated. To her surprise, he had indeed not deceived her and had managed to procure several large fish. In contrast, Zhao Yingying appeared somewhat dejected. Pouting, she asked Brother Yang Wei, "What about my fishnet stockings? Aren't there any fish in them?" "Well, it seems there aren't any. Perhaps the fish that entered were too small and slipped out through the mesh." Yang Wei conjectured. After all, her fishnet stockings had a fine mesh, and if they weren't stretched, the holes were just the right size. However, when he had propped it open with a twig, the openings became larger. At the time, he had merely acted on impulse, hoping perhaps a fish might unwittingly find itself trapped within. Thus, he felt no disappointment. Yet Zhao Yingying's lips pursed, her expression melancholy. It was disheartening enough that she was unable to assist due to her injury, but to think that even her fishnet stockings were inferior to Muwan's stockings. She felt continually disheartened. As she hung her head, Yang Wei failed to notice her somber demeanor. He cheerfully approached the fire, exclaiming, "Let us look forward to some grilled fish. our meals will surely improve. Although they lacked seasoning, the natural briny freshness of the sea fish reassured Yang Wei, who was solely focused on managing the heat. To be honest, this method felt somewhat regrettable, almost wasteful of the fish's exquisite flavor. Yet, given the current circumstances, who could afford to be concerned with such trivialities? The mere prospect of food brought immense happiness. Soon enough, 3 fish were grilled to perfection, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, just enough for each of the 3 of them. Delightful, truly fresh. After just a bite, Yang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. This was infinitely more delectable than wild boar meat. Aside from its freshness, it bore no peculiar taste. It was far superior to wild boar meat in every aspect, though one might note that it lacked the high fat content of wild boar, thus providing slightly less energy. Li Muwan savored her meal with great enjoyment, while Zhao Yingying picked at her food, seemingly lost in her thoughts. What's the matter? Why are you eating so slowly? Yang Wei casually glanced over, his brow furrowed in confusion. Both he and Li Muwan had already consumed half of their portions, yet Zhao Yingying had barely finished a quarter. Please don't tell me this is how you always eat. Yesterday you devoured the pork skewers even faster than I did. Although unsure of what was troubling her, Yang Wei endeavored to keep the atmosphere lighthearted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying's lips pouted. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke candidly. Brother Yang Wei, am I particularly useless? Following you both only seems to bring you trouble, and I can't be of any help at all. Even my fishnet stockings pale in comparison to Wan's silk stockings. Those wretched manufacturers should cease calling them fishnet stockings, for they failed to catch any fish at all. Yang Wei and Li Muwan exchanged glances, simultaneously halting their actions. Though the words sounded pitiable and helpless, there was an amusing undertone to the tone. Li Muwan stifled her laughter, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Yingying, do not think so negatively. We are friends, after all, and now we are a team. It is only natural for us to look out for one another. Do not feel any pressure. Once your leg heals, you'll be able to care for us as well. Muwan's words were indeed wise. Yang Wei nodded in agreement, urging, let us eat. The quicker you nourish yourself, the faster your wounds will heal, and then you will be able to assist us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying's spirits lifted immediately. She nodded vigorously, her mood brightening as she devoured the grilled fish. Yang Wei remained silent, merely observing the 2 as they relished their meal. As he noticed they were nearing the end of their feast, a cunning smile crept upon his lips. He cleared his throat and addressed Zhao Yingying, saying, moreover, Yingying has not been entirely unhelpful. We owe our ability to enjoy this fish to you. The moment those words left his lips, confusion appeared not only on Zhao Yingying's face, but also on Li Muwan's brow. What connection did these fish have to Yingying? Hadn't he or fishnet stockings failed to catch a single fish? The reactions of the 2 only intensified Yang Wei's amusement, as he anticipated their responses upon learning the truth. Brother Yang Wei, what on earth is going on? Do tell us. They implored, urgency lacing their voices. Well, since you are so eager to know, I shall indulge you. Yang Wei chuckled, preparing to unveil the surprising revelation. These fish were baited using the spoils from Yingying's exploits by the seaside yesterday. Seaside? Spoils? The 2 paused for a moment before quickly grasping the implication. Does that mean feces? This revelation left their eyes wide in disbelief as they turned to Yang Wei, their expressions visibly crumbling and tinged with a hint of green. Li Muwan clung to a shred of hope and asked, Yang Wei, you are joking, right? Not at all. Yang Wei refuted directly. You saw for yourselves. There was no bait when we cast the net yesterday, so we had no choice but to resort to this. He then proceeded to explain why feces could be used as fish bait. However, at that moment, the 2 could hardly process his words, their stomachs churning. Zhao Yingying felt a wave of nausea rise within her. Wasn't this akin to consuming her own excrement? And Li Muwan found her situation even more dire. This was worse than eating her own. Yang Wei, arms crossed, reveled in their reactions for a moment before chuckling. Oh, come now. The fish I handled were thoroughly cleaned. There is nothing in my stomach, only fish and meat remain, which are not absorbed so quickly. As the words fell, both of them turned to look at him simultaneously. Zhao Yingying, with a sense of despair, remarked, while that may be true, it still feels rather uncomfortable. Li Muwan shot Yang Wei a fierce glare and said, "Could you not let us enjoy our meal in peace? Why tell us this? It makes our hearts feel so uneasy. How could that be?" Yang Wei replied with a serious demeanor, making the two believe there must be a crucial reason behind his words. Yet, he then broke into a grin and continued, "I feel a bit uneasy myself, though not nearly as much as you both. But I find that collective discomfort is far better than solitary unease. Seeing you both like this makes me feel much more at ease." Chapter 39. Preparations for Transfer. Observing the insufferable Yang Wei, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying felt their teeth grind in frustration. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless against him. After all, the fish had already been consumed. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the significance of sustenance. Without Yang Wei, they would have surely starved. Given their limited intellect and capabilities, they had no hope of catching fish on their own. Thus, their current display of anger seemed more like a mere formality. Deep down, they were neither truly angry nor hateful. They merely felt a twinge of nausea. However, they soon regained their composure. Li Muwan even took the lead in finishing off the remaining portion of the fish. Indeed, if one refrains from pondering too deeply, it was quite delectable. Bravo! Yang Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I don't catch fish every day, so cherish this moment. Otherwise, you shall be left with that. He pointed towards the smoked meat hanging nearby. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying, who had previously hesitated, resolved to indulge as well. She too picked up the remnants of the roasted fish and meticulously savored it. Although wild boar meat was decent, it could not compare to the exquisite flavor of a sea fish. The latter possessed no unpleasant aftertaste. After the meal, Yang Wei examined the wound on Zhao Yingying's leg. It appeared remarkably well, devoid of any swelling or adverse reactions, and showed signs of healing. "All right, you two can stay here and watch over this pile of supplies." He assigned tasks to them, taking up a rudimentary compass and his tossed spear as he prepared to rise once more. Fortunately, the firewood had already been gathered for them that morning. Their only responsibility was to maintain the fire. Meanwhile, he had a more pressing task at hand, to ascend to the highest point of the small island. Yesterday's plans had been thwarted due to Li Muwan's sprained ankle and the appearance of the wild boar. Today, he needed to seize the opportunity to survey the area. This was crucial for his future plans and the daily allocation of resources. Only by gaining a comprehensive understanding of the island's layout could he make informed decisions. For safety's sake, he opted not to take the same route as yesterday, instead seeking an alternative path that led toward the mountain. Due to the previous day's encounter with the wild boar, he proceeded with utmost caution. His grip on the tusked spear was firm, every sense heightened to its fullest extent. Any hint of an unusual smell or sound would elicit an immediate response from him. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of danger. Without encountering even a snake, he successfully reached the summit of the small island. Why does this place resemble a bald head? Yang Wei couldn't help but scoff at the scene before him. Despite being surrounded by dense jungle, the highest point was utterly barren, reminiscent of his elementary school principal's hairstyle. Nevertheless, due to this unique terrain, he was able to effortlessly survey the entire island. However, his heart sank as he realized the island was disappointingly small. It was likely less than the size of 10 football fields, merely appearing vast due to its elongated shape, giving the coast a seemingly extensive stretch. From above, the island resembled a horizontally oriented seed. Yang Wei's most cherished coconut trees, it seemed, were but a scant few. No other locations yielded any sight of them, igniting a wave of anxiety within him. With such a limited number of coconuts, the availability of fresh water could become precarious. He had initially hoped to achieve a semblance of coconut juice freedom in the short term while securing enough fresh water during this interval. Yet, it now appeared that this was utterly impractical. It could be said that the few coconuts in their camp constituted nearly all the coconuts on this island. Even if there were more, Yang Wei estimated they would not exceed 3. After all, due to the obstruction of some towering trees, there were areas he could not scrutinize too closely. Thus, he surveyed his surroundings and decided to ascend a tall tree for a better vantage point. From this height, his perspective improved significantly. However, the island's resources remained visibly meager. He pondered how the wild boar managed to survive in such a confined space. It seemed implausible that such creatures could exist here. Frowning in confusion, he could not fathom how the first wild boar had appeared on this island. Unable to resolve the mystery, he chose to dismiss it. As he inadvertently cast a glance to the side, he was struck by a sudden realization and turned back in disbelief, his mouth slowly agape, eyes reflecting astonishment and excitement. Before him stood an island that dwarfed his own, its size potentially dozens, if not 100 times greater. Even at a distance, the disparity between the two was palpable. Moreover, around this larger island, he could vaguely discern several small black dots, likely other islands akin to his own, differing only in proximity to the larger landmass. Now, that is an island, Yang Wei mused to himself. In stark contrast, ours resembles merely a larger stone. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. The wild boar was likely a fortuitous arrival from that substantial island. Whether it had drifted over alone or if others had survived and remained hidden within the underbrush was beyond his knowledge. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the landscape. From afar, the larger island resembled a small mountain, its lush vegetation hinting an abundance of resources. The island's shape led Yang Wei to suspect it might be volcanic. If it were indeed a volcanic island, it would be incredibly fortuitous. He resolved to name it Volcano Island, for it represented the type of island most likely to harbor fresh water. Volcanic rock is typically porous and fissured, allowing rainwater to seep through easily, thereby forming underground aquifers. Under the influence of gravity, this subterranean water flows and, upon encountering a suitable outlet, emerges as springs. The Hawaiian Islands and Jeju Island are prime examples of this phenomenon, renowned for their plentiful springs. Without a moment's hesitation, he lingered atop the tree for a brief observance. Once he had formulated his plans, he promptly descended and retraced his steps. Upon encountering Li Muwan, the two immediately divulged their discoveries and intentions. Are we truly to relocate? Upon hearing his words, both Li Muwan and her companion felt a twinge of reluctance and resistance. This place, with its camp and flickering campfire, bestowed upon them a profound sense of security. The thought of suddenly being thrust into an unfamiliar territory, compounded by the necessity of crossing the vast ocean, evoked an instinctive aversion within them. Must we truly depart? Li Muwan inquired softly. Yang Wei nodded solemnly, his expression earnest. Indeed, we must leave. The resources on this island are woefully meager. Our ability to survive here for an extended period is simply untenable, to say nothing of the severe scarcity of fresh water. Given the prolonged silence from the rescue team, we must prepare ourselves for the long haul. Do you understand? Chapter 40. Moving and preparing to depart upon witnessing the grave expression and tone of Yang Wei. Li Muwan and her companion realized the severity of the situation. Yet, they found it difficult to part with the belongings before them, reminiscent of leaving an old home. Li Muwan gazed at the makeshift shelter and the flickering campfire, feeling a sense of security here. Most individuals are often reluctant to step out of their comfort zones, and for her, this was indeed her sanctuary. In response, Yang Wei offered a wry smile. Do not fret. It may feel unfamiliar at first, but soon it shall become routine. Moreover, he shook the frame of the shelter, adding, do not forget, I constructed this shelter. As long as I am here, it will eventually be restored, and even better than before. His words alleviated their concerns significantly. Indeed, it was not the shelter that mattered, but Yang Wei himself. When they first arrived, they had nothing. So, when shall we set out? Li Muwan inquired. In a few days, selecting a favorable weather day, Yang Wei replied, gazing upward at the sky. However, we must begin preparations early. Do we need to gather food and fresh water? Li Muwan asked earnestly. After all, once they arrived at their destination, the circumstances were uncertain, and having supplies would provide peace of mind. That is only one aspect. Yang Wei nodded in agreement. Moreover, we are roughly 1 to 2 kilometers from the volcanic island. We will require a raft to reach it. Additionally, we must dry the ropes again to secure the raft, and gather as many bottles as possible to enhance buoyancy. In summary, the more supplies we can amass in the coming days, the better.
Ropes are of utmost importance and must be thoroughly dried and sufficiently thick. Otherwise, if it disassembles in the ocean?
Attempting to swim the 1 or 2 kilometers would be a fanciful notion, especially with other marine threats lurking. Yang Wei's thorough explanation instilled a sense of urgency in Li Muwan and her companion, as though they were on the brink of departure. In the ensuing days, Yang Wei first brought back a considerable amount of palm fronds for them to weave into ropes, while he himself wielded a stone axe to fell suitable trees. Meanwhile, the campfire was not wasted. They diligently distilled fresh water, despite the limited number of cans available, striving to amass a greater reserve before their journey. They refrained from consuming too many coconuts and pork, conserving supplies for their future sustenance. During the drying process of the palm fronds, Li Muwan and her companion remained industrious. One of them, dragging an injured leg, supported the other as they collected 6 or 7 beverage bottles and 3 cans. Yang Wei, without hesitation, stuffed them into Li Muwan's stockings and secured them with ropes. Thus, a buoyant float was completed, which could also serve as a lifesaver in emergencies. I never knew stockings had so many uses beyond wearing. Li Muwan marveled at Yang Wei's adeptness. It was indeed an eye-opening experience for her. Yang Wei grinned widely. There are countless uses beyond mere wearing, such as utilizing it as a fishing net, kindling, or even violently tearing it apart, all of which are far more exhilarating than simple adornment. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Li Muwan's piercing gaze, laced with menace, and promptly decided to remain silent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the final rope securely fastened, Yang Wei's raft finally took shape. A modest structure, measuring less than 3 meters in length and slightly over 1 meter in width. Although somewhat small, it sufficed for 3 individuals. Alongside their supplies, a larger raft would have entailed more intricate construction, inevitably increasing the likelihood of failure. During these 3 days, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were equally industrious. Under Yang Wei's direction, they diligently distilled seawater and occasionally ventured out to gather usable materials. Despite the slow distillation process, they managed to collect nearly a bottle of fresh water over the course of 3 days. Coupled with the remaining 8 coconuts and an ample supply of smoked meat, they would have enough provisions to familiarize themselves with the new environment for about 5 or 6 days upon reaching the island. For Yang Wei, this time frame was more than adequate. With all supplies prepared, the next task was to secure a source of fire. A campfire was equally, if not more, crucial on the island, given its lush vegetation and the heightened possibility of encountering large wild animals. Fire would serve as the best deterrent against such threats. Yang Wei had no desire to resort to friction-based fire-starting methods upon arrival. The risk of encountering overcast weather was too great. Should we prepare a torch to carry with us? Zhao Yingying innocently inquired, envisioning a scene reminiscent of cinematic portrayals. There's no need for that. We lack ragcloth and sufficient fats, which would render it ineffective, Yang Wei replied, already taking action with a soda can. He began by piercing a few holes into the can with a knife, followed by placing some prepared dry moss inside. Next, he added a piece of wood, covering it with more dry moss and gently compressing it. This will suffice, he declared, shaking the can before handing it to Zhao Yingying. We need to maintain the charcoal in a smoldering state. No visible flames, yet not extinguished. However, keep a vigilant eye on it. Should it appear to be dying down, a gentle shake will allow oxygen to enter through the holes. How fascinating, Zhao Yingying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that how those fire starters and dramas are made? Essentially, yes, Yang Wei replied, refraining from elaborating further. The process of creating a proper fire starter is indeed more intricate, involving careful selection of charcoal and precise mixtures, including components like rosin powder and saltpeter. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to delve into such complexities at this juncture. His primary aim was to ensure the fire source would endure on the volcanic island. Deliberately timing his departure to avoid the high and low tides, Yang Wei opted for a morning when the ocean currents were relatively calm. As he surveyed the pile of supplies on the raft, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. To his surprise, he had managed to gather so many items. Indeed, even on a deserted island, moving is a laborious task. It seemed insignificant at first, yet upon organizing, a large pile emerged. He did not discard even the coconut shells. Instead, he collected them, preparing to take them along. After all, The circumstances on the other side were uncertain. It is prudent to be prepared. Coconut shells can prove useful. When processed into coconut shell powder, they serve as natural deodorizers and filters. Yang Wei approached the shore and glanced at his watch. He then threw a piece of driftwood into the sea, allowing it to float away with the current. Meanwhile, he observed the watch, noting the direction and distance of the driftwood as he recorded the passage of time. A minute later, he looked up, having formed a judgment in his mind. At a distance of 10 meters per minute, that equates to approximately 600 meters in an hour, indicative of a very weak ocean current. Chapter 41. The serpent attacked the wind was almost non-existent, and the current flowed directly towards the volcanic island. At this pace, it would take approximately 2 hours to reach our destination. Yang Wei mused to himself, secretly relieved. While the speed was somewhat leisurely, it afforded a sense of safety. Moreover, the weather today was indeed fortuitous. As for the blazing sun, a broad leaf would suffice. He turned to Li Muwan and the others, declaring, "All right, we are ready to depart. Are we leaving already?" Zhao Ying appeared unprepared, having just settled in after a few tranquil days. Now, faced with the prospect of drifting once more, Yang Wei nodded, stating, "The current and weather conditions are still manageable, so we need not linger any longer. Arriving early allows us to prepare better." Li Muwan concurred. "Indeed, it would be more troublesome if we reached there after dark." With that, she stepped onto the wooden raft ahead of the others, turning to extend her hand towards Zhao Ying. "Be cautious of your leg wound. Use the broad leaf for cushioning to avoid soaking it in seawater," Yang Wei cautioned. Once both women were seated, he secured his long spear before taking his seat with a crafted paddle. To maintain balance, their seating arrangement was quite deliberate, given the raft's modest size. Any slight shift in weight could lead to capsizing. Thus, the paddle served not merely to propel them swiftly, but primarily to adjust their course, preventing them from drifting helplessly on the sea as the current and wind changed. From this vantage point, it was evident how pitifully small their island truly was. As they ventured further away, Li Muwan and the others beheld the entirety of the small island they had previously encountered. It was long but woefully diminutive in area. This peculiar geography had initially led them to believe the island was more substantial than it appeared, causing them to overlook the volcanic island behind them, obscured from view. Zhao Ying leaned against her backpack, hugging her knees. The gentle rocking was surprisingly comfortable, and as they proceeded, the sight of the barren island lightened her mood. "Exactly," Yang Wei remarked with a smile. "Why cling to an island that could ensnare us? That would merely be subjecting ourselves to unnecessary suffering." As he spoke, he produced several pieces of pork roasted that morning, distributing them to the two women. "Let's have a bite for now. We can start a fire once we reach the shore." The pork, now cold, became increasingly tough to chew. Fearing an upset stomach, Yang Wei had trimmed away the fatty bits, rendering it even drier and more challenging to consume, akin to eating jerky. However, this did not dampen the spirits of Li Muwan and Zhao Ying. They could scarcely believe that one day they would find themselves paddling a raft in the Pacific Ocean, relishing dried pork. Indeed, it feels surreal, like a dream, and certainly has its unique charm. Li Muwan laughed, perched at the edge of the raft, swaying gently with the soft waves, unintentionally glancing sideways. She was suddenly struck with a fright that sent her heart racing. A sea snake had unexpectedly swum over, its head resting on the wooden raft, a mere 20 centimeters away from her position. "Ah!" Li Muwan let out a piercing scream, her jerky hands dropping the dried meat in fright. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Yet, what lay before her was not a mere rope, but a living serpent. She even began to suspect she might possess some innate allure to snakes. Hearing her scream, Yang Wei instinctively glanced over. The moment he laid eyes on the snake, his heart raced. Unlike the brown tree snake he had previously dispatched, this was a sea snake. Most sea snakes are highly venomous, with neurotoxins potent enough to claim the life of an adult. The reason fatal encounters with sea snakes are rare is that most people encounter them while clad in diving suits. The short fangs of sea snakes typically cannot penetrate such suits. However, at this moment, they were not even wearing clothing that could be deemed protective. A single bite could very well result in certain death. At this point, Zhao Ying also noticed the unwelcome guest trembling in fear, paralyzed with terror. "Be careful," Yang Wei shouted urgently. In her panic, Li Muwan abruptly dodged to the side, causing the raft to tilt dangerously. She lost her balance and fell into the water. The sudden splash startled the sea snake, which had previously shown no intent to attack. The unexpected commotion triggered its predatory instincts, and it swiftly glided towards Li Muwan. Yang Wei's heart raced with anxiety. As he witnessed the proximity of the human and the serpent, he leaped into the water without a second thought. He wrapped his arms around the flailing Li Muwan, who was thrashing about in fear, while simultaneously thrusting his spear toward the sea snake. However, due to the resistance of the water and the obscured vision, he missed several times. Brother Yang Wei, be careful," Zhao Ying cried out from the raft, nearly leaping in alarm. She watched intently as the sea snake evaded several strikes, its speed increasing with each attempt. Just then, Yang Wei thrust the spear once more. The tremendous force sent a spray of water flying. Although the snake dodged its head, it struck its relatively robust body. In pain, the serpent instinctively coiled around the spear. Yet, ensnared by the sharp fangs, the length of the spear was sufficient to keep it at bay, even as it stretched its body. Seizing the moment, Yang Wei managed to rescue Li Muwan, bringing her back onto the raft. With a few swift motions, he severed the snake's head with a sharp knife, finally releasing a breath of relief. Turning to the still-shaken Li Muwan, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Gasping for breath, she was still haunted by the encounter, unable to respond. At that moment, Yang Wei found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as he gazed at Li Muwan, who was now drenched from the fall. The unfortunate flight attendant's uniform clung tightly to her form, revealing her exquisite yet exaggerated curves in all their glory. The absence of undergarments made the effect even more pronounced. At that moment, as she gasped for breath, the scene was nothing short of captivating. I'm fine, it didn't bite me," Li Muwan finally managed to articulate, regaining her composure. It was then as she noticed Yang Wei's unwavering gaze. Following his line of sight, she looked down. Li Muwan exclaimed, her hands instinctively crossing over her chest. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Yang Wei, pouting playfully. "You naughty boy, you're incorrigible." With that, she playfully began to thump him with her hands. Yang Wei, undeterred by her gentle punches, wore a faint smile, thinking this was worth it. Moreover, the strikes lacked any real force, suggesting she was not genuinely upset at all. Chapter 42. Landing on the volcanic island, an ambiguous method of ignition. Zhao Ying sat nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment. As a woman herself, she felt the situation more acutely. Sister Wan's demeanor was far from disdainful. It resembled a playful display of affection. In an instant, her suspicions about the two of them solidified. At the same time, a sense of anxiety crept in. The rescue team's arrival was uncertain, and she still needed to rely on Brother Yang Wei to survive. What if something truly developed between them? Would she not become a mere third wheel? If one day, due to a fleeting moment of dissatisfaction, they decided to cast her aside, adrift in this vast ocean, her meager survival skills would surely lead to an unfortunate fate at the hands of wild beasts. As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon Yang Wei. In his efforts to rescue, he had shed his broadleaf covering, revealing a well-defined upper body with sculpted abdominal and pectoral muscles. It was an exquisitely chiseled physique, not exaggerated in the least. The droplets of water glistening on his chest exuded both beauty and strength, embodying her ideal type. Unconsciously, Zhao Ying felt her cheeks flush. In a whimsical moment, she raised her hand to lightly caress her long legs, a flicker of confidence igniting within her. Although she could not compete with Sister Wan's assets, at least her long legs were commendable. Thank goodness for that. Yang Wei remained oblivious to Zhao Ying's unusual demeanor. Upon hearing Li Muwan's words, he sighed in relief and approached the corpse of the sea snake, which was slowly dripping blood that flowed through the gaps of the raft into the sea. Yang Wei's expression shifted, and he swiftly picked it up, tossing it far away. This was the Pacific Ocean. If the blood continued to seep, sharks might be drawn by the scent. As for the snake meat, he felt no regret. Although it tasted delightful, the preparation was crucial. The venomous nature of sea snakes deterred him from taking risks. Most sea snakes, aside from the venom glands on either side of their heads, also possess toxins along the body near the bones. Failing to handle it properly could result in all three of them lying flat. No, not even a flat surface to lie on. What is happening to me? The more I fear something, the more it comes to pass. After a few minutes of recovery, Li Muwan finally regained her composure and lamented. Yang Wei replied, "It's not as if you summoned the snake. We merely encountered it. That snake was likely seeing a raft for the first time. Moreover, they need to surface occasionally to breathe. It was probably just trying to rest on the wood. Your reaction was simply too exaggerated and startled it." Li Muwan rolled her eyes. "So now it's my fault?" The remainder of their journey proved straightforward. The sharks Yang Wei had feared did not appear. After drifting for approximately 2 hours, they successfully made landfall on the volcanic island. My goodness, it was a stark contrast, gazing at the vast island before them. Both Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying displayed expressions of astonishment. From a distance, the sight was quite pleasant, yet upon approaching the shore, it felt as if a towering mountain loomed before them. The three individuals appeared remarkably insignificant in its presence. The visibly lush vegetation suggested an abundance of resources within. In stark contrast, the previous island was relentlessly barren. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place paradise. Li Muwan was overwhelmed with excitement, having completely forgotten the terror of being pursued by the sea snake. As they landed, the group immediately spotted 5 or 6 coconut trees standing proudly along the shoreline. A smile graced Yang Wei's face. It was even better than he had anticipated. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of tension crept into his mind. The richness of the jungle's flora hinted at potential dangers, as various large beasts could emerge at any moment. Thus, after a brief rest, he led the 2 others into action. Upon selecting a suitable spot, they began to unload their belongings from the raft. Naturally, they could not abandon the raft. Both the wood used for its construction and the ropes were of great utility. Moreover, there was ample space to utilize it. Leaning it against a large rock, they inadvertently created a triangular space, which served as a ready-made shelter, saving them considerable effort. The sight of coconuts upon arrival alleviated any concerns regarding fresh water. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Muwan handed a coconut to Yang Wei. He immediately understood her intent, locating a sharp protrusion on the stone, and with a firm grip, struck the coconut, effortlessly breaking it open. Juice splattered everywhere. With the immediate crisis of fresh water averted, Yang Wei indulged in a rare moment of luxury. One for each. Enjoying the refreshing drink and a taste of the coconut flesh, he savored the moment. Once satisfied, he rose to his feet. The foremost priority was to kindle a fire. As long as they had a campfire, they could mitigate the risks of wild animal attacks. However, it was at this moment that he recognized the problem. Zhao Yingying had been preoccupied with the fire starter, yet after the sea snake incident, she had completely forgotten about it. Yang Wei, having focused on the landing, neglected to remind her. Consequently, when they retrieved it, they discovered that the fire starter had been drenched by seawater, extinguishing the charcoal within. "I'm so sorry, Yang Wei Gidge. I didn't mean to," Zhao Yingying stammered, standing before him, looking as lost as a child who had erred, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had cared for her, ailing as she was, entrusting her with such an important yet simple task, only for her to mishandle it. It was over. She felt as if she were on the brink of abandonment. Despair began to take root in her heart. Yet, Yang Wei had no intention of reprimanding her. Instead, he gazed up at the sky. Fortunately, they had embarked in the morning. After 2 hours, the sun now shone at its most relentless. Friction fire would be exceedingly laborious. However, a lighter could easily ignite a flame. With this thought, he retrieved one from his pocket. "No worries. There are still ways to remedy the situation," he reassured Zhao Yingying while tearing open the packaging. He then stood up, approached Zhao Yingying, and with a smile, said to her, "Come on, help me blow." "What?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, Zhao Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. She took a few steps back, incredulous as she glanced at Yang Wei, and then at Li Muwan beside her. For a moment, she struggled to believe her ears. Help you blow?" she questioned, a touch of skepticism lacing her tone. At that moment, she was squatted on the ground, looking up at Yang Wei, her face flushed with a hint of panic. Yang Wei, exasperated, noted her posture and reaction, realizing that she had misinterpreted his words. Truly, it was baffling. Why were both of them so naive? Was he simply out of touch? Or did they possess an abundance of knowledge? With a resigned sigh, he corrected her with utmost seriousness. I meant for you to help me inflate it. The bigger and more transparent, the better. Then we will fill it with water. I will gather some firewood and use this as a convex lens to ignite a fire. Do you understand? Chapter 43. We shall no longer blow this thing for you So, is for blowing. Zhao Yingying's face lit up with realization. Her heart still racing as she patted her chest. In that fleeting moment, she had truly hesitated. However, now she felt entirely at ease. What did you think we were going to blow? Yang Wei inquired with a teasing smile as he gazed at her. Zhao Yingying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Oh, Yang Wei, you are too mischievous. Don't ask, she exclaimed, snatching the fire-starting tool from him. Yet, she did not open it immediately. Instead, she waited until Yang Wei had wandered off to gather firewood before cautiously tearing it open. This was not her first encounter with such an object. Although she had never used one herself, her close friend had shown her before and even explained its usage. However, her friend had never mentioned that it was meant to be blown up. Thus, she held it to her lips and gestured for a moment, glancing at Li Muwan beside her. Sister Wan, do you know how to blow this? I don't know either. Li Muwan, who had been intently observing her actions, suddenly snapped back to reality and shook her head vigorously. The sight of her flustered and earnest expression stirred something within Zhao Yingying. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Sister Wan, could it be that this is your first time seeing this? Sort of Li Muwan's response left Zhao Yingying bewildered. Either one has seen it or one has not. What does sort of even mean? Realizing her answer was ambiguous, Li Muwan added, I've seen it before, but never one that was unwrapped. This is my first encounter with it. She was indeed curious. Upon opening, it revealed a circular shape she had thought it would be. She was at a loss as to how to proceed. Oh, so, Sister Wan, you are still an innocent maiden? Zhao Yingying looked at her in astonishment. In her view, the profession of a flight attendant often entails interactions with affluent individuals. After all, those seated in first class are typically wealthy. Even those not in first class are likely to be well off, with handsome suitors being a frequent occurrence. Each flight brings a new batch of passengers. Furthermore, with Li Muwan's stunning figure and exquisite features, she surely had no shortage of admirers. It was hard to believe she had not experienced at least a dozen romances. Yet here she was, just like herself, a pure and innocent girl. Li Muwan shot her an exasperated glance. Is it really that surprising? Do you think my profession is synonymous with promiscuity and chaotic personal lives? Not exactly, Zhao Yingying replied, feeling rather guilty. After all, she had indeed harbored such thoughts. Well, she decided it was best to focus on blowing this thing up. Zhao Yingying slowly began to manipulate the object in her hands, bringing it to her lips, yet hesitating to proceed. In the meantime, Li Muwan poked at it with her finger. It smells like strawberries, she mused, noting that she herself enjoyed the fruit. However, the idea of blowing this up like a balloon was still somewhat difficult for her to accept. In contrast, Zhao Yingying appeared to be more at ease and had already begun her attempts. However, her lung capacity was ultimately lacking. Each attempt merely inflated a small balloon, after which she could blow no more. I can't do it anymore. Wan Jia, it's your turn. I truly can't manage, Zhao Yingying gasped, conceding defeat and tossing the task to Li Muwan. Li Muwan recoiled as if presented with a creature, startled and perplexed. How does one even blow this? It's so slippery. Yet, all of this was for the sake of their little trio. If they dawdled any longer, she felt a pang of guilt. Besides, Zhao Yingying had already made an effort. She needed to contribute as well. You can definitely do it, Wan Jia. After all, you possess such a grand spirit. Your lung capacity must be substantial, Zhao Yingying teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer, envious of her companion. Why was there such a disparity between people? You little rascal, stop messing around, Li Muwan said, pushing her away with resignation and began to blow with determination. Indeed, as Zhao Yingying had asserted, Her lung capacity was considerably stronger. She quickly inflated a large balloon, though it still fell short of the transparency Yang Wei had mentioned. I've done my best. If this doesn't suffice, he will have to inflate it himself, she thought. Just then, Yang Wei returned, a small bundle of firewood slung over his shoulder. Having just arrived on this unfamiliar island, he dared not wander too far, merely exploring the nearby area. Fortunately, the vegetation was lush, and he found plenty of dry twigs scattered about. What about my tools? How did your ballooning go? He inquired, placing down the firewood. Hearing this, Li Muwan blushed and handed over the balloon. Yang Wei's brow furrowed at the sight. Why is it only this inflated? The transparency is inadequate, without strong light. It will be difficult to ignite. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yingying. Weren't you supposed to blow it up larger? Did you not blow long enough? How can you say that? Zhao Yingying pouted, her expression one of feigned grievance. That thing is far more challenging to inflate than a balloon. We exerted considerable effort just to achieve this size, and you still find fault with us. You are a rascal. Next time, we want to blow it for you again. Yang Wei retorted, what kind of talk is that? Are you doing this on purpose? At that moment, Li Muwan interjected, it truly is a bit difficult. Our lung capacity is too limited. Never mind, let me handle it. Yang Wei waved his hand in resignation and stepped forward himself. Before long, he had inflated a balloon larger than the heads of both women combined. Wow, you can blow it up this big? Zhao Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had witnessed something miraculous. She then rummaged through the packaging bag she had previously cast aside and remarked, this manufacturer is misleading. It clearly states ultra-thin on the label. Yet how can it inflate to such a size? Yang Wei, caught mid-inflation, nearly choked as the air from the balloon rushed back at him. This girl, there's truly no one like her. Having inflated the balloon, he finally arrived at the seaside, where he filled a bottle with relatively clean seawater. He then swiftly poured the water inside, not needing to fill it to the brim. He merely sought a lens effect. Overfilling could compromise the clarity of the water, thus affecting the focus of the heat. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely. Yang Wei directed the concentrated light onto a dry twig. Within 3 minutes, smoke began to swirl and soon ignited. This is it. Yang Wei shook the tool in his hand with satisfaction. The last time he attempted to start a fire by friction had been quite laborious. That had involved the bow drill technique. Had he relied solely on hand rubbing, he would likely have blistered his palms. With the fire now ablaze, Yang Wei exhaled in relief. He sat down, took a piece of smoked meat, and sliced it into small portions with a dining knife, placing them on the fire. Let us prepare to enjoy our first barbecue since moving. Chapter 44. Under surveillance on the volcanic island, at the makeshift campsite by the beach, Yang Wei and his companions indulged in roasted wild boar skewers while sipping coconut juice. Their spirits remarkably elevated. With food and drink at hand, a campsite to call their own, and a crackling campfire, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying felt a burgeoning sense of security, their earlier apprehensions gradually dissipating. Brother Yang Wei, does this island mean we won't lack for water? Zhao Yingying inquired, savoring her skewer. After all, they had encountered coconuts as soon as they landed, a significant improvement over their previous island experience. This volcanic island is so vast, there must be plenty of places like this. Yet, Yang Wei replied earnestly, while coconut juice is suitable for emergencies, it cannot replace fresh water entirely. Moreover, as you have observed, some coconuts yield only a fraction of water, or even less. An adult requires 1 to 2 liters of fresh water daily, and this demand increases with exertion. Thus, securing fresh water remains paramount. At this, Zhao Yingying's demeanor noticeably slumped. All right, I had hoped we could truly relax. It seems we have a long way to go. I really wish the rescue team would find us soon, but she left the latter part of her thought unspoken. During the past 2 days spent with Li Muwan, she had gleaned their approximate location, virtually the heart of the Pacific Ocean, a place devoid of nearby villages or stores. Not to mention the uncertainty of locating the plane's black box. Even if they did, it was unlikely the rescue team would arrive promptly. Li Muwan had been mentally prepared for this scenario, thus she did not feel particularly despondent. With Yang Wei by her side, her panic was alleviated. But it's all right, Yang Wei suddenly reassured. When I went to gather firewood earlier, I observed the rock formations here, and they're undoubtedly volcanic in nature. Therefore, on such a large volcanic island, there must be fresh water sources. We have just arrived and have coconuts, so there is no immediate rush to search for it. After all, this island is not like the previous one where the entire landscape was visible at once. This is a great mountain, and it will take time to familiarize ourselves with it. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, the group retreated to their shelter constructed from the raft and rocks, seeking respite from the harsh midday sun. However, the smoked meat had to be left outside to dry. Leaning against a rock, Yang Wei quietly contemplated their preparations for the days ahead. The island was vast, making it impractical to ascend to a vantage point to survey the entirety. The journey from the foot of the mountain to its apex would take an indeterminate amount of time, and the dense jungle posed significant dangers if they ventured in without caution. Thus, it was prudent to explore the coastline gradually. Fresh water remained the most pressing concern. Yet, he was accustomed to this challenge. Unless they stumbled upon a sufficiently large freshwater spring, this issue would persist for the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, he felt no overwhelming panic. The island's lush vegetation suggested that there would be no shortage of plants capable of replenishing their water supply. Furthermore, as a volcanic island, it was reasonable to expect the presence of fresh water. Otherwise, the wildlife within this realm would find it impossible to survive. Beyond the quest for fresh water, the establishment of a genuine refuge has become paramount. Unlike the previous isle, this one undoubtedly harbors numerous formidable carnivores. Thus, it is imperative to create a respectable campsite. Additionally, the assurance of ample sustenance, carbohydrates, proteins, and dietary fibers is essential. Otherwise, prolonged deprivation would lead to bodily afflictions. Naturally, salt is also a necessity. Furthermore, the campsite must be equipped with a variety of tools for daily living. Merely contemplating these myriad challenges inundated him with a sense of overwhelm. Yet patience is key. He secretly hoped that his survival knowledge would remain untested and that the rescue team would arrive post-haste. He sighed softly and muttered under his breath. Nearby, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were already drifting into slumber. Influenced by their tranquility, Yang Wei too felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Leaning against a rock, his eyelids gradually grew heavy. The days spent preparing for this transition had been exhausting. At last, he could afford a moment of respite. However, unbeknownst to the trio, as they closed their eyes and succumbed to drowsiness, two pairs of eyes from the nearby thicket were fixated intently upon them. The figures were somewhat disheveled, barely clad in a complete outfit. Clutching wooden clubs, their eyes glinted with a coldness. They too had fallen from the plane, fortunate enough to awaken directly on this volcanic island. Sustaining themselves on coconuts, they had managed to stave off starvation, yet their existence was far from comfortable. The notion of feasting on meat seemed utterly fantastical. Yet now, they no longer perceived this as a mere dream, for the smoked meat hanging tantalizingly before them was all too real. Old Zhang, is this truly not an illusion? So much smoked meat? The slightly smaller Wu De rubbed his eyes, incredulously inquiring. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pain at his waist. Zhang Kai had been pinching him there. Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? Why are you pinching me? Wu De exclaimed, eyes wide with indignation. Zhang Kai grinned broadly. If it hurts, it means we're not dreaming, brother. Wei struck gold. Wu De finally grasped his implication, a smile spreading across his face. Truly, heaven had favored them. These individuals appeared to be fellow survivors, not the natives of this island. Not to mention, one of them is clad in a flight attendant's uniform. Zhang Kai rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with desire. A flight attendant? I've never had the pleasure of encountering a genuine one. Previously, they were merely actresses masquerading in uniforms. And that flight attendant's figure, simply extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Wu De's own desires were ignited. Indeed, and look at that girl in shorts, those long, fair legs. How about I take the long-legged beauty, and you take the flight attendant? No way. I've never experienced a flight attendant either. Zhang Kai waved his hand dismissively. Is it necessary to be so conflicted? We could simply take turns. Do you really think this is about marrying for life? The two individuals became increasingly animated in their conversation, their lewd grins growing more pronounced. Yet what of the man? He appeared to be the leader among the three. Wu squinted, contemplating that if we were to make a move, he would undoubtedly object. This fellow had managed to monopolize two for himself. What good fortune were you afraid of? Zhang Kai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Do you think this is a civilized nation? This is a deserted island. With just one man, what is there to fear? If he keeps his mouth shut, it's one thing. We could even take him on as a subordinate. But if he dares to make a sound, we will simply strike him down and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. A glint of ferocity flashed in Zhang Kai's eyes. Wu offered no dissent. Instead, a surge of exhilaration welled up within him. Rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation, he quietly inquired, "Shall we act now?" Chapter 45. Want to kill me? Be prepared to die. Wait a moment. Do not rush. Let them sleep a little longer. It will be more convenient to act later. Zhang Kai shook his head. Being slightly older, Wu habitually listened to him. We will simply knock that brat unconscious with a single blow. Everything else will fall into place afterward. Trust me, I have it all figured out. Wu clenched the wooden stick in his hand, his tone light and devoid of any tension. The two were, after all, vagabonds accustomed to the darker sides of society. They had committed numerous misdeeds, and both had criminal records. They had stolen several electric bike batteries and smashed car windows to pilfer cigarettes and fine liquor. Zhang Kai had even been involved in a burglary, serving a year in prison for it. This time, they had intended to change their location for their activities, but unexpectedly found themselves on a deserted island. Yet, the isolation proved fortuitous for them. With no legal constraints, it felt like paradise to them, allowing them to act without concern. Additionally, they were now in the presence of unattainable beauty. What else could it be but heaven? With their decision made, the two grew unhurried, concealing themselves in the woods. Quietly waiting, after crouching for over 20 minutes and witnessing their three targets remain motionless as if in deep slumber, they slowly emerged. Stealthily, they approached the campsite. Although they were not afraid of Yang Wei alone, it would still expend energy. It was far easier to knock him out while asleep than to engage him while he was alert. Soon, they neared the encampment. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, who had refrained from deep slumber, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He had heard footsteps nearby, and they were not those of beasts, but of humans. He did not open his eyes immediately to greet them. The reason was simple. If the newcomers were survivors wishing to team up, they would approach openly rather than stealthily, as if they were thieves. It was evident that these two had no good intentions. Thus, he cautiously opened his eyes a slit, his other hand resting on his spear with sharp fangs. The furtive figures of the two men swiftly came into view, accompanied by the sound of their conversation. Do not rush to get the girl. Remember to knock that brat out first. Once he is unconscious, we can bind him with the rope I brought. Zhang Kai gestured as he spoke. Wu, however, expressed his discontent. Why bother with binding? It would be easier to just kill him and toss him into the sea. Let us keep him for now, Zhang Kai replied. He could serve as our labor, helping us scout for supplies while we indulge ourselves with the girl. If he becomes troublesome, we can always dispose of him later. Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes brightened. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. Let us proceed as you suggested. With that, he tightened his grip on the stick and approached Yang Wei. At that moment, Yang Wei's heart was brimming with murderous intent. From their attire, it was evident that these two individuals were also survivors of the aircraft mishap. Yet, devoid of any enmity, they sought to take his life directly upon their arrival. They harbored malicious intentions towards Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying, embodying the essence of malevolence. Previously restrained by the law, their true nature was now unleashed. Since they sought death, they had only themselves to blame, Yang Wei mused silently. At this moment, Wu and his companion had approached him. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously raised their wooden clubs. However, just as they were about to strike, Yang Wei abruptly opened his eyes, his cold gaze causing both men to falter. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Yang Wei sprang into action, rolling on the ground to deftly evade their blows. He then swiftly rose, delivering precise kicks to their chests, propelling them backward with tremendous force. Coughing and gasping, Zhang Kai and his companion were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves sprawled on the beach, with the boy they intended to incapacitate standing before them, towering and looking down with an air of authority. What was that noise? Li Muwan and her companions, roused by the commotion, slowly opened their eyes. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they instantly snapped to attention, gasping in unison. Yang Wei, what is happening? They hurried to stand behind him, contemplating their next move while cautiously picking up a wooden stick from the ground, ready to defend him. Realizing their ambush had failed, Zhang Kai and his companion felt a surge of frustration. Nonetheless, they remained composed. The only reason they had been kicked away was that Yang Wei had been awake during their stealthy approach. They did not perceive him as a formidable opponent. Although tall, he did not possess a particularly imposing physique that would deter confrontation. Thus, they regained their confidence. As Zhang Kai prepared to rise, he coldly threatened, "You'd best behave. Kid, we merely wish to share some supplies. We are all survivors here. There is no need for hostilities. If it comes to blows, two men like us will easily handle one." Wuda chimed in, "Exactly, just hand over some meat, and we will leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Li Muwan furrowed her brow slightly. She stepped forward and softly suggested, "Yang Wei, perhaps we should give them something? We are all survivors. It is a matter of fate." "Fate?" Yang Wei replied with a cold smile. He did not blame Li Muwan for her compassion, as she had not overheard their earlier conversation. Observing the two attempting to rise, he thrust his spear viciously into the thigh of one assailant. With a sickening thud, the sharp tip pierced Zhang Kai's leg. He let out a harrowing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his face draining of color as he clutched his wounded thigh and howled in agony. Wu De, witnessing this, was instantly paralyzed with fear, yet Yang Wei showed no intention of sparing him. With a swift motion, he extracted the spear and forcefully plunged it into Wu De's thigh. The impact was even more ferocious than before, as the spear penetrated nearly 30 centimeters, piercing straight through his leg. Yet, Yang Wei showed no sign of relenting. Upon withdrawing the weapon, he directed it towards Wu De's other thigh, leaving yet another gaping wound in his wake. "Ah, my leg!" Wu De writhed on the ground, his screams echoing with agony. The severed artery caused a torrent of crimson blood to spurt from his thigh. Yang Wei's expression remained unyielding. This young man had previously sought his life, and it would be unjust not to retaliate for the words he had uttered. He was not one to show mercy. On this deserted island, humanity could sometimes prove to be more terrifying than the wild beasts. Since you have chosen to attempt my demise, be prepared for the consequences of your actions. Chapter 46. The intelligence of Zhang Kai and his accomplice. The gruesome scene left Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying utterly horrified. They had never witnessed such a ruthless side of Yang Wei. While they had been present during the bloodletting of the wild boar that had ultimately been an animal, whereas the figures before them were living, breathing humans. "Do you think I'm cold-blooded?" At this moment, Yang Wei turned his gaze towards Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying. The latter instinctively took a step back, nodding before hastily shaking her head. Yang Wei smiled sleekly, brandishing the spear with its vicious tip at the two writhing figures on the ground. "Do you know what they were about to do? They intended to approach us stealthily while we were asleep, armed with clubs, and strike me down and toss me into the sea. Oh, and one of them meant to keep me alive as a laborer while the other two shamelessly embraced you." "What?" Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Could there truly be such malicious individuals in this world? To attempt to kill someone without provocation, and furthermore, to threaten them as well? Glancing at the writhing Zhang Kai and his accomplice, they found it hard to believe. Yet, through their recent interactions, they had come to realize that Yang Wei was not one to lie. Thus they found themselves more inclined to trust his words. "Now, do you feel that it was unjust to stab them?" Yang Wei inquired, his gaze fixed once more upon the two. Zhang Kai and his accomplice trembled inwardly, disregarding their leg wounds as they struggled to rise and kneel in supplication. "Be brother, spare us. We were merely momentarily blinded by madness. Our intention was never to kill you. Yes, brother, we implore you, grant us another chance to leave, and we shall never dare to cross you again." Their voices quivered incessantly. It dawned on them that this seemingly refined individual was far more merciless than they could ever be. He acted without hesitation, and most alarmingly, His expression did not waver, even as he witnessed their blood gushing from their wounds. Even during a first-time slaughter, one would expect a frown, let alone when it came to taking a human life. Not daring anymore? Yang Wei scoffed. Had I not been only half asleep earlier, you would have already bound me or fed me to the fishes. Now you claim you do not dare? Do you take me for a fool? His icy tone sent chills down the spines of Zhang Kai and his accomplice, especially with the bloodied spear still clutched in his hand, which appeared to be crafted from a remarkably sharp material. Brother, please spare us this once. We truly recognize our error, Zhang Kai pleaded, regaining his composure. Recognizing your error? Yang Wei let out a cold laugh, shaking his head. You do not truly understand your mistake. You merely comprehend that you are about to die. With that, the spear lunged forward with brutal force. A bloodied hole appeared instantaneously in Zhang Kai's previously unscathed leg. Beside him, Wuda's spirit fled in terror. He wished to escape, but found his legs agonizingly painful, making it difficult even to stand, let alone flee. He realized that this man was indeed intent on killing them. In a moment of desperation, his eyes darted around, and he bumped his head with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "Brother, please don't resort to violence. Spare us, and we can be of service to you. We can be your subordinates, toil for you. If you direct us eastward, we shall not stray westward." Indeed, that's correct. Zhang Kai also ceased his wails, nodding vigorously. Pointing at the smoked meats, he added, "Brother, these should be your spoils, right? If you hunt again, you can take us along. We can scout for you, assist with the finishing blow. Our strength surpasses that of women. Keeping us alive on this desolate island is far more beneficial than taking our lives." Yang Wei chuckled. "Take you, too, hunting? That would be akin to courting disaster. Even seasoned hunters entrust their backs only to their closest kin or steadfast friends. After all, venturing into the mountains, much like setting sail, is fraught with the peril of hidden intentions. Bringing you two along would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise." He shook his head, remarking, "I'm afraid you two are less useful than two women." With that, he produced an unopened condom from his pocket, stating, "At least they can assist me in certain ways. What can you offer?" Zhang Kai and Wu De glanced at the peculiar item in Yang Wei's hand, then at Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying, a glimmer of envy appearing in their eyes. This fellow certainly knows how to enjoy life. But what does he mean by posing this question? As Zhang Kai pondered, Wu De hastily interjected, nodding fervently, "Brother, we can assist you in that regard too." His eyes shone with determination as he knelt and edged closer to Yang Wei. Zhang Kai was taken aback. This fellow is quite resolute. Yet, upon realizing the gravity of their situation, he resigned himself. If it comes to it, better to comply than to lose their lives. With this thought, he too nodded in agreement. "Indeed, brother, we can, even if it means both of us together." He grimaced through the pain as he moved closer. However, their response was met with Yang Wei's merciless kicks, sending both men crashing to the ground. "What the hell? Are you two out of your minds? I truly can't believe this." Yang Wei transformed into a veritable tempest of disdain, berating the two. He then pressed the spear point against Zhang Kai's throat, causing his body to tremble violently, a wave of dread washing over him. In a moment of utter despair, a thought struck him. He quickly spoke up, "Brother, please don't kill us. I possess information that will undoubtedly pique your interest." "Information?" Yang Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. After all, these two had arrived at the volcanic island prior to him. In 2 days, they must have gathered more knowledge than he had. At this moment, what he needed most was information about this island. With this thought, he gradually lowered the spear in his hand. Observing this, Zhang Kai felt a slight relief wash over him, as a weight lifted from his chest. "Speak, what intelligence do you possess?" Yang Wei inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Wu De beside him before slowly raising his head. Terror-stricken, he gazed at Yang Wei and cautiously asked, "Brother, if I divulge this information, will you release us?" As he spoke, he could not help but glance down at his bleeding thigh, an ominous sense of impending doom washing over him. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill at his throat. Yang Wei's fearsome spear, which had just been lowered, was once again pressed against his neck, his cold, piercing gaze instilling dread. "Do you believe you possess any bargaining power at this moment?" This left Zhang Kai and his companion engulfed in despair. Ultimately, they had no choice but to utter, "Brother, there are other survivors on this island." Chapter 47. Life or Death. It depends on your fortune. The expressions of Yang Wei and the others change simultaneously. However, while Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying appeared quite exhilarated, Yang Wei wore a look of caution and contemplation. For him, this situation presented both advantages and disadvantages. The presence of more individuals naturally increases the chances of collective survival. Yet, in a realm devoid of legal constraints, humanity can sometimes prove to be far more terrifying than beasts. The two individuals before him served as a prime example of this. "Brother, I assure you it is all true. This information must be quite valuable to you." Zhang Kai interjected, noticing Yang Wei's gaze turn icy. He felt a shiver of apprehension and hastened to speak. To him, Yang Wei's prowess was intimidating enough to warrant no fear. Thus, he continued, "Brother, with your capabilities, the existence of others could facilitate the plundering of their resources. Moreover, you could recruit a few subordinates to assist you." "Subordinates?" Yang Wei raised an eyebrow and let out a cold chuckle. "If your hands are so dirty, why have you not gathered a few subordinates yourselves?" Zhang Kai tugged at the corner of his mouth, wishing to confess that he had considered binding Yang Wei as a subordinate moments prior. However, he lacked the courage to voice such a thought at that moment. Instead, he replied, "Truthfully, when we encountered others previously, we did contemplate it, but the other party also consisted of 2 men. We had no confidence in overpowering them, so we abandoned the idea. Moreover what?" Yang Wei pressed. Wuda interjected, eager to convey information to avoid appearing useless. "Brother, we were hiding in the bushes, and those 2 fellows did not see us. However, from their conversation, it was clear they had no authority to utilize the resources they found. They must return them for centralized distribution." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei raised an eyebrow again, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. It had only been a few days since the plane crash, yet such a sizable group had already formed, complete with a management system. What made the leader of that group so convincing? Could he also be exceptionally formidable? While Yang Wei pondered these questions, Wuda spoke once more. "Moreover, the survivors are not limited to just that group. There must be others like us, solitary individuals. In the jungle, we also discovered corpses, their heads smashed and clothes stripped, clearly indicative of a struggle for resources. If they were part of a cohesive team, such occurrences would likely not transpire." At this revelation, both Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying gasped in astonishment. She quickly covered her mouth, a hint of terror glimmering in her eyes. To be crushed and stripped bare was, to them, far more horrifying than any beast. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes, sensing an increase in danger. The number of survivors had risen, and they were not united. In their struggle for survival, everyone resorted to desperate measures. "Brother, we have shared everything we know, but can you spare us?" Zhang Kai trembled as he spoke. Wuda glanced over nervously. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei smiled faintly, "Of course. I never intended to kill you." "Thank you, brother. Rest assured, we will leave immediately and stay far away from you, never to trouble you again." Zhang Kai and Wuda were overjoyed at his words, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Yet, in that moment of lowering their heads, a flicker of resentment flashed in their eyes. Both bore penetrating wounds in their thighs. Setting aside the issues of surgery and bleeding, even if they were not in immediate danger, the lack of adequate food and fresh water made survival seem nearly impossible. Before them lay enough supplies to sustain 2 people for several days. They must find an opportunity for vengeance. "You think you can fight, huh? I refuse to believe you can go without sleep indefinitely. I will reclaim everything with interest, and those 2 young women shall not be spared either." With these thoughts swirling in their minds, they raised their heads, their faces now adorned with ingratiating smiles. "All right, you may leave," Yang Wei gestured with a nod. "Why, yes." Zhang Kai and Wu De exchanged glances, expressing their gratitude once more, hastily preparing to depart. Bang! However, before they could take a single step, Zhang Kai felt a sudden jolt of pain at the back of his head. Moments later, the world spun around him, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. "Old Zhang!" Wu De gasped, turning in fear to Yang Wei. He had seen clearly that it was the spear in Yang Wei's hand that had struck Zhang Kai's head with force. "You promised to let us go. How could you?" Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a wooden club came crashing down upon him, rendering him unconscious as well. Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying watched this scene in horror, their faces turning pale. "Yang Wei, did you kill them?" After a few seconds, Li Muwan could no longer contain her curiosity. "They're not dead, merely unconscious. As for how long they last, that depends on their fate," Yang Wei replied, his expression unchanged. Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying sighed in relief. Had they witnessed Yang Wei commit murder, they would have struggled to comprehend it. However, no one spoke up. Had Yang Wei not been vigilant, and had he fully succumbed to slumber, it would have been them facing dire consequences. Yang Wei cast a glance at the two women and softly instructed, "Wait for me to return." He then secured the spear at his waist, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Kai and Wu De by their ankles, dragging them deeper into the mountains. The two individuals were still oozing blood, and it would not do to allow them to linger near his camp, for the scent of blood could easily attract wild beasts. Not only did he need to drag them away, but it was imperative to take them far from the vicinity. As for whether they were alive or dead, he lacked the compassion to concern himself with such matters. After dragging them for approximately 300 or 400 meters, he finally released them. In truth, given their condition, survival was virtually impossible. Even in the absence of wild animals, the rate at which they were losing blood meant that when they regained consciousness, they would be perilously close to death. This was a consequence of their own making. Had they been amenable to negotiation, he would not have minded their continued presence. Yang Wei muttered to himself, bending down to search their bodies for a moment. However, he found nothing of value. Aside from the wooden stick in his hand, these two had no usable resources. It was a mystery how they had survived for the past few days. As for their clothing, Yang Wei deemed it inauspicious and chose to leave it behind. He then tightened his grip on the spear and turned to depart. Chapter 48. Has someone intruded into the camp again? Upon returning to the camp, Yang Wei swiftly extracted a burning log from the campfire, using it to sear the blood-stained areas around him. He then sprinkled a layer of ash over the spots, a measure taken to deter any wild beasts. However, this was merely a precaution. Typically, wild animals would not approach a campfire. As he re-entered the camp and observed the hesitant expressions on the faces of the two women, Yang Wei could not help but chuckle and inquire, "I say, if you two have something on your minds, do share. Your concerns are evident, and seeing you hold back is rather uncomfortable for me." Li Muwan and the other woman exchanged awkward glances. "Is it that obvious?" Li Muwan inched closer and whispered, "Yang Wei, do you have any thoughts?" "Thoughts?" Yang Wei looked at her in confusion. Li Muwan elaborated. "According to what they said, there's still quite a few survivors here. Although we cannot dismiss the possibility of malicious individuals resorting to desperate measures to survive, that small group should not be so ruthless." Zhao Yingying also seemed intrigued, chiming in. "From their words, it appears that their team has established some order, and there must be means of enforcing rules. Clearly, they're striving for everyone's survival. Should we not seek to reunite with a larger group?" Both women's eyes glimmered with hope. While they greatly admired Yang Wei's survival skills, the vastness of the island made the prospect of rejoining the main group feel much safer, and it would also provide them with more information. After all, two heads are better than one. However, Yang Wei merely shook his head with a smile. That seems rather naive. The two women had evidently not yet acclimated to life on the deserted island, still clinging to the comforts of urban civilization. It was precisely this that drew them to the so-called order within that group. Yet without direct interaction, who could ascertain the true circumstances? Perhaps it was merely a few more powerful thugs exerting control over these individuals. As for the so-called violent thugs, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Zhang and Kai were merely spouting nonsense, considering their questionable character. Yet, it was prudent to remain cautious. He did not wish to harm others, but a degree of vigilance was essential. Observing Yang Wei's demeanor, Li Muwan and her companion understood that their suggestion was unlikely to bear fruit, so they obediently settled back down. Yang Wei then cast a glance at his camp. The previous makeshift raft and the stone roof, flanked by broad leaves for cover, created an overly cramped and rudimentary space. While it sufficed for shade, it would be nearly useless in the event of a torrential downpour. Contemplating the potential dangers, Yang Wei concluded that constructing a proper shelter should be prioritized. However, erecting a sturdy refuge would undoubtedly take time. On his side, there was a significant lack of manpower. The remaining two were not only women but also bore injuries. They could manage minor tasks, but it was inconceivable to expect them to carry heavy timber. Even without injuries, such work would be beyond their capabilities. Never mind. One step at a time, Yang Wei thought to himself. Due to the conversation between Zhang and Kai, Yang Wei refrained from wandering about for the remainder of the day. After a brief stroll in the vicinity, he returned, aware that while he was safe, lingering away for too long could endanger Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying if anyone approached their camp. As provisions were sufficient for the time being, it seemed prudent to wait for the night to unfold before making any further decisions. As darkness descended, the crackling campfire dispelled the surrounding gloom and brought a measure of warmth. Yet, this very fire rendered their campsite conspicuously visible, akin to a firefly in the night, inadvertently increasing the risk of detection. However, there was no alternative. The fire was essential for withstanding the night's chill and warding off predators. You two should rest. I will keep watch tonight, Yang Wei instructed Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying, handing them several flasks of warm water. Though they wished to persuade him to take turns on watch, the resolute look on his face compelled them to lie down instead. Soon, they succumbed to a deep slumber, while Yang Wei leaned against a rock, remaining vigilant. One could never predict if other survivors might approach in the dead of night. As the night deepened, fatigue began to weigh on Yang Wei, his eyelids growing heavy. Yet, at that moment, a faint sound of footsteps pierced the stillness. Someone was approaching. Instantly alert, he opened his eyes wide and gripped his spear tightly. Utilizing the firelight, he cast a wary glance in the direction of the sound, convinced that it was not the tread of any wild beast. His suspicion was soon validated as a towering figure, approximately 6'3", emerged into view, staggering towards their camp. Upon closer inspection, Yang Wei could see the individual's dazed expression and a hint of blissful smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "Daughter, Daddy is home. Oh, and my wife is here too? Wait, when did my sister-in-law arrive?" Frowning, Yang Wei noted that the man's gaze was directed toward Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying. As the figure drew nearer, Yang Wei prepared to rise and intercept him. However, before he could stand, the burly man tumbled to the ground beside the camp with a thud, startling Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying awake. They exchanged puzzled glances at the unexpected arrival. "Don't look at me. I have no idea what is going on," Yang Wei said with a wry smile, tightening his grip on the spear as he cautiously approached the stranger, delivering a firm kick to his side. There was no reaction. It seemed he was not fainting. He had truly lost consciousness. Setting aside the spear, Yang Wei crouched to assess the man's condition. His skin was flushed and warm, and his heartbeat was rapid, accompanied by slight convulsions. Observing the man's behavior prior to fainting, it appeared he was experiencing hallucinations. Had this giant been poisoned? Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying drew closer to investigate. Yang Wei nodded, acknowledging the evident signs of poisoning, though he remained uncertain about the substance consumed. As he spoke, his hand delved into the other person's pocket. The island harbored numerous hallucinogenic plants, and he could not ascertain the specifics. He could only check for any remnants on the individual. Soon, he retrieved a fruit adorned with leaves and flowers. Although the petals were crumpled, their trumpet shape was still discernible, displaying a blend of white and purple hues. Beneath, a spherical fruit was formed. In an instant, Yang Wei recognized the plant. It was the Dachira. This species is among the most quintessential hallucinogenic plants, characterized by its tall herbaceous stature, with the entirety of the plant being toxic. Despite the fruit's alluring appearance, its seeds possess potent toxicity and hallucinogenic properties. Li Muwan and the others turned their attention as well. What is this? Did he poison himself by consuming this? Chapter 49. To save or not to save? Bet on his goodness. Indeed, Yang Wei nodded, recognizing that the symptoms exhibited by the large man were entirely consistent. Water, water. At that moment, The giant suddenly mumbled a few incoherent words. It became increasingly evident. Yang Wei squinted, his mouth parched and tongue dry, accompanied by reddening skin, hallucinations, and slight convulsions. Clearly, he had ingested a considerable amount of this substance. Ah, I seem to recall him. At this juncture, Li Muwan spoke up unexpectedly. After scrutinizing him closely, she nodded emphatically. Indeed, it's him, the giant, with a mole at the corner of his mouth, seated in the last row of the cabin. I have a vivid impression of him. Avez-vous d'impression? Yang Wei looked over in confusion. Li Muwan nodded, saying, yes, he is exceptionally tall. Most importantly, although his imposing stature can be somewhat intimidating, he is exceedingly polite. When we serve him his meal, he expressed gratitude with a thank you for every box. A stark contrast to what one would typically expect. As she spoke, her anxiety began to rise. Yang Wei, do you have any way to help him? Please save him. As a flight attendant, encountering difficult passengers is not an uncommon experience. After all, they belong to the service industry. There are times when one might even encounter several unreasonable passengers in succession, leading to a desire to abandon the job altogether. However, encountering courteous guests can restore their confidence and enthusiasm for work. This gentleman is one of those rare individuals. She simply could not bear to witness him succumb to poison. Yet, upon hearing her plea, Yang Wei found himself in a dilemma. Based solely on this, he could not decisively choose to save him. After all, he was uncertain of the man's character. What if he revived a thankless wretch? The potential destructiveness of this giant could surpass that of Zhang and Kai combined. That would be akin to inviting trouble for oneself. Moreover, even if he were not a thankless wretch, a man of such size would undoubtedly require substantial sustenance daily. The meager resources the three of them possessed were not sustainable for long. Adding another mouth to feed would likely lead to rapid depletion. Furthermore, he was not a miracle worker. Given that the man had ingested mandrake, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Yang Wei, please save him. He truly is a good person. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Li Muwan made another heartfelt plea. A good person? Yang Wei fixed his gaze on Li Muwan. How can you be so certain he is a good person? Li Muwan was taken aback. It appeared there was indeed no evidence to support her claim. After a moment of hesitation, she could only weakly respond, intuition. Intuition? Yang Wei raised an eyebrow. When you first encountered me, did your intuition tell you I was a rogue or a good person? Li Muwan, Zhao, Ying. Recalling her initial impression of Yang Wei, she indeed thought him to be a complete rogue. However, over the past few days, their perceptions had changed dramatically. Therefore, your intuition appears to be flawed, Yang Wei stated bluntly. But Li Muwan's expression stiffened, and she muttered, well, you are indeed somewhat lecherous, but that does not preclude you from being a good person. Zhao Ying fervently nodded in agreement. Yang Wei smiled. This assessment was indeed intriguing. However, his heart remained in a state of deliberation, hesitating over whether to rescue the individual before him. As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the stranger's tightly clenched right hand, causing him to pause momentarily. Within that hand was a photograph, which he forcefully extracted and brought before his eyes. It was a family portrait, depicting a towering figure embracing his wife alongside their daughter, their faces radiating joy. On the back of the photograph, a childish script read, I love you, Daddy, accompanied by a smiling face. The earlier murmurs of the stranger, muddled in delirium, echoed in Yang Wei's mind, stirring something profound within him. Father, such a distant term. Yang Wei's expression gradually deepened, lost in reminiscence. Yang Wei, what is wrong? Noticing his unusual demeanor, Li Muwan called out urgently. Fearing her suggestion had displeased him, she quickly added, it's your choice. If you decide not to save him, then so be it. Her spirits dampened. She felt a twinge of guilt at the prospect of witnessing a courteous man who had made a remarkable impression on her perish before her eyes. Yet, to her astonishment, Yang Wei suddenly declared, of course we save him. Who said we wouldn't? Huh? Both Li Muwan and Zhao Ying widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at him in confusion. What are you waiting for? Quickly lend a hand to this giant.
As he spoke, Yang Wei had already lifted one of the stranger's arms, resting upon his shoulder. In that fleeting moment,
he had silently resolved to take a chance. After all, The fact that this behemoth had thought of his family, even in his dying moments, led him to wager on the man's inherent goodness. Ah, splendid. Ying, come help, Li Muwan exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she hurried to support the other arm. Goodness, he is so heavy, despite the majority of the weight resting on Yang Wei. Both women could not suppress their grimaces. This fellow was undoubtedly not tall for nothing. Moreover, his arm was nearly as thick as Zhao Yingying's leg. They could hardly fathom what kind of sustenance he had consumed to grow so robust. After considerable effort, they managed to position him beside a stone at their campsite, allowing his head to lean against it while maintaining a seated posture. Yet soon, another dilemma arose. But he is poisoned. How do we save him? Li Muwan had been so focused on rescuing him that she had completely overlooked this critical detail, mistakenly regarding Yang Wei as a panacea. First, keep him in this position. Yang Wei's voice cut through the haze of uncertainty. Since he ingested the poison, his body will naturally react with rejection. If he vomits while in this position, it will prevent the vomit from obstructing his airway. Also, provide him with a little fresh water, but do not let him drink too much at once, small sips only. As he spoke, he had already grasped a spear and stood up. Yang Wei Gidge, where are you going? Zhao Yingying inquired. Yang Wei cast a glance in the direction of the towering figure. Mere water would not suffice to revive him. I must seek out the antidote. An antidote? Well, I cannot be certain of its existence, but I shall take a chance. If it eludes me, then such is his fate, and there is nothing more I can do. Yang Wei felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this matter. As he spoke, he lifted his hand to pry open the eyelids of the giant. Fortunately, the pupils showed no signs of dilation. Consuming belladonna could induce such a symptom. This indicates that the situation has not yet reached its most critical point. Otherwise, he would be beyond salvation. Before departing, he reiterated his instructions. Muwan can manage alone, but Ying, keep an eye on the surroundings and should anything occur, call for me at once. Zhao Ying quickly nodded in agreement. All right, don't worry, brother Yang Wei. Good, I shall return soon. With that, Yang Wei picked up a burning branch from the campfire and ventured into the distance. Chapter 50. Within 10 steps, there must be an antidote. In a dense thicket over 300 meters from a camp, Yang Wei scrutinized the surrounding underbrush with a torch in hand. He was uncertain whether the mandrake had been foraged nearby or if it had been consumed during a long journey, leading to hallucinations only upon nearing the camp. However, his steps soon halted and he lowered the torch slightly. Under the flickering light, clusters of small flowers, either white or purple, came into view, each adorned with spherical fruits. Indeed, it was mandrake. Moreover, he could distinctly observe several plants with broken stems nearby. Goodness, this fellow had quite the feast. Yang Wei couldn't help but smirk. The trampled undergrowth revealed that the individual had traversed from a distance, likely consuming the wild fruit upon discovery, resulting in hallucinations as they wandered into the camp, guided by the firelight. This, in fact, was a stroke of good fortune, indicating that the consumption had not occurred long before, allowing for a chance of rescue. Yang Wei discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. As for the rescue method, he glanced sideways. Centered around the cluster of mandrake, he meticulously searched within a 10-meter radius. Meanwhile, he chanted repeatedly, within 10 steps, there must be an antidote. Do not deceive me. At this moment, doubt clouded his heart. Although this adage was widely circulated, it had never been scientifically validated. Yet, he had no choice but to place his hopes upon it. After all, some things indeed possessed a certain mystery. The principle of mutual generation and restraining among all things was universally acknowledged. Moreover, it was observed that plants with medicinal or toxic properties often coexisted with their complementary counterparts. This was a common observation among those who ventured into the mountains. However, after 2 laps of searching, Yang Wei found no familiar detoxifying plants. Was he deceived? He felt a wave of frustration, pondering who had initially uttered that phrase. Once I leave the island, I must dispel this rumor. It is quite harmful. Sighing in resignation, he shook his head. With a resolve to make one final effort, he took a few steps forward, then froze in astonishment. Suddenly, a wave of joy surged across his face. Before him, a cluster of lush plants thrived. Feather-like compound leaves adorned with flowers of white and purple were blooming. He cut a stem with a small knife, tasting the sap, which was slightly sweet. Indeed, it was licorice. Yang Wei was instantly elated, hurriedly wielding his knife to harvest the roots, leaving the stems intact. This was a treasure. It clears heat and detoxifies, harmonizes medicinal properties, and alleviates pain. In traditional Chinese medicine, it is frequently used as a primary remedy for detoxification. Furthermore, its mild nature causes no irritation. The sap can protect the gastric mucosa, mitigating the further infiltration of toxins into the bloodstream. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Yang Wei was filled with exuberance. Apologies echoed in his heart. I'm sorry. I was wrong. A sentiment so remarkably astute that it must have been articulated by a sage. In his excitement, he fervently sought to substantiate this notion. It seemed that his previous steps had been far too tentative. Had that towering figure arrived, perhaps it would have taken no more than a mere 10 strides. Thus, this assertion held true, and I stand as a witness. Who dares to claim it is mere rumor? I will be the first to confront them. Within just 3 minutes, Yang Wei had unearthed a substantial quantity of tubers. Without further delay, he sprinted back to the camp. At this moment, the condition of the giant had deteriorated further. His skin had begun to radiate heat, and he occasionally mumbled incoherent phrases, though fragments of words like wife and daughter could be discerned. Yang Wei, you have finally returned. It seems that this giant, Li Muwan, hesitated, intending to express that the situation was dire. But the gravity of the moment made such words seem ominously inappropriate, so she swallowed her concerns. Yang Wei remained silent, discarding the tubers onto the ground. He inspected the giant's pupils once more. Fortunately, there was hope for salvation. He picked up a stone and tossed it to Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying, urgently instructing, wrap this in plastic, then encase it with scraps of my clothing and smash it with force. The finer it is crushed, the better. The goal is to extract the juice inside, but be careful not to spill any, as that liquid is a lifeline. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying sprang into action. The sound of relentless pounding filled the air. Yang Wei, meanwhile, did not remain idle. He forcefully dragged the giant to the side and reached down his throat, manipulating it a few times. Soon, the giant began to retch uncontrollably. Yang Wei, suppressing the acrid odor, supported him while patting his back. Let out, the more the better. Though this method posed a significant risk of dehydration, he was reassured by the abundance of coconuts nearby, alleviating any concerns. After nearly a minute had passed, the giant finally began to subside. Yang Wei gently placed him back in position and cleared the filth from his mouth. For your sake, I risked everything. If you awaken and act ungratefully, regardless of your height or size, I will personally deal with you. Yang Wei muttered as he worked. Indeed, the giant was imposing, towering over him by a good 10 centimeters. Yet Yang Wei felt no fear. His profession required mastery of unarmed combat techniques. Once he had cleaned the giant's mouth, he then took a bottle of water and offered him a few sips. At that moment, Li Muwan and her companion approached, each holding a cloth bundle. Yang Wei, take a look at this. Is it acceptable? Yang Wei extended his hand to receive the bundles, which were still wrapped in plastic. Through the translucent material, he could see that the tubers had been nearly pulverized, releasing a considerable amount of white juice. Excellent. Very well done. Continue. Yang Wei offered a word of encouragement, then promptly called Zhao Yingying to his side. Yingying, stay and assist me. Help me pry his mouth open. Oh, okay. Zhao Yingying quickly approached and gently held the other person's mouth. Yang Wei lifted the antidote, suspending it above the man's mouth, and applied firm pressure. Soon, a delicate stream of liquid began to trickle down, dripping into the large man's mouth. The flow diminished gradually, ultimately transforming into drops that fell steadily. Yang Wei did not discard the remnants. He exerted every ounce of strength to squeeze the residue, striving to extract the final drop of liquid. He then proceeded in the same manner, picking up another bundle. Li Muwan was not idle either, continuously pounding the licorice tubers with a rhythmic force. Thus, through their combined efforts, they continued until every piece of licorice that Yang Wei had brought back was entirely utilized, at which point they finally ceased their endeavor. Chapter 51. The giant awakes after toiling for a full 10 minutes. The three individuals leaned against the stone, panting heavily. Although the task had not been physically exhausting, their minds had remained in a state of heightened tension, anxious that any delay could hinder the rescue. Thus, in this moment of respite, they felt more fatigued than if they had labored the entire day. Observing the still unconscious giant, Li Muwan could not help but inquire, "Yang Wei, do you truly believe we can save him? It seems as though our efforts are yielding little effect." Yang Wei sighed, replying candidly, "Ultimately, the outcome rests in the hands of fate. We have done all that we could. If he does not pull through, there is nothing more I can do." Acknowledging the gravity of his words, Li Muwan fell silent as they sat upon the broad leaves, awaiting the passage of time. Moments ticked by, yet the giant showed no signs of awakening. Were it not for his steady breaths, Yang Wei and the others might have assumed he had succumbed. "Shouldn't he be waking up?" Yang Wei murmured, gripping the giant's wrist, his brow furrowed. The rate of the giant's heartbeat had significantly decreased. His skin no longer felt feverish, and the spasms had ceased. Every indication suggested he was on the mend. Yet, why was he still unresponsive? Just then, as if in response to Yang Wei's thoughts, a voice emerged from the giant's lips. His eyelids fluttered, and slowly he opened his eyes. A surge of delight coursed through Yang Wei's heart. "He is awake." "What?" Hearing his voice, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying rushed closer, excitement illuminating their faces. For compassionate souls, there is no greater fulfillment than rescuing someone from the clutches of death. Under their watchful gazes, the giant gradually focused on the three faces hovering near him, momentarily bewildered, instinctively leaning back. Confused, he murmured, "What happened? Who are you?" "Wasn't he at home?" "At home?" Yang Wei chuckled softly, recalling the giant's words from before his unconsciousness. He sighed, "We wish you were at home too. It will mean we were not far from home ourselves." Upon hearing Yang Wei's response, the giant's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Not at home? Then where am I? Why is my head so foggy? I remember returning home. Oh, I understand now. You were the rescue team, right? You saved me, didn't you? So, I can go home soon?" Yang Wei shook his head gently. "Not quite. We are still on a deserted island. We, too, are survivors from the plane crash." The giant appeared perplexed, his large eyes spinning as he struggled to comprehend. Sensing his confusion, Yang Wei elaborated, "You experienced hallucinations due to poisoning, which led you to believe you had returned home." "Poisoning?" The giant's face reflected shock. "Indeed. If it weren't for Brother Yang Wei's intervention, you would no longer be here." Zhao Yingying added, her small lips pouting. The three of them had nearly exhausted themselves in their efforts to save him. "What?" The giant vigorously shook his head, as fragmented memories began to crystallize. "I recall that I merely consumed some wild fruits. Could it be that those were toxic? The toxicity must be quite severe indeed. What you ingested was mandrake. Do not be deceived by your stature. Even someone towering over 2 meters could experience hallucinations, and it poses a significant risk to life." Yang Wei elucidated. He gestured towards the nearby vomit and the crushed licorice roots, continuing, "You are fortunate to have encountered us, and I managed to find the medicinal herbs. Otherwise, even the great Hua Ta could not have saved you." Upon hearing this, the tall man fully comprehended his predicament. As he glanced around, he saw his own vomit and the remnants of the pulverized roots. It was evident that these three individuals had exerted considerable effort to aid him. His large eyes glimmered with gratitude and trepidation. "Thank you, esteemed ones. You are indeed my saviors. This kindness will forever be etched in my memory," he exclaimed, attempting to rise and kneel before them. However, before he could stand fully, he stumbled and fell back onto the ground, still disoriented from his recent awakening. "There is no need for that. Please rest," Jiang Chan said, patting his shoulder and inquiring, "Are you called Fu Teng?" "Indeed," Fu Teng nodded. "I was born and raised in northeast China, but my identification card cites Inner Mongolia as my place of origin, specifically in Manzhouli, and number 30, Group 1, Ganjika Village. Zwat Ihochi, with ID number." "Ah, no need for such details," Yang Wei interjected, waving his hand in exasperation. "This fellow is rather straightforward. Of course, this is merely first impressions. One cannot be certain if he is genuine. What exactly happened? This island should have abundant resources. Why did you venture into the jungle to consume mandrake? Yang Wei inquired again. A pained expression crossed Fu Tong's face. Are there truly ample resources on this island? I have not seen any. Is that so? Li Muwan pointed to a nearby coconut tree. Is that not an example? It provides both food and drink. However, I cannot climb up, Fu Tong replied, tugging at his lips. I can only gather coconuts from the ground, but even when I manage to crack them open, there is hardly any moisture inside. The coconut flesh is nearly desiccated, leaving me with no choice but to nibble on wild fruits. Zhao Yingying could not help but interject. You certainly possess a great deal of courage. Are you not afraid of poisoning? I had no other option, Fu Tong lamented. I, too, fear poisoning, but without consumption, I would starve. I could only gamble that they were not toxic. Clearly, you lost that gamble, Zhao Yingying retorted. Fu Tong chuckled ruefully. The first few days were fine. I had no issues with what I consumed. Who would have thought either not toxic or extremely toxic, nearly costing me my life. When you awoke, were you alone? Yang Wei suddenly inquired. Fu Tong nodded. Did you encounter anyone else during these days? No. Fu Tong was about to shake his head when a sudden realization struck him. His eyes widened in fear as he declared, I did encounter someone. Moreover, there were two of them. Initially, I intended to greet them and propose forming a team. But before I could utter a word, one of them suddenly seized a stone and struck the other violently on the head, subsequently stripping him of his clothing and absconding with it. Hiss! Upon hearing this, both Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying drew in a sharp breath. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes as well. The three of them recalled the words of Zhang Kai and Wu De from earlier. The corpse they encountered in the jungle was likely the individual that Fu Tong had mentioned. It was merely a matter of differing timelines. Fu Tong cast a glance at the trio and remarked, Thus, I became hesitant to recklessly join others thereafter. However, the lack of food compelled me to take risks. Gathering coconuts yielded little hydration. In my desperation, I nearly met with disaster. Chapter 52. Fu Tong's astonishing appetite. Yang Wei and the others could not help but chuckle at Fu Tong's appearance. Despite his evident misfortune, there was something amusing about him. This towering figure, standing over 6 feet tall and robust, now appeared as pitiable as a child weighing over 200 pounds. I'm truly grateful to you all, Fu Tong expressed once more, his face illuminated with appreciation as he gazed at the trio. Were it not for you, I would never have seen my daughter and my wife again. Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at him. You certainly have some nerve, not knowing if it was poisonous, yet daring to consume so much. He had just returned from there, and judging by the traces left from the mandrake, it was clear that Fu Tong had indulged considerably. Embarrassed, Fu Tong scratched his head. I was simply too hungry to care. I just devoured everything I could gather. Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. The northeast accent was quite pronounced. It was indeed said that people from that region were tall, and Fu Tong was a perfect representation of that. Suddenly, Yang Wei recalled something. Did you not find any other supplies upon waking? This inquiry was of greater concern to him, as he and Zhao Yingying had managed to salvage supplies that had fallen from the aircraft. However, as he posed the question, he did not harbor much hope. If there were supplies, Fu Tong wouldn't be in such dire straits. As expected, Fu Tong shook his head. No, unfortunately, the only thing that fell was my checked luggage. But it is of little use. Just some bedding and a few stainless steel basins, neither of which can satiate hunger nor quench thirst. They are utterly useless. He paused, noticing the three of them staring at him with wide eyes, their gazes intense. For someone unable to secure even water or food, those items held no value. But in Yang Wei's hands, they could be entirely different. Where's your luggage? Yang Wei inquired eagerly. It's at the spot where I woke up. I found it too heavy, so I left it there, Fu Tong replied, adding a complaint. On such a sunny day, the sweat from carrying it was exhausting. Had I known it would land so conveniently nearby, I would have just carried a pack of water instead. Yang Wei, unfazed by Fu Tong's grumbling, pressed on urgently. How far is the place you mentioned? At this, Fu Tong surveyed his surroundings, looking somewhat lost. I'm not sure where we are, but I walked over from there. It should have taken me over 20 minutes. Over 20 minutes. Yang Wei frowned. That distance was not negligible. While he was eager to retrieve those supplies immediately, Given Fu Tong's state and the safety of Li Muwan and the others, he found it impossible to leave. Yang Wei, those supplies are crucial for all of us. Should we not go and retrieve them now? Li Muwan voiced her concerns. If we delay any longer, they may be taken by others or even snatched away by wild beasts. Yang Wei shared her apprehensions. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in refusal. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Just as he spoke, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Zhao Yingying and Li Muwan instinctively tilted their heads towards the sky. Hey, we can still see the stars, and it's not even overcast. Where's that thunder coming from? It's coming from him. Yang Wei interjected, pointing at Fu Tong's stomach. What? Zhao Yingying and Li Muwan gasped, their mouths agape. Is that stomach growl really that loud? Suppressing his amusement, Yang Wei suggested. Go fetch him something to eat. He barely had anything and then threw it all up. It's only natural he is hungry. All right, we'll take care of it right away, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying responded, rising immediately. They expertly prepared wild boar meat and set it over the fire to roast. Yang Wei, not idle himself, opened a coconut. Before long, food and drink were laid out before them. Here, eat up. This doesn't seem right. Fu Tong looked towards Yang Wei, a towering figure from the northeast, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. It was no small feat to procure supplies on this deserted island. He felt uncomfortable accepting food from someone who had saved his life. There is nothing wrong with it. Just eat. Otherwise, you might end up searching for poisonous fruits when hunger strikes, and I can't promise I'll be able to save you again. Yang Wei urged with a smile. Well, all right then. Thank you. Fu Tong conceded, no longer hesitating. He eagerly accepted the pork and began to devour it. In truth, he had been salivating for quite some time. The aroma wafting from the roasting meat had been tantalizing, and he found it hard to resist. Who would have imagined he could enjoy roasted meat on this desolate island? Shouldn't they all be living like savages, just as he had? Once he took a bite, he could not hold back any longer. Initially, Li Muwan had worried that he might choke if he ate too quickly, so she had cut the meat into small pieces. However, it seemed that this had inadvertently slowed down his eating pace, having underestimated his hunger. While he was still chewing one mouthful, his hand already reached for another piece. The eyes of the three were transfixed, alternating between his face and the meat. They watched in astonishment as he devoured nearly 4 pounds of meat, followed by generous gulps of coconut water, leaving not a shred of coconut flesh behind. What? Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were utterly dumbfounded. They had prepared so much roasted meat because the three of them had been working hard all day and wished to share in the feast. Yet, it seemed they had only gotten a whiff of it, as Fu Tong consumed every last morsel. Did I eat a bit too much? Fu Tong suddenly realized the situation, glancing sheepishly at the trio. Not at all. Being able to eat is a blessing. Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively, though he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. This guy could eat. He had consumed nearly enough food for 3 people in one sitting. Yang Wei began to regret saving him. He simply couldn't afford to keep up with such an appetite. Would you like some more? Is that not enough? He attempted to be polite, but Fu Tong shook his head, saying no, it's quite sufficient to be 7 parts full. I've never felt so satiated in these past few days. Yang Wei and the others exchanged bewildered glances. 7 parts full? Are you telling me that after consuming so much, you are only 7 parts full? If you were to eat freely, even a wild boar would not suffice for your sustenance for several days. While they pondered this, Fu Tong suddenly stood up and, with a thud, knelt before Yang Wei. Dear brother, esteemed elder brother, I implore you to take me in. I cannot survive alone. Fu Tong looked at Yang Wei with hopeful anticipation. He was no fool. In such a short time, he had already witnessed Yang Wei's remarkable abilities. In the camp, there was food, water, and even medical care, truly a survival expert. If he wished to return to his family, he must align himself with Yang Wei. Chapter 53. Has Fu Tong run away? The sudden turn of events left Yang Wei and his companions momentarily stunned. Brother, rest assured, while my intellect may not be exceptional, I am undeniably capable of hard work. I am willing to undertake any task you assign. Just please allow me to stay. Do not be so hasty. Please rise first. Yang Wei replied, sidestepping the gesture of gratitude. for even having saved the man's life. He felt unworthy of such honor. Gently grasping the man's arm, he urged, "Do not dwell on these matters for now. You need to rest. Your current condition necessitates recuperation. As for future discussions, we shall address them tomorrow." His words left ample room for consideration, as he too grappled with uncertainty. Retaining an additional individual implied an increased burden of sustenance. No, it meant the nourishment of 3 or 4 more. The thought of this ravenous fellow weighed heavily on their minds, amplifying their apprehension. Most critically, Yang Wei was uncertain of the man's true nature. He had no desire to harbor a ticking time bomb. Fu Tong discerned Yang Wei's underlying intentions and felt a twinge of disappointment, yet chose to remain silent, obediently sitting back down. Yang Wei gathered several broad leaves and laid them upon the ground. "You may rest here tonight. With the campfire, it should not be too cold. I will bring you a few hot water bottles shortly." "Thank you, brother. I can sleep anywhere. These past few days, I've been finding random spots to rest." Fu Tong expressed gratefully. "This place, with its fire, is far superior to where I stayed previously." Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "You appear to be older than I am. Thus, please refrain from calling me brother. Just address me as Yang Wei." "That will not do. I shall call you Brother Yang." Fu Tang insisted earnestly. "Very well. As you wish," Yang Wei acquiesced. Noting the man's resolute demeanor and deciding not to dwell further on matter. That night, Yang Wei continued his vigil. Given that Fu Tong had only recently recovered from poisoning and deserved a hearty meal and a proper night's rest, Yang Wei could not allow him to take the watch. Moreover, he had no intention of entrusting their safety to a stranger. In the wilderness, one must never place their trust lightly, even upon those who seem amiable. However, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying disagreed, insisting that the 3 of them should take turns. After all, Yang Wei had scarcely rested since their arrival on the island. Feeling guilty allowing him to continue, they pressed him to relent. Eventually, Yang Wei had no choice but to comply. By now, it was past 10 o'clock at night. Around 12:30, Li Muwan sat up, her heart aching for Yang Wei. "Yang Wei, you should get some rest. I will keep watch for a while." Indeed, Yang Wei was weary. His eyelids were beginning to betray him. Yet as he rose, he could not help but issue a cautionary reminder. "Very well, but do ensure your safety and remain vigilant." He cast a glance at Fu Tong by the campfire, the meaning of which was unmistakable. "Understood. I will be careful." Li Muwan nodded slightly, though she remained rather unguarded. In her eyes, this towering figure was grateful, polite, and possessed a straightforward demeanor. He hardly seemed like a villain. However, having received Yang Wei's instructions, she could not afford to ignore them. Thus, for the ensuing hours, she maintained her vigilance. She intermittently glanced around while adding fuel to the campfire, all the while attentive to the movements of Fu Tong beside her. As the clock approached 4, fatigue began to overwhelm her. She walked over to the campsite and roused Zhao Yingying. The latter yawned repeatedly, yet understood her responsibilities. Rising to join her by the fire, Li Muwan reiterated Yang Wei's words to her. "All right, I understand." Zhao Yingying waved her hand dismissively, though in truth, she was utterly exhausted. Being awakened at this hour was genuinely tormenting, so she barely absorbed Li Muwan's instructions. She merely sat by the campfire, occasionally tossing in a log to ensure the flames remained alive, paying little heed to the absence of Fu Tong behind her. Meanwhile, Yang Wei enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. After several exhausting days of relocating, he savored this rare moment of tranquility. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated, as if his vitality had returned substantially. He stretched languidly and let out a satisfying yawn. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the campfire, and in the next instant, he was wide awake, his eyes widened in shock. By the fire, Zhao Yingying lay casually on the broad leaves, her mouth slightly agape as she slept soundly. Li Muwan restait beside her. The crucial detail was that the substantial figure of Fu Tong had vanished without a trace. Instinctively, Yang Wei reached for his side, his heart sinking once more. The spear with its barbed tip was also missing. He looked up, noticing a significant portion of his smoked pork had disappeared, along with 2 coconuts from behind him. "Get up, hurry up!" Yang Wei shouted abruptly as he hastened toward the campfire. Hearing his voice, Li Muwan and Zhao Ying stirred slightly. What's wrong? I'm so tired, Zhao Ying groaned, reluctantly sitting up. Where's he? Yang Wei rushed to Zhao Ying's side, his tone grave. Who? Zhao Ying, still somewhat dazed, looked around, momentarily confused. Aren't all three of us here? I mean Futeng. Yang Wei pressed on. What Futeng? Oh, Futeng, Zhao Ying exclaimed, realization dawning upon her as she glanced at the spot where Futeng had lain, now conspicuously empty. What happened? Where is he? Li Muwan approached, her expression grave. I don't know, Zhao Ying stammered, her panic evident. You don't know? Weren't you the last one on watch last night? Li Muwan questioned urgently. I even reminded you to be cautious and signaled you. I was too tired and didn't hear clearly, Zhao Ying admitted. Zhao Ying felt a twinge of anxiety, and moreover, I sensed no real threat from him. He was merely engrossed in a deep slumber, fixated on the flickering campfire. It was only as dawn approached, witnessing that the fire had not extinguished, that I succumbed to sleep, and at that moment, he was undeniably present. Yang Wei's expression darkened considerably. Li Muwan furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Yang Wei, and gently offered her reassurance. Do not be overly anxious. After all, he has not harmed us in any way. Perhaps he merely stepped away for a moment. Stepped away? Yang Wei lifted his gaze to the two, gesturing towards the rack of smoked meat and the campsite. One piece of pork is missing, 2 coconuts have vanished, and most crucially, my tusk spear is nowhere to be found. What? Li Muwan and the other individual gasped in unison, looking up to grasp the gravity of the situation. They quickly recognized the discrepancies regarding the pork and coconuts, and indeed, a portion was missing. In an instant, both of their faces turned pale. Chapter 54. This misunderstanding is severe at the campsite. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Li Muwan could hardly bring herself to meet Yang Wei's gaze. Just yesterday, she had implored him repeatedly to spare the other party. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. Brother Yang, I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't anticipate this outcome, and I only fell asleep just before dawn. The fault lies entirely with me. I can forego food for the next few days. I will find something on my own. Please don't be angry anymore. Her voice quivered with suppressed sobs. Yang Wei took a deep breath, looking at the 2 girls, whose heads were nearly buried in their chests. He ultimately refrained from scolding them. It's all right. This isn't entirely your fault. Thankfully, they harbored no ill intentions, merely taking some supplies. However, he lamented, that piece of pork could have sustained us for 2 or 3 days. Zhao Ying still felt guilty, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. I'm so sorry. Brother Yang, I want to eat any food from the campsite for the next few days. I will truly find something myself. I apologize. All right, as long as no one is harmed. Yang Wei approached and gently ruffled her hair. After all, they were still quite young, and a little indulgence in sleep was understandable. There was indeed a mistake, yet since it had already occurred, he chose not to dwell on it. Damn it, how could I have misjudged? With such prominent features, how could they engage in such behavior? Li Muwan felt a surge of anger, but refrained from expressing it further for fear of embarrassing Zhao Ying. She swallowed her words, especially since it was she who had insisted on rescuing the individual in question, causing her head to droop once more. Forget it. It's not worth it. Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively. At least they spared us a little. Let us consider saving him as an act of accumulating good fortune. It's just unfortunate about that weapon. What is far less sharp than the tusks of a wild boar. Li Muwan and Zhao Ying remained silent, hesitant to speak. Let go, it's just a piece of pork and 2 coconuts. It's inconsequential, Yang Wei remarked, attempting to lighten the mood with a feigned smile. There are still a dozen coconuts on the tree nearby. As for supplies, the tide is retreating. Perhaps we might find some treasures along the shore. With that, he prepared to head towards the beach. However, after taking just a couple of steps, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure. The distinctive height caused him to halt abruptly. Turning around, he beheld Futeng emerging from the thicket, his body adorned with leaves, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. He carried a large bundle on his back, with a piece of smoked pork in his left hand, a tusk spear in his right, and an armful of firewood, eagerly sprinting towards the campsite. Li Muwan and Zhao Ying also sensed the anomaly, their eyes widening in unison, puzzled by the unfolding scene. In their moment of astonishment, Fu Tong's voice echoed from afar. Brother Yang, I found my belongings. As he spoke, he quickened his pace and soon arrived in front of the group. With a hearty laugh, he flung the luggage onto the ground and turned to Yang Wei. Did you rise early to fetch this? Yang Wei's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at him. Indeed, Fu Tong nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. When I awoke, you all were still asleep, so I thought I might find something to occupy my time. I recalled you mentioning last night that you needed this luggage, and as dawn approached, I hurried to retrieve it. Fortunately, it remained untouched by wild beasts, still lying there as I left it. Yang Wei looked quizzically at the pork in Fu Tong's hands. And this? This is merely a precaution against losing it on the way, Fu Tong admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. At that hour, it was not yet fully light, and I was uncertain about retracing my steps. Fearing I might get lost and have nothing to eat, I brought it along. I also took your weapon, worried about encountering wild animals. Yet, luck was on my side. I did not stray from my path, he chuckled, beaming with pride. As he opened the woven bag containing the luggage, he retrieved a coconut, explaining, however, I was exceedingly thirsty along the way, so I cracked open a coconut. By the way, I also gathered some firewood. Hey, Yang Wei, what happened to you all? As Fu Tong recounted his tale, Yang Wei and the others exchanged bewildered glances. After all the commotion, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. They had wrongly accused him of stealing. Li Muwan's face flushed crimson, having been the most vocal in her accusations. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as you are back, it's all good. Otherwise, her guilt would have lingered for quite some time. In no worries, Yang Wei was the first to regain his composure, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, Yang Wei, do you see anything useful in my luggage? Fu Tong, unabashed, pointed at his belongings as if presenting a treasure. Yang Wei knelt down to inspect them. Soon, his eyes sparkled with delight. A quilt, 3 articles of clothing, and 3 stainless steel basins of varying sizes were inside.
The largest basin was nearly the size of a wash basin, and the quilt and clothes exude a fresh scent of laundry detergent. These are incredibly useful.
Yang Wei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Not only will the quilt keep me warm at night, but the clothes are also a welcome addition. For the past few days, I've been dressed in broadleaf, resembling a wild man. Most importantly, these stainless steel basins were invaluable resources on this deserted island. The smallest measured 20 centimeters in diameter, while the medium and large ones could easily serve as pots. That's great to hear. I was worried they might not be of any use. Fu Tong said with a goofy grin, delighted to finally contribute. He then pointed to the quilt, assuring them, rest assured, this bedding has been washed by my wife. It's spotless, and I have yet to use it. Yang Wei, you, and the 2 sisters can share it. It's absolutely clean. Upon uttering those words, the expressions of the 3 individuals instantly transformed into a spectacle of vibrant hues. Yang Wei wore a smile upon his face, while Li Muwan and Zhao Ying flushed with embarrassment. Was it possible that I had misspoken? Fu Tong's wide eyes darted between the 3 of them. This shouldn't be the case. After all, we were on a deserted island. A man of Yang Ji's caliber would surely attract women like moths to a flame. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the 2 ladies, they seemed to harbor no significant objections. Let us not jest. Now is not the time for such frivolities. Yang Wei broke the silence with a smile, yet his words carried no hint of rejection. While it may not be the moment, the future remains uncertain. Li Muwan and Zhao Ying, discerning his implication, felt their cheeks grow warm once more. Observing this, Fu Tong took a deep breath, nervously gazing at Yang Wei. Yang Wei, does this mean I can stay now? Chapter 55. Beachcombing, observing the eager expression on Fu Tong's face. Yang Wei pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. Very well, let us proceed together for now. It is prudent for us to keep an eye on one another. The fact that this fellow had risen early to retrieve their belongings was indicative of having passed his preliminary assessment. Moreover, the supplies he had brought were indeed invaluable to them. However, this merely constituted an initial trial. The distance to complete trust remained vast. For the time being, He could not entrust the night watch to Fu Tong and sleep soundly himself. Thus, he added, however, within our team, unless one is injured, idleness is not permitted. Given Fu Tong's consumption rate, he could not afford to support him as he did with Li Muwan. Thank you, Brother Yang. Fu Tong exclaimed joyfully, offering repeated assurances. Rest assured, I shall work diligently and will not shirk my responsibilities. I have plenty of strength. You may assign all labor to me. A laborer, you say? Yang Wei raised an eyebrow, noting that Fu Tong's belongings did indeed align with this identity. But do you truly indulge in air travel for work? This is an international flight. Fu Tong nodded, a pained expression crossing his face as he explained, a friend of mine introduced me to this job. He's been abroad for 2 years. He said it was quite lucrative, with earnings exceeding $200,000 a year, so I went. Who would have thought? The plane would crash mid-journey? What terrible luck. 200,000? What position do you hold? Yang Wei inquired, astonished. Although he was not well versed in the industry, he understood that such wages were unlikely for a mere laborer. I am somewhat of a carpenter. Fu Tong responded, my father was in this trade, so I learned a bit from him. This made sense to Yang Wei. Certain skilled trades were indeed in high demand abroad. Many venture overseas, and though they leave their homeland, they ultimately earn more. Most opt for the islands, though a significant number also head to Africa. In these regions, individuals from their own country are particularly sought after, as the moniker of infrastructure behemoth is no mere exaggeration. Workers are known for their diligence and efficiency. Looking at the towering figure before him, Yang Wei felt a surge of optimism. Just yesterday, he had been fretting over the lack of manpower to construct a shelter. And now, a carpenter had arrived. It was a perfect fit for their current situation. How do you feel now? Any discomfort? Yang Wei inquired once more. I'm perfectly fine. No discomfort whatsoever. Brother Yang, just let me know what needs doing, Fu Tong replied with a cheerful demeanor, though it remained unclear whether he was genuinely untroubled or merely eager to prove himself. Very well then, let us take a short rest before heading out to the beach, Yang Wei said, refraining from further elaboration. He opened a few coconuts for everyone to share. After sipping the coconut water and enjoying the flesh, they regarded it as their breakfast. After finishing their breakfast, Yang Wei took Fu Tong, both carrying a stainless steel basin, and headed towards the beach. The tide had only just receded, making it an opportune moment to gather seafood. Meanwhile, Li Muwan and her companion remained behind to guard the campsite. Concerned for their safety, they did not venture far, staying within a distance of 500 meters. Nevertheless, they made quite a bountiful catch. They collected a small basin filled with clams, weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. However, since they were still in their shells, the edible portion was likely only around a pound. This discovery thrilled Fu Tong immensely. He watched in awe as Yang Wei skillfully unearthed clams from the sandy beach, following the tiny holes left behind. For a man hailing from the northeastern inland, this seemed almost magical. He attempted to dig for some himself, but yielded no results. Yet, fortune favored him in another way. Although he could not find clams, he stumbled upon 2 stranded fish. Each weighed over 2 pounds. Brother Yang, these fish are remarkably foolish to be stranded on the beach. We've certainly secured lunch now. Fu Tong exclaimed, overjoyed. He would have felt embarrassed to return empty-handed, especially on his first day accompanying Yang Wei. Glancing at the 2 sizable fish in Fu Tong's hands, Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback. This fellow truly had remarkable luck. It seemed that during the high tide last night, the waves were too strong, causing these fish to be swept ashore and left behind when the tide receded. Indeed, we'll eat them shortly and enhance our meal, Yang Wei remarked with a smile. Seafood is all about freshness. If it spoils, it loses its charm. And with just these 2, there's no need for preservation. If we were to indulge, I doubt it would even suffice for this big eater alone. All right, that's enough for now. Let us head back, Yang Wei suggested. His purpose for this seaside expedition was twofold. Primarily, he aimed to gather supplies, but more importantly, he sought to survey the surrounding environment. To his satisfaction, he spotted several coconut trees over 200 meters away, alleviating some concerns regarding freshwater sources. He couldn't help but marvel at the fruitful haul they had achieved on their first day. The coastline was indeed extensive, and the island itself was large. providing a far richer supply than they had previously encountered. Previously? Fu Teng inquired, puzzled. Yang Wei pointed towards the direction of the small island they had previously occupied. Do you see that narrow island? We woke up there. However, resources were exceedingly scarce, leaving us no choice but to construct a raft to reach this island. We only arrived here yesterday. What? Fu Teng gasped in astonishment. From their vantage point, they could see one end of the slender island, appearing merely as a large dark spot. That must be about 2 kilometers away. You actually managed to build a raft to come here? Brother Yang, you're incredible. Fu Teng's eyes sparkled with admiration. To him, this seemed an utterly impossible feat, constructing a raft, especially on their very first day. This implies that the supplies within their camp were accumulated from that previous small island. The disparity among individuals is truly exasperating. Fu Teng couldn't help but lament. Others, with merely a diminutive isle, have achieved such astonishing feats, while he, upon awakening on this vast island, found himself reduced to consuming poisonous fruit. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Yang Wei and his benevolent, capable companions, he would have already reunited with his great-grandmother. Is this truly impressive? Yang Wei chuckled softly, offering no further commentary. Instead, he fetched a basin of seawater and returned to the camp with Fu Teng. Upon witnessing their harvest, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were equally elated. Without needing Yang Wei's instruction, they eagerly seized knives and small basins, heading to the shore to commence their preparations. Chapter 56. Seafood stewed with wild boar meat for Fu Teng. The mere indulgence in pork was a supreme delight. However, Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying had grown somewhat weary of it. Initially, they found it quite fragrant, yet after consuming it repeatedly, they could detect a lingering gamey taste. The scarcity of seasonings rendered the experience rather lackluster. Without ginger and spices to mask those flavors, the enjoyment was indeed diminished. Hence, upon the sight of seafood, both women were overwhelmed with joy, their enthusiasm palpable as they set to work. Fu Teng, however, was utterly perplexed. Wasn't he the pork from the camp delightful? What could those few fish and clams possibly compare? They could hardly quell their hunger. Soon enough, the two women efficiently cleaned the seafood. Under normal circumstances, they might have allowed the clams to sit in fresh water for a couple of days to expel any sand. However, in this moment, no one wished to wait any longer. Let us cook it right away, Li Muwan suggested, pointing to the basin of seawater that Yang Wei had brought back. Upon receiving a nod from Yang Wei, she furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her concern. I recall that seawater might not be suitable, right? Who says it's unsuitable? Just don't drink the broth, Yang Wei replied. You must understand that many fishermen use seawater to cook seafood in pursuit of the original flavor. Given our lack of seasonings, we must utilize this, as it serves as a natural flavor enhancer. A natural flavor enhancer? The three of them turned to him in unison. Yang Wei elaborated. Seawater is rich in minerals. Although it is not safe for direct consumption, it can interact with the proteins and amino acids in the seafood, resulting in more complex flavor compounds. This significantly enhances the sweetness of the seafood, something that cannot be replicated with fresh water and salt. Moreover, he paused for effect before continuing. The salinity of seawater is similar to the osmotic pressure within the seafood, making it easier to lock in moisture during cooking. This results in a more tender and succulent texture, devoid of toughness. As he finished speaking, the expressions on the three faces mirrored one another, akin to students sitting in a classroom, grappling with a particularly intricate problem. Yang Wei's gaze settled on Li Muwan as he continued. Regarding your concerns about seawater being unsuitable, that is not entirely incorrect. Coastal areas inhabited by humans may indeed be affected by sewage discharge and heavy metal contamination. However, we are on a deserted island, far removed from human civilization, so there is no cause for concern. My goodness! Fu Teng exclaimed, looking towards Zhao Yingying and the others. Did you all understand that? No. Zhao Ying shook her head, but it doesn't matter. We should just listen to Brother Yang. Due to Fu Teng's calling Yang Wei Brother Yang, she too adopted the term Brother Yang. Indeed, following Brother Yang's guidance was undoubtedly wise. Fu Teng nodded in vigorous agreement. Just as he was about to begin cooking, Yang Wei lifted the basin of water once more, then took another basin and headed towards the shelter. As they walked, he remarked for safety's sake, "It is prudent to filter out the sediment, fragments of algae, and small plankton. This ensures that what we consume is relatively safe and does not compromise the flavor." In the midst of his speech, he swiftly retrieved something from his backpack and inconspicuously stowed it in his pocket. "You all wait here. I shall return once I have completed the filtration." Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying were left in a state of confusion. Yang Wei's actions had been so rapid that they had barely discerned what he had taken. Meanwhile, Li Muwan's face had flushed with embarrassment. Her arms crossed over her chest, exuding shyness. She was all too aware of what Yang Wei was using for filtration. The mere thought of his hand gripping the filter made her feel a wave of heat wash over her. "Hey, Yang Gu, let me assist you," Fu Teng, anxious about being of no help, eagerly offered his assistance. However, before Yang Wei could respond, Li Muwan quickly interjected, "No, Fujie, there's no need for you to go." "Huh?" Fu Teng turned around, with someone lending a hand. "Filtering would be easier." "Oh, just don't go," Li Muwan insisted, her tone firm, unsure how else to express her feelings. Yang Wei's actions were acceptable, for she could endure the fact that he had been in control throughout their journey. However, she could not bear the thought of any other man watching, or worse, touching him. Fu Teng, although perplexed, gradually sat back down, recognizing the seriousness etched on Li Muwan's face. He dared not provoke her. After all, she was his sister-in-law, whether now or in the future. He resolved to heed what others said without question. Before long, Yang Wei returned with a basin of water which appeared significantly clearer. "Consider this a small favor for you all," he stated, though he wished he could have filtered it in a more conventional manner. Would it not be better to drink it himself? Yet, after some reflection, it was merely a piece of clothing. Besides, as long as he kept silent, no one else would be the wiser. Upon hearing his words, Li Muwan's cheeks deepened in color. She shot him a teasing glare, saying, "Hurry up and prepare your meal." "Haha, all right, I will do just that," Yang Wei replied with enthusiasm. His earnest demeanor struck Fu Teng, prompting another wave of contemplation. Indeed, it was as he had suspected, were it not for their special relationship. How would Miss Li dare to speak to Yang Gu in such a manner? Thankfully, he had been clever earlier. The group soon busied themselves with their tasks. The method was exceedingly simple. They merely tossed the seafood into the boiling water. As for the stove, Fu Teng had ingeniously constructed a rudimentary one from stones, perfectly accommodating the stainless steel basin. Concerned about Fu Teng's hearty appetite, Yang Wei procured a sizable chunk of wild boar meat. He skillfully sliced it into pieces the size of mahjong tiles on a stone, tossing them into the pot to complement the freshness of the seafood and the saltiness of the seawater. However, while this technique might suffice once or twice, relying on it long-term could lead to excessive sodium intake and potential poisoning. To lead a normal life, one must inevitably find a way to procure salt, both morning and night. With this thought, Yang Wei couldn't help but let out a sigh. Life on a deserted island is far from the simplicity portrayed in variety shows. Fortunately, they have yet to encounter a crisis regarding salt, allowing them the luxury of time to address the matter gradually. As the water in the pot reached a boiling point, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. The unique scent of seafood filled the nostrils, complemented perfectly by the addition of wild boar meat, which enhanced the fragrance with an unexpected complexity. A layer of grease floated atop the broth, making it appear exceedingly tempting. Alas, it was not meant to be consumed. Yang Wei pursed his lips in regret, imagining how delightful it would be to savor such a dish if only they could find sufficient fresh water. A sip of that broth on this desolate island would undoubtedly be a divine indulgence. Chapter 57. Encountering Fu Teng's area of expertise. "Oh, this is absolutely delightful. I never imagined that clams could be so delectable." The wild boar meat is infused with a plethora of flavors, surpassing the previous grilled dishes by leaps and bounds. At the campsite, exclamations of admiration arose in waves, with every face reflecting a sense of enjoyment. It was simply irresistible. Even Yang Wei could not help but utter a few remarks, declaring this to be the finest meal since arriving on the island. He also took the opportunity to encourage everyone, stating that this was merely the beginning. With a pot in hand and the support of this island, the variety of food available to us would only increase. His words elicited another round of cheers from the crowd. There was no doubt about Yang Wei's capabilities. Fu Thing, with scarcely a moment to speak, lamented only that his mouth was not large enough, relishing every bite. Yang Wei watched, his heart trembling at the sight. This fellow certainly had an impressive appetite. Even when the other two had paused, Fu Tong continued to eat, only setting down his chopsticks when his stainless steel bowl was utterly devoid of food, patting his stomach in self-reassurance. Well, I suppose I shouldn't overindulge at breakfast. After satisfying their hunger, the trio rested for a brief period before Yang Wei rose once more. He resolved to construct a proper shelter. This island was not as barren as the previous one. Within the vast jungle, one could never know what wild beasts might emerge, not to mention the presence of jaguars and black bears. Yet, one must also remain vigilant against snakes, insects, and ants at their feet. Often, these creatures could be far more terrifying than large carnivores. Moreover, there were other survivors on this island, complicating matters further. Thus, to ensure a stable residence, the construction of a shelter must be prioritized. Yang Wei, what are you planning to do? Shall we get to work? Upon seeing him stand, Fu Tong promptly rose as well, displaying keen insight. Yang Wei cast a satisfied glance at him and articulated his intentions. A shelter? That sounds splendid. Fu Tong rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, "Just tell me what needs to be done. Not in a rush. You'll have your task shortly," Yang Wei replied with a smile, as he retrieved a long-sleeved shirt from Fu Tong's woven bag and donned it. Although it was somewhat loose, it helped him escape the embarrassment of wearing leaves all day. He would inevitably need to traverse the jungle frequently, and a long-sleeve garment would offer some protection against mosquito bites, albeit at the cost of warmth. As for his lower half, he also changed into long pants, rolling up the legs several times for a better fit. Standing at 182 meters, he was quite tall, especially in comparison to the robust Fu Tong. Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to being unable to wear anything at all. Yang Wei tugged at the loose clothing and chuckled before picking up a stone axe and waving to Fu Tong. The two immediately departed from the campsite, but rather than rushing into the jungle, they first gathered a few stones from the periphery, following the previous method of crafting a stone axe. I replicated the process and handed it to Fu Tong before stepping into the jungle. Brother Yang, I truly find myself at a loss for words. How is it that you possess such a vast array of skills? Fu Tong pondered, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Yang Wei. If he weren't such a manly figure, Yang Wei might have thought Fu Tong was smitten with him. Take your time to learn. Surviving on a deserted island is far from easy. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Fu Tong scratched his head. Learning might not be for me. My mind isn't suited for such intellectual tasks. I'm content to simply follow your lead. Yang Wei smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He held the stone axe in one hand and a tusked spear in the other, searching along the periphery of the jungle for an appropriate location to establish a shelter. In such a place, ensuring safety is best achieved by elevating oneself above the ground. However, relying solely on construction would be too labor-intensive. Thus, the optimal solution is to utilize the natural resources of the jungle itself. Finding 4 sufficiently sturdy trees that are appropriately distanced from one another and not too close to the dense foliage would suffice. From there, he could use these 4 trees as a foundation to begin erecting walls and a floor. Fu Tong was perplexed but dutifully followed behind. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Yang Wei suddenly halted, bursting into laughter at the sight before him. Truly, fortune favors me. Such a natural foundation for a shelter. Before him stood 4 robust trees, clearly of similar age, positioned at a suitable distance from one another, almost forming a perfect square. They enclosed an area of roughly 10 square meters. In the center lay low shrubs and grass, which would simply require clearing away. Brother, are you planning to use these 4 trees as, load-bearing columns? Fu Tong inquired, scrambling for the right words. Precisely, Yang Wei nodded, approaching one of the trees and looking upwards. The trees were straight and devoid of excessive branches or forks, offering an unobstructed view, thus minimizing the risk of venomous snakes or other dangerous creatures overhead. He then made a couple of cuts with his knife. Indeed, The wood is sufficiently resilient. What shall we do next? Fu Tong, gripping the stone axe, was growing increasingly eager. Following you has transformed my life completely. Previously, survival relied on mere chance. Now, not only are we well fed, but we are also contemplating constructing a shelter. Hearing this, Yang Wei raised his hand to indicate about 2 meters up the trunk. I intend to carve grooves here, and similarly on the other trees, then. Understand. Fu Tong interjected excitedly before Yang Wei could finish. You plan to cut a few more logs to create beams using a mortise and tenon structure, forming a framework. Then, we can use thinner wood to construct the floor and walls, correct? As he spoke, he meticulously scrutinized the 4 trees, his mind already formulating a plan of action. Clearly, he had entered his realm of expertise. Observing this, Yang Wei could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, his efforts in saving him had not been in vain. This assistant was truly remarkable, an adept carpenter who would alleviate much of his burdens. His previous night's exertions with the trio had proven worthwhile. Moreover, upon entering his professional domain, this towering figure appeared far less clumsy. It was evident that men shine in their areas of proficiency. Thus, he nodded and inquired, "Indeed, is that the case? Does it pose any challenge?" "Oh, is that even a concern? Just watch closely, Brother Yang," Fu Tong declared, thumping his chest as he confidently took on the task. With that, he stepped aside, locating a straight branch to snap. He then used it as a makeshift ruler, placing it against the tree on the ground to measure. Turning back, he asked, "What do you think, Brother Yang? Does this height seem appropriate?" Chapter 58. What a mighty man. Indeed, this height is just perfect. Yang Wei nodded in satisfaction, giving Fu Tong a thumbs up while sincerely complimenting him. Professional. The shelter primarily serves to deter ground-dwelling reptiles and creatures such as wild boars. Therefore, a height of around 2 meters suffices. Anything taller would hinder their daily lives. Moreover, if they were to encounter a cougar, the distinction between 2 and 3 meters would be negligible. It is impractical to construct a 10-meter-high structure. After all, upon hearing this, the nearly 2-meter-tall northeastern fellow felt shy, humbly responding, "This is merely labor-intensive work. It cannot compare to what you do, Brother Yang." As he spoke, he used a stone axe to carve a mark at an appropriate height. He then replicated the process at 3 other trees, discarding the measuring stick and commencing to chop. Be cautious, control your strength a bit. Otherwise, the stone axe may not withstand it, Yang Wei advised, recognizing that the tool was made of stone and rope. If he employed his usual axe techniques, it would likely disintegrate after just a few strikes. "All right," Fu Tong replied, dedicating himself to the task. Yang Wei remained silent, observing his work. The mortise and tenon structure was Fu Tong's forte, and Yang Wei felt no need to intervene. It was a perfect opportunity to assess his capabilities. With rhythmic chopping sounds, wood shavings flew about, due to his reluctance to apply too much force. It took nearly half an hour for Fu Tong to finally create a suitable groove. Yang Wei glanced over and nodded in approval. This craftsmanship, if showcased abroad, could easily earn him over 200,000. Even with the rudimentary axe, the groove was remarkably smooth, resembling a cut made by a chainsaw. The depth and width were also appropriate, ensuring that once the beam was placed, it would fit snugly without risk of slipping, while also safeguarding the 4 supporting trees from breaking. Now, entirely reassured, Yang Wei said, "All right, you continue here. I will chop a few trees nearby for the beams." He instructed before picking up his stone axe and departing. However, he did not venture far, for the forest was abundant with timber resources. In less than 10 meters, he encountered a suitable tree. Without hesitation, he lifted his axe and began to chop. The entire process was slow, as he dared not strike too forcefully. Unlike Fu Tong, who focused solely on creating grooves, Yang Wei aimed to fell the entire tree. He waited patiently for Fu Tong to finish, and only then did the tree before him begin to show signs of toppling. With a resounding crack and rustle of leaves, Yang Wei successfully brought the tree down. Yet, this was merely one step in the process. Next, he needed to measure the appropriate length and cut the tree into sections, all while accounting for the dimensions required for the mortise and tenon structure. Fuding's professionalism was once again on full display. Without any prompting from Yang Wei, he approached, already clutching 4 slender branches of varying lengths, each marked with notches carved by a stone axe. When assembled, these would perfectly correspond to the lengths of the 4 trees they had just measured. This undoubtedly added a touch of delight to Yang Wei's heart. It seemed he had underestimated Fuding's expertise. In this regard, he felt compelled to regard him as a senior. There was no need for words. The measurements had already been meticulously prepared for him. With Fuding's assistance, the lengths were quickly calculated. The two worked in tandem for nearly 5 hours, finally crafting the appropriate beams. Next, only the mortise and tenon joints remained. Once completed, the framework would be finished. "Let us carry it over first," Yang Wei declared, bending down to hoist one of the beams onto his shoulder. Despite having a rough estimate, he couldn't help but grimace as he lifted it. It was undeniably hefty. After all, this was freshly cut wood, still laden with moisture. This single beam weighed well over 200 pounds. Fortunately, his regular training allowed him to manage it, for it was not like lifting a barbell with a well-defined center of gravity, making it feel significantly heavier. As he pondered this, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw Fuding striding confidently towards the shelter, one beam tucked under each arm. He appeared remarkably at ease, grumbling as he walked. "If only I had the right tools, I could have carried all 3 at once without making another trip." Yang Wei stood in awe. Here was Fuding, effortlessly handling over 200 pounds of timber in each hand, and from his tone, it seemed he could manage yet another. This man was a veritable powerhouse. While Yang Wei was aware of Fuding's strength, he had not anticipated it to be so extraordinary. After his initial shock, he was flooded with joy. "Excellent. This is a tremendous asset," he exclaimed inwardly. Suddenly, he felt that Fuding's hearty appetite was no longer a concern. Let him eat. The ability to consume was a blessing. The more one eats, the more one can accomplish. What a boon this man was, equivalent to several laborers. It was a wise decision to keep him around. If his character proved to be truly dependable, Yang Wei would not mind having him by his side indefinitely. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was still too early to make such determinations. Human nature is the most susceptible to trials. He had learned this lesson in his youth. Had it not been for the betrayal of a friend, his father would not have exposed himself and subsequently departed from his life. Would he? Yang Wei murmured to himself, lost in memories. Meanwhile, Fuding had discarded the beam onto the ground and was once again swinging the axe to begin the mortise and tenon work. The rhythmic chopping sound jolted Yang Wei from his reverie. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled his distracting thoughts and strode purposefully towards Fuding. Subsequently, Yang Wei found himself entirely unable to intervene. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. The other party was a carpenter, and the task involved intricate mortise and tenon structures. Any hasty interference would only result in complications. Thus, he entrusted this matter to Fuding and proceeded to the side to fell small trees intended for flooring and wall construction. The requirements for this were considerably less demanding. A diameter akin to that of an infant's arm would suffice, and even a slightly smaller size would be acceptable. There was no need for them to be perfectly straight. Their primary function was to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Later, some broadleaf plants and weeds would be used to fill the gaps, effectively preventing pests from easily infiltrating. And so it was. The two labored diligently until the afternoon, finally pausing around 3 o'clock. Gazing at the impeccably fitted 4 beams before him, Yang Wei could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. He marveled at the truth that expertise lies in specialization. Indeed, professional tasks must be entrusted to those who are skilled in their craft. Chapter 59. Li Muwan's special skill. This is all the talent I possess. Upon hearing Yang Wei's praise, Fuding chuckled, revealing a sheepish grin. "Brother Yang, please do not flatter me. I can handle some manual labor, but if you expect me to think like you do, I might as well be akin to a pig." His simple demeanor elicited a laugh from Yang Wei. Discarding the wooden sticks in his hand, he patted Fuding on the shoulder. "All right, there is no rush with this. Let us have a meal first. We can tackle this later." At the mention of food, Fuding's eyes instantly sparkled. "Sure, I'll follow your lead, Brother Yang." He was already feeling hungry. Although he had a hearty breakfast, his voracious appetite left him only partially satisfied. He had cleaned the bowl thoroughly, yet still felt a lingering hunger. He hesitated to voice his needs, aware that he had contributed to the labor, and resources on the deserted island were scarce. If their supplies ran out, they would all face hunger. He had noticed that the pork in the camp was dwindling. After toiling for half the day, the two returned to the camp. Drenched in sweat, without a word, they each consumed a coconut. Zhao Yingying, displaying her thoughtfulness, had already preemptively tossed the tattered cloth into a basin of water. Upon seeing Yang Wei return, she promptly approached him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Very good. You're quite considerate," Yang Wei remarked with a smile. Zhao Yingying shyly glanced at him before striding away, washing the cloth, and returning. In Fu Tang's envious gaze, she handed him the sweat cloth. "Brother Fu, you can wipe your face yourself, otherwise you're too tall for me to reach." "Ah, this little girl has quite the emotional intelligence." Yang Wei raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that this was Zhao Yingying's excuse, but it was a gentle way to deflect any discomfort. Fu Tang, however, had not expected more. Receiving the cloth that had been washed was already a generous gesture. To him, she was indeed Brother Yang's woman. Therefore, he respectfully accepted it with both hands. Grinning widely, "Thank you, sister-in-law, thank you." "Ah, what sister-in-law? Don't say such things." Zhao Yingying's face flushed as she bashfully ran off. Yang Wei chuckled and shook his head, turning to glance at Li Muwan, who was deeply engrossed in her task with a piece of clothing. He couldn't help but inquire, "What are you doing?" After their return, she had merely greeted them with a nod before resuming her work without interruption, diligently focused on the garment in her hands. As he spoke, he observed the tool she was using, his eyes widening in surprise. Li Muwan was actually crafting a needle and thread to alter her clothing. "Where did you acquire this?" Yang Wei asked in astonishment. Li Muwan lifted her head, shaking the needle in her hand and pointing to the bones they had gnawed on earlier. "I broke that bone with a stone, then selected one that was suitable and ground it into a bone needle on the stone. Although I couldn't manage to create a proper eye for it, I made do with what I had." Yang Wei was taken aback by her ingenuity. Using pig bones to make needles had crossed his mind, but he deemed it unnecessary at the time, failing to envision any practical applications. Thus, he disregarded it and never brought it up again. To his surprise, Li Muwan had mastered the technique on her own. Although the thread was crafted from the same palm leaf fibers as before and tied to the end of the bone needle, she was at least able to stitch garments with relative ease. What prompted her to take up sewing? Did she feel that her current attire was no longer suitable? Yang Wei inquired with a smile, assuming she was mending something for herself, particularly given the state of her flight attendant uniform, which was excessively tattered. While it was manageable when sitting, any vigorous movement risked exposing her. This was, of course, exacerbated by her rather ample bosom. However, to his surprise, Li Muwan shook her head and pointed to his outfit, explaining, "It doesn't bother me. I merely thought your attire was far too ill-fitting, so I considered altering it for you." "For me?" Yang Wei thought he misheard her. Li Muwan rolled her eyes and playfully chided, "Is it really that shocking? Look at you wearing Brother Fu's clothes. They're simply too loose and impractical for work. The labor you undertake is beyond what we women can assist with, so we can only contribute what we can manage." With that, she bit the thread to sever it, shook the garment in her hands, stood up, and approached Yang Wei. She draped the clothing over him and took a few measurements, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems to fit perfectly." Nearby, Fu Tang, who was wiping his sweat, widened his eyes in dismay. Those were his clothes, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. "Well, if it's for Yang Ge, that's acceptable. After all, he saved my life," he thought to himself, as Li Muwan seemed to notice his expression and said with a smile, "Brother Fu, don't overthink it. Once he puts this on, I'll return the other piece to you. You've all been busy, and I couldn't consult you, so I took the liberty to decide. I'll wash that piece and return it to you shortly." Upon hearing this, Fu Tang quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, sister-in-law, what are you saying? I'm just a big man. Do I care about a couple of garments? I entrusted them to Yang Ge and you when I brought them, and how you use them is entirely up to you. Furthermore, that other piece can just stay as is. Yang Ge might wear it again someday. I wouldn't dare let you wash it." His face was filled with joy. Although he didn't care about the clothing, Her words brought him happiness, signifying that he was not overlooked, which made him feel respected. After all, he was currently reliant on Yang Wei for his livelihood. Even if his woman spoke harshly at times, he wouldn't complain. Yet, living together for an extended period inevitably brought some discomfort. But now, he had completely shed those worries. Indeed, one cannot help but admire Brother Yang. The women he associates with exude such refinement and grace. Meanwhile, Yang Wei had already changed into his attire. He glanced down and savored the fit, unable to suppress his admiration. "This is truly perfect. It is significantly more comfortable than before," he exclaimed. "Muwan, you possess remarkable skills. I never anticipated you had such talent." His words were sincere. Without the aid of scissors or other tools, and solely relying on a single bone needle, she had managed to tailor the garment so impeccably. The fit was exquisite, and even after applying pressure in various places, there was not a hint of discomfort. He was genuinely perplexed by how Li Muwan achieved such a feat. The compliments caused Li Muwan's cheeks to flush with a gentle hue, and she shyly replied, "I have always harbored this interest, occasionally engaging in some needlework. However, with limited tools at my disposal, I could have done even better." Chapter 60. Coconut Harvest. No need. This is already splendid. Yang Wei expressed his satisfaction with his new attire. What delighted him even more was Li Muwan's thoughtfulness towards him. It takes a keen eye and genuine concern to notice and contemplate altering such details. Indeed, she bore a sisterly essence. Yang Wei mused inwardly, a smile gracing his lips, dispelling much of his earlier fatigue. Furthermore, Li Muwan's capabilities would prove invaluable in their island life. He had already begun to contemplate the tasks he would assign her in the future. "Brother Yang, when is dinner?" Just then, he heard Fu Tong's voice by his side. Turning to look, he saw Fu Tong rubbing his stomach, casting an apologetic glance in his direction. "Oh dear, I almost forgot." Yang Wei slapped his forehead, having been too engrossed in praising Li Muwan's culinary skills. After all, a vital contributor stood beside him. Were it not for Fu Tong, the framework work of the camp would have taken at least 3 additional hours to complete, and the results would certainly not have been as satisfactory as they were now. "Don't fret. I'll whip up a meal right away. Just sit tight," Yang Wei reassured him, patting his shoulder and promptly getting to work. "Never mind. You all seem tired. Take a break. We'll handle it." Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying approached, insistently pushing Yang Wei back. "Are you sure you can manage?" Yang Wei inquired with a hint of concern, only to earn disapproving glances from both of them. "Who do you look down upon?" Li Muwan pouted. "At home. I may not boast culinary prowess, but here, without any seasonings, it's simply a matter of roasting or boiling meat. How complicated can it be?" "True." Yang Wei nodded in agreement. The absence of spices certainly simplified matters. He resigned himself and sat down. "All right then, we'll just wait for dinner." He truly felt fatigued and needed a moment to rest, especially since he would soon have to attend to the camp affairs. With Fu Tong as a helper, he was keen to avoid any delays. Ideally, they would aim to move before nightfall, being unfamiliar with the island's terrain. Establishing the camp as soon as possible would enhance their safety. Li Muwan and her companion moved with great efficiency. Even in the past few days, they had observed enough while being by Yang Wei's side. Now, with a basin at their disposal, the process became much more convenient. Li Muwan even innovated by opening 2 coconuts, pouring in the coconut water, and scooping out the flesh to add into the mix. She created a natural coconut broth, then diced the pork and tossed in to boil. Another portion she sliced into large pieces to grill on a stone slab. Gurgle, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, caused Fu Tong's stomach to audibly protest. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. Soon, they heard Li Muwan's cheerful call. "All right, dinner is ready." Fu Tong's face lit up with joy. Seeing Yang Wei already indulging, he wasted no time and joined in. Regardless of the temperature, he grasped a piece of roasted pork in one hand, while wielding a pair of chopsticks fashioned from branches in the other, skillfully fishing it out from the pot. As the morsel entered his mouth, a satisfied smile instantly graced his face. Although the roasted pork was devoid of any seasoning and even bore a peculiar odor, for one who was ravenously hungry, the fat served as a natural flavor enhancer. The sensation of bliss was overwhelming. Even Yang Wei couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "Delicious." Truly delicious. The roasted meat, imbued with a smoky aroma, combined with the coconut juice that had simmered the pork, offered an extraordinary flavor profile. The unique sweetness of the coconut milk mingled delightfully with the meat, presenting a commendable innovation. Furthermore, the broth was also drinkable. He ladled a bit into a small stainless steel bowl, savoring a sip with immense satisfaction. Naturally, Fu Tang was the last to finish eating, his appetite still astonishing. However, this time, Yang Wei felt less pangs of sympathy than he did the previous day. After all, Fu Tang had engaged in considerable labor. The image of him effortlessly hauling 200-plus pound logs past him was still vivid in Yang Wei's mind. Thus, as he watched Fu Tang drain the bowl of broth completely, he couldn't help but inquire, "Are you full? If not, I can grill you some more meat." "No, that's quite enough," Fu Tang replied, contentedly patting his belly and shaking his head. "I still have work to do this afternoon. Eating too much isn't advisable." Yang Wei thought to himself, well, it seems you're still not fully satisfied. However, he understood the rationale. The current situation on the island remained uncertain. It would be wise to ration their food until an opportunity arose to procure more game, ensuring that Fu Tang would have his fill then. Time was of the essence, and Yang Wei showed no inclination to rest. After finishing their meal, he set out with Fu Tang once more. However, instead of immediately tending to the campsite, they made their way to a nearby coconut tree. With their increasing workload and an additional person in the camp, the consumption of fresh water was rising correspondingly. The coconuts were nearly depleted, necessitating a replenishment of their water supply. "Yang, how we get those down from such a height?" Fu Tang asked helplessly, gazing up at the coconuts. Had it not been for his inability to climb, he would not have risked consuming those toxic fruits that nearly poisoned him. Yet, in a twist of fate, this misfortune had led him to meet Yang Wei and the others. Reflecting on this, he found himself somewhat grateful for his inability to reach the coconuts. Yang Wei remained silent, but responded through action. Embracing the tree trunk with both arms, he alternated his feet as he ascended with ease, as if traversing level ground. Heavens! Fu Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had expected Yang Wei to require some form of rope to scale the tree. It was executed with such simplicity and brute strength. Truly, Yang Wei was remarkable. Standing below, he murmured in awe. Previously, he had been relegated to picking up the fallen fruits, which were often either moldy or spoiled. Even those that were edible contained barely half the moisture, if even a third. The coconut flesh was also quite dry, shrinking into a diminutive mass. "Be cautious." Suddenly, a shout from Yang Wei echoed from above. Fu Tang quickly regained his composure and looked up. He saw Yang Wei holding a coconut, gesturing downward. Fu Tang promptly stepped back a few paces to clear the area. Thud! With a rush of air and a dull thump, the coconut was hurled down. This object was incredibly hard, requiring considerable effort to split open. At this height, there was no cause for concern. Besides, they were standing on the sandy beach. Thud, thud, thud! Before long, coconuts were raining down one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were already 5 or 6 of them. A broad smile spread across Fu Tang's face as he eagerly picked them up and stuffed them into the woven bag he had brought along. Meanwhile, Yang Wei had descended from the first tree and was now climbing the second. Chapter 61. The Shelter. Ha! Yang, you are truly remarkable. We've gathered nearly 30 coconuts. Fu Tang exclaimed joyfully on their way back. The woven bag laden with coconuts felt weightless on his back. He was invigorated, and even if he were fatigued, he would have eagerly carried even more. In this place, the coconuts were as valuable as gold. What's so impressive about that? Yang Wei waved dismissively. This is merely a stopgap measure. Once we secure ample fresh water, we will pursue other game. At that point, you might not even glance at the coconuts. What other game do you mean, Yang? Wild boars. Fu Tang asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Thus far, he had not encountered any wild beasts. He hadn't even seen a single snake. If one were to consider game, it would be the 2-stranded fish he had found in the morning. Had it not been for the wild boar meat at Yang Wei's camp, he would have been oblivious to the existence of wild boars in this region. But it's not just wild boars, Yang Wei said, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distant jungle. On such a vast island, the potential wildlife is abundant. Wild boars, black bears, pythons, and even jaguars. Any of these could become our prey. Of course, we could just as easily become their quarry. Fu Tang instinctively recoiled, feeling an unexpected chill. The jungle before him suddenly seemed fraught with peril. He muttered under his breath, "Surely, it can't be that coincidental?" Yang Wei chose not to elaborate. "Let's hope so. Otherwise, with our current weapons, hunting might prove to be quite challenging." However, he was reminded of the rubber bands in their previous luggage. He wondered about the avian resources on the island. If possible, crafting a slingshot to try and catch birds from the sky for sustenance could be a worthwhile endeavor. After returning to the camp with the coconuts, the two ventured back into the jungle to continue their ambitious project of constructing a shelter. Before their departure, they assigned a task to Li Muwan and her companion to collect fan palm leaves, dry them, and weave them into ropes. The demand for rope would undoubtedly increase, and their previous stock would not suffice, so it was prudent to prepare in advance. "Don't worry, leave it to us," Li Muwan and her companion replied, visibly excited to contribute. With fan palms nearby, Yang Wei felt assured of their safety and redirected his focus to the shelter. Once the framework was established, the subsequent steps became straightforward. They merely needed to lay down planks the thickness of an infant's arm for the flooring and erect walls around it. The preliminary form of the shelter would be temporarily complete. As for the doors, windows, and ventilation, those could be addressed later. Naturally, it was also ideal to relocate the campfire into the shelter to maximize warmth, but that was a matter for another time. For now, they needed to bring the initial structure to fruition. Without further ado, they set to work, with a stone axe in hand. The two resumed their task of chopping wood until they had gathered enough sticks to return to the shelter and commence laying the floor. This process was quite straightforward. They simply placed the sticks one by one upon the beams and secured them with rope. In less than 15 minutes, under their combined efforts, the flooring was completed. Yang Wei could not resist lying down for a moment. He rolled around on it and jumped up a couple of times. It was satisfactory. The load-bearing capacity was assured, for people could comfortably rest upon it, and even adding a lighter individual would pose no issue. Fu Tang nodded in agreement, patting the beams and the four sturdy trees serving as support pillars. The robustness of these trees was commendable, and the beams they fashioned were equally solid. However, lying down felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Wei rubbed his back, grimacing. Just lying there briefly, he already felt the hardness beneath him. How could one possibly sleep a full night on this? "We do have a set of bedding. After all, we could spread it on top," Fu Tang suggested. Yang Wei, having anticipated this concern, shook his head. That bedding was indeed a valuable possession, but it was too small. Only a single set, insufficient for their needs. If they spread it out separately, it would be too thin. This, Fu Tang smirked. "Well, we can't exactly travel abroad with two sets of bedding, can we?" He found it ridiculous to carry even one. If it weren't for his mother's insistence, he wouldn't have taken it at all. Nevertheless, Yang Wei reassured him, stating that they could gather some licorice and dry moss to lay underneath, which would resolve the discomfort. Dry moss is a wonderful material. It is both soft and absorbent, with great malleability, capable of perfectly filling the gaps between the sticks. With the floor completed, it was now Fu Tang's turn to focus on the walls. After all, to ensure stability above and below, a mortise and tenon structure for the upper beam was necessary. However, this posed no challenge for Fu Tang. There was no need for particularly thick timber, thus significantly reducing the difficulty. Once again, Fu Tang's professional skills shone through. In under an hour, he had completed the task. The four beams were uniformly height, with the mortise and tenon joints fitting together seamlessly. Yang Wei could not help but give him a thumbs up. He then rose to begin his own work. With the beams in place, the remaining tasks presented no difficulty. In less than half an hour, 3 walls were finished, leaving the last wall temporarily as a door. At last, the shelter had taken on a respectable form. "Brother Yang, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought to create such a shelter here?" Fu Tang exclaimed in admiration from below. "This is not merely my prowess. It is your craftsmanship that deserves the accolades," Yang Wei replied with a smile, generously complimenting Fu Tang. "Without your expertise in woodworking, I would not have accomplished this so swiftly." Fu Tang grinned, not denying the praise. Now, only a roof remained to be constructed. "No ruse. We could take our time with that." There are many areas for improvement. Yang Wei gestured dismissively. If one were to reside here for an extended period, various needs would inevitably arise. A designated area for drying and storing food, as well as a space allocated for the stove, among others. Such arrangements cannot be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Oh, and we are still in need of a ladder. Yang Wei suddenly slapped his forehead. The height here is nearly 2 meters. Given their stature and strength, they could manage to ascend, but for Li Muwan and her companions, it would not be feasible.
However, this is easily resolvable. As he found himself back in his area of expertise, Fu Ting confidently patted his chest. He gestured towards one of the trees while stating,
We could simply carve notches into this tree at intervals of several decimeters to create a ladder-like structure. Alternatively, we could fell a few more trees and construct a separate ladder altogether. Neither option poses a significant challenge. Yang, you may decide which method to pursue. Chapter 62, Encountering the Wild Boar. Let us do one separately. Yang Wei contemplated before reaching a resolution. After all, these 4 trees were load-bearing. It would be prudent to avoid creating any notches in them. Should they encounter a wild boar, the impact from such a creature could indeed be quite alarming. Furthermore, crafting a single structure would allow for greater convenience in terms of mobility and collection, preventing other individuals or animals from encroaching upon it. Naturally, Fu Tong had no objections to Yang Wei's decision. All right, I shall work on one separately. Following your guidance, Yang Ge, I will gather some suitable timber from nearby. With that, he took up his axe and departed, muttering to himself as he walked. A wild boar wouldn't be foolish enough to charge into a tree, would it? Such a thick trunk would surely daze it upon impact. Yang Wei did not follow him. A ladder was a trivial matter for Fu Tong, whose skills would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to his own efforts. After all, Fu Tong was adept at the mortise and tenon joints, while Yang Wei could only resort to binding with ropes. Seizing the opportunity while Fu Tong was engaged in chopping wood, Yang Wei returned to the shelter, periodically tightening the ropes overhead. He contemplated how to construct the roof and where to position the flue. Thus, several minutes passed. Fu Tong returned, bearing several logs. He tossed them beneath the shelter and began his work. First, he fashioned the 2 principal long beams for the ladder, followed by the cross beams for the steps. The final stage, which required the most patience and skill, was the securing of the structure with mortise and tenon joints. Yang Wei offered no assistance, allowing Fu Tong to toil below while he squatted atop the shelter, pondering his future plans. With a shelter established, it was time to familiarize himself with the island. However, the vastness of the island posed a challenge. Scaling heights to survey the entire expanse, as before, would be somewhat formidable. He could only strive to become acquainted with the surroundings within a few miles before gradually expanding his explorations. Yet, this presented a dilemma. Should he venture out to explore? Someone must remain to guard the camp. He felt entirely uneasy leaving Li Muwan and the other woman alone. As for Fu Tong, though he was tall and robust, his combat prowess appeared commendable. Nonetheless, Yang Wei had not yet fully lowered his guard around him. A single day of labor did not reveal much about a person's character. Thus, it was unwise to leave him at the shelter with Li Muwan. This led to a paradox. His distrust of Fu Tong necessitated taking him along for protection. Yet doing so compromised the safety of Li Muwan and the other woman. Caught in this mental loop, Yang Wei felt overwhelmed. He vigorously shook his head, reflecting, I can only hope this giant is a dependable individual. With that thought, he could not resist rising and moving to the side without walls to observe Fu Tong, who was diligently at work. However, upon glancing at him, Yang Wei's heart nearly leapt from his chest. From his vantage point, he could clearly see a colossal creature, entirely enveloped in a tawny hue with faint black stripes, crouching not far away. Its eyes were fixated intently on Fu Tong, who was bent over, using his body as a makeshift ladder. Observing its low stance, it was evident that the beast was preparing to charge. Yang Wei was instantly gripped by alarm. He hastily knocked on the wood and shouted to Fu Tong, Old Fu, stop what you're doing and get up here. There's a wild boar. Upon hearing this, Fu Tong lifted his head, astonished, thinking he must have misheard. He turned to scan the surroundings. All he could see were bushes, there was nothing unusual. He grinned and replied, "Hey, Yang Wei, don't joke around. There are no wild boars here. I still have work to do." "Damn it, I'm not joking with you," Yang Wei retorted, his voice now grave. "Hurry up." However, just as he began to speak, his heart leaped to his throat. The wild boar had suddenly surged forward, charging at Fu Tong. The sound of its grunts echoed ominously. Not only that, but the rustling of broken branches followed in its wake. At that moment, Fu Tong realized the gravity of the situation. The smile on his face froze in place. Is there really a wild boar? What are you waiting for? Get up here, Yang Wei bellowed, reaching out to pull him up. But alas, the wild boar was moving with such speed that Fu Tong, in his panic, struggled to gain traction on the tree and slipped. In the brief span of time, the wild boar had already closed in behind him. Fu Tong dared only to glance back and was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. No wonder they called it a wild boar. It truly resembled a beast. Its 4 tusks were menacingly long, and its mouth appeared exceedingly ferocious. Moreover, it must have weighed over 300 pounds. Was this what he had been feasting on for the past few days? It looked grotesque, yet reportedly tasted quite delectable. He wondered how Yang Wei had managed to kill it. What was he thinking? In the face of life and death, a flurry of absurd thoughts raced through his mind. Yet, in the next instant, terror consumed him as the wild boar was right before him. He could even hear the wind rushing past at breakneck speed. "Yang Wei, get out of the way," Yang Wei shouted urgently, seeing that the large figure remained motionless. In a desperate move, he seized Fu Tong's arm and yanked him aside. Bang! Thud! 2 sounds rang out in succession. One was the noise of Fu Tong falling, while the other was the wild boar crashing into a tree after losing its target. My heavens! With the cacophony ringing in his ears and the creaking of the overhead shelter from the vibrations, Fu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Wei was telling the truth. This place not only harbored wild boars, but they also charged at trees. And the force of that impact was terrifying. Thank goodness Yang Wei had just pulled him out of the way. Otherwise, if that had struck him, he surely would have broken several bones on the spot. At that moment, the wild boar seemed dazed, swaying its head in confusion. Ha! Is it truly a pig, or is it merely lacking in intelligence? Fu Tong, despite the gravity of the situation, still managed to chuckle. After giving his backside a casual rub, he looked up and shouted at Yang Wei, "Brother Yang, your foresight is indeed remarkable. It's fortunate you didn't attempt to carve steps directly into the tree. Otherwise, it would have been utterly perilous." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's expression darkened instantly. He felt the tension rising on his forehead, marked by distinct lines of frustration. "Brother, what time is it? How can you still be preoccupied with that? You are currently facing a life-threatening danger." He shot him an exasperated glare and bellowed, "Is there still time for such thoughts? Hurry up and get up here, or else the wild boar will recover and charge at you. This creature is omnivorous. It consumes everything, including humans." At these words, Fu Tong was jolted into awareness. The wild boar had not yet inflicted any harm. Moreover, it appeared to be gradually regaining its composure from its earlier confusion. Turning his head, he was alarmed to see it charging towards him once more. Chapter 63. Lousy, I will fight you. Fu Tong had yet to regain his composure. At this moment, the wild boar appeared to him as if it were a small automobile barreling towards him, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. "Fu Tong, what are you doing? Run!" Yang Wei shouted from his vantage point atop the shelter, his voice trembling with urgency as he observed Fu Tong's stillness. At this distance, should the wild boar collide with him, it would not only impale him with its tusks, but also likely fracture several of his bones. At that point, he would be incapable of rescuing him. He had just acquired a companion and did not wish to see him perish so soon. I. Under the desperate shouts of Yang Wei, Fu Tong finally stirred. However, in his panic, his limbs seemed to betray him. He scrambled frantically on the ground, yet only managed to slip repeatedly, failing to rise. As the wild boar drew ever closer, Yang Wei realized that he could no longer remain idle. He swiftly seized a tusked spear lying nearby. Unfortunately, from his elevated position, he could only see the boar's back, and with it sprinting, the prospect of accurately striking its eye as he had previously done was utterly impossible. Never mind that. He had no time to ponder further. Without hesitation, Yang Wei leaped down, gripping the tusk spear with both hands, adopting a posture akin to climbing a pole. Utilizing the force of his descent, he thrust the spear forcefully into the boar's rear. Thud! The immense force landed squarely on the boar. Despite having sharpened the spear to a fine point, the boar's hide proved too resilient. Though the tusk penetrated, the wooden shaft snapped with a loud crack, rendering it in two. Yang Wei's expression darkened. Such an injury was merely superficial for the wild boar, especially one weighing over 300 pounds. Fortunately, his actions succeeded in capturing the boar's attention. With a pained grunt, the wild boar halted its charge, momentarily pausing right before Futong. Good grief! The grotesque visage and menacing tusks loomed close enough for Futong to catch the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Yet, the wild boar paid him no mind, snorting in irritation before abruptly turning its gaze upon Yang Wei. It was clear that he had incited its wrath. With only half a wooden stick in hand, Yang Wei's heart raced as he witnessed the creature's shift. This beast, with its tough hide and thick flesh, was akin to a small automobile in its ferocity. Had one seen it collide with such a sturdy tree moments ago, the shelter had trembled from the impact. Engaging it on the ground would be tantamount to courting death. In a matter of moments, he resolved his course of action, to flee. Moreover, he would not run in a straight line, but veer to the side. He aimed to buy himself some time and seize the opportunity to ascend to shelter. With his mind made up, he hesitated not a moment longer and dashed to the left, simultaneously shouting to Fu Tong, "Big guy, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and climb the shelter." Fu Tong hesitated momentarily and inquired, "And what about you, Brother Yang? What will you do?" Yang Wei, gritting his teeth in frustration, shouted back, "Enough with the chatter. Get up there quickly. I will find a way." "Oh, all right then." Fu Tong nodded, realizing that a ladder was unnecessary at this juncture. He rose, placing his hands on the floor, and with a powerful push from his legs, he prepared to ascend using the strength of his arms. Meanwhile, Yang Wei and the wild boar behind him engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase. "Curse that beast. One day, I shall stew you," Yang Wei muttered, skillfully maneuvering around trees while attempting to steer towards the shelter. If he could reach it, all would be well. After several laps around the area, Yang Wei successfully circled back to the vicinity of the shelter. "Brother Yang, hurry! Quickly come up." Fu Tong watched in utter suspense from above. Several times, Yang Wei narrowly avoided being rammed by the wild boar, escaping by the skin of his teeth. Seeing his companion finally return, he quickly extended his hand. "I'm coming." With the shelter so close, Yang Wei felt a slight relief. As long as he could create some distance, even if the beast weighed an additional 100 pounds, it would pose no threat to them. When he was less than 3 meters from Fu Tong, he reached out. However, just as he was about to grasp his friend's hand, he inadvertently stepped on the broken half of his spear. His foot slipped, and he lost his balance. His outstretched hand was tantalizingly close, yet his arm was fully extended, leaving him to helplessly tumble down. "Brother Yang." Fu Tang's heart nearly leapt from his chest. In that brief moment, the wild boar charged forward, poised to collide with Yang Wei. Yang Wei's heart raced, realizing there was no room to evade. Was the newly constructed shelter about to be destroyed by the wild boar? At that instant, despair and reluctance crept into Yang Wei's mind. Yet just then, a thunderous roar erupted above. "You dare touch my brother Yang? I'll take you on." The first few words resonated as a colossal shadow enveloped him. Then,
a figure towering over 1.90 meters descended from the shelter, landing precisely between them. As it touched the ground, the final words were uttered. Simultaneously,
the wild boar lunged forward. "Big guy." Yang Wei's eyes widened in shock, his voice laced with concern and disbelief. He had never expected someone would risk their life to save him. This act suggested a readiness to sacrifice oneself. Even if the individual was not particularly astute, they surely understood the peril of being struck by such a creature. After all, both had witnessed the wild boar's formidable force as it crashed into a tree. A wave of emotion surged within him. "What the hell?" Fu Tong exclaimed, equally astonished. The beast had been running tirelessly, showing no signs of fatigue. The surge of adrenaline seemed to amplify his strength beyond what he had felt moments before. In a state of desperation, he acted impulsively, turning around to present his rear to the wild boar. Bang! In the next instant, an excruciating pain coursed through him, propelling him uncontrollably forward for a brief distance, landing squarely beside Yang Wei. Big guy, brother Yang. Fu Tong grimaced, his teeth chattering from the pain. Tenderly touching his backside and gasping, he lamented, "Why does this wretched creature possess such force? I feel as though my behind has been split in two. Oh wait, it already is. Thankfully, I wasn't bent too high. Otherwise, that blow would have struck right at my vital parts, which would be catastrophic." Yang Wei. At this moment, that is what occupies your thoughts. Chapter 64. Fu Tong, the green giant Fu Tong, with a sudden and formidable maneuver, successfully rescued Yang Wei from peril. The wild boar, taken aback by this unexpected intervention, stood frozen in its tracks. However, the threat had not yet dissipated. Both individuals remained on the ground. Yang Wei hastily rose to his feet, straining to pull Fu Tong up. "Get up, you big guy. Put in some effort. I can't lift you otherwise." Fu Tong, recognizing the urgency of the situation, exerted himself, but soon sighed in defeat. "I can't do it, Yang Ge. My backside hurts so much that my lower body feels numb." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's heart sank. Could it be that his bones were shattered? A classmate of his had experienced a fracture once, and it felt just like this: numbness, an inability to muster strength. No matter what, he resolved to rescue Fu Tong first, even at his own expense. This was the essence of Yang Wei's character. If others sought to end his life, he would retaliate without hesitation. Yet, if someone risked their own safety to save him, he would equally be willing to jeopardize everything to save them in return. At that moment, all doubts regarding Fu Tong evaporated from Yang Wei's mind. "Take your time. I'll draw it away. If you can climb up, do it quickly, urgently." Fu Tong offered his instructions as Yang Wei seized a half-broken spear from the ground. He glanced at the wild boar, stomped his foot decisively, and shouted, "You beast! Come here. Don't you like to chase? Today, I shall entertain you." With that, he sprinted off to the side. The wild boar, undeterred, charged after him without hesitation, having been provoked. "Get up quickly. If you can't climb, get out of here," Yang Wei shouted as he ran, ensuring that Fu Tong, who was presently weakened, understood that escaping was the best option. This would also grant him a chance to maneuver around the wild boar. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the boar brushing past Fu Tong, now in pursuit of him. However, to Yang Wei's astonishment, just as the wild boar was about to surpass Fu Tong, the latter suddenly roared, "You wretched beast! Dare to pursue Yang Ge? I shall end you." As he shouted, he seized one of the wild boar's hind legs with both hands. Yang Wei then witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. With sheer force, Fu Tong hurled the 300-pound wild boar into the air, sending it soaring in an arc before crashing down on the other side. Immediately, Fu Tong, akin to a person startled by a snake, began to flail his arms wildly with his eyes shut. The wild boar, in his grasp, transformed into a hammer, being mercilessly swung about in all directions. At the apex of its flight, Yang Wei caught a glimpse of astonishment in the boar's eyes, as if it too were perplexed by how it had been sent flying. "Holy cow!" Yang Wei stood frozen in place, exclaiming an expletive in disbelief. The magnitude of this spectacle was akin to the Hulk assailing Loki. Truly, Fu Tong was a monster. Yang Wei stood aside, unable to suppress his astonishment. The scene of him grumbling while clutching a piece of wood resurfaced in his mind. It was no exaggeration. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed, accompanied by Fu Tong's piercing shouts. One might mistakenly believe he was the one being flung away. In this manner, under Yang Wei's astonished gaze, Fu Tong swung the wild boar back and forth several times before gathering all his strength to deliver a powerful blow, striking it against a nearby tree trunk. Thud! The boar's head collided heavily, producing a sound akin to a drumbeat. Subsequently, it collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, clearly dazed from the impact. Yang Wei regained his senses and hurriedly seized the half-broken spear in his hand, rushing forward. The wild boar was merely stunned. It was far from dead. He needed to deliver a swift strike. The broken end of the spear was remarkably sharp, and piercing its eye would undoubtedly pose no challenge. With a thrust, the wooden stick penetrated the boar's eye, and in that instant, the dazed creature was jolted by excruciating pain, struggling with all its might as if about to escape. At that moment, Fu Tong stepped up again. "Oh, look at you, resilient little beast," he exclaimed, grabbing a leg and swinging it around to strike the tree a couple more times. Blood streamed from the boar's eye, and it twitched a few times, leaving one to wonder if its brain had been scrambled. Quick-witted, Yang Wei aimed for the other eye and struck again, spinning the spear with force. Now, the boar merely howled a few times but could no longer rise. Yang Wei finally exhaled deeply, sitting beside Fu Tong, gasping for breath. Fu Tong, too, was not in much better shape, his breaths more labored than Yang Wei's. Although those swings had been exhilarating, they were exhausting. This creature indeed had remarkable endurance. Fu Tong gazed at the boar's lifeless body, reflecting aloud, "If I had done that to a puppy or kitten at home, it would have long since wet itself." Yang Wei turned his head slowly, looking at him as if he were a peculiar being. "I say, my friend, if I am not mistaken, did you not just claim to be unable to exert yourself?" "Indeed." Fu Ting nodded earnestly. "Then what was that all about?" Yang Wei glared at him with annoyance. "Had I known you were so capable, why even waste words?" In response, Fu Tong chuckled, rubbing his rear. "It's just that my backside got knocked. My lower half was temporarily incapacitated, but my hands were unaffected." However, as he spoke, he cautiously rose to his feet, testing himself. "It seems I'm fine now. It must have just been a momentary numbness from the impact." Seeing him stand, Yang Wei's concerns dissipated. After all, if his pelvis had been shattered on this deserted island, even if he survived, he would be doomed to a life of paralysis. "Get lost," Yang Wei exclaimed, delivering a playful kick now that Fu Tong was unharmed. Simultaneously rising to his feet, he delivered a sharp slap to his backside. Turning around, he arched his back and began to shed his trousers. What? This series of commands left Fu Tong utterly astounded. Not even the sight of a wild boar had frightened him as much as this moment. The towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, now clutched his arms across his chest, gazing at Yang Wei with a hint of terror, resembling a young girl bracing for humiliation. His voice trembling. Brother Yang, what? What are you intending to do?" "I am, after all, a real man." The northeastern man found it utterly unacceptable. He stared at Yang Wei, his eyes filled with profound confusion. How could such a handsome young man harbor such peculiar inclinations? Furthermore, after just slaying a wild boar, it was no wonder he had refrained from allowing Fu Tong to refer to the 2 women as sisters. It turned out that he was the one being treated as a brother-in-law. Chapter 65. The sensation of being touched smack. Yang Wei delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Having just survived a life-threatening crisis, he had come to regard Fu Tong as a comrade. His manner of speaking and behavior had transformed, and anyone could discern the thoughts behind his gaze and reactions. "Use your brain for something worthwhile. I have no interest in you. Aren't those 2 ladies at the camp more appealing? I'm merely checking for any potential issues with your injury." Upon hearing this, Fu Tong felt an immense sense of relief. "Oh, that? I thought it was something else entirely. Go ahead, Yang, just take a look." With that, he turned around, pulled down his pants, and bent over. He added with a grin, "You see, in our Northeast, us men are unashamed. In the depths of winter, bathing season is booming. Once inside, everyone is the same, utterly unbothered." Ouch! Before he could finish, a dull pain shot through him, causing him to gasp. "With your mouth running. It seems there's nothing serious." Yang Wei pressed on the bruise that had been pushed out on his backside, assessing the situation. "All clear. Quite fortunate, as it's the thickest layer of fat on your body." However, just to be safe, he pressed on several nearby bones. "How does it feel?" "Feel?" Fu Tong furrowed his brow, taking a moment to gauge the sensation. After a few contemplative blinks, he replied earnestly, "I feel like someone is touching my backside." "Get lost." Yang Wei kicked him lightly on the rear. "There's nothing wrong. Pull your pants up quickly. I have no peculiarities about looking at a man's backside." "Huh. It seems having a large backside does have its advantages. That wild boar wasn't as formidable as I thought. I expected it to be much fiercer." Fu Tong chuckled. delivering a few kicks to the corpse of the wild boar. Yang Wei shot him a resigned glance. You were fortunate. The beast didn't T-charge fully. It was startled when you jumped down. What if it had kept charging directly at you? Even if your backside were double the size, it wouldn't be enough to withstand that impact. Fu Tong nodded with a laugh. That's true. When it first charged at me, I was genuinely startled, thinking I was going to die. At this, Yang Wei suddenly recalled something. He put aside his playful demeanor and looked at Fu Tong earnestly. Since you knew how terrifying that creature was, why did you still dare to jump down to save me? If it hadn't been frightened by you and had collided with you head-on, do you realize you could have lost your life? You would never see your wife and daughter again. I know. Fu Ting nodded seriously. However, at that moment, I wasn't thinking about much else. Yang Ge, you saved my life. If I had stood by and done nothing, could I still call myself a man from the Northeast? All I thought was that, at worst, I'd be giving my life for yours. I just wanted to save you. Without you, I would already be dead. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's gaze softened, and a hint of emotion flickered in his eyes. After a brief pause, he walked over to him with a smile, brushing off the leaves and dust from his clothes, and said, "Get lost with your sentimental nonsense. Once you've recovered, lend a hand and help me deal with this pig. You love pork, so today indulge yourself." Upon hearing this, Fu Tong instantly felt a surge of excitement. Although Yang Wei made no promises or guarantees, he understood that at this moment, the other man had fully accepted him. Among men, there is no need for excessive words. He happily approached, exclaiming, "Here we go. This beast nearly got us killed. It must be dealt with." To avoid attracting other wild beasts with the scent of pig's blood near the camp, the two men carried the wild boar back to their previous campsite. Just as they emerged from the thicket, they encountered Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying approaching them. "What brings you here?" Yang Wei inquired. "Could we not come?" The commotion in the jungle was quite alarming, and we were certainly worried, Li Muwan replied, her gaze falling upon the wild boar in their hands. Unable to suppress her astonishment. "My goodness, what a massive wild boar. Were you two the ones handling this giant?" Earlier, they had been outside drying palm fibers. Initially, they had paid little attention to the noises, but upon hearing Fu Tong's loud shout, they realized something was amiss and hurried over. To their surprise, in such a short time, the two had managed to bring out a wild boar that appeared to be significantly larger than the previous one. Indeed, to be precise, it was all handled by old Fu alone, Yang Wei remarked with a smile, having already altered his reference to Fu Tong. "What? Alone?" Both Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying widened their eyes in disbelief, glancing back and forth between the wild boar and Fu Tong, struggling to comprehend how a single person could have managed such a feat. We'll discuss it later. "We need to quickly drain the blood from this wild boar, or the meat will spoil." Yang Wei did not elaborate further and, along with Fu Tong, carried the wild boar outside. They reached the edge of the campsite and set it down. As before, they dug a pit in the ground and then used a knife to pierce the boar's neck. Blood gushed forth like a dam bursting. "What a waste," Fu Tong lamented, watching the blood flow. Back in her northeast, if you add a bit of salt and 13 spices, then mix in a couple of egg whites and chopped green onions, steam it just right, oh, the pig's blood soup is simply divine. Yang Wei shot him a playful glare. "You mentioned that at home, where there are plenty of seasonings, and that was a domestic pig that had already been processed. Are you sure you can stomach this flavor after steaming it?" Fu Tong wrinkled his nose and decisively shook his head. Never mind. This smells foul. Did this creature grow up drinking urine?" At this, everyone burst into laughter. Yang Wei tugged at the pig's head, allowing the blood to flow into the sandy ground. In truth, the blood of the wild boar is also quite valuable. In times of scarcity, it can indeed serve as sustenance. Moreover, the blood contains essential salts required by the human body. However, at present, their resources are not as strained. Thus, there is no need to subject oneself to unnecessary hardships. It is best to simply dispose of it. Soon, the pig's blood was thoroughly drained. Yang Wei then commenced the task of eliminating the odor. Although this location would soon be rendered obsolete, it was still not far from the shelter they had prepared. It was prudent to ensure everything was properly managed for safety. He began by placing several scorching hot stones in the pit. The searing heat would transform the metallic scent of blood into a charred aroma, thereby deterring any wild beasts. Subsequently, he covered it with a layer of ash from plants, maximizing the concealment of the odor. Finally, he buried it under sand, and that was that. Chapter 66. Zhao Yingying's skills once the bloodletting was completed. It was time to commence the processing of the pork. This was undoubtedly the segment that Fu Tang relished the most. As he observed the chunks of pork being meticulously carved away, a broad smile graced his face, unable to conceal his delight. At long last, he would indulge in a hearty meal. Which piece do you wish to select? Feel free to choose. Yang Wei inquired, gesturing towards the disassembled pork. Let us stew the selected pieces for tonight, while the remainder should be smoked. Otherwise, they will spoil swiftly. Fu Tang, feeling no hesitation, opted for freshness after days of consuming smoked meat. He raised his hand and pointed at the stone. This piece of pork loin and this belly pork. And let us also have a few ribs. They're delightful whether roasted or stewed. This time, Yang Wei felt no reluctance. Whatever Fu Tang pointed out was set aside, and even more was added. He was determined that his buddy would dine well. Li Muwan and the others were utterly astonished. Was this truly Fu Tang's appetite? It seemed he had indeed restrained himself during the previous meals. During this time, Yang Wei recounted their encounter in the woods to the others. Upon hearing how Fu Tang had risked his life to save him, Li Muwan and the others were equally moved, feeling immense gratitude for having rescued him. From that moment on, there was no longer any barrier among the three. Their trio had finally gained a valiant ally. As for the wild boar, Yang Wei maximized its utility. He first removed all the fatty tissue from within and discarded it into a stainless steel basin. With a pot at hand, it was imperative to make use of it. The rendered lard could be extracted, significantly extending its shelf life. Furthermore, the residual cracklings could also be consumed, ensuring nothing went to waste. In contemporary households, most people cannot stomach fatty meat, a consequence of the comfortable modern lifestyle. However, for 5 decades ago, fatty meat was more expensive than lean meat. If one were to receive nothing but lean meat during rationing, a quarrel would likely ensue. Who would be foolish enough to accept that? After all, they were hard-working men, and fat was eternally revered. Regrettably, unlike domesticated pigs, this wild boar, despite weighing over 300 pounds, contained little fat. It was estimated that after rendering, there would be only a small basin's worth of lard. What a pity! If there had been more, they could have preserved the meat alongside it, greatly extending its shelf life. Yang Wei mused. In his childhood, before the advent of refrigerators, this was precisely how it was done. Meat preserved in lard could last several months, and occasionally, one would enjoy a piece while cooking, which was utterly delectable. Alas, that flavor was now a distant memory. The pigskin was not discarded either. Yang Wei painstakingly removed it as intact as possible. What are we keeping this for? It's tough and lacks fat, Zhao Yingying inquired, puzzled. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yang Wei playfully tapped her on the forehead. All you think about is eating, he chuckled. This is a prized ingredient. I simply lacked the right tools before, but Muwan reminded me today. Please process this, and later cut it into several pieces. I would appreciate it if Muwan could sew a few leg and arm guards for both me and Lao Fu, as it would provide us with an added sense of security while venturing into the mountains. The coarse and thick wild boar skin, when tied to the arms and legs, can withstand bites from ordinary venomous snakes. It serves as a natural armor. This is splendid. There is no need for concern. Just take care of the preparations, and I assure you that I will create something that satisfies both of you. Li Muwan exclaimed with excitement, her keen eye already gauging the sizes needed for the two based on their physiques. What pleased her even more was the unexpected realization that her sewing skills could be of use on this desolate island. Finally, she could contribute to the group. In contrast, Zhao Yingying felt somewhat despondent. It seems like I'm the one holding everyone back. I can't do anything, and my leg is injured. Upon hearing this, Fu Tang offered words of consolation. Oh, sister-in-law, what are you saying? You just need to focus on healing. Once you recover, I'm sure you'll be able to assist Yang Wei. It seems I can't be of help at all. I can't cook, sew clothes, carry firewood, and I don't understand anything about fishing. Zhao Yingying's voice grew increasingly sorrowful, almost breaking into tears. In the past, at least she had Li Muwan by her side. But now, It felt as though she was the only one without any utility. Her pride simply could not accept this. Fu Tong, who was not particularly adept at providing comfort, was momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to perform physical labor or intricate tasks, it truly seemed that there was nothing he could do. In a last-ditch effort to engage her, he tentatively inquired, "Sister-in-law, you must have graduated not long ago, right? What did you study in university?" "I majored in foreign languages, English and Arabic, and I also took a course in Japanese," Zhao Yingying replied with a grimace. Fu Tong's face twitched a few times. It sounded impressive and quite remarkable, but who could she converse with about this on this deserted island? After a prolonged silence, he could only manage a feeble remark, "Well, that is quite impressive." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, tears began to well up in Zhao Yingying's eyes. "Stop the nonsense and get back to work," Yang Wei chided, giving Fu Tong a light nudge at the back of his neck. This fool was trying to comfort someone. Observing the tears glistening in her eyes, Yang Wei reassured her. "Don't worry, Yingying, you're injured now, which is why I haven't assigned you any tasks. Otherwise, your leg wound might exacerbate. Once you're well, I assure you, I won't let you be idle. Just don't complain about being tired then." "Really?" Zhao Yingying's eyes brightened involuntarily. "Of course. Would I deceive you?" Yang Wei replied with utmost seriousness, though he was indeed lying, as he had no idea what task to assign her. He could only think of trivial chores. As for her foreign language skills, he had no inkling of their utility. Fortunately, the young lady was easy to appease. For the moment, he had managed to placate her. On a deserted island, survival is undoubtedly paramount. However, maintaining a positive mindset is equally crucial. It could even be asserted that, in many instances, the mere act of living constitutes the greatest achievement. Numerous survival experts, equipped with an array of wilderness survival skills, may find themselves succumbing to emotional turmoil when isolated on an island. This often transpires due to the absence of companionship. Regardless of whether the other person possesses any skills or whether they are male or female, the mere ability to converse and provide emotional support proves invaluable. Otherwise, after a torrential downpour, one might find themselves drenched to the bone, leading to a complete psychological breakdown. Well then you must assign me tasks at the first opportunity. No backing out." Zhao Yingying, with a cheerful demeanor, extended her pinky finger, and only after Yang Wei reciprocated the gesture was she satisfied and ready to depart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Tong observed as a succulent piece of meat began to sizzle enticingly over the flames. Chapter 67. Moving. How delightful. Fu Tong stood beside the pot simmering with lard, exuding an expression of sheer enjoyment. He had never realized how aromatic this concoction could be. Previously, the cracklings rendered from lard were merely used as filling for dumplings, but at this moment, he yearned to scoop them out and devour a hearty handful. Not only he, but Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying were also drawn to the enticing aroma like curious kittens, inhaling deeply as they approached. Their eyes glued to the ever-changing hues of the cracklings, eagerly swallowing their saliva. "Look at your excitement." Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, in truth, he shared the same sentiment. Glancing at the slowly rendered lard in the pot, he lamented a bit. If only there were a bit more fat from the wild boar. They could fry some ribs to enjoy. Fried ribs. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three companions instantly lit up. Such a delicacy was renowned even before the plane accident, let alone on the island. Fu Tong, unable to contain his enthusiasm, let a bit of saliva escape as he wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a grin, "No worries. We may not be able to fry ribs for now, but we can certainly fry some seafood. Once the tide recedes tomorrow, we can gather some small fish and shrimp. You certainly have a knack for culinary delights." Jiang Chun chuckled, acknowledging that it was indeed a splendid idea. It seemed that his fishing net would soon be put to good use again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying instinctively took a step back. "You're not going to make me handle the bait again, are you?" she remarked, recalling the unpleasant experience from before. Ignorance would have been bliss. Knowing what was involved made it somewhat unappetizing, unless one were on the brink of starvation. However, looking at the abundant pork before her, it was evident that starvation was far from imminent. "Fear not," Jiang Chun reassured with a smile. gesturing toward the pile of pig intestines nearby. Look at all this bait. It's more than sufficient for fishing. While the heart and liver of the wild boar had been saved, Yang Wei had no intention of keeping the intestines due to their overpowering odor. With other food options available, he found them unacceptable. However, they would serve as ample bait. Without further ado, he set to work, using a dining knife to prepare some bait before taking Li Muwan's stockings and departing. Following the previous method, he constructed a small pond and placed the fishing net within it. After nearly half an hour of labor, he returned to find the three had prepared a feast. What a lavish spread! Yang Wei marveled at the sight before him. On the stone slab lay a substantial array of pork, each piece likely weighing about a pound. From plum blossom meat to streaky pork, it was a veritable cornucopia. In a nearby pot, several ribs simmered in seawater, the broth already taking on a hint of milky white, with a layer of oil floating atop, bubbling gently. What a pity about the broth. It seemed they must quickly find fresh water, lest the bones and fat go to waste. Yang Wei mused to himself. Didn't you say we could feast to our heart's content? Fu Tong grinned widely, his mouth stretching like a lotus flower. The sight of such an abundance of meat was exhilarating. With a grand gesture, Yang Wei proclaimed, "Indeed, eat as much as you desire. If it's insufficient, we shall procure more. The decision rests with you." With a hearty laugh, Fu Tong eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Since it's already cooked, Yang Ge, let us indulge." Observing Yang Wei's nod, he wasted no time, seizing a piece of grilled meat and bringing it to his mouth. The three companions of Yang Wei followed suit, and the four of them feasted to their heart's content. Once they had finished, Li Muwan and her companion willingly took on the task of preparing the smoked meat. After all, the wild boar they had encountered would serve as their sustenance for some time, and it needed to be preserved properly. Fu Tong, sipping on coconut juice, contentedly patted his belly and turned to Yang Wei, asking, "Yang Ge, there's nothing quite like the taste of fresh meat. When might we encounter another wild boar?" In response, Yang Wei shot him a helpless glare. "You seem to be under a delusion. Do you think wild boars are so easily hunted? Today was merely fortunate. Capturing one next time may not be so simple." Fu Tong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Yang Wei's words. If a wild boar charged at them, there would be no opportunity to catch its legs. However, Fu Tong's remarks sparked a realization in Yang Wei. Why had the wild boar suddenly ventured to their shelter? Could it be that the area was part of a wild boar's territory? The thought made him uneasy. He was quite satisfied with the shelter they had painstakingly constructed, with its sturdy support trees and optimal location, close to the sea yet not too deep in the jungle, providing shade from the sun. He had invested considerable effort into this site and had no desire to relocate. Yet if this truly was the domain of wild boars, their safety would be compromised. "What are you pondering, Yang Ge?" Fu Tong inquired, noticing Yang Wei's prolonged silence. "Wild boars," Yang Wei replied. "Huh, are you planning to hunt wild boars?" Fu Tong's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. Yang Wei nodded, then shook his head. He explained amidst Fu Tong's puzzled gaze, "It's not primarily for the meat. Rather, if there is indeed a herd of wild boars nearby, our shelter may not be secure." Upon hearing this, Fu Tong's expression turned grave. A herd of wild boars? His lips twitched at the thought. Just the sight of one charging was intimidating enough. The mere idea of a whole herd was enough to send shivers down his spine. Indeed, wild boars typically move in groups, Yang Wei continued. The appearance of one today suggests that there may be others lurking nearby. "What shall we do?" Fu Tong asked anxiously, unwilling to relinquish their current shelter. However, if a group of wild boars were to constantly crash into their trees, it would be untenable. For now, we cannot be certain. It could merely be a solitary boar. The main group might be elsewhere, Yang Wei reassured him. Nevertheless, to be prudent, we should actively search the area. It would be best if we find nothing. "Well, if there are any, then let's eliminate them." Yang Wei spoke in a low voice. Fu Tong replied, "Who just said that wild boars are difficult to deal with? Now you suggest we eradicate the entire herd?" Yang Wei cast him a glance, offering no explanation. "We'll discuss that later. For now, rest a while. Once we finish smoking the meat, we shall relocate to the shelter." Fu Tong ceased his inquiries, obediently lying on the broadleaf, awaiting in silence. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. As the smoked meat was prepared, the sky gradually darkened. Yang Wei patted his backside, rose to his feet, picked up the woven bag and backpack from the ground, and nudged the snoring Fu Tong. "Wake up! It's time to tidy up and prepare for our move." Chapter 68. Pan-fried small fish. The few individuals had little to pack, and they quickly organized their belongings. Once arranged, everything was placed back onto the original wooden raft. Yang Wei and Fu Tong carried the items over in succession. Li Muwan and her companion were seeing the shelter for the first time, and they were filled with joy. After so many days, they finally had a proper house. "Brother Fu, did you construct all these mortise and tenon joints? And this ladder? You are truly remarkable." The two praised the impeccably crafted joints without reservation. "Hee, this is nothing, just a trivial matter." Fu Tong chuckled modestly, scratching his head. The shelter was simply arranged, with their luggage tucked neatly in a corner. Smoked pork was hung from the beams, and on the floor, Fu Tong laid out the bedding he had brought along. Their new home was thus decorated. "Finally, I can sleep on a proper mattress. My back has been aching from sleeping on broad leaves these past few days." Zhao Ying, disregarding her image, rolled around joyfully on the bedding. "Then let us sleep well," Yang Wei remarked, descending the ladder. He and Fu Tong returned to the previous campsite to collect the dried palm fronds from ground. Additionally, the most crucial task was to transfer the campfire. Without a fire, the shelter's safety would be even less than that of the campsite, especially since it lacked a roof and doors. Should a mountain lion appear, it would be akin to an open can of meat, with over 200 pounds of flesh within. However, the shelter lacked a chimney and a designated place for the campfire, so they had to position it below, ensuring it was sufficiently distanced from the surrounding wood to avoid igniting it. Yet it couldn't be too far, as the night watch needed to ascend the ladder swiftly in case of danger. By the time all was arranged, it was already past 9 at night, and darkness enveloped the sky. The campfire crackled cheerfully. Yang Wei sat by the fire, preparing warm water for the trio, with a stainless steel basin. The process was much simpler. There was no need to heat stones anymore. He merely needed to bring the water to around 50 or 60 degrees and pour into the bottle. "Brother Yang, you should rest for a bit. I will keep watch," Fu Tong suggested, having already slept for 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon. "Very well," Yang Wei acquiesced, feeling somewhat fatigued. Besides, he no longer needed to be wary of Fu Tong and could sleep soundly. "You should keep watch for 2 or 3 hours before waking the others. Let everyone take turns to avoid fatigue," he advised before ascending to the shelter, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Before leaving, he handed his watch to Fu Tong. Fu Tong, glancing at the watch, intentionally extended his watch by an extra hour before rousing the others for their turn. The three of them tacitly avoided waking Yang Wei, allowing him the rare opportunity for a good night's sleep. Since preparing to leave the small island, he had been getting a pitiful 4 hours of sleep each night, sometimes even less, due to the need to care for the two women. But now, at long last, a gentleman has joined us. When he opens his eyes, the day has already dawned. Moreover, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafts through the air, accompanied by the sounds of conversation from below. "Ha ha! Today's breakfast is absolutely exquisite. Soon, Brother Yang will be completely entranced. Not to mention Yang Wei. I'm already salivating, wondering when he will finally awaken. This fare surpasses last night's meal. I can hardly contain my anticipation. What are these fellows fussing about? Is it merely those items? What could possibly be so delectable to warrant such excitement?" Yang Wei, puzzled, rises and gazes down at the group. "What are you all up to? What time is it?" Upon hearing this, the three of them turn in unison. "Brother Yang, it's already past 8. Past 8. Yang Wei exclaims in surprise. "Why didn't you wake me? Wasn't it your duty to call me for the night watch?" "Oh, you've been so exhausted these past few days. How could we bear to disturb your rest?" Li Muwan interjects. "You have no idea how loud your snores were last night. We couldn't sleep a wink, so we thought it wise to stay awake instead." At this, Yang Wei chuckles helplessly, a warm feeling rising within him. He knows this is merely a pretext for their concern. Just then, Fu Tong suddenly exclaims, "Hurry down, Brother Yang. We can hardly wait any longer." Snap back to reality. Yang Wei looks into the pot. Two cauldrons rest atop a makeshift stone stove. One contains pork and seafood simmering in coconut milk, while the other is sizzling with several palm-sized fish, crackling merrily. The golden hue suggests they are perfectly cooked. Did last night's fishing net yield any fish? Yang Wei asks, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, we caught several, 3 as large as this. Fu Tong replies excitedly, gesturing with his hands. Judging by his gestures, they must be at least 30 centimeters long. So large, Yang Wei feels a surge of joy, astonished at the unexpected bounty from a mere thrown net. Yet, as his gaze returns to the pot, he notices the absence of a large fish. Weren't there supposed to be some bigger fish? Why didn't we stew them right away? He inquires. You were still asleep, and no one dared to take the initiative, Fu Tong explains. I only brought back these little fellows, and I noticed there's quite a bit of water in the pond, so the fish won't perish. There is no rush. We can keep them alive to extend their shelf life. Besides, these small fish are best for frying. Ideally, they should be deep fried. But I couldn't bear to waste the oil. After hearing his words, Yang Wei feels a wave of satisfaction. Excellent, they're showing initiative now. No longer the naive novices they once were. They even know to keep fish alive. However, leaving them in the pond during this sweltering heat is not advisable. After we finish eating, they need to be moved. If such bountiful catches become a regular occurrence, establishing a fish pond would be entirely feasible. In mere moments, Yang Wei's mind teems with new plans. After all, consuming fresh fish is undoubtedly far superior to feasting on smoked meat. With such thoughts in mind, he descended the ladder and approached the group, saying, there is no need to overthink such matters in the future. We are all comrades, a united team, devoid of any hierarchy. But that fish was indeed caught by you, so I feel rather embarrassed, Fu Tong mumbled. No sooner had he spoken than he received a sharp slap on the back of his head. How can you still call yourself a man from the Northeast when you act so timid? Is it because you feasted so heartily yesterday that you think the wild boar was yours to claim? Keep talking like that, and I'll be compelled to kick you out. With that, he plopped down onto a seat and tossed a pair of chopsticks to Fu Tong. Hurry up and show off, once you've finished. Come with me to hunt for wild boar. Chapter 69. Still short on hands, the rare delight of fried fish cooked in lard invigorated the 4 who shared this breakfast. Yang Wei then resumed the allocation of tasks. He instructed Li Muwan and her companion to continue drying the palm fronds while he and Fu Tong set off to relocate the fish pond closer to the shelter. Initially, they believed it would be a quick endeavor. However, after nearly 2 hours of back and forth, their progress remained unsatisfactory. The absence of cement rendered the task of creating a pond far from the beach more challenging than anticipated. Merely stacking stones led to the water escaping through the gaps, while digging a pit resulted in similar seepage. Ultimately, they had no choice but to lay down several layers of broad leaves to slow the water's descent. Is this going to work, Brother Yang? Fu Tong inquired, his expression tinged with concern. Whether it works or not, this is the best we can do for now. It seems that creating the fish pond is not feasible at the moment, Yang Wei replied with a gentle sigh. As for these fish, if they can survive until noon, we shall simply consume them then. Initially disheartened, Fu Tong's face brightened at the latter part of Yang Wei's statement, a broad smile spreading across his visage as he nodded enthusiastically. That sounds good. Yang Wei shot him a disapproving glance. Enough of that. Prepare the tools. I must head up the mountain to hunt for wild boars. Prepare? What for? Didn't we knock the boar's tusks off yesterday? Sharpen them for me. I need to fetch 2 fir poles to fashion into sturdy spears. With that, Yang Wei took up his stone axe and departed. Approximately half an hour later, he returned with 2 fir poles that appeared even thicker than the previous ones. Meanwhile, Fu Tong had finished sharpening 2 tusks. Although wild boars possess 4 tusks, only these 2 were of suitable length. After drying the spears over the campfire, Yang Wei began to affix the spearheads. Once the ropes were securely tied, he handed one to Fu Tong. Fu Tong accepted it and tested its weight, a slight frown crossing his face. It feels a bit light, Brother Yang. I think my fist will be more effective. How about you make me a hammer instead? Yang Wei shot him an irritated glance and retorted with a common saying from Northeast China. I see you as a hammer. Fu Tong's mouth twitched as he mumbled. I'd rather think of something else. I can't quite deal with this. Make do with it. After all, it is a sharp tool, Yang Wei explained. I understand you find it light, but I cannot craft a proper blunt weapon at this moment. We shall see about that once we find suitable stones. Fu Tong nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of patience. They needed to find an appropriate wooden handle, and the stone had to be the right size to bind securely. Otherwise, a forceful swing might send it flying, which would be intolerable. It also needed to be durable enough not to shatter upon striking hard objects. Such materials were not easily encountered. Yang Wei, however, found the spear quite manageable, feeling more comfortable in his grip than the previous one. After testing it a couple of times, he stood up and declared, "All right, you keep this to guard the homestead. I will scout the nearby area." "Hey, Brother Yang." Fu Tong was immediately anxious and called out to him. "What's the matter?" Yang Wei turned to look at him. Fu Tong widened his eyes. "Brother Yang, have you forgotten something?" "No, I just picked up a spear, right?" Fu Tong helplessly pointed at himself. "It's me, Brother Yang. Didn't you say you'd take me to hunt wild boars?" "Oh, I've changed my mind." Yang Wei replied calmly. "After all, if both of us leave, who will stay here to guard?" This left Fu Tong in a quandary. Their sanctuary on this island was quite luxurious, akin to a small villa. They had wild boar meat, fresh fish, and coconut juice to drink. A veritable paradise. If discovered, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, leaving Li Muwan alone at home was indeed unsafe, especially since he had witnessed someone being killed with stones. "But if I stay at home, Brother Yang, you won't be safe alone either? So you want to go? I'll stay at home?" Yang Wei casually sat back down. "Let us forget it, Brother Yang. Don't joke with me. I don't have your capabilities," Fu Tong said with a bitter expression. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but when it came to venturing into the jungle, his survival skills were nearly non-existent. He might end up poisoning himself in there. "It seems I'll have to go," Yang Wei shrugged. "Yang Wei." At that moment, Li Muwan suddenly approached. "How about I go with you?" "You? Come with me? What are you joking about?" Yang Wei sized her up. "I'm not joking. I really can't trust you to go alone. Is your foot better?" Yang Wei inquired, glancing at her previously sprained ankle. "It's fine now. See for yourself." Li Muwan wiggled her ankle, attempting to demonstrate her recovery, even trying to hop a bit. However, just as she was about to jump, Yang Wei quickly restrained her. "Young lady, there are others around. You really don't realize how precious your assets are, do you?" Fu Tong, recognizing the situation, promptly turned his head aside. "What is inappropriate should not be seen. Let us forget it. You're still limping a bit, so don't cause trouble." Yang Wei ultimately declined. "Besides, your clothes aren't suitable either. The venomous snakes here are far more numerous than on the previous island."
Hissing at the mention of snakes, Li Muwan immediately felt goosebumps rise, and the area where she'd been bitten began to throb again. Observing her reaction, Yang Wei chuckled.
"So it's better for you to stay at home and work with the fibers of the palm leaves. The wild boar skins should be drying by now. You can sew us some leg and arm guards." Li Muwan nodded obediently, no longer insisting. "All right, I understand. I'll make sure to have them ready by the time you return." Yang Wei said no more, and after instructing Fu Tong to keep a good watch, he set off into the distance. They were still short on manpower. On the road, Yang Wei muttered to himself. If he were alone, he would have no such reservations. However, with the presence of others, the demand for manpower inevitably increased. Had Fu Tong been able to accompany him today, his burden would have been significantly lighter. Unfortunately, leaving two young women to guard the home felt far too precarious. Thus, he was compelled to venture out alone. Nonetheless, he felt immensely grateful for Fu Tong's company. Otherwise, even stepping outside would have been a distant dream. That lad was not only robust and strong, but also utterly trustworthy. It was this last quality that could eliminate countless others from consideration. Yang Wei was profoundly thankful for having saved him in the first place. As he pondered this, suddenly, his steps came to an abrupt halt. After a few involuntary twitches of his nose, he tightened his grip on the spear, and a flicker of wariness crossed his face. Chapter 70. Targeted? Yang Wei was suddenly enveloped by a perplexing aroma, a pungent blend of iron and decay. Following the scent, he cautiously approached its source. As the odor intensified, he refrained from walking on the ground and instead ascended into the nearby trees, maneuvering his way among the branches. After several minutes of careful navigation, he paused, holding his breath. The unmistakable grunts of wild boars reached his ears. Indeed, a herd of wild boars was nearby. Yang Wei squinted, a mixture of relief and trepidation washing over him. He was fortunate to have ventured out early, allowing him to prepare for the situation. Yet, the proximity of the boars, approximately 400 meters from the shelter, posed a significant dilemma. If a herd truly existed, they would need to be dealt with, lest their presence severely limit his movements. Each outing would be fraught with anxiety, and he couldn't shake the unsettling thought of waking one day to find a horde of wild boars storming the shelter, trapping everyone inside. Curiosity compelled him to assess the situation further. He shook his head, dispelling futile thoughts, and parted the foliage with a hand to peer below. Based on the grunting, he discerned that the boars were not far beneath him, and there was more than one. As he cautiously cleared the leaves, a startling scene unfolded before him. His pupils dilated, and his expression grew exceedingly complex as he observed two wild boars voraciously feasting on what lay before them. The remains were ghastly pale, with dried blood smeared across the surface, and appeared somewhat swollen, indicating they had been deceased for some time. The heads had been gnawed off, severed from their bodies, and despite the grotesque distortion of the features, Yang Wei immediately recognized the identities of the unfortunate victims, Zhang Kai and Wu De, the two ruffians who had once sought his life, intending to claim Li Muwan and Zhao Yingying as their own. It seemed that after Yang Wei had dealt them a few blows and discarded them into the thicket, they lacked the fortitude to survive. Now, a portion of their remains had become sustenance for the wild boars. No wonder the stench had been so foul and bloody. Struggling against the repulsive odor and nausea, Yang Wei averted his gaze from the gruesome sight before him, fearing he might regurgitate the remnants of his breakfast. After enduring the discomfort, he committed the appearance of the two boars to memory. Fortunately, their distinctive striped patterns were easy to recall, resembling a large character, and their striking coloration made them memorable. He resolved to remember them well, lest he be repulsed by their taste in the future. Concealed in the tree, he suppressed his revulsion and patiently waited for the boars to finish their meal before watching them depart. Once they had vanished from sight, Yang Wei leapt down from the tree and resumed his journey in the direction they had taken. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at his destination, a flat valley stretching approximately 40 meters in length. At this moment, a group of wild boars had congregated, varying in size. Yang Wei made a rough count, noting 4 large ones and 3 smaller ones. It appeared that this was their temporary lair. He murmured to himself, contemplating the nature of wild boars, which do not adhere to fixed territories, but rather migrate wherever sustenance can be found. Judging by the surrounding traces of excrement and the state of the underbrush, it was evident that these boars had come from elsewhere. Moreover, according to this trend, they would inevitably head towards the direction of their refuge. It was likely that the creature encountered yesterday had merely escaped temporarily or was scouting the area. Yang Wei smacked his lips, offering them a chance. If they did not provoke him, he would refrain from attacking. After all, their tough hides and robust flesh posed a challenge, but should they choose to court death, he would not hesitate to make a meal of them. He squinted, speaking in a low tone, his gaze settling on 2 of the boars. Of course, not you two. I won't eat you. Those 2 had tasted human flesh, and he preferred to avoid such a fate unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, even among the herd, these 2 were easily distinguishable. It seemed he would need to dispose of the bodies of those 2 ruffians upon returning, lest the other boars take to gnawing at them. With these thoughts, Yang Wei slowly rose and retraced his steps back. Passing by the corpses of Wu De and Zhang Kai, he suppressed his gag reflex, using a branch to push the bodies into a narrow gully. The crevice was small and over 3 meters deep. The wild boars would certainly not be able to reach them. After completing this task, he hurried back towards the refuge. Meanwhile, within the refuge, Li Muwan was absent, instead tending to the sun-dried coconut fibers in the shade by the beach while sewing protective gear for Yang Wei and Futong. Zhao Yingying stood vigil by the campfire, ensuring its flames remain alive. Futong had long since fallen asleep, sprawled within the refuge and snoring thunderously. He was indeed exhausted. During the night watch, feeling guilty for having napped in the afternoon, he refrained from waking the others, thus taking the longest shift. It would have been bearable had there been work to do, but after their meal, Yang Wei had set him to guard duty. With little to occupy his time, he simply lay down and succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yingying, not far from the refuge, 3 pairs of eyes glimmered with anticipation, fixated on their haven. Good heavens, is that pork? So much of it. It looks like it could weigh a couple of 100 pounds, enough to last us quite a while. One of them recalled seeing the young girl eating coconuts earlier, and the waterhole had splashed moments ago, suggesting there were certainly fish within. Not only these provisions, but that girl is a gem as well with those long legs. The excitement grew among the 3 men, each gaunt and haggard, their sunken eyes betraying their meager condition. It is evident that they have endured days of thirst and hunger. One bald man could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Brother, what are we hesitating for? Let us act. It is merely a young girl. If we rush in, all these supplies will be ours." "Wait," interjected a crew-cut man, raising his hand to halt the others as he listened intently for a moment. With a serious tone, he remarked, "Who said there is only that one girl? Did you not hear that snoring? There must be men present as well." Upon hearing this, the 2 others also strained to listen. The bald man furrowed his brow. "Is that snoring? I thought it was some wild beast or the sound of a sinister wind from the mountains. Is such a noise even possible for a human to produce?" However, the smallest among them could scarcely contain himself. Grasping a stick, he stood up and declared, "Why waste words? Even if there's a man, there is only one. Can we not handle him with the 3 of us? Quickly, follow me." Chapter 71. Fu Tongue. "Do you wish to challenge me to a duel?" As the slender figure rose, it became evident that concealment was no longer an option. The other 2 companions hastily followed suit, fixated on the enticing pork before them, swallowing hard in anticipation. They were fully prepared. As soon as the snoring man revealed himself, they would strike him down without hesitation. After all, in this desolate wilderness, what consequence could there be for taking a life? They had done so before without remorse. Swish! Swish, swish! Zhao Yingying was tossing firewood into the campfire when she heard footsteps approaching from behind, a flicker of joy lighting up her eyes. Being alone was dreadfully dull. "Brother Yang Wei, you're back." She turned eagerly to look behind her, only to freeze in place. The words caught in her throat, replaced by a dawning terror. It was unnecessary to elaborate. The gaunt, menacing expressions of the 3 intruders spoke volumes about their intentions. "TSK, 'tis truly a rare breed." At this moment, the trio was also scrutinizing her, their gaze lingering on her long, fair legs, a lascivious glint igniting in their eyes. However, their attention swiftly shifted to the pork hanging above. Hunger breeds desire. After days of deprivation, the allure of the meat was undeniable. "What do you want?" Zhao Yingying stammered, retreating a few steps as she attempted to edge towards the shelter. "Fu!" She began to call out to Fu Tongue, but before she could utter another syllable, the slender man lunged forward, clamping a hand over her mouth. He gestured to his companions. "What are you waiting for? Act now." The 2 immediately dashed towards the pork. "Stop right there." At that moment, a booming voice rang out, startling the trio as they turned to follow the sound. A robust man was striding towards them, wielding a sturdy stick that bore an object resembling a spear at its tip. It was Yang Wei, fortuitously returning just in time. His eyes were ablaze with fury. These miscreants clearly harbored ill intentions, and the consequences of his delayed return were unthinkable. As for Fu Tongue, he could already hear the loud snores emanating from him. "Brother Yang Wei." Upon seeing his return, Zhao Yingying's hope surged. Seizing the moment while the slender man was distracted, she broke free and sprinted towards Yang Wei. The slender man, already weakened by hunger, nearly stumbled as she pushed him aside. Once he regained his balance, rage consumed him as he glared at Yang Wei. "You dog! Heed my warning. Do not seek trouble. We are only after money. Do not force our hand to take a life." He brandished the stick menacingly. Though the man before him appeared tall and healthy, having evidently fared well in recent days, there were only 2 of them in total. One was still asleep, perhaps injured, devoid of any combat prowess. Why else would one be napping in broad daylight? Yet, there were 3 gentlemen, undoubtedly fierce, poised to overwhelm their adversaries. Seeking wealth? Yang Wei chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the trio, his expression dripping with disdain. Just based on your numbers? You're courting death. The other two, incensed by Yang Wei's demeanor, joined their emaciated companion. Very well. Let us see who meets their demise first. Yang Wei spoke with an icy tone, subtly tightening his grip on the spear. With his capabilities, dispatching these famished creatures was without doubt. As the saying goes, if one wishes to kill and plunder, they must be prepared to be slain. The three were eager to engage. After all, there was only one opponent before them. The remaining one was still asleep. If not ill, then certainly a fool. Just as they were about to strike, a sudden yawn echoed. What's going on? It's quite noisy for daytime. Brother Young, have you found a wild boar again? And who are these people? Fu Tong, still groggy, poked his head out from the shelter, his mind seemingly slow to register the presence of the three gaunt figures. Yang Wei thought to himself, is this fellow really entrusted with guarding my home? With the enemy practically at his doorstep, he still inquired about their identities? Yang Wei shot him a fierce glare, remaining silent. At that moment, Fu Tong's muddled mind began to clear. You're here to rob? The three thin men were taken aback. Indeed, he truly was a fool. A timid fool at that. Not daring to descend, he merely shrank back, exposing half of his head. There was certainly no combat strength there. This was a solid advantage. The thin man smirked coldly, raising a wooden club towards Fu Tong. Fool, come down. Hiding in the shelter is no way for a man to behave. We want to bully you. I'll give you a chance. Come down and face me one-on-one. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei and Zhao Yingying exchanged startled glances, both recognizing the shared, knowing amusement in their eyes. A one-on-one with Fu Tong? How amusing you wish to duel with me. Fu Tong, taken aback by the challenge, hesitantly pointed to himself, questioning his own worthiness. Yet his uncertainty only highlighted his lack of confidence. The thin man, growing impatient, urged him on. Stop wasting time, it's you. Hurry up and come down, or I might go easy on you or not. Mid-sentence, his tongue stumbled, and after fidgeting for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. In his line of sight, the timid fool had now risen and descended from the shelter. His massive frame loomed like a small mountain, towering over his opponent by at least 2 heads. He had to crane his neck to catch a glimpse of the other's face. Moreover, this arm is thicker than both of his legs combined. How could he have foolishly considered challenging this individual to a duel? He intended to glance at his 2 companions for a semblance of assistance. However, upon turning his head, he discovered that they had retreated 2 steps, leaving him standing alone in the forefront. There was no choice. They were fearful as well. You! The lean man glared angrily at the 2, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Suddenly, he felt a tightness at the back of his neck. In the next moment, his feet were lifted off the ground, and he was hoisted into the air. Fu Tong gripped his neck with one hand, exhibiting no sign of exertion. He even weighed him in his hand, disdainfully curling his lip. Umph, I thought you possessed some strength. You have not an ounce of muscle on you. As he spoke, he used his other hand to turn the man's head, forcing him to meet his gaze, and coldly queried, Who granted you the audacity to challenge me? Answer me. Chapter 72. Do you think you're tough? In front of the shelter, Fu Tong effortlessly lifted the scrawny man with one hand, creating a striking visual reminiscent of King Kong cradling the leading lady. At this moment, the frail figure was on the verge of losing control, trembling violently at the sound of Fu Tong's roar, his face as pale as a corpse as he stammered, Big brother, I don't understand. Can you speak Chinese? Chinese? Fu Tong grinned, acknowledging that he could indeed speak it, but warned, You may not hear it for long. Huh? The scrawny man was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a howling wind rushed past his ears, and the world around him began to spin rapidly. By the time he realized he had been flung away, it was too late. With a thud, his head made intimate contact with one of the 4 sturdy pillars of the shelter. He didn't utter a sound and lost consciousness on the spot. Really? That's it? I barely exerted myself. Fu Tong expressed his dissatisfaction, shaking the man a couple of times. Yet, given that the poor fellow was already dizzy from hunger, it was evident that rousing him quickly would be a challenge. With no other option, Fu Tong begrudgingly tossed him to the ground and turned his attention to the other 2 individuals, asking in a gruff voice, What about you 2? Are you joining in or going solo? Thud. As soon as the words left his mouth, both men dropped to their knees without hesitation, banging their heads on the ground in a plea for mercy. Big brother, we were wrong. Spare our lives, please. We promise we won't dare again. We'll avoid this place from now on. We didn't mean it. We were just too hungry. The two men spoke over one another, their souls nearly escaping from fear. They had contemplated fleeing, but with their frail frames and several days of hunger, they realized they wouldn't even cover 3 steps before Fu Tong could take one. Escape? It was utterly impossible. They only hoped for a moment of compassion from him. However, upon hearing their words, Fu Tong's displeasure grew. He approached the bald man and coldly remarked, "So you were simply too hungry? Is that your justification for robbing us? Am I your grandfather or your father? Obligated to provide for you? I. The bald man was terror-stricken, his face drained of color, his mind a blank. He found himself at a loss for words, suddenly understanding why the scrawny man had been so frightened. The pressure was overwhelming. It's all your fault for babbling nonsense. The crew-cut man, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but complain, hoping that by supporting Fu Tong's reprimand, he might receive fewer blows. However, he was gravely mistaken. Fu Tong had already placed his hands on the heads of the two men and, with a sudden surge of strength, collided them together with a resounding thud. When he finally released them, both had completely crumpled to the ground. A bunch of reckless fools, daring to rob us. Fu Tong disdainfully clapped his hands, then turned to Yang Wei, a smile suddenly gracing his face. Brother Yang, rest assured, such insignificant minions are hardly my match. However, his smile quickly froze, for the gravity of Yang Wei's expression was unmistakably serious. A wave of unease washed over him as he realized the folly of his earlier bravado. Had Yang Wei not fortuitously returned, Zhao Yingying would likely have been taken away. He had been sleeping far too soundly. With this thought, he hastily retracted his smile, preparing to admit his mistake. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yang Wei abruptly inquired, "Do you believe yourself to be quite formidable?" Fu Tong was taken aback by the question, unsure of its intent. After a moment's contemplation, he gestured towards the 3 individuals on the ground and replied, "Well, they are certainly not my opponents." In an instant, his pupils dilated as Yang Wei had already discarded his spear and charged towards him. "Brother Yang, you," he barely managed to utter when Yang Wei's fist came crashing down with considerable force. The wind generated by the blow indicated the power behind it, and he knew that a direct hit would leave him with a bruised eye. Resignedly, Fu Tong raised his hands to defend himself, but as he did so, a sharp pain shot through his calf. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Wei had delivered a swift kick to his leg. The intensity of the pain made Fu Tong grimace and instinctively lower his head. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Wei grasped his wrist and, with a deft twist, elicited a sharp cry from Fu Tong. Just as he intended to retaliate, Yang Wei used his own momentum against him, yanking his arm and employing a textbook shoulder throw. In a stunning display of strength, Fu Tong's considerable mass soared over Yang Wei's shoulder, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The impact reverberated through the earth as Fu Tong, weighing nearly 200 pounds, struck the ground with a resounding thud. At last, Yang Wei released his grip, standing coldly over him. Zhao Yingying, observing from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered. She was aware of Yang Wei's prowess in survival and knowledge gained from the wilderness, particularly his hunting skills, but she had never anticipated his martial abilities to be so formidable. The fluidity and grace of his movements were reminiscent of an action film star, executed with remarkable finesse. As for Fu Tong, his mind buzzed with confusion yet remained unharmed. The force had been perfectly calibrated, enough to stun without causing injury. His gaze towards Yang Wei transformed from mere bewilderment to profound admiration. Truth be told, throughout his life, he had never acknowledged anyone in a fight, believing sheer strength to dictate outcomes. Yet, after witnessing Yang Wei's seamless execution of those maneuvers, he was left utterly flabbergasted. By the time he comprehended what had transpired, he found himself sprawled on the ground, acutely aware of his own strength. Though he had not struck Yang Wei, he recognized that his resistance would have overwhelmed an ordinary person. But Yang Wei had not afforded him the opportunity. Suddenly, a feigned attack was executed, swiftly followed by a maneuver utilizing a joint lock. In the next moment, he found himself inexplicably airborne, only to crash down onto the ground in a state of bewilderment. It felt as though he had propelled himself into the air with sheer force. I shall inquire once more, are you truly skilled in combat? Yang Wei, breast set, his voice firm. This time, Fu Tong fell silent, his lips twitching slightly. Brother Yang, are you aware that there are ruthless brigands on this desolate island? Yang Wei suddenly raised his voice. The individuals aboard the aircraft hail from various professions. How can you be certain that there are no martial experts lurking nearby? What if that individual you witnessed, wielding a stone, is indeed a combat master? If it were not for these inept individuals today, but rather such a person, what would you do? Yang Wei's voice escalated in intensity, culminating in a near shout. I entrusted you with the responsibility of guarding the home, and this is how you fulfill that duty. Chapter 73. Interrogation in the Sanctuary. The atmosphere was as if frozen in time. Zhao Yingying had never encountered such a fierce Yang Wei, rendering her utterly speechless. Fu Tong wore a grimace, unable to meet Yang Wei's gaze. Just moments ago, he had felt a sense of indignation, perplexed as to why Yang Wei had chosen to strike him. But now, the gravity of his oversight dawned upon him, revealing a perilous oversight. The realization that his previous sense of triumph over having bested 3 individuals was utterly misplaced filled him with regret. Brother Yang, I was wrong. It shall not happen again. It took nearly 5 seconds for Fu Tong to muster the courage to speak. Simultaneously, his perception of Yang Wei underwent a transformation. He felt an increased respect for him. Previously, he had regarded Yang Wei primarily as a savior, a master of wilderness survival skills. When it came to combat, he had once thought that even 2 Yang Weis would not match his prowess. At times, he believed that merely not assuming the role of leader was a means of repaying his debt of gratitude for saving his life. After all, there were no legal constraints here. It was a realm where might dictated right. However, he dared not entertain such thoughts any longer. Yang Wei was evidently well-trained, possessing combat skills he had never witnessed before. He surmised that even with one hand tied behind his back, he would still be unable to defeat Yang Wei. At this moment, he was entirely subdued. Yang Wei continued to stand before him, observing the genuine shame and regret in Fu Tong's eyes, before letting out a sigh. All right, get up. He stepped forward and pulled Fu Tong to his feet. To alleviate any lingering resentment, he added, do not perceive this as me bullying you. My actions are solely for the safety of us all. This deserted island hosts all manner of individuals. In the struggle for survival, people are capable of unspeakable acts. Once deprived of legal constraints, the darkness of human nature far exceeds your imagination. Upon hearing this, Fu Tong nodded vigorously. You need not explain, Brother Yang. I understand. In the future, should I be tasked with guarding, such a situation will never recur. Yang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced at him, inquiring, so, does it hurt? It does. Fu Tong rubbed his body, grimacing as he replied, Brother Yang, your punches are too powerful. I was completely stunned. Yang Wei couldn't help but chuckle, brushing off the dust from Fu Tong's clothes. It should hurt. Let's serve as a lesson. Fu Tong hesitated for a moment, locking eyes with Jiang Chun. The next second, they shared a smile. Among friends, animosity was fleeting. Once addressed, it was put behind them. Oh dear, Brother Yang, you truly frightened me just now. I thought you were going to expel Brother Fu. Zhao Yingying approached the two, her heart still racing as she spoke. And Brother Yang, what exactly do you do? You possess such extensive knowledge of wilderness survival and are so adept at combat. You resemble a character from an action film. What the heck? Before she could finish, Fu Tong exclaimed, his wide eyes fixed intently on Yang Wei. A hand was pressed against a mouth, the face awash with astonishment. Brother Yang, you can't possibly be a secret agent, can you? Zhao Yingying's words seemed to awaken him. It truly felt as though this profession aligned perfectly with Yang Wei's demeanor. Were not the agents in movies all-knowing? Yang Wei, in exasperation, cast a glance at the two, shaking their heads vigorously, while also straining to listen. Oh dear, Brother Yang, what are you doing? You've completely dazed us. Zhao Yingying protested. Only then did Yang Wei cease, glaring at them with annoyance. I'm just checking if your brains are filled with water. Zhao Yingying remained silent, and Fu Tong was at a loss for words. After a few moments, Fu Tong regained his composure and inquired about the three unconscious individuals on the ground. Brother Yang, what has to be done with these three? Wake them up. Yang Wei commanded. Wake them up. Fu Tong was perplexed. What for? These scoundrels are after our lives. In my opinion, we should just take a club, bash each one to death, and toss them into the sea to feed the fish. As he spoke, he had already picked up the wooden clubs from the ground. Not yet. Let me interrogate them first, Yang Wei interjected, raising his hand to halt him, while retrieving his long spear. He thrust it sharply into the thigh of the bald man. Thud! Arg! The moment the spear pierced, the bald man emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, instantly jolting awake. Not only that, but upon hearing his anguished cry, the other two gradually opened their eyes, slowly regaining consciousness. However, as they beheld the imposing figure before them, regret washed over them. They would have preferred to remain unconscious. Yet in their moment of regret, Fu Tong had already approached, lifting each of them by an arm and carelessly tossing them beside the bald man. Upon seeing the gaping, blood-soaked wound on the bald man's thigh, both were utterly terrified. They immediately cried out for mercy. Big brother, please don't kill us. We truly realize our mistakes. We beg you. Big brother, no, I mean daddy, spare me. I could be your laborer. I'll do anything you ask. Please don't kill me. The scrawny one was so frightened that he wet himself, a foul odor emanating from between his legs. Enough, stop your wailing. Yang Wei paid them no mind, instead, bringing his club down upon the bald man's head. Yet the latter continued to scream as if he had not heard. You have no idea how painful this is. If you keep screaming, the next stab will be to your neck, Yang Wei declared, his tone growing firmer. He pressed the spear against the bald man's throat. The effect was immediate. The cries ceased abruptly. The bald man stood frozen, feeling the icy touch against his neck, paralyzed with fear. The scrawny pair trembled uncontrollably. They had initially believed the large man to be the most terrifying, yet this individual before them was even more formidable. The large man merely struck hard, but this one was intent on killing. In truth, Yang Wei had no intention of sparing them. Had he returned even a minute later today, a different outcome awaited him. Thus, he was indeed unperturbed at the thought of sending a few of these scoundrels on their way. Their very existence posed a threat. Now, tell me from where you came, and if you have encountered anyone else, Yang Wei inquired in a low, commanding voice. Yes. The bald man quickly replied, fearing that any delay would result in a spear piercing his throat. Our camp is approximately 2 kilometers from here, coming from the left side. I can't tell you the cardinal directions. A camp? Yang Wei narrowed his eyes, keenly seizing the essence of his words. Where exactly have you met others? Are there more people at your camp? Yes, indeed, the bald man nodded fervently. I am referring to our camp. Besides the 3 of us, there are 7 others. Chapter 74. It's you. There are still 7 of you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yang Wei and his companions shifted slightly. They had not anticipated the existence of such a substantial team on this island. What is the current situation at your camp? Yang Wei inquired further. In response, the bald man's face contorted with distress. Our camp is in a dire state. To call it camp is an exaggeration. It barely qualifies as a shelter. It is merely a few leaves providing scant cover. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the overhead refuge, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Now, that is what one would call a camp. What they had was merely a gathering place for desperate survivors. And what else? Be more specific. Yang Wei's voice turned cold. There is no campfire. None of us know how to start fire. Food is severely scarce. We haven't eaten in 3 or 4 days, and we are both thirsty and hungry. Did you sneak out? Zhao Yingying asked curiously. In such a wretched camp, it wouldn't be surprising to escape, especially since it bore little difference to being outside. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having encountered Yang Wei. Had it been someone else, she might have found herself in a similar predicament. No, it wouldn't have been the same. She was a girl and could only imagine the treatment she might receive. Moreover, when she had awakened, her leg bore an injury. Had it not been for Yang Wei's unforgettable intervention, she would likely have perished long ago. We didn't sneak out. Our leader sent us to look for food. The lean man interjected eagerly, fearing that his silence would render him valueless in the eyes of this man. Leader? Fu Tong scoffed. You can't even feed your own people, and you still dare to call yourself a leader? Saying this, he patted Yang Wei on the shoulder with pride. See, this is what a true leader looks like. The wild boar meat he has been feeding me has nearly made me plump. Gulping at the sight of his belly, the three companions collectively swallowed hard, their faces marked with despair. Do you hear yourself? Are you even speaking human language? We're on the brink of starvation. Futeng replied smugly. I say you're foolish to follow such a leader. You'd be better off going solo. That's not feasible, the bald man said with a pained expression. We considered it, but given our hunger, we have to bring food back to the camp for a unified distribution. What? Unified distribution? Fu Tong's eyes widened. Can't you sneak a bite while outside? That's impossible. If we return empty-handed, we'll be in serious trouble. We'd undoubtedly receive a beating and might even be expelled from the group. This time, the crew-cut man spoke up eagerly. Puffed. Fu Teng spot dismissivity. Inadvertently hitting the lean man's face with his saliva, the latter grimaced, but dared not speak up. Afraid of being expelled from such a pathetic team? You truly are fools. The bald man stretched his lips in a semblance of a smile. After all, there is safety in numbers. Will your leader go out to search for food? He simply sat at the camp, waiting. So, are you all mere slaves, unaware of the notion of rebellion? Fu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, Yang Wei raised an eyebrow and could not resist inquiring, What? Is your leader exceptionally skilled? In such circumstances, those who assume leadership often rely on brute force. This is hardly surprising. Perhaps their leader is the kind of individual who resorts to wielding stones as weapons. This is indeed a perilous character. Yet, some aspects remain perplexing. After all, these individuals had emerged reluctantly, preferring to endure mistreatment rather than escape. Just as he pondered, the bald-headed man spoke. That's not the case. He is merely our leader. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. After all this time, it was merely due to that. Fu Tong's expression was one of incredulity. Brother, in such dire times, you still speak of leadership? This is a deserted island, not a corporation. Do you think you are mere beasts of burden? At this, the trio's faces soured. Ultimately, it was the bald man who responded. We have no choice. We rely on him for our survival. If a rescue team arrives soon, and we fail to heed his words, we will certainly face repercussions. Fu Tong was at a loss for words. They were indeed born to serve. On this deserted island, they still adhered to such a system, and there were even those willingly accepting it. While one could understand the desire to cherish employment, the critical point was that with their current wretched appearance, if it did not consume something soon, they might very well starve to death. Are you certain you can endure until the rescue team arrives? Brother, we have said all we needed to. Can we leave now? At that moment, the bald man inquired. The spear poised at his neck was indeed terrifying. The other two looked at Yang Wei with eager anticipation, their hearts lodged in their throats. However, after a prolonged wait, Yang Wei did not respond. He was weighing the situation in his mind. These three posed no direct threat to him, but who could predict the nature of the others in their camp? If there was a leader, it was certain some would not suffer from hunger. Once these three returned and divulged the circumstances here, it would undoubtedly incite envy among the others. Several hundred pounds of wild boar meat, in the current context, was as alluring to the masses as millions of currency in the city. Perhaps even that figure was an understatement. Brother, rest assured, we will not speak of this upon our return. The thin man, having discerned Yang Wei's thoughts, quickly offered his assurance. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Yang Wei's spear jabbed into his leg. The thin man cried out in pain, looking at Jiang Chun with a bewildered expression. I clearly offer my guarantee. Why am I still being attacked? It was not only him. His two companions were equally perplexed by the situation. Are you confused? Yang Wei asked, before providing an explanation. The reason is simple. I do not trust you. The three stood there utterly dumbfounded. The slender figure stood frozen, momentarily forgetting the pain in his legs. Just then, a sudden sound of spear-piercing flesh echoed through the air. Both the bald man and the slender one turned to examine themselves, only to realize that the weapon had not struck them. As they pondered the situation, A horrifying scream erupted from their companion with a buzz cut, who was staring wide-eyed at Yang Wei, his expression mirroring that of the slender man moments earlier, desperately seeking an explanation. Even Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying were left bewildered. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Yang Wei slowly articulated a rationale to the buzzcut man. You all came together. They were attacked while you remained unharmed, which seems rather unjust. The buzzcut man nearly choked on his own blood in shock. Yang Wei, indifferent to the thoughts of the three, was already contemplating the most effective method to eliminate them. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Li Muwan inquired, Yang Wei, what are you doing? Why are there strange cries? Is there a beast? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the trio of the slender man, and her expression abruptly turned to one of disbelief, her eyes revealing a glimmer of shock. It's you. Chapter 75, Colleagues. In a flight, attendant Li Muwan's reaction astonished everyone present. Do you know each other? Yang Wei inquired, turning to her. Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying exchanged subtle glances, their expressions shifting slightly. If Li Muwan was acquainted with him, it would indeed be quite awkward, especially after the altercation they had just endured. They had already dealt with the situation, and Yang Wei had even managed to stab him once. However, upon reflection, it seemed that such scoundrels deserved no mercy. Even if he were known to Li Muwan, he could hardly be considered her friend. At that moment, the trio of thin men also turned their attention to Li Muwan. Before she could respond to Yang Wei's question, they exclaimed in unison, Muwan. Their voices were filled with unrestrained excitement, as if they were seeing a long-lost mother. This enthusiasm was not due to any profound friendship, but rather because they all recognized Li Muwan's inherently kind nature. With her presence, they felt assured that their lives were not in imminent danger. I know him. He's a colleague of mine, Li Muwan said, nodding towards Yang Wei and indicating the crew cut man. She then proceeded to elucidate their relationships. Once she finished, Yang Wei and the others finally understood. It turned out that the crew cut man, Wang Ming, was a flight attendant on their flight. However, since this particular journey involved servicing first class, they had never crossed paths before. The other two were merely Wang Ming's friends, who had intended to explore abroad with him after landing. Unfortunately, they encountered a plane crash instead, yet miraculously, they all survived. Yang Wei then recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Upon hearing his account, Li Muwan's eyes widened in disbelief. She glared at Wang Ming and demanded, Wang Ming, how could you engage in such behavior? Oui. Wang Ming stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Eventually, he managed to utter, Muwan, we had no choice. We were simply too hungry. If we didn't eat soon, we might perish. That's why we contemplated such desperate measures. Please, talk to these two gentlemen on our behalf and secure our release. Rest assured, we will never entertain such thoughts again. Upon hearing this, Li Muwan hesitated. Although her interactions with Wang Ming had been minimal, she had heard rumors about his extravagant lifestyle. He was known to seek out local beauties for indulgent experiences whenever he traveled to a new city or country. This reputation had prompted Li Muwan to maintain a deliberate distance from him at work, yet to condemn them to death over this. She found herself struggling with her conscience. Thus, she glanced up at Yang Wei and suggested, Yang Wei perhaps. Though she did not articulate her request, her intent was unmistakable. However, before Yang Wei could respond, Fu Tong interjected vehemently. Sister-in-law, these men are intent on taking our lives. Sister-in-law. Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Li Muwan. Within their circle, it was commonplace for men like him to indulge in such frivolities. Even flight attendants, contrary to popular belief, were not as virtuous as many presumed. In fact, he was aware of one flight attendant who had engaged in rather intimate exchanges with both the co-pilot and the captain. Yet, Li Muwan stood out as a remarkable exception. Wherever she went, she primarily remained in the hotel. Her only pastime seemed to be indulging in local delicacies. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that her physique was the most enviable among them all, making it nearly impossible for her to go unnoticed. Both the captain and the co-pilot had long set their sights on her, but Li Muwan had consistently rebuffed their advances, leaving them without an opportunity to act. And now, it appeared that this fellow before her had managed to win her over. It seemed that even in this desolate wilderness, She could no longer endure and had resorted to such means for survival. However, one could not be certain. Perhaps she had approached him willingly, drawn by the allure of his plentiful provisions. Often, the most seemingly innocent women harbored the starkest contrasts. Wang Ming mused silently. Stealing a glance at Yang Wei, he felt a surge of envy. Li Muwan's figure was indeed a temptation for any man. Who could resist such an allure? Even among the flight attendants. They often fantasized about Li Muwan. It was indeed a stroke of luck for this fellow. Had fate allowed him to encounter her first, jealousy bubbled within him. Even if he could not hunt wild boars, perhaps he could charm her for a few nights by simply collecting coconuts. Yet, he soon recognized the gravity of the situation. This was not the time for such thoughts. The towering figure behind them seemed intent on causing harm. With this realization, his heart raced, ignoring the pain coursing through him. He anxiously turned to Li Muwan, awaiting her response. Fortunately, Li Muwan did not disappoint him. She decided to extend them a chance, for they were colleagues. And she must be famished herself, or she would not have considered it otherwise. They had already faced punishment. Surely, they would not err again. Fu Tong took a deep breath, his expression darkening, clearly disapproving of Li Muwan's stance. He wished he could pummel these men and toss them into the sea. However, since he viewed Li Muwan as Yang Wei's woman, he refrained from speaking out without Yang Wei's cue. In truth, Yang Wei shared the same sentiment. Granting these individuals a chance was akin to enabling their misdeeds. Such villains were inherently malicious, as exemplified by the brute behind them. Even when pushed to the brink of hunger, he did not resort to consuming wild fruits, risking poisoning, nor did he rely on his size to intimidate others. Yang Wei, speak up, Li Muwan urged, gently shaking his arm and speaking softly. This scene, witnessed by the others, appeared to be a tender display between a couple. It was over. Observing this, Fu Tong already sensed the outcome. Wang Ming, on the other hand, felt a flicker of delight, mingled with disdain. He had always suspected that Li Muwan was not as virtuous as she pretended. She often acted aloof, yet here she was, displaying affection in front of so many. One could only imagine how she behaved behind closed doors. Just as he pondered this, Yang Wei's gaze shifted back to him, causing Wang Ming's chaotic thoughts to dissipate, replaced by a renewed sense of tension. You may take your leave. However, should I spot your presence within a 2-kilometer radius again, fortune will not favor you as it has today. Upon hearing these words, the group felt as though they had received a reprieve, their joy unbounded. Thank you, kind brother, for sparing our lives. Rest assured, we shall remember this territory of yours and will not return. With that, they hastily rose and limped away into the distance. Yet after a few steps, Wang Ming suddenly recalled something. He turned around and fixed his gaze intently on Li Muwan. Observing this, Fu Tong grew immediately displeased, seizing his stick and preparing to rush forward. I admonish you, you little rascals, do you wish for your demise? How dare you brazenly stare at my sister-in-law? Depart at once, or I shall not hesitate to break your legs. My sister-in-law merely wished to spare your lives, regardless of whether you leave intact or not. Chapter 76. The crew's headquarters. Yang Wei did not obstruct Fu Tong. At that moment, his expression was rather grim, his gaze menacing as he fixed it upon the 3 individuals. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Li Muwan looked at the trio in confusion, unable to suppress her urge to hasten them. Mingzi, what are you doing? Hurry up and go. If you wish to court death, do not drag us down with you. The other 2 companions were equally anxious, incessantly tugging at his arm, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Wang Ming hesitated for a considerable time before he could not help but inquire, Muwan, do you wish to accompany us back? No sooner had the words left his lips than a wooden stick flew towards him. Following that, they beheld the formidable Fu Tong charging at them like a mountain. With one swift kick, he sent Wang Ming soaring, cursing vehemently, You little brat, it seems you seek death. Allow me to grant your wish today. As he spoke, he relentlessly kicked at Wang Ming's head. Cowering on the ground, Wang Ming cradled his head in a plea for mercy. Please, brother, do not strike me. That was not my intention. Then what did you mean, huh? How dare you attempt to abduct my sister-in-law? You have overstepped your bounds. Fu Tong, still unsatisfied with the beating, picked up the wooden stick, preparing to bring it down upon Wang Ming's head. Muwan! Wang Ming, terrified, shouted out in desperation. Indeed, this plea proved effective. Fu Tong halted, glancing at Li Muwan for guidance, as he was still willing to show respect to his sister-in-law. Furrowing her brow, Li Muwan turned her attention to Wang Ming. Speak clearly, what do you mean? Wang Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief, gasping as he replied, Muwan, I was thinking that the few of us surviving crew members are at the camp, so I wanted to invite you to join us. He was halfway through when he suddenly caught sight of Fu Tong's wide-eyed expression, causing his heart to tremble. Instinctively, he shielded his head and continued, of course. You can bring these individuals along as well. After all, both the captain and the co-captain are present, and they have several capable hands. Gathering together would enable us to assist one another. Upon hearing those latter words, Fu Tong could not help but curse again. Nonsense! You worthless fools could hardly be of any assistance to us. My brother Yang alone is more useful than all of you combined. You claim the surviving crew members are all present? Before he could finish, Li Muwan interjected, her tone imbued with a hint of excitement. Fu Tong immediately fell silent. On the other side, Yang Wei narrowed his eyes. He had not inquired much before, but it now appeared that the so-called leader of their team was indeed the captain. Maintaining a leadership structure on a deserted island? Indeed, 5 crew members have survived, counting me as 6. Wang Ming, sensing an opportunity, eagerly nodded and continued. Everyone will surely be delighted to know you are alive. Moreover, with the captain and the leaders present, if you do not return, it will surely trouble the captain's heart. When the rescue team arrives, returning to work will be a dilemma. At that moment, he was calculating his own little scheme. Should Li Muwan acquiesce, it would mean a significant achievement for him. The captain, after all, was a foreigner who had long set his sights on Li Muwan. He merely pretended to be a gentleman in her presence, concealing his true self. This revelation came to light during one of their drinking sessions, when the other party, inebriated, inadvertently disclosed it. Upon their return, they not only failed to bring back provisions, but also sustained grievous injuries. Within that team, they could be deemed utterly ineffectual. Given the captain's temperament, he would undoubtedly not tolerate their presence. Even if he did not eliminate them, he would cast them aside without hesitation. However, bringing Li Muwan back was a different matter. On this deserted island, the captain could assert his authority without issue. Moreover, judging by Li Muwan's demeanor in front of that man today, she would likely have to yield to the captain for the sake of survival. After all, he had a flight attendant and a co-pilot under his command, not to mention his years of dedication to physical fitness and martial arts. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he was a formidable opponent. Should a confrontation arise, this towering figure and the one wielding a spear would undoubtedly find themselves outmatched. They would soon become subservient to him. At this moment, Li Muwan found herself enveloped in silence, grappling with indecision. Being with her colleagues was certainly a comforting prospect, especially since she recalled how well the captain and co-pilot treated her. The foreign captain, in particular, often reprimanded others, but had never raised his voice at her. His demeanor was impeccably courteous, as if he had received a noble education. However, while she could accept this arrangement, it was a different matter for the rest of the team, which consisted of 4 members. The willingness of others, especially Yang Wei, was uncertain. Though she had yet to solicit his opinion, she sensed that he was quite meticulous and inherently cautious. On this desolate island, he would not easily place his trust in anyone. What to do? At this moment, she felt profoundly troubled. If she departed, her conscience would weigh heavily upon her. Yet, if she chose to stay, she would still wrestle with discomfort. The captain and co-pilot had shown her considerable care. If she were to refuse them, it would inevitably create tension when she returned to work alongside them. Such discord would not bode well. Muwan, you must contemplate this carefully. After all, it pertains to our livelihoods. Seeing her hesitance, Wang Ming seized the opportunity to press the matter further, invoking their work. If you provoke the captain's displeasure, how will you continue to fly this route? The captain holds significant standing within the industry. Even if you switch to other flights, it would hardly be a comfortable transition. Besides, the captain has always treated you with kindness. To reject him now would be rather ungrateful. His words struck a chord with Li Muwan, resonating deeply within her heart. It was not merely about work. It was also about the trust she held for the captain and co-pilot, which compounded her turmoil. Suddenly, Wang Ming had a realization. Our camp is not only equipped with food and fresh water, but most importantly, it contains the medical kit from the aircraft. You know how crucial medicines are on this deserted island. I will be relying on the captain to save my life. Although you possess an abundance of food, should any illness or infection arise on this desolate island, the lack of medicinal supplies would undoubtedly be dire. Wang Ming, increasingly exhilarated, felt as though he had the situation firmly in hand. He believed that once these few individuals capitulated, upon reaching the camp, they would be at his mercy. As a self-proclaimed hero, he imagined himself speaking a few words before the captain, ensuring that retribution would be sought against those who had wronged him. The one who had wounded his leg would certainly receive his due from each of the three of them. And that towering figure, he too must be incapacitated, with a leg broken, the very one that had kicked him moments ago, and then, to assert his dominance, he would relieve himself upon the man's neck. Just as he was lost in these fantasies, Li Muwan turned to Yang Wei, her expression inquiring. Upon hearing her words, Yang Wei narrowed his eyes. What? Do you wish to return? Chapter 77. If you wish to leave, I shall not interfere. Li Muwan wore a hesitant expression, uncertain of how to respond. Sister-in-law, you simply cannot go. Fu Tong interjected, pointing at Wang Ming and his companions. Just look at their behavior. They cannot be considered a team and are more akin to a gang. Indeed, Sister Wan, you must not heed their words, Zhao Yingying chimed in, grasping Li Muwan's arm. Li Muwan, in a difficult position, explained, actually, they're also in a desperate situation, and besides, the other crew members are quite amiable, particularly the captain and the co-pilot. They have been very considerate towards me, not nearly as dreadful as you might think. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming nodded vigorously. Yes, the captain and the others are quite good. Our impulsiveness today is also due to our circumstances. Silence. Zhao Yingying could not contain her admonition. She was uncertain of the captain's character, but she was certain that these three individuals were far from trustworthy. If it were merely for food, why would the thin one have been the first to rush over and embrace her? Bang! At that moment, Fu Tong kicked Wang Ming to the ground. Get lost. Do not spew nonsense in front of me. With the likes of you, what good people could be around? He then turned to Li Muwan. Sister-in-law, think about it. Their leader sends them out to scavenge for supplies while remaining in the camp. Is that the behavior of a true leader? Look at Brother Yang. He is hands-on in every endeavor to ensure we have food. I understand. Li Muwan sighed, realizing that this matter could not be resolved easily with Fu Tong. She could only look towards Yang Wei. The captain and the others are genuinely good people, and they also have medical supplies. If we were to go, the more of us, the stronger we would be. By the way, Wang Ming suddenly recalled, the captain has also instructed us to search for the plane wreckage. He said that if we could locate it, he could utilize the signal device on the aircraft to send a distress signal, which would enable the rescue team to find us precisely. We could gather together and avoid being overlooked by the rescuers. Upon hearing this, not only did Li Muwan's eyes brighten, but even Zhao Yingying and Fu Tong's gazes sparkled with hope. While they were not currently lacking food and drink on this deserted island, who would wish to remain here if they could return? Both of them instinctively turned to Yang Wei. However, at that moment, Yang Wei squinted his eyes. Finding the plane wreckage and sending a signal, he scoffed inwardly, setting aside the possibility of locating the wreckage. Even if they did, it would likely be in a state of utter disrepair. Aside from the black box, could any other signal devices endure such conditions? The captain was indeed skilled at painting fantasies. Merely by offering this hope, he could keep countless individuals under his command. Furthermore, providing everyone with a glimmer of hope for return would garner him greater respect, as their return to work depended on his influence. He raised his gaze towards Li Muwan. You all may decide for yourselves. I shall not interfere, for I certainly will not go. His indifference was palpable. Few could survive alone on a deserted island, yet he believed he could endure. If a rescue team were to arrive, he had means to ensure they would locate him. What fear was there with a signal fire? He had preserved numerous plastic items precisely for such a day. However, upon hearing this, Li Muwan hesitated. In a mere span of days, she had encountered experiences unlike any in her past 20-plus years. Her perception of Yang Wei had already shifted. and she felt a natural fondness for him. Yet, her intentions were for the greater good. Yang Wei's unwavering stance to not join the captain and others placed her in a difficult position. If Brother Yang refused to go, then neither would she. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Tong stood beside Yang Wei. Then I shall not go either. Zhao Yingying bit her lip and followed suit. Only Li Muwan remained caught between the two groups, her heart a tumult of emotions. The thought of leaving stirred feelings of reluctance and even a sense of betrayal. Yet, the captain and his crew also inspired her trust, and their decisions impacted her future work. Wang Ming dared not speak, anxiously watching Li Muwan. If she were to agree, it would be a significant victory for him. Perhaps he could even barter with the captain for a fish. The atmosphere felt momentarily suspended. Ultimately, it was Li Muwan who broke the silence. All right, Wang Ming, I shall consider it further. Upon hearing her words, Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. They certainly did not wish to see Li Muwan depart, for it would undoubtedly trouble Yang Wei's heart. Conversely, Wang Ming inwardly sighed with resignation. It was too late. The fish was surely lost. Huh, I knew my sister-in-law's thoughts would be sound. Fu Tong exclaimed with laughter, casting a pointed glare at Wang Ming and the others. Aren't you all going to hurry and leave? Do you expect me to feed you here? Brother, we are leaving now, Wang Ming replied, his heart quaking as he glanced at Li Muwan with a helpless expression. He intended to offer more encouragement, but the fierce look in Fu Tong's eyes silenced him. Bowing his head, he exited, inwardly cursing, "Stupid girl, heedless of danger. Just wait until I report to the captain. Let us see how he deals with you." The three gradually vanished from view. Li Muwan turned to Yang Wei and Fu Tong, presenting the arm and leg guards she had just sewn. "Try these, I just finished them." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Fu Tong grinned widely, accepting them eagerly. Yang Wei nodded appreciatively as he took his share. After trying them on, he found them to be a perfect fit. One could not deny that Li Muwan's craftsmanship was truly commendable. Furthermore, the wild boar hide was remarkably tough. Even smaller beasts could not pierce it, providing a sense of security once donned. "Let us clean up the blood on the ground before we eat," Yang Wei instructed. Although the bloodshed among the three was minimal, precaution was wise. The beasts in the jungle had keen senses. Hearing this, the others quickly set to work. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Ming and his companions limped back to the camp, on the verge of fainting. The so-called camp was merely a crude structure formed by a few branches thrust into the ground and broad leaves arranged for shelter. At the rear, there lay a modest natural cave, capable of accommodating no more than 3 individuals. It had been enclosed with foliage, serving as the captain's quarters. Furthermore, the supplies were predominantly centralized around the captain's area. While wild boars were conspicuously absent, a variety of wild fruits, several sea fish, and a handful of coconuts were present, items procured by the other members of the camp. However, the captain monopolized the majority of these provisions, leaving only 1/5 for the remaining survivors. During the daylight hours, most of the camp's inhabitants had been dispatched to forage for resources, including the first officer, leaving the camp eerily deserted upon the trio's return. Yet within the confines of the captain's cave, enticing sounds lingered, evoking a sense of longing and imagination. Chapter 78. Captain Jack. The sounds emanating from the cave caused Wang Ming and his companions to halt abruptly, their faces reflecting a sense of longing. After all, he is the captain. Even in broad daylight, he indulges in such pleasures, while others are risking their lives outside in search of supplies. He seems to have the luxury of such whims. Comparisons between people can be infuriating. The trio dared not disturb the captain's enjoyment, and instead settled on a patch of ground, waiting in silence. The exaggerated sounds they overheard elicited soft clicks of their tongues. Was that Jiao Jiao? Indeed, it was her. She was utterly shameless, putting on an excessively fake voice to please the captain and the more people around. The louder she became. This Jiao Jiao is the most audacious. Ever since she associated with the captain, her gaze towards them has been laced with disdain. Sooner or later, she would pay for it. Never mind, keep your voices down. It won't take long anyway. The captain will be done in just 5 minutes, Wang Ming declared. The others fell silent and continued to wait patiently. True to Wang Ming's prediction, the sound within ceased after a mere 2 or 3 minutes. Soon, footsteps approached, accompanied by Jiao's sultry voice. Captain, you're not at all concerned for me. You're such a rogue. Haha, isn't this what you enjoy? The captain's voice joined in, albeit with a slightly awkward tone in Mandarin. Can I have 2 fish today, then? Of course you can. Giggling. I knew you'd be the best, darling. Upon hearing the voices behind them, the 3 quickly stood up. In no time, 2 figures emerged. The first was a tall Caucasian man, bare-chested, striding forward. It was their captain, Jack. His physique and appearance were indeed impressive, boasting well-defined abs and a muscular build. His facial features were quintessentially Caucasian, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, complemented by a rugged beard that exuded masculinity. Unfortunately, the abundance of sycophants surrounding him was overwhelming. He hardly needed to utter a word, as they readily offered themselves, leaving him utterly drained. Trailing behind him was a provocatively dressed woman, clad in a flight attendant uniform akin to Li Muwan's, yet tailored to suit Jack's preferences, with strategic rips barely concealing her form. She was presently draped over Jack's arm, nestling against him. Upon spotting Wang Ming and his companions, she let out a shrill scream, quickly covering her vital areas with her hands, and cast a scornful look at the trio, sharply reprimanding, "Hurry up and shut those damn eyes of yours. What are you staring at? Do you wish to meet your end?" In response, Wang Ming and his companions hastily lowered their heads, their minds brimming with curses. What a vile creature! She feared that the captain might not see her, yet was terrified that they would. "Darling, look at them. They've already seen my body." Jiao continued her relentless tirade, sweetly addressing Jack. This shameless woman. Wang Ming and his companions felt a wave of dread wash over them as they nervously raised their heads. Indeed, Jack's countenance had darkened, coldly gazing at the trio. He intoned, "What transpired with you 3? Why have you returned so swiftly? Have you procured any supplies?" "Supplies? We have yet to find any, primarily because—" Wang Ming grimaced, on the verge of explaining when Jack suddenly charged at them. With a flurry of kicks, he sent the 3 tumbling to the ground, unleashing a torrent of curses. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, daring to return empty-handed so soon. Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't toss you out to feed the beast right now? Captain, please refrain from anger. Let us explain, Wang Ming cried out, disregard his own pain. Explain? What nonsense! Jack was having none of it, pointing outside, "Get out immediately. Don't return until you have secured supplies. You worthless lot. How long have I cared for you without recompense? And you still hope for a free meal?" With Jack's scornful finger in his face, the trio dared not utter a sound, suppressing their seething anger. What did he mean by free meals? They had indeed found something previously, but all had been surrendered. In the end, they had received nothing of the scraps, all of which were distributed to a few flight attendants by the captain, leaving them famished and dizzy with hunger. Were it not for their foraging of leaves to stave off starvation, they would have already succumbed. Yet, such thoughts remained bottled up within. Wang Ming was mindful of his job, while his 2 companions were reliant on the captain for survival. The prospect of venturing out independently had seemed feasible days ago, but now, all 3 bore injuries on their legs and relied on one another for antibiotics to survive. Otherwise, in this desolate place, with hunger and thirst plaguing them, an infection could seal their fate. Moreover, their survival skills were virtually non-existent. They could linger in this camp for a while longer, but once they departed, their demise would be inevitable. "Captain, please listen. We sought supplies and even encountered a significant source," Wang Ming explained, a pained expression on his face. "He has hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat." "What? Hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat?" Before he could finish, Jack's eyes widened, glimmering with excitement. Even more so than when he had encountered the flight attendants. Despite overseeing nearly 10 individuals, he had never managed such a supply. Furthermore, the arrival of a rescue team remained uncertain, and whether they would even locate them was debatable. Like Yang Wei, as captain, he understood better than anyone the futility of signaling for help. His remarks were mere ruses to instill a sense of respect and reliance among his subordinates. Thus, these supplies were of paramount importance to him. With so much pork, why did you not bring any back? He glared at the trio, lifting his foot to kick once more. "Captain, please do not act rashly," Wang Ming interjected hurriedly. We certainly wish to bring it back, but their camp is guarded by two formidable men. Moreover, having gone several days without a proper meal, we are utterly incapable of contending with them. Damn it, Jack exclaimed in frustration. Are the three of you unable to handle just two? Jiao Jiao fanned the flames, inquiring, what do you mean? Haven't eaten enough? Are you implying that the captain has neglected you? No. Wang Ming felt a tremor of resentment toward her. We are prepared to fight with all our might, but we truly cannot prevail. Captain, look at us. We are all injured, barely clinging to life. You must provide us with some medication. Otherwise, these wounds are certain to become infected. As they spoke, the trio revealed the wounds on their legs. Upon seeing the gaping wounds, Jiao Jiao was struck with fear. Jack's expression soured, and he coldly regarded the three, asking in a low voice, so, should I interpret this as you three returning empty-handed, yet still seeking my supplies? Chapter 79. The captain takes charge. Upon hearing Jack's words, Wang Ming's heart sank. It was evident that the man was already angered. They might very well be expelled from the premises. Given their current predicament, being thrown out would be akin to a death sentence for the three of them. Captain, although we did not manage to retrieve any supplies, I have some good news to share with you. In a moment of desperation, Wang Ming could no longer afford to keep secrets. He laid his cards on the table. As anticipated, Jack's interest was piqued, his eyebrows raising slightly. Good news? Speak quickly. Wang Ming glanced at Jiao Jiao beside him, hesitating. Noticing his reluctance, Jiao Jiao immediately expressed her displeasure. What do you mean by that? Am I not allowed to hear your news? Wang Ming turned to Jack for assistance, knowing the latter would hardly care about a troublesome woman. Indeed, Jack turned a stern gaze towards Jiao Jiao and said, enough of this. Go wait in the back. Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Though she felt disgruntled, she dared not voice her objections. With a huff, she stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at Wang Ming and the others before walking away with a swaying gait. Once she had distanced herself, Jack turned his attention back to Wang Ming. Now what is it? Speak up. Wang Ming forced a smile, excitement bubbling within him. Captain, can you guess who I saw during my outing? Who? Hurry and tell me. Or do you believe I will toss you out myself? Jack's impatience was evident. I saw Li Muwan. Wang Ming exclaimed eagerly. What? Jack's eyes brightened instantly as he took a few steps closer. Where's she? Why didn't you bring her back? His excitement was palpable. Li Muwan was the flight attendant he had long been enamored with, and he had endured considerable effort to leave a good impression on her. Unfortunately, he had yet to find the opportunity. Now, stranded on this deserted island, he was confident that, given a little time and using his influence and authority, he could win her over. Even if she did not take the initiative, he had his ways. In this place, the law was non-existent. If she proved to be uncooperative, he would not hesitate to employ forceful measures. At the camp where we discover the pork, but her team consists of 2 men and 1 woman, all quite tall and formidable. Wang Ming's voice trailed off as he recalled the formidable skills of Fu Teng and Yang Wei, involuntarily shivering at the thought. They were undeniably fierce fighters. Formidable? Huh, how formidable can they be? Jack scoffed, disdain etched across his face. He had never feared anyone when it came to physical confrontations. With years of combat experience and his imposing stature, he doubted anyone could rival him. Anyone who dares to touch my girl will find themselves on the receiving end of my wrath. Indeed, Captain, your prowess is unmatched. Wang Ming hurriedly flattered, adding fuel to the fire. However, based on our observations, it appears that Li Muwan has already submitted to one of the men. What? Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart ablaze with fury. How could it be that someone had already taken her? It must be true. Wang Ming nodded, for others referred to Li Muwan as sister-in-law, and her demeanor suggested she had entangled herself with that man. He proceeded to embellish the account of what he had observed. Damn it! Jack listened, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. That wretched woman. I knew she was not as docile as she appeared. However, his tone abruptly shifted. This could be advantageous. It indicated that she had to submit for her survival. Given that, we must ensure she joins our camp. Wang Ming, eager to claim credit, quickly added, Captain, I have already extended an invitation to her, but she said she would think it over. Yet, from her expression, it was clear she was quite interested. Her team's reluctance was what held her back. Jack scoffed. Humph. I care not for the others, as long as that woman comes. It matters not if she is secondhand. Her figure is unmatched by any other stewardess. Just the thought of Li Muwan's exaggerated form made him restless. Suddenly, he grasped Wang Ming by the collar and demanded, "Where is their camp?" "It's about 3 kilometers away. I've memorized the route," Wang Ming replied hastily. "Captain, it's evident that Li Muwan is eager to join. If you take action, it will surely work." "Of course." Jack smirked, patting Wang Ming's face, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Unexpectedly, you've managed to accomplish something significant, you worthless fool." Wang Ming's lips twitched, 1,000 alpacas trampling through his mind. Yet he could only muster a strained smile. "Captain, even a piece of toilet paper has its purpose, does it not?" Jack paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "Huh, your countrymen are truly shameless, both men and women. How amusing. Now, lead the way. I must bring Li Muwan back at once." Now, Wang Ming's face reflected a hint of distress. "What's the matter? Is that not feasible?" Jack's expression turned icy again, summoning his courage. Wang Ming pointed to his injured leg. "Captain, have you forgotten that we are still injured?" "Damn, almost slipped my mind." Jack slapped his forehead. "Wait here. With this news you bring back, I shall not skimp on your medical supplies." With that, he turned and left. Moments later, he returned with a tube of ointment and 3 antibiotic pills. "Here you go." "Thank you, Captain." Wang Ming accepted them with both hands, hastily applying the ointment to his wound. After swallowing the antibiotics, he followed Jack once more toward the camp of Yang Wei and the others, secretly pleased. Although he found Jack insufferable, with him in charge, securing Li Muwan should pose no problem. Once she was captured in a good mood, she would undoubtedly provide them with supplies. Meanwhile, beneath the shelter of Yang Wei and his companions, lunch was already prepared. The fragrant aroma of sizzling pork wafted through the air. However, the atmosphere of today's meal was undeniably oppressive. Silence reigned, with no one daring to speak. Fu Tong, seemingly oblivious to the gloom, attempted to lighten the mood, yet his efforts were clearly in vain. Resigned, he closed his mouth and focused intently on the pork chop before him. Zhao Yingying glanced up, first at Yang Wei, then at Li Muwan. Although no words were exchanged, she could sense an invisible barrier had formed between the two. Just as she was lost in thought, a loud thud echoed as Fu Tong brought over several coconuts, smashing them vigorously against a rock. He quickly downed one and placed the remaining 3 in front of the trio. "The captain is right there." Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, causing Yang Wei and the others to furrow their brows and turn in unison, only to find 3 familiar figures approaching. Chapter 80. A Meeting with the Divine. How dare you return? Have you disregarded my brother Yang's words? Upon seeing Wang Ming and his companions, Fu Tong was instantly consumed by rage. Grabbing a spear within reach, he was about to charge forward. "Hey, Fu Tong, don't act impulsively." Li Muwan quickly intervened, rising to glance in Wang Ming's direction, her gaze settling on Jack, who stood between the 3. "Captain, what brings you here? Is he really the captain?" Hearing her words, both Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying turned to look at Jack. Yang Wei narrowed his eyes, casting a glance in that direction, but soon diverted his attention elsewhere. At that moment, Jack did not immediately focus on Li Muwan. Rather, he was captivated by the pork hanging in the shelter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So much pork, although Wang Ming and his companions had mentioned it before their arrival. Witnessing it firsthand was an overwhelming experience. In addition, there were numerous coconuts laid out on the ground, clearly fresh. They were far superior to the dried, yellowed ones in their own camp. The coconuts there were nearly devoid of moisture, and the flesh was reduced to mere scraps, dry and hard, lacking the sweet freshness one would expect. Instead, it felt like chewing on desiccated corn husks. Moreover, the shelter itself astonished him. It was akin to a quaint villa in the jungle. If he could establish his camp here, it would be sheer bliss. At that moment, he was already contemplating relocating his camp. However, his gleaming eyes made Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying wary, regarding him with evident hostility. Li Muwan furrowed her brow and called out again, "Captain?" Meanwhile, Wang Ming gently tugged at Jack's sleeve. Only then did Jack come to his senses and gaze at Li Muwan. Noticing her torn flight attendant uniform, an uncontrollable glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes. She was simply exquisite. Even 5 delicate beauties would pale in comparison. One could hardly imagine how intoxicating she must be. Gulp. He swallowed hard, maintaining a facade of gentlemanly decorum. Muwan, I'm overjoyed to see you alive, he exclaimed, stepping closer and extending his hand. Foreign scoundrel. How dare you? Fu Tung blurted out, his anxiety palpable. You think you can touch my brother's woman? Fu Tung. This time, he was halted by Yang Wei, who pointed to a nearby seat, adopting an authoritative tone. Mind your own business and come eat. Fu Tung's features contorted in disbelief. What do you mean? If you don't eat, then you can forget about it. Don't, Yanggu. I want to eat. Fu Tung hurriedly dashed over, shooting Jack a glare before sinking his teeth into a sizzling piece of wild boar meat. Gulp. The vivid scene made Jack and his companions swallow hard in unison, their appetites thoroughly whetted. During this time, the only meat available in their camp had been fish and seafood. Most of them are merely pitiful little crabs. Eating one hardly expends more energy than it provides. The thought of indulging in such a generous portion of pork feels almost extravagant, as if a dream. What is most crucial, however, is that they have a campfire. This is far more precious than meat. In pursuit of this flame, they have attempted various methods, including the ancient technique of friction fire and using a plastic bottle as a magnifying lens. Yet, all their efforts culminated in failure. Several individuals took turns, their hands blistering without even a flicker of flame to show for it. At best, they managed to conjure a wisp of smoke. As for the magnifying lens, its transparency was utterly insufficient, rendering the perfect concentration of light impossible. Just then, Li Muwan extended her hand. Jack's heart raced, and he quickly regained his composure, gently grasping her fingertip only to part immediately. Observing this, a smile graced Li Muwan's face. The captain remained as ever, a true gentleman. She smiled and remarked, I am delighted to hear that several crew members have survived. Are the others faring well? Of course, Jack nodded. They are with me. They will not go hungry. This jungle necessitates someone to lead, ensuring that matters proceed in an orderly fashion. Jack struggled to divert his gaze from Li Muwan's chest, feeling quite uncomfortable. Choosing to change the subject, he said, Muwan, I am here today to invite you to our camp. After all, we are all familiar with one another, and it would be safer in numbers. This deserted island holds dangers far worse than any animal. Who are you calling a dog? Fu Ting could no longer contain himself and stood up once more. Jack cast a casual glance at him. Although the man's height was indeed intimidating, he felt unfazed. He had dealt with individuals of such stature before. Without skill, height was inconsequential. Captain, my companions are quite amiable, Li Muwan explained. I understand, I mean no offense. Jack replied with a subtle smile, projecting an air of openness. I am not referring to them, and I have extended the invitation for them to join us at our camp as well. Rest assured, the atmosphere there is pleasant, and you will surely adapt quickly. Internally, he smirked. With so many under his command, once they arrived, they would inevitably listen to him. He had long grown weary of the 3 women in the camp, and now with the addition of 2 more, it was quite enticing. Li Muwan required no further mention. He had been eyeing her for quite some time. The other girl appeared remarkably youthful, her long legs impressive. 5 individuals could easily be arranged from Monday to Friday, leaving the weekends for respite. As for the 2 men, their capabilities ensured that he need not worry about sustenance. Contemplating this, he found himself viewing Wang Ming with newfound favor. Truly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, upon hearing his words, Wang Ming and the others felt a twitch of their skin, internally cursing. A pleasant atmosphere? Surely he was jesting. Aside from you and the co-pilot who find the atmosphere pleasant, the others are mere slaves. Can they join as well? Li Muwan inquired with surprise. Jack nodded affirmatively. Of course they can. The more, the merrier. Rest assured, I will ensure that the allocation of resources satisfies you. If you prefer not to relocate, I can bring people over. With more individuals, there will be a greater sense of security for everyone. Upon hearing this, Fu Tung and Zhao Yingying were instantly filled with indignation. How preposterous! Move over, only to reside in the shelter we constructed and consume our provisions? Even Yang Wei lifted his head, casting a fleeting glance at Jack, and remarked, "Do you consider yourself amusing? You wish to come over and reap the benefits, do you?" He raised his hand, picked up a twig, and threw it aside, then pointed at the twig, delivering a cold warning. "You may try. Should any of your people dare to cross this line, I can promptly send them to meet their maker." Chapter 81. Comparatively, you're still quite naive. As Yang Wei's words fell, the expressions of Jack and the others instantly froze. Even Li Muwan found herself at a loss for words, standing anxiously in place. This scene was not what she had hoped to witness. "Captain, it's not as you think. He is merely—" Li Muwan began to explain, but halfway through, she faltered, unsure of how to continue. Jack's complexion shifted several times as he suppressed the anger simmering beneath the surface, refraining from taking action. After all, Li Muwan was not yet in his grasp, and he did not wish to reveal his true intentions so soon. Though he was envious of the resources and shelter, he did not feel an urgent need to acquire them immediately. With so many subordinates at his disposal, he could afford to wait. He believed it would be more satisfying to act once Li Muwan was completely under his control. While he felt confident that he could forcibly take Li Muwan at any moment, he understood that a willing submission would be far more gratifying. This sentiment was universally shared among the group. Thus, he forced a smile, striving to appear magnanimous. With a gentle tone, he said, "Muwan, do not be afraid. I can certainly understand my brother's perspective. After all, it is hard-earned, and who would readily share it? We are still getting acquainted, so there's no rush. We can take our time to become familiar with one another." Upon hearing this, Li Muwan felt a wave of relief wash over her. What she desired was a harmonious atmosphere. When gathered together amicably, their collective strength would undoubtedly amplify. "How about this, Muwan? You can come back with us for now," Jack suggested. "Meet our colleagues and the other members of our camp. They will surely be delighted to learn that you are alive. Furthermore, I have some medical supplies. Should these gentlemen remain reluctant, you can bring some back for them." At this, Li Muwan's eyes sparkled with hope. Her hesitation stemmed from the difficulty of choosing between two sides. She wanted to unite everyone in a spirit of camaraderie, as that would bring her comfort too. However, Yang Wei's resolute stance left her feeling conflicted. If she were to leave under these circumstances, she would struggle to forgive herself. Now, though, that concern had dissipated. The captain had indeed considered all aspects thoroughly. Unable to contain her admiration, she turned to Yang Wei. "Yang Wei, I will go see the captain first, and then return to inform you of the situation there. If you still wish to remain behind, I will bring back some medical supplies." Behind her, Wang Ming and the others exchanged knowing smirks. How naive they found her. To think she could acquire medical supplies without any sacrifice. Such a dreamer. Jack held those supplies as if they were his very life, intending to use them to better control his subordinates. No one but him could hope to find them. Jack internally scoffed, yet he maintained a composed exterior. With a smile, he nodded. "Indeed, let's agree on that. Tonight, we shall gather together. Our crew has gained a new member, and this is cause for great celebration. We must celebrate properly this evening." Li Muwan, however, made no move, instead gazing at Yang Wei, awaiting his response. "It's all right. If you wish to go, then go." Yang Wei waved his hand dismissively, his expression impassive, revealing nothing of his thoughts. "As for the medication, there is no need. It would be best if you relinquished such fantasies." Upon hearing these words, Jack's expression shifted dramatically. Li Muwan, flustered, cast a nervous glance at Jack. Even a fool could discern the implication behind Yang Wei's statement. "Yang Wei, what are you saying? The captain is not that kind of person," she chided him, her tone tinged with reproach. She was bewildered by Yang Wei's sudden demeanor. He had never spoken in such a sharp manner before. Fearing a rekindling of conflict between them, she hastily attempted to clarify to Jack, "Captain, please do not misunderstand. He means no harm, merely exhibiting excessive caution towards unfamiliar individuals." "Haha, I understand," Jack chuckled. "No worries. Time reveals a person's true character. In due course, this young brother will come to appreciate my integrity." The trio, Wang Ming and the others, observed in silence. When it comes to acting, this foreigner truly excels. No wonder he is a captain. His words are laced with cunning. With just a few phrases, He painted Yang Wei as a mere naif. That's good, Li Muwan quietly exhaled, aware that Yang Wei was no longer receptive to other discussions and chose to remain silent. She turned her attention to Zhao Ying and Fu Tong. Then I shall take my leave for now. We shall meet again in a few days. Sister Wanner, won't you reconsider? Zhao Ying approached, grasping her arm. For reasons she could not articulate, despite the captain's seemingly affable demeanor and generous nature, she harbored an inexplicable sense of danger surrounding him. Could it be that those who observe have clearer insight? She could not quite articulate her feelings, only attempting to dissuade Li Muwan gently. Indeed, sister-in-law, staying here would be splendid. We require no medication. My brother Yang's knowledge of herbs suffices, Fu Tong chimed in. However, he failed to notice that upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Jack's expression subtly shifted, though it returned to normal in an instant. This moment, however, did not escape Yang Wei's keen observation. Yet, he chose to remain silent, merely offering a cold smile before lowering his head once more. At this point, nothing he said would penetrate Li Muwan's resolve. They could only proceed step by step. Very well, Muwan, let us return. Those in the camp should be arriving shortly, Jack proposed, already brimming with anticipation. Witnessing Li Muwan's nod, his heart soared with delight. He then feigned a casual demeanor, addressing Yang Wei and the others. Gentlemen, we shall meet again in a few days. If any issues arise, feel free to consult Muwan. While our knowledge may be limited, we certainly have ample manpower. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. Jack, unfazed, only smiled wider, secretly deriding them. What bunch of children. All their emotions are laid bare on their faces. Do they truly believe they can contend with me? It's utterly laughable. After speaking, he prepared to return with Li Muwan. However, after taking just a few steps, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Upon seeing the other person, Jack's expression subtly shifted. The newcomer was none other than Jiao. She had been hiding behind a broad-leaved tree, eavesdropping on their conversation, and had quietly followed them. Observing Jack's demeanor, she had already inferred his intentions. However, her own objective was not these matters but rather the pork at the shelter, which was far more tempting than the fish in the camp. Jiao, what brings you here? Jack furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, his countenance already showing signs of displeasure, and his gaze carried a warning, fearing that she might inadvertently unearth his secrets. Simultaneously, Li Muwan's expression also grew somewhat grim. Chapter 82. Li Muwan paints a grand vision. Li Muwan raised her hand in a casual greeting, her tone neither warm nor cold. Despite their frequent interactions, the affinity between her and Jiao was notably strained. Initially, it was simply a clash of energies. Every time Jiao returned from a flight mission, she would indulge in various soirees, with an ever-changing array of handsome suitors gracing her room. Today, it might be a visitor to the area, and tomorrow perhaps a male model from the dance floor of a bar. In essence, each day brought forth a new visage. When they first met, Jiao often invited Li Muwan to join her in her escapades, but as Li Muwan persistently declined, their relationship began to dwindle. In Li Muwan's eyes, differing lifestyles were perfectly acceptable. However, to Jiao, it was merely an indication of Li Muwan's pretentiousness. Moreover, the captain and co-pilot's favoritism towards her only fueled Jiao's negative perception of Li Muwan, leading her to concoct unfounded gossip about her among their colleagues. Now, witnessing the potential loss of a valuable ally, Jiao's mood soured. Thus, when Li Muwan acknowledged her, Jiao merely huffed in response. With a tone laced with disdain, she remarked, I must say, Li Muwan, your ego seems rather inflated, doesn't it? Taken aback, Li Muwan furrowed her brow. What do you mean, Jiao? What else could it mean? Jiao rolled her eyes, her demeanor imperious. You're quite a grown individual, yet you seem oblivious to basic social etiquette. You plan to visit our camp empty-handed? Do you think we are beneath you? Or are you trying to play both sides, reaping benefits from both parties? Having spent considerable time in the nightlife scene, Jiao wielded her words with undeniable sharpness. With just 2 statements, she had effectively placed Li Muwan under scrutiny. Li Muwan's expression shifted dramatically. Were you insinuating, Jiao? I am acting in the interest of everyone. Spare me. Jiao interrupted, gesturing towards the hanging pork behind her. You've been part of their team for a while. Haven't you? You couldn't team manage to bring back some pork for us? What does the company teach us about sharing? Yet here you are, fixated solely on our supplies while ignoring the pork entirely. She punctuated her words with a couple of knowing scoffs and fell silent. Li Muwan's face paled with indignation. She yearned to offer an explanation, but found her thoughts ensnared by Jiao's provocations. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and others discreetly gave Jiao a thumbs up, impressed by her verbal prowess. Well done, they thought. Her incisive attacks resonated more than the mere sound of certain voices. Li Muwan appeared to be at a disadvantage, and it seemed plausible that under such an onslaught, they might indeed manage to bring back some pork. Even if she could not partake, a taste of the broth would suffice. Enough, Jack interjected suddenly, his expression grave as he looked sternly at Jiao. What on earth are you saying? The pork was painstakingly retrieved by their young brother. How could we simply take it away? And what about the medicine? Is it appropriate for them to take that? Jiao pouted in rebuttal, albeit her tone softened considerably due to the other party's captain status, sounding almost like a playful whine. Is it really the same? The medicine was prepared for everyone. I would be far happier if it could assist all, Jack replied cunningly, subtly applying some pressure on Yang Wei, whose expression seemed to brighten with gratitude. Observing this, Jack felt a surge of satisfaction and seized the moment to add, however, Jiao's words remind me that while we cannot take the pork, we could certainly take some firewood. He turned to Yang Wei. Little brother, surely taking a piece of firewood wouldn't pose a problem? After all, one log won't hinder your campfire. Once we ignite our fire, the rescue team may spot us more easily. Fearing Yang Wei's refusal, he quickly added, of course. If you are still unwilling, I can have my men deliver a few bundles of firewood to you in a few days as compensation. How does that sound? At this, Li Muwan also turned to Yang Wei, her eyes filled with anticipation, feeling that the captain's suggestion was reasonable. Pork was indeed precious, but surely taking a single log would be acceptable? Yet, to her surprise, Yang Wei still declined, dismissively waving his hand without lifting his head. If you're going, then go quickly. Don't act all sarcastic, thinking I'm a fool. I warn you, if you continue to target us, you will regret it. His words nearly caused Jack to lose his composure. His expression darkened abruptly, and he stepped slightly forward, his fists clenching. Had it not been for Li Muwan's presence, he might have lost control. What did it matter if he was tall? He would not be a match for his opponent. Years of training had instilled in him absolute confidence in his physical prowess. Captain, Li Muwan interjected quickly, placing herself between the two. She cast a complex glance at Yang Wei, internally sighing with dissatisfaction. What was going on? What had gotten into him? Could it be jealousy? As that thought crossed her mind, her irritation diminished considerably. Pouting, she couldn't help but approach Yang Wei, bending down to whisper softly in his ear, "Oh dear, you're acting like a child. I'm not leaving you. This is for everyone's future. After all, I'm just going to take a look today. If you're truly unhappy, I could let you carry me back, and you can decide when to stop." By the end of her words, her cheeks had flushed. Yet, after waiting for a response, she found Yang Wei silent. Had she misjudged him? He wasn't jealous. He was merely angry? Li Muwan paused, glancing down at Yang Wei, and then, her face turned even redder. The position she had taken left her directly aligned with him, and her tattered uniform could not conceal the allure of her figure. The other party was staring intently at her. "Oh, how wicked of you!" Li Muwan gasped softly, quickly straightening her posture and giving Yang Wei a reproachful glare. Yang Wei finally regained his composure. Youth does have its advantages. In that moment of staring into the abyss, even his thoughts became uncontrollable. He could barely recall what she had just said. "What did you just say? You wanted to break, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Muwan shot him a fierce look. "Break, you big-headed ghost. I'm leaving." Though her expression was somewhat melancholic, there was no trace of anger. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips. The other party's reaction confirmed her suspicions. Just as she was about to depart, Yang Wei called her back. Turning around, she found him holding out a burning stick of firewood. Seeing this, Li Muwan felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Yang Wei spoke first. "Take it. The conditions over there are not as favorable as here. If you don't take it, I fear you might freeze to death. Chapter 83. Pursuit. Yang Wei regarded Li Muwan with a calm demeanor. In truth, had it not been for her recent utterance, he might have remained indifferent. Although he feigned detachment, their prolonged struggle for survival had forged a bond, and the thought of her departure stirred a sense of unease within him. At that moment, he had not only bestowed upon her a spark of hope, but also nurtured alternative contemplations in his mind. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Li Muwan exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the spark and briskly approached Jack and the others. Captain, let's hasten back to the camp and ignite the fire. Indeed, Jack nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he turned to Yang Wei. Thank you, Mr. Yang. When Muwan returns next time, I shall ensure she brings back supplies. Naturally, we eagerly anticipate the participation of you three. His words, though eloquent, concealed a more sinister intent, as he had already begun to perceive Yang Wei as a mere pawn. Just you wait. Once I have Li Muwan in my grasp, the next target will be you all. What of their stature? They could never contend with our numbers. With that, he departed with his entourage. Jiao remained obstinate. Captain, we ought to take some of that pork. There are but 3 and cannot consume it all. Silence. Jack's sharp rebuke halted her mid-sentence. Frustrated, Jiao could only stomp her foot in dissatisfaction, casting a resentful glance at Li Muwan and Yang Wei before turning away. Yang Gu, are you truly allowing them to take my sister-in-law? After the group had left, Fu Tong approached Yang Wei, unable to restrain his curiosity. What else can I do? Yang Wei replied, lifting his gaze to meet Fu Tong's. This is her decision. I cannot impose my will upon her. I prefer not to burden others. But that foreigner is clearly untrustworthy. My sister-in-law is certainly in peril. Fu Tong still struggled to comprehend the situation. Enough. Yang Wei interrupted, rising to his feet and patting Fu Tong's shoulder. Stay vigilant here. I shall step out for a while. Yang Gu, where are you going? Fu Tang inquired, concern lacing his voice. To follow them, of course. Would I simply allow Li Muwan to leap into the abyss? This had been his intention since he had provided her with a spark of hope. Upon hearing this, Fu Tong and his companion felt a surge of elation. Ha! I knew Yang Gu would not stand idly by. Fu Tong laughed heartily, thumping his chest with pride. Rest assured, I shall guard the house well and protect my second sister-in-law. Before he could finish, he caught the fierce glare of Zhao Ying, which silenced him instantly. Sister-in-law, all sister-in-law. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking altogether. Yang Wei shot him an exasperated glance before grasping his spear and heading in the direction where Jack and the others had vanished. Fu Tong felt no trepidation. With Yang Wei's prowess, even a foreigner posed no threat, and should more appear, they would surely not stand a chance against him. His confidence surpassed that of anyone else. Yang Wei moved swiftly, and soon the figures of Jack and his companions emerged in his line of sight. It was then that he slowed his pace, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. In the presence of these individuals, he felt no need to conceal himself deliberately. A mere effort to keep his movements quiet rendered him virtually unnoticed. In view, Li Muwan walked alongside Jack, occasionally inquiring about something. Jack, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, refrained from any inappropriate actions. A wry smile crossed Yang Wei's mind. He mused that perhaps this charade would last no more than 3 days. The naive Li Muwan might remain oblivious, but as a man, he understood Jack's intentions all too well. Before long, the group returned to their camp. Upon seeing it, Yang Wei couldn't help but shake his head in a bitter smile. To refer to this as a camp was a blatant affront to the very concept of camp. If those broadleaf trees were cleared away, it would be indistinguishable from any ordinary open space. Should a wild beast appear, it would likely have its way with them. Thankfully, he had provided them with a source of fire. Otherwise, Li Muwan's safety would truly be at risk. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, he did not linger long. He merely noted the location of their camp before turning to depart. According to Jack's style, it was unlikely he would reveal his true nature upon returning to the camp. After all, his intentions were already quite transparent. Until he reached that point, he preferred to have Li Muwan willingly by his side. Thus he remained unhurried. He planned to return to the shelter first, complete his tasks with Fu Tong, and then return once night fell. Meanwhile, within the rudimentary camp, Li Muwan's expression stiffened momentarily as she surveyed the inadequate shelter that paled in comparison to Yang Wei's constructed haven. In contrast to their shelter, this place resembled a dwelling of primitive man. Noticing her expression, Jack's eyes twitched in response. Internally cursing Yang Wei, he thought, "You wretched fellow, who asked you to build such an impressive shelter, making me appear incompetent? Is this truly our camp?" Li Muwan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jack offered a wry smile, nodding with resignation. "Indeed, but do not fret, Muwan. This is merely a temporary dwelling. After all, when everyone first gathered, they were quite fatigued, and I couldn't bring myself to have them start working immediately. However, we shall begin constructing a proper shelter in a few days. Rest assured, it will not be inferior to what you previously inhabited." At his words, Li Muwan's eyes brightened slightly. "The captain will also construct a shelter?" she asked. Jack, feeling the weight of responsibility, replied, "Of course. As captain, one must possess a breadth of knowledge, especially in emergencies." Fearing further inquiries from Li Muwan, he quickly added, "But let us not dwell on that. We should hurry and ignite the campfire before the embers extinguish." "All right, let us get the fire going." The group quickly busied themselves with the task. The three injured individuals once again found themselves relegated to the role of laborers, promptly dispatched to gather twigs. After several minutes of effort, the campfire finally blazed to life. Watching the flickering flames before him, Jack's eyes gradually sparkled with renewed hope. Despite their prolonged struggle to ignite the fire, it had been effortlessly resolved upon encountering Li Muwan. His mind instinctively wandered to the tantalizing sight of the pork hanging on Yang Wei's side. The mere thought of grilling a pork chop at this moment was simply beyond imagination. The aroma would be divine. Wait, is there a campfire now? While lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps behind him, accompanied by the astonished exclamations of the crowd. "Wow, the fire is lit. Does this mean we can grill some fish? It must be the captain. He truly is remarkable." As they spoke, the group gathered around the campfire, and upon noticing Li Muwan seated beside Jack, they stood frozen in astonishment. Chapter 84: The Workplace Rules on the Deserted Island. "Hey, Muwan, how wonderful. You survived as well. How did you find your way here? It seems this has truly become our crew's stronghold." After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone began to speak. At this moment, Li Muwan also recognized the individuals before her. Apart from the co-pilot Zhao Cheng, there were two security personnel from the aircraft and the head of the crew. As the three men conversed, they couldn't help but cast furtive glances at Li Muwan's tattered uniform, swallowing hard in silence. When they looked back at Jack, their eyes brimmed with envy, who was unaware of this fellow's long-standing interest in Li Muwan. Now, on this deserted island, he could act without restraint. As the conversation flowed, Li Muwan stood up and raised her hand to greet everyone. "Don't be so formal, Muwan. Please sit down. Your presence here is absolutely delightful." Co-pilot Zhao Cheng remarked with a smile, offering a few compliments to Jack as well. "With the captain around, you need not worry about survival. We shall ensure you're neither thirsty nor hungry." He gestured proudly towards the camp. "Just look at this sight. There's no other place on this deserted island that can compare. Moreover, we have coconuts and seafood. The other survivors are likely starving, but you can relax here. Perhaps we'll even have wild boar to feast upon." Upon hearing this, Li Muwan and Jack's expressions instantly shifted to discomfort. Jack glared fiercely at Zhao Cheng, giving him warning glances. "What the hell? Why say such things? Isn't that a slap in my face? What is wrong with you all?" Zhao Cheng inquired, perplexed by their reaction. "Zhao, why don't you go distribute the supplies?" Jack suggested, unsure how to articulate the situation. "Sure thing." Although Zhao Cheng was confused, he sensed he had misspoken. Not daring to ask further, he gathered the individuals behind him and began the distribution process. Before long, he returned with a cracked coconut, offering it to Jack and Li Muwan. "Here, Muwan, have some coconut water. You must be parched after these few days. You wouldn't believe how difficult it is to procure fresh coconuts. We worked hard to obtain these 5. Zhao Cheng spoke with pride, as this was their first successful harvest of fresh coconuts. Previously, they had only been able to collect those that had fallen to the ground. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, they might find a few that still contained some juice, but most were either shriveled or already moldy. At these words, Jack's expression faltered once more. Memories of the coconuts at Yang Wei's shelter surfaced in his mind, causing him to blush. The more they spoke, the more he felt like a failure. Just as he was about to reprimand Zhao Cheng, the two security personnel and the female crew leader approached, their faces tinged with discontent. Zhao, this distribution seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Unreasonable? Zhao Cheng furrowed his brow, looking at them with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Where is it unreasonable? One of the security personnel expressed, Captain Zhao, these coconuts were hard-earned by the two of us. We managed to gather only 5 in total, and I even injured my arm, nearly fracturing it. Yet, you allocated just 2 coconuts to the 3 of us, while you took the remaining 3 for yourselves. Is this not unreasonable? His voice escalated in volume, clearly revealing his long-standing dissatisfaction with the system, which had finally erupted today. Normally, if they were to receive a lesser share of wild fruits or seafood, it would be acceptable. However, today's coconuts were a different matter, as acquiring them posed a significant risk to life. Climbing such tall coconut trees resulted in no fewer than 5 falls, leaving him battered each time. The crux of the matter was that Zhao Cheng had been observing from below, hands on hips, issuing commands, and even reprimanding them when he failed to catch one himself. Ultimately, only 2 coconuts were distributed, one of which was likely given due to the influence of the female team leader, who had an affair with both captains. Otherwise, it was probable that the 2 would have had to share just one. Contemplating this, the 2 men could hardly contain their frustration. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's expression darkened instantly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he admonished in a didactic tone, "Zhou Lei, what is the matter with you? What time is it? And you are still quibbling over trivial gains and losses? Trivial? This is of utmost importance." Zhou Lei, the security guard, could not hold back his retort. Another step forward, glaring intently at Zhao Cheng, exuding an air that suggested he would resort to violence if no explanation was forthcoming. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Realizing the situation required his intervention, Jack knew he had to assert his authority, especially with Li Muwan by his side. He needed to reclaim the dignity he had lost due to Zhao Cheng's nonsensical remarks. "Captain." Upon seeing Jack rise, Zhou Lei and his companion immediately faltered. They had caused trouble before, but had always been subdued by Jack's impressive physique and combat training. Moreover, having not had a proper meal, they were no match for him. The most crucial factor was that he was the captain. Until the situation was entirely clarified, they dared not offend him. A pair of useless fools. Jack thought to himself as he observed them retreating a step. Externally, he maintained a demeanor of professionalism and began to lecture them. "Sulai, do you possess any sense of the bigger picture? Is this the time to debate such matters? We are merely facing a minor setback. Now is the time for us to unite as one, to overcome this challenge together. Those with the capacity should contribute more and support others. This is the essence of teamwork." Zhou Lei and his companion remained silent, harboring resentment within. Li Muwan looked up at Jack, silently agreeing with his words. He still embodied the image of the captain, she remembered. Jack cast a glance at Li Muwan while discreetly acknowledging the discontent reflected in Zhou Lei and his companion's eyes. "Rest assured, this predicament shall not endure for long. Although the exact location of the aircraft's crash remains unknown, it is certainly not far afield. The black box is engineered to withstand temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees and can endure submersion for a month without incurring damage. Throughout this duration, it will continuously emit signals, ensuring that the rescue teams will locate us shortly. Should you engage in any reckless behavior during this time, I shall have no choice but to report the truth upon our return." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Lei and his companion were immediately filled with trepidation. This was their greatest fear. Securing this position had been a formidable challenge, and many friends and relatives had expressed their envy. Losing this job over such an incident would be a grave misfortune. With this thought, the courage they had mustered swiftly dwindled. "We understand, Captain. You need not worry. Such circumstances will not arise again," they muttered dejectedly, shuffling away in resignation. Chapter 85. Conditions vastly different. Are we truly conceding, old Joe? Questioned another security personnel, his tone brimming with dissatisfaction as he glanced at Zhou Lei. In response, Zhou Lei let out a soft sigh, turning back momentarily to speak in a hushed yet resigned tone. What other options do we have? Our very lives are in their hands. After all, we cannot remain stranded on this desolate island indefinitely. Should we return, we will inevitably rely on them for sustenance. We must endure, my friend. With a sigh of his own, the other man joined Zhou Lei under the expanse of leaves, both men sitting in silence. Despite their parched throats, they dared not consume the solitary coconut they had painstakingly procured, especially since another had been taken by the female team leader. There was little they could do. She too had the backing of the captain and co-pilot. This lone coconut had become their strategic ration, and they could not afford to eat it unless absolutely necessary. Watching a group of individuals nearby who were engaged in jovial conversation around a fire, the two men clenched their teeth in frustration. I hope we return soon. Otherwise, if we remain on this forsaken island any longer, I shall exact my vengeance. Zhou Lei murmured. The other man nodded in agreement at that point. All the supplies and women will belong to us brothers. Indeed, that flirtatious Jiao Jiao and the female team leader, oh, and that exquisite Li Muwan we encountered earlier. What a shame she will soon fall victim to the captain. They lamented, exchanging words filled with regret. Meanwhile, Jack was adeptly maintaining his disguise, occasionally sharing jokes and amusing anecdotes from his previous work, eliciting laughter from the group while subtly reinforcing their perception of his role as captain. After all, reminiscing about the past served as a psychological affirmation of his authority. This is the captain. This is the leader. To celebrate Li Muwan's return, Jack generously prepared a feast, producing 2 long-dried fish to roast over the fire. In truth, these fish were not particularly plump, and after drying, they were as thin as paper. Yet, whether it was Jack, the co-pilot, or Jiao Jiao, all eyes widened at the sight of the fish sizzling over the flames. As soon as they were placed over the fire, they could not help but swallow hard. For both the fire and the fish represented luxury in their current circumstances. Despite Jack's efforts to maintain composure, his gaze somewhat glazed over in anticipation. The aroma was simply irresistible. Though the fish contained little oil, even the slightest hint of fat, when roasted, released an enticing fragrance that enveloped the air. In an instant, the group lost interest in conversing with Li Muwan, their attention fixated on the cooking fish, hoping for a generous share. Li Muwan, however, appeared disinterested, her expression unchanged. Frankly speaking, she would scarcely consider eating this even if offered money. The provisions from Yang Wei's shelter were incomparable. Any single item from there would overshadow this. The conditions were simply too harsh. Just then, amidst her thoughts, she suddenly heard Jack speak up. Everyone sat upright, their eyes fixated on the 2 roasted fish in Jack's hands. Of course, only the co-pilot, Jiao Jiao, and the female team leader were entitled to occupy this space. One flight attendant had yet to return, otherwise there would have been one more. As for Wang Ming and the others, they had been casually seated nearby during their earlier conversation, but as soon as the dried fish was revealed, they had discreetly exited. Indeed, roasting made it fragrant, far superior to consuming it raw. Jack brought it to his nose for a whiff. Gulp. However, the co-pilot Zhao Cheng and the others could hardly contain themselves. The sound of their swallowing was rather alarming. Captain, perhaps we should distribute the food first. Let us check if the fish has spoiled after drying for so long. Indeed, it's uncertain whether this method can prolong its shelf life. At this remark, Jack shot a disapproving glance at a few of them. What's the rush? Look at you, starving like ghosts. It's not as if you've never eaten before. We consume this fish regularly. Regularly? They were momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing Li Muwan beside them, they quickly understood. Jack was merely feigning indifference. Reluctantly, they nodded in agreement, each chiming in. The captain has a point. It's just that we've expended considerable energy today, hence the hunger. Moreover, we lacked a fire earlier, so it didn't smell this enticing. Yes, roasting truly enhances the aroma. Jack cleared his throat lightly. Such pathetic behavior. No matter how fragrant, it remains just fish, only slightly richer in flavor. Saying this, He discreetly swallowed again and handed a whole roasted fish to Li Muwan. Muwan, this one is for you. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others widened in disbelief, their minds silently protesting. She gets a whole one? What about us? Their gazes darted between the fish and Jack, as if hoping to express their discontent through their glances. Jack observed their expressions, and with a stern reprimand, said, "What are you staring at? Muwang just returned today. We ought to give her a warm welcome. What is so special about this fish? If you wish for more, we can prepare it again tomorrow. Zhao Cheng, this task falls to you." What? Zhao Cheng's mouth fell agape. However, upon noticing Jack's warning gaze, he quickly steeled himself and nodded. "Rest assured, Captain, I'll handle it without issue. It's just fish. After all, there will be more than enough." He thumped his chest, though internally he felt a twinge of resignation. "You foreigner, for the sake of wooing the ladies, I'm giving you face. If you succeed and don't let me taste it, don't blame me for inciting rebellion." Jack had long been craving Li Muwan. Naturally, Zhao Cheng was no exception. The two often discussed women, fully aware of each other's thoughts. Jack nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the meal to commence. Retaining half of the fish roe for himself, while distributing the rest among Zhao Cheng and the others. The three individuals, initially able to maintain a semblance of restraint, transformed into insatiable beings upon receiving the grilled fish. The fish, already diminutive in size, had been dried to the point of near oblivion. Each bite was scarcely sufficient, and they devoured it in an instant, failing to savor its flavor. Jack, too, found himself in a similar predicament. Despite his internal admonitions to uphold his dignity, the enticing aroma of the oil proved irresistible, leading him to abandon all decorum in a frenzy of consumption. In mere moments, half of the fish was reduced to but a morsel. Meanwhile, Li Muwan stood frozen in disbelief, her lips twitching as she observed their chaotic feasting. Was this truly what Zhao Cheng had meant by having their fill of fish? If these individuals were to indulge in the grilled sea fish and coconut water stew available at the shelter, would they not succumb to gluttony? With a sense of helplessness, witnessing their insatiable appetites, she extended her untouched portion of fish towards them. "Why not take this one as well?" she offered. Chapter 86. The family gathered together while Jack and his companions were eagerly grilling fish. Yang Wei's meal was also underway. Several large pieces of wild boar meat sizzled enticingly in a stainless steel pot. Beside it lay a few small sea fish, their golden brown surfaces releasing an irresistible aroma. Fu Teng, sipping from a coconut, glanced over at Yang Wei. "Brother Yang, how could you return so soon? Aren't you worried about sister-in-law being in danger over there?" "For the time being, there is no need for concern," Yang Wei explained. "That foreigner will likely continue to put on a show for at least a day or so there is no cause for alarm. But we cannot take such risks," Zhao Ying interjected worriedly. "What if that fellow loses control and harms Sister Warner?" She hesitated, her heart heavy with both anxiety and helplessness. Sister Warner is quite intelligent, yet why would she act foolishly at such a crucial moment? The three of them sensed that those individuals were far from trustworthy. Yet, she placed her complete faith in that foreigner. Perhaps this was the nature of being embroiled in the situation. Fu Teng remained silent, yet it was evident he concurred with Zhao Yingying's sentiment. He turned to Yang Wei and nodded. "Indeed, Brother Yang, we cannot gamble. What if that foreigner succumbs to his baser instincts and puts sister-in-law in danger?" Before he could finish, a sharp tap on his head from Zhao Yingying interrupted him. "Huh?" Fu Teng looked up in confusion, only to see her glaring at him. Such a fool. By saying that, do you not make Brother Yang uncomfortable? As their eyes met, Yang Wei spoke up. "Therefore, I must go over there tonight. There should be no issues during the day. If he were truly in a hurry, he would have acted the moment he entered the camp. He merely wishes to maintain the guise of gentleman." Upon hearing this, the two felt a slight sense of relief, finding his reasoning quite sound. After all, Jack had always presented himself with an air of false virtue in their presence. He would undoubtedly put on a show upon returning. "So do we simply wait then, Brother Yang?" Fu Teng inquired. "Of course not. Otherwise, why would I have returned?" Yang Wei shot him a disapproving look. "Should I not have simply waited here?" "Huh? Then what should we do? Let us set traps to catch wild boars." Yang Wei decisively interrupted Fu Teng. They could not allow the departure of Li Muwan to derail their plans. That was simply unacceptable. Even if she did not return, the three of them must survive. The wild boars he had previously observed would likely be heading toward their shelter soon, providing an opportunity to bolster their supplies. Not only would they have meat, but also fat and pigskin, top-tier resources on a deserted island. With wild boar meat, they would temporarily be free from concerns regarding energy. From there, all that remained was the quest for fresh water. Yes, wild boar, Fu Teng exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. It's all that foreigner's fault. I almost forgot about this. Brother Yang, how many wild boars did you discover earlier? A herd, Yang Wei replied with a smile. A herd? Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying widened their eyes. Especially Fu Teng, who had previously experienced the formidable power of wild boars. He had even come into intimate contact with their tusks. Although he had managed to incapacitate a wild boar on his own, facing a pack was a different matter entirely, leaving him devoid of confidence. If they charged, it would be akin to encountering a small army, causing him to scatter in every direction. Brother Yang, a group of wild boars. How are we to capture them? After grappling with the thought for a while, he could not resist asking, as he grasped a spear in his hand, his expression one of distress. Are we to rely on this? I fear it may not suffice. The spear, though sharp, would struggle against the thick hide of the boars. Unless aimed at their eyes, a single strike would be unlikely to inflict serious injury. Of course it won't work, Yang Wei replied. There are so many wild boars, of various sizes. Do you think you can pierce through them all? Then what shall we do? Fu Teng scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Utilize traps, Yang Wei said, deftly stirring the frying pork chops with his chopsticks. A fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. These creatures thrive on charging, right? So let us grant them their desire. When they rush in, we will ensure they all fall into the trap. Not a single one shall escape. Upon hearing this, Fu Teng's eyes lit up with excitement. He clapped his hands vigorously. Of course, how did I not think of that? And we might even catch some piglets. Ha ha ha, splendid. If we bring them back, we could roast suckling pigs. The mere thought of the golden, crispy roasted pig made his eyes gleam. Certainly, Yang Wei chucked, handing pork chops to the two of them. Now hurry and eat. Once we are full, we shall set off. Yingying must accompany us as well. I can go too. Zhao Yingying was taken aback. She was not frightened, but in the past, they had never included her in their adventures. Yang Wei nodded. Of course, we must bring you along. Otherwise, if we leave and you remain at home, it would be quite unsafe. Have you forgotten what happened with those 3 individuals before? Hiss. At the mere recollection, Zhao Yingying involuntarily gasped. She quickly nodded. Right, I will go with you. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly darted to the roasted pork above. With a hint of concern, she asked, but what about the pork? What if it gets stolen while we are away? Even if no one steals it, it would be disheartening if a beast took it. In response, Fu Teng boldly thumped his chest. Oh, it's not that heavy. Worst case, I'll carry it on my back. Hearing this, Yang Wei's face darkened. He had hoped for a more constructive solution, yet the result was merely to carry it away. True, with his brute strength, it might not hinder his work, but it was still over 100 pounds. Thus, he suggested, let us leave it here for now. It should remain safe. If one truly feels uneasy, carrying an additional 10 or 20 pounds would suffice. Once we manage to handle those wild boars, this amount is trivial. Indeed, the reasoning holds true. However, the thought of losing it still tugs at the heartstrings. Fu Teng remained somewhat apprehensive and couldn't help but suggest, Brother Yang, how about we set a circle of traps around? This way, if any beasts or others come, they won't easily take away the pork. You truly are willing to exert your intellect for food. Yang Wei chuckled as he kicked him lightly. I have pondered this idea as well, but it is simply too much of a drain on our energy and time. What we lack most at the moment is time. Let us not forget that I still need to head over to Li Muwan and the others tonight. Therefore, he stood up decisively, brushing off his pants. Just trust me on this. Only take 20 pounds. Let fate handle the rest. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we shall commence our work. Chapter 87. Farewell to the wild boar herd. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Yang Wei and Fu Teng began their labor. To construct traps, certain tools were essential. The concept of a trap is straightforward. It merely involves digging a few pits and embedding sharp stakes made of wood within them. However, the execution proved to be quite a formidable task, as the initial step of digging the pits was particularly arduous. Lacking shovels, they were compelled to employ wooden implements instead. Thus, Yang Wei selected a suitable cedar tree, and together with Fu Tong, they used a stone axe to fell it. Afterward, they cut the trunk into 2 segments and gradually shaped one end into a semblance of shovel. To ensure sturdiness, they refrained from making it too thin, maintaining a width of approximately 3 centimeters at the blade, tapering only at the edges to facilitate insertion into the soil. "Not bad at all, Brother Yang," Fu Tong remarked, swinging the makeshift shovel with satisfaction. "I just wonder if it will be easy to turn the earth." With that, he attempted to plunge the wooden tool into the ground. "Wait," Yang Wei quickly interjected. "Don't rush. We still need to roast it over the fire to harden the wood. Rest assured, the soil in this dense forest is not overly compact. It will work just fine," Fu Tong replied, showing no dissent. In matters such as these, his role was to obey without question. Before long, they had completed 2 wooden shovels. Yet Yang Wei did not pause. The shovels were merely the first step. Next, they needed to create the wooden spikes for the traps, which also required cedar would due to its high density and ability to harden when roasted. Provided the pits were sufficiently deep, any wild boar that charged forth would undoubtedly be impaled by these sharp stakes, particularly since the skin on the underbelly of a pig is relatively softer. This phase of the task was considerably easier, as they merely needed to gather branches. Within less than an hour, Yang Wei and Fu Tong had fashioned nearly 30 sharp stakes. "That should suffice," Yang Wei said, surveying their tools with a nod of approval. They then transported everything to the campfire to dry out the moisture. Given the constraints of time, complete drying was unattainable. However, ensuring the tips were adequately roasted would suffice. By the time they finished, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. "Let's hurry. Digging the pits will consume a considerable amount of time," Yang Wei remarked, glancing at his watch before rising. Meanwhile, Zhao Yingying had already packed her belongings, her backpack laden with over 20 pounds of pork and 4 coconuts, making it bulge considerably. The sight of her frail frame struggling under the weight was concerning. Yang Wei feared she might slip and fall, dragged down by the cumbersome pack. "Perhaps I should take that for you?" Fu Tong suggested, unable to bear the sight any longer. The disparity between Zhao Yingying and her burden was stark. "No, I can manage." Zhao Yingying resolutely shook her head, refusing to allow either of them to carry her load. During this period, she spent most of her time at the camp, savoring the fruits of their labor. Finally presented with an opportunity to contribute, she felt a twinge of guilt. Yang Wei discerned her thoughts and intervened, halting the persistent efforts of Fu Tong. "Let Yingying carry it for now. When she can no longer manage, you can take over," he suggested. "All right then," Fu Tong replied, scratching his head. Before departing, Yang Wei gathered the beverage bottles and other supplies to conceal them. He then extinguished the campfire, preserving a few embers using an aluminum can and dry grass, and only then did he feel at ease to leave. The trio set off, with Yang Wei leading the way, brandishing a spear, followed closely by Zhao Yingying, who carried the supplies. Fu Tong brought up the rear, wielding 2 shovels and a collection of sharp spikes. The combined weight exceeded 100 pounds, primarily due to the dampness of the materials. However, for Fu Tong, this was merely child's play. He felt no burden at all. Instead, he found himself watching Zhao Yingying, who seemed precariously close to toppling backward under the weight of her pack, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. "Stop!" After nearly 20 minutes, Yang Wei's voice broke the silence. "You two wait here. I'll go take a look." He glanced back at the pair and issued his instructions. They were currently situated on a relatively flat hillside, with only a sparse scattering of trees obstructing their view. Beyond that lay a valley. At this distance, they were quite close to the location where he had previously spotted a herd of wild boars. After all, wild boars must forage for food. They cannot remain stationary for long. It was quite possible that they were already above. Venturing forth without preparation could lead to a terrifying encounter with a charging herd. As he approached the cluster of trees, he selected a robust one to climb. Indeed, the view revealed a valley, devoid of towering trees but abundant in shrubs. resembling a vast prairie. Yet, there was no sight of the wild boars. Yang Wei observed for a moment, furrowing his brow and muttering, "This shouldn't be. The last time, the herd was not too far from here and should have been moving in this direction." According to the habits of wild boars, they typically favor areas rich in bushes and nut-bearing trees. The current location fit these criteria perfectly, although the absence of wild boars allowed for a leisurely setup of traps. It was contingent upon their arrival. If he toiled for hours only to find the creatures absent, it would all be in vain. With this thought, Yang Wei turned back to Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying. "You two remain here, refrain from consuming anything around you, and do not touch unfamiliar vegetation. Be cautious of venomous snakes." After imparting these warnings, he gradually made his way toward the last known location of the wild boar herd. After nearly another 10 minutes, he suddenly halted, for he could faintly hear the grunts of the boars nearby. Climbing a tree to gain a better vantage point, he confirmed that the herd was indeed in the vicinity, foraging for food. The three little pigs, led by 4 formidable wild boars, swayed their tails leisurely. These creatures possess tough hides and substantial flesh, and they are inherently social animals. In the absence of large predatory mammals like lions, few animals dare to provoke them. Even solitary hunters, such as jaguars, are unlikely to engage with these formidable beings. The difficulty of hunting them is not the only concern. There is also the risk of injury. Such injuries can be fatal not only for the surviving boars, but also for these beasts of prey. This is the law of the jungle. Indeed, Yang Wei sat perched on a tree branch, observing the direction of the group's march, nodding gently. Given their trajectory, it was inevitable that they would eventually arrive at the valley they had just traversed. After all, these two valleys are essentially interconnected. This particular terrain dictates that the wild boars will not deviate from their path. Thus, it is imperative to return swiftly to set up traps. Chapter 88. Trap set. After confirming the direction of the wild boars, Yang Wei hurried back without delay. "How did it go, Brother Yang?" Upon his return, Fu Teng quickly approached with a question. "The herd is not far off. However, they are foraging as they move, so they won't be as swift as I am." Yang Wei pondered and replied, "We have approximately an hour and a half to set up the traps, so we must act quickly." An hour and a half. Fu Teng's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, time was of the essence. Under normal circumstances, with shovels and other tools at hand, this time frame would suffice. Yet, the uncertainty surrounding the reliability of their makeshift wooden shovels posed a significant concern. They dared not apply too much force. If they broke mid-task, it would only further delay their efforts. At this moment, Yang Wei had entered the valley and selected a suitable location, a passage approximately 5 meters wide, flanked by natural stone pits. The wild boars would undoubtedly have to traverse this area if they approached. "This is the spot. Let us begin," Yang Wei asserted, stamping his foot on the soil. Fu Teng glanced at the nearby stone pit, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Brother Yang, there's already a ready-made structure. Why not just set the trap right here? We can place the spikes inside and cover them with a layer of loose soil, can't we?" Hearing this, Yang Wei cast a resigned glance at him and explained, "Most of what's in there are stones. Our spikes cannot be secured, and the boars won't be guaranteed to be impaled. Moreover, even if we set a trap nearby, we cannot leave this area unguarded. What if other wild boars rush through here?" Fu Teng chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had been overly focused on convenience. "All right, enough chatter. Let's get to work." Yang Wei, no longer indulging in idle talk, picked up a wooden shovel and began to dig. To his surprise, the soil was not as hard as he had envisioned. In fact, due to the trees blocking direct sunlight, the ground was more moist, making the task easier than anticipated. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he moderated his strength to avoid breaking the shovel. Accidentally glancing at Fu Teng, he felt his expression darken. The foolish lad was oblivious. Treating the shovel as if it were an iron tool, he thrust it into the ground at a nearly vertical angle and, finding it insufficiently deep, stomped down hard with his foot before attempting to pry the earth loose with the handle. Seeing this, Yang Wei quickly called out, "Hey, you can't do it like that." "Huh?" Fu Teng looked at him, puzzled. Yang Wei sighed. "You'll break the shovel if you continue this way." "Really? I see you doing it similarly, Brother Yang. And the soil seems quite soft. It should be fine, right?" Fu Tong replied, still confused. My angle of entry is not as steep as yours, and I don't dig as deeply. 2/3 is my limit, and the maximum angle is about 60 degrees, Yang Wei explained while demonstrating. All right, I understand now, Brother Yang. Let us get to it. Fu Ting nodded and immediately began his work. With each shovel full of earth, he toiled diligently. After approximately 40 minutes, a pit nearly 2 meters deep had been excavated, measuring about 5 meters in length and almost 1.5 meters in width, nearly completely obstructing the entrance. Even if a wild boar charged, it would not be able to leap over it in one bound. Yang Wei plunged the shovel deep into the ground to assess the depth, nodding in approval as he remarked, "This should suffice. Now, let us position the spikes." With that, the two men leaped into the pit, wielding stone axes to drive the spikes firmly into the earth. Once they confirmed their stability, they climbed back out. Next, they needed to cover the spikes with some branches and turf to complete the trap. Fu Ting glanced back at the remaining spikes scattered on the ground and couldn't help but grumble, "We made too many. Had I known, I wouldn't have worked so hard. It would have been better to take a break." "Who says we have too many?" Yang Wei replied with a smile. "This is just right. We still need to create another trap." "Another one?" Fu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at the substantial trap they had just constructed and then at Yang Wei. "Brother Yang, is such a large trap not sufficient? Didn't you say there are only 4 large ones and 3 small ones?" "For us, the primary concern is those 4 large ones. What threat could the smaller piglets pose? If I catch one, I could easily dispatch it." Yang Wei narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. He too believed the trap was mostly adequate, given its considerable width. Typically, a wild boar would struggle to leap over such a pit. However, he was unwilling to take any risks, so he resolutely maintained his decision. "Just to be safe, let us add another layer. We have plenty of spikes in time. Wild boars are swift, and should 1 or 2 manage to cross, it could pose a threat to us." Upon hearing this, Fu Tong resigned himself to once again wielding the wooden shovel. He began to dig a pit a little over a meter away from the previous trap. However, this one was smaller, serving as a secondary precaution. Together, they completed the task in under half an hour. "Excellent. Now we await the arrival of the wild boars," Yang Wei said, surveying the 2 traps with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. To the untrained eye, they appeared no different from the surrounding ground. While wild boars may not be foolish, they were not astute enough to recognize the danger. Once they fell in, they would have no way of escaping. "Yang Tungu, why don't you both take a moment to enjoy some coconut juice?" Zhao Yingying approached, carrying 2 coconuts as the 2 paused. Yang Wei and Fu Tong accepted the offering without hesitation. Although the dense forest was not as hot as outside, it was still somewhat stifling. After a long morning of labor, they were indeed parched. Without a second thought, they took the coconuts and with a light strike of the stone axe, opened them effortlessly. The refreshing coconut water and flesh brought immediate relief. Yang Wei also took the opportunity to open one for Zhao Yingying. Subsequently, the trio sought a concealed spot to await in silence. However, as an hour and a half elapsed, drawing near to the time predicted by Yang Wei, there was still no sign of the wild boars in sight. After another half hour of stillness, a sense of unease arose. "What is going on, Yang Gu? Do you think those creatures want to come here?" Fu Tong inquired cautiously, fearing that his words might displease Yang Wei, especially since this location was chosen by him. In response, Yang Wei furrowed his brow and murmured, "That shouldn't be the case. Logically, they would undoubtedly move in this direction. It is improbable for them to suddenly turn back." He then suggested, "Why don't you all wait here while I take another look?" As he spoke, he grasped his spear, preparing to rise. However, just as he stood, Zhao Yingying let out a soft exclamation, "Ah, Yang Wei ge, look, the wild boars are coming." Chapter 89. Yang Wei takes action upon hearing Zhao Yingying's words. Yang Wei and Fu Tong instantly felt a surge of excitement. Turning their heads, they indeed spotted a group of wild boars leisurely approaching them. Leading the way were 2 large boars, followed by 3 piglets, with another pair of boars bringing up the rear. They exhibited a rather impressive formation. Fu Tong chuckled, his copper bell-like eyes sparkling with anticipation. In his mind, those large boars had transformed into heaps of succulent meat and rich lard, while the piglets had morphed into golden, crispy roasted suckling pigs. In a mere moment, he could hardly suppress his drool. Yang Wei also felt a thrill, for the trajectory of these wild boars would undoubtedly lead them into their traps. However, his expression quickly darkened. The boars were too widely spaced. There was nearly a 2-meter gap between the leading boars and the piglets in the middle. At this leisurely pace, while the first 2 might fall into the traps, the 5 trailing boars would certainly not be foolish enough to charge in after them. Brother Yang, considering the situation, it seems difficult to catch them all at once, Fu Teng noted, recognizing the predicament. Yang Wei did not respond, but instead furrowed his brow in contemplation. A few seconds later, he suddenly grasped his spear tightly and instructed, "You two stay hidden here and do not move, no matter what." "What are you planning to do, Brother Yang?" Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying asked, their voices tinged with anxiety. "Never mind, just trust me," Yang Wei replied curtly, and without further explanation. He darted out toward the herd of wild boars. At that moment, the boars were still nearly 20 meters away from the traps they had dug. Hearing the commotion, they all lifted their heads to look in their direction. Then, they spotted a bipedal creature charging toward them. The boars, provoked, began to emit a chorus of grunts. Yet, Yang Wei did not hesitate. He sprinted forward, veering around the dirt ditch beside the trap, continuing his dash toward the wild boars. "Brother Yang Wei," Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying called out in unison, their nerves heightened. At that point, Yang Wei was less than 10 meters away from the boars, making provocative gestures toward the group. Feeling the challenge, the boars intensified their grunting, their hooves starting to scrape against the ground. Even a few of the piglets began to grunt, seemingly stirred by their primal instincts. The leading 2 boars had fiery red eyes, exuding a fierce aura. Yang Wei gripped his spear tightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. To claim he was not anxious would be a lie. At this distance, the speed at which the boars could charge was formidable. His provocative actions were undeniably perilous. If he were to be caught, he would likely meet the same fate as Zhang Kai and Wu De. He recognized that the 2 leading boars were, in fact, the very ones that had previously feasted upon the corpses of the 2 men. However, without such a strategy, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture these wild boars all at once. The only way to achieve this is to provoke them, inciting them to charge forth. Thus, they would inevitably fall into the traps they had dug. "Come on, you beasts!" Yang Wei continued to shout loudly. The wild boars before him seemed to be brimming with rage. This rowdy group, inherently irritable and possessing tough hides, thrived in their packs, making them impervious even to jaguars. They roamed this desolate island with unrestrained audacity. When had they ever faced such provocation? In an instant, all the wild boars appeared to receive a command and charged violently towards Yang Wei. Observing this, Yang Wei's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and sprinted towards the trap, having deliberately left a gap to afford himself ample distance for a running leap. After all, the width of the trap was nearly 2 meters. He had to ensure he could clear it successfully. Falling into it would mean the end of his life. Panting heavily, Yang Wei felt the wild boars gaining momentum behind him, their speed increasing. He could even detect the pungent stench of blood and musk emanating from them. The distance between them was rapidly diminishing. "Yang Ge, hurry up and run." Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying, concealed within the thicket, clenched their fists tightly, anxiously rooting for Yang Wei. Yet, what thrilled Yang Wei was the evident success of his provocation. The wild boars had lost their formation and had huddled together, seemingly eager to trample him to a pulp. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the trap. Taking a deep breath, he pushed off with all his might. However, at that moment, his right foot fortuitously landed on a stone, sending it flying as he stomped down. This misstep caused him to stumble, significantly reducing his height as he leapt. "Yang Ge," Fu Teng's face paled instantly. His right hand gripped the spear, ready to charge out. They had crafted this trap with their own hands. The wild boars would not survive the fall, let alone a human. Zhao Yingying's face was ashen, her hand covering her mouth as tears began to well in her eyes. Yang Wei's heart sank momentarily, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. This distance should suffice, he thought, gesturing to Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying not to rush out. In the next moment, his right hand precariously grasped the edge of the trap. With a tremendous effort, he barely managed to vault over it, but lost control of his body and tumbled to the ground, rolling over once. What the? Fu Tong in the jungle could not help but curse, patting his chest as his heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest in that instant. With a long exhale, Yang Wei released a sigh of relief, glancing nervously at the spot where he had braced himself. He had missed by a mere half-inch. Had he been off by any more, he would now be riddled with gaping wounds. As I listen intently, the grunting of the wild boar grows increasingly pronounced, the force of its charge escalating with fervor. Upon witnessing its tumble, it appears to become even more exhilarated. How delightful this is! The only fear lies in your absence. Yang Wei let out a cold chuckle, feigning panic as he dashed toward the location of the second trap. The wild boar, too, is astute. If he were to exhibit any semblance of composure, it might very well halt in its tracks. As he sprinted, the wild boar behind him had already stepped into the first trap. Thud! The weight of its 200 to 300 pounds descended without hesitation into the pit. The sharp spikes mercilessly pierced its flesh. Instantly, the air was filled with the wild boar's anguished cries. The boars trailing behind were thrown into disarray, yet the distance was too short to halt their momentum. Thud, thud. Soon, several smaller boars followed suit, plummeting into the abyss. However, one cunning survivor managed to leap atop its fallen companion and sprang out of the pit, charging once more towards Yang Wei. Chapter 90. A bountiful harvest. The solitary wild boar that remained was evidently incensed, its eyes blazing red as it charged towards Yang Wei with a furious roar. "Oh, you wish to challenge me?" Yang Wei smirked, the corners of his mouth curling into a wider grin. It was hardly surprising that this creature had managed to leap out. After all, with so many wild boars around, the first pit had been filled halfway. Thus, it was only logical that this one could escape. However, this second trap was specifically prepared for you. Unperturbed, Yang Wei executed the same strategy once more. Thud! With no suspense whatsoever, the remaining wild boar tumbled headlong into the second pit, immediately emitting a series of wretched howls. Yang Wei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, although it had only been a matter of seconds. The peril he had faced was akin to that of a battlefield. Brother Yang. At that moment, Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying rushed over to his side. "Are you all right, Brother Yang Wei? You're not hurt, are you?" Zhao Yingying asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Yang Wei chuckled and shook his head, gently ruffling her hair. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she flung herself into Yang Wei's embrace. "Woo-woo, Brother Yang Wei, you nearly scared me to death just now, woo-woo." Yang Wei's body stiffened involuntarily. This girl, usually so aloof, was unexpectedly overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. A wave of warmth washed over Yang Wei, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, patting her back softly. "Why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine, see? Don't worry, don't worry." Yet, Zhao Yingying continued to weep unabated. This, Fu Ting couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this something he should be witnessing? Never mind, let us focus on the wild boars. He shifted over to the two traps, peering in, and a grin spread across his face as he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, we're about to strike it rich." The initial two large wild boars had been gruesomely impaled by the spikes. While they were not dead yet, it was merely a matter of time. To his delight, several smaller wild boars, shielded by the larger ones, had managed to avoid fatal injuries. They were now trapped in the pit, grunting and scurrying about, desperately trying to climb out. Moreover, in the first pit, the last wild boar that had fallen bore a single bloody wound. It glared at Fu Tong with one eye, panting heavily, its gaze filled with fury. Well, you dare look at me like that, beast?" Fu Tong gesse temper flared, and he raised his spear, aiming it at the boar's eye. With a sharp thrust, the pointed tip pierced through the creature's eyeball. The wild boar let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently. Yet, after all, a bloodied hole had been pierced in the belly by sharp spines. The more one struggled, the greater the pain, and blood flowed ever more swiftly. "Scream! Let me hear you scream." Fu Tong, however, was filled with exhilaration, his hands tightly gripping the spear as he spun it joyfully. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. A few small wild boars, terrified, scurried about in vain, unable to escape. All right, enough of the play. At that moment, Yang Wei approached. Brother Yang. Fu Teng quickly turned, beaming at Yang Wei. This time we VE struck gold. These wild boars will sustain us for quite a while, and we can render a good amount of lard. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yang Wei's face. Indeed, these two large wild boars together must weigh close to 500 pounds, and with the three smaller ones, it's quite a harvest. Huh? Fu Teng widened his eyes, looking puzzled at Yang Wei. Brother Yang, have you taken a fall? Aren't there 4 large wild boars here? Altogether, that should be nearly 1,000 pounds. Yang Wei shook his head, pointing at the 2 at the bottom. These 2 cannot be eaten. Cannot be eaten? Fu Teng appeared utterly bewildered. They look just the same. How can it not be eaten? 500 pounds of pork. That would be such a waste. Yang Wei glanced back at Zhao Yingying, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Wei explained, because these 2 wild boars have consumed human flesh, they likely have not yet digested it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingying cried out, her features contorting in disgust, nearly retching. Fu Teng also felt his stomach churn, a look of distaste crossing his face. No wonder there was a foul odor. I thought it was the sin of the wild boars themselves, and was puzzled by their stench. As he spoke, another thought struck him. Brother Yang, what about the others? They haven't eaten human flesh as well. Have they? I don't know, Yang Wei replied, leaving both Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying momentarily stunned. This, I truly don't know. Yang Wei shrugged. After all, there must be many corpses on this deserted island, and perhaps they had eaten some, but it was better not to have seen it. Yet, those 2 were ones he had witnessed with his own eyes. Just recalling the scene made him feel nauseous. Turning to Zhao Yingying and Fu Teng, whose faces were contorted in disgust, he smiled gently. There's no need to be too distressed. The likelihood of the others having eaten human flesh is quite small. Hearing this, Zhao Yingying felt a slight ease in her heart. Brother Yang, what do we do now? Fu Teng inquired. Let us finish them off one by one. Ensure they're thoroughly dead before we think of a way to extract them. Yang Wei commanded, casually picking up a coconut and some roasted jerky to eat, feeling somewhat hungry after the exertion. Meanwhile, Fu Teng had already taken up his spear to deliver the final blows. The wild boars, already on the brink of death and seemingly accustomed to the pain, shrieked again with each thrust from Fu Teng. But soon they fell silent once more, unable to make another sound. Yang Wei, having replenished his energy, approached to inspect the situation. It was evident that the large wild boars had indeed succumbed entirely. Only a few little wild boars remained, trembling in the corners of the pit, some barely able to move. Where's the rope? Yang Wei inquired, glancing at Zhao Yingying. Here it is, she quickly replied, rummaging through her belongings and handing it to him. Yang Wei took the rope and turned to Fu Teng, saying, let us go. Start by capturing and tying up those little ones. Absolutely. Fu Teng was already eager, and as he took the rope, he leapt down into the pit. The foul stench hit them instantly, causing both him and Yang Wei to gag. The 3 little wild boars, startled, began to scurry about in a panic. Where do you think you're going? Come here. Fu Teng exclaimed as he swiftly pinned one of the little boars down, his large hand gripping the nape of its neck before pressing it against the corner with his knee. With both hands, he soon had its 4 hooves bound together. Meanwhile, Yang Wei executed the same method on the other side. Before long, the 3 little wild boars were securely tied. Yang Wei climbed back up first, placing the 3 wild boars on the ground, his gaze returning to the pit. All right, now it's time to deal with those 2 larger ones. Chapter 91. Roasted suckling pig yang. Should we wait until they've completely drained their blood? Fu Teng inquired, gazing at the substantial creature in the pit. Let us extract this one first and place it beside the second pit, Yang Wei replied, eyeing the wild boar in the first pit. After all, the 2 below had already tasted human flesh, and at this moment, their entrails were punctured, emitting a foul odor. This stench was not merely the scent of decay. It was intertwined with the peculiar aroma emanating from the boar's stomach. Just a whiff was enough to provoke nausea. Should we mix this boar with the others in the same pit, it would likely be marinated in its own unpleasantness by the time we retrieved it. Yang Wei had no desire to see his hard-won quarry spoiled in such a manner. Fu Teng acted swiftly. By the time Yang Wei finished speaking, he had already hoisted the wild boar up and effortlessly dragged it to the side of the second pit. Weighing over 200 pounds, it posed no challenge for him. The three stood quietly, awaiting the boar's blood to drain. In a bid to hasten the process, Yang Wei made 2 swift cuts across the boar's neck with a dining knife, significantly increasing the rate of blood flow. What a pity, Fu Tong lamented, watching the crimson liquid cascade forth. The scent of wild boar was overwhelmingly potent. Had it been a domestic pig, the blood could have been used to steam a delightful pig blood soup, a thought that made his mouth water. Yang Wei chuckled. Let's abandon that idea for now. We have no seasoning to subdue this odor. Even if we managed to steam it, you wouldn't be able to stomach it. In truth, in cases of extreme salt deficiency, pig's blood could provide some sodium. However, given their coastal location, they were not in immediate peril of such a crisis. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the trio began their return journey. Yang Wei hoisted the large wild boar over his shoulder, with a piglet dangling from his hand. Fu Tong, in a more rudimentary fashion, had bound the wild boar with rope around his body, each hand clutching a piglet, his mouth agape like a blooming lotus. Including the piglets, they were carrying over 600 pounds of pork. Who could have imagined such abundance on a deserted island? The thought of returning to roast a suckling pig made his heart race with anticipation. Zhao Yingying had initially intended to assist, but neither man would allow her to intervene. Resigned, she carried her backpack from their earlier journey and held the fire starter, sandwiched between the two. Yang Wei's pace was brisk, remaining vigilant throughout the trek. Firstly, the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the boars could attract predators. Secondly, he was concerned about the state of their camp. After all, there were numerous supplies to safeguard. Before long, they returned to the shelter. All their belongings remained untouched, showing no signs of disturbance. Yang Wei exhaled in relief, tossing the stone axe and dining knife to Fu Tong. Get to work. We need to process this pork. Don't worry, Yang. This is my forte. I often watched the adults butcher pigs back home when I was little. I've mastered it, Fu Tong asserted, sharpening the dining knife, finding the stone axe unnecessary for the task at hand. The eyes seemed to possess a newfound clarity, each incision made effortlessly along the seams of bone, parting the pork with grace. Brother Yang, this wild boar is notably fatter than the previous ones. We shall surely extract a considerable amount of lard. Fu Tong remarked with a smile as he gazed at the glistening fat. A hint of a smile also graced Yang Wei's face. What was once deemed a nuisance, the fat had now transformed into a precious resource. However, a question lingered regarding the fate of the 3 piglets. Brother Yang Wei, are we to slaughter these 3 piglets as well? Zhao Yingying inquired, her gaze fixed upon the 3 frightened young boars. Yang Wei pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Yes, let us utilize them all. Zhao Yingying harbored no intentions of moral superiority. After all, Yang Wei had nearly sacrificed his life for this bounty. You may pity them now, but they certainly felt no sympathy when they fed upon you. Yet, she felt that consuming them all seemed somewhat wasteful. Could we not spare 1 or 2 to raise? She suggested to Yang Wei, pondering the convenience of avoiding preservation issues while enjoying fresh pork. Raise them? Are you willing to take on that responsibility? Yang Wei chuckled in response. He had indeed contemplated this matter before, but had quickly abandoned the idea for one simple reason. They lacked the capacity for farming. With only 4, or rather now 3, remaining, Li Muwan's return was uncertain. Yang Wei and Fu Tong needed to focus on gathering supplies, leaving 1 person to handle minor chores. Raising additional pigs would necessitate providing them with food and water, which was a challenge given their own struggles to secure sustenance. The realization of their limited manpower weighed heavily on Yang Wei's mind. If only they had a dozen able-bodied individuals, they could easily embark on a farming endeavor. Even in the face of potential attacks from other groups, their foundation would remain unaffected. I think I shall refrain from that. I can manage to eat. But Zhao Yingying shook her head vigorously. She knew little about the dietary needs of these creatures, let alone the logistics of feeding them. Although Yang Wei did not elaborate, her thoughts crystallized around the realization that caring for the piglets was far from simple. Thus, she fell silent and moved aside to rekindle the campfire. Meanwhile, Fu Tong had nearly finished butchering the pork. The accumulated fat alone filled a medium-sized stainless steel bowl. "Let us begin processing the meat," Yang Wei suggested, joining him to allocate tasks. One would render lard while the other smoked the pork. And Yang Wei took charge of the 3 piglets, executing the killing, bleeding, and cleaning of the carcasses in one fluid motion. The innards were set aside for fishing purposes. Fu Tong glanced up and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they must all be dispatched. As a family, they should be treated uniformly. Yang Wei shot him a teasing glance. "If you desire roast suckling pig, just say so." Fu Tong chuckled in response. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had quietly approached. The trio toiled for the better part of the day, their hunger becoming quite unbearable. They had rendered a small basin of lard, which, at that moment, had not yet solidified and appeared utterly tantalizing. Today, they decided to indulge a little. They would generously use more oil to sear a few sea fish, followed by roasting 2 suckling pigs. With a grand flourish, Yang commanded, prompting Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying to applaud in delight. The 3 immediately set to work. In a mere 10 minutes, the sea fish began to emit an enticing aroma, their surfaces turning a glorious golden hue. However, the roasting of the suckling pigs required a bit more time, though they were already about half-cooked. The trio remained patient, savoring their meal while waiting, each with a coconut placed before them. Once they finished the fish, the 2 roasted pigs were finally ready, golden and crisp. The sound of the carving knife slicing through the skin was a delightful crackle. Yang couldn't help but smile at the sight of his companions swallowing in anticipation. Just as he was about to declare the feast ready, he noticed a slight change in his demeanor, his ears twitching momentarily. Chapter 92. A new member of the team? "What is the matter, Brother Yang?" Fu Tong rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the meal. Suddenly, he noticed Yang Wei's serious expression and couldn't help but inquire. "There is someone," Yang Wei whispered. "What?" Upon hearing this, Fu Tong's expression turned grave, and he immediately grasped the spear beside him, his large, bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings intently. After a prolonged observation, however, he found nothing amiss. He then inched closer to Yang Wei and softly asked, "Brother Yang, what did you see? Were they?" "I didn't see anything." Yang Wei shook his head. "Fu Teng responded." "But I heard something," Yang Wei added. Furrowing his brow, Fu Tong moved his ears back and forth, attempting to catch any sound. Yet, only the distant sound of crashing waves and the rustling leaves filled the air. "Brother Yang, are you being overly sensitive? Perhaps you misheard," Fu Tong suggested uncertainly. Yang Wei did not reply. Instead, he picked up his spear and suddenly rose, slowly moving towards the left. Seeing this, Fu Tong hurriedly followed. After walking nearly 6 or 7 meters, Yang Wei abruptly stopped. Gazing into the deep thicket ahead, he called out, "Come out. If you don't, we'll thrust our spears down, and you won't survive." As he spoke, he lifted his spear high. Although Fu Tong saw nothing, he mimicked Yang Wei and raised his spear, aiming in the same direction. They waited for nearly 5 seconds, but no movement was detected. Fu Tong, growing impatient, was almost ready to persuade Yang Wei to abandon the search. However, at that moment, a nearby bush suddenly stirred. Simultaneously, a voice rang out, "Don't make a move. I'm coming out." As the words fell, a small figure emerged from the thicket. Indeed, it was a diminutive bush, as the individual was adorned with various plants, their body cloaked in greenery, and even their face smeared with plant juices. They resembled a soldier donned in camouflage, complete with face paint. Fu Tong was left speechless, his eyes wide open in astonishment, akin to Zhang Fei from the 3 Kingdoms, filled with shock. This individual had armed themselves in such a manner. It was a mere meter away from him in Yang Wei, and he had failed to notice it despite his earlier scrutiny. Yang Wei raised an eyebrow, recognizing the voice belonged to a woman. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard. His grip on the spear remained firm. Someone capable of disguising themselves so thoroughly was evidently not to be trifled with. "Why did you stealthily infiltrate our camp?" Yang Wei inquired in a low voice. "I didn't mean to intrude," the individual explained. "I merely spotted a fire from afar and thought to come and take a look. There is truly no ulterior motive, even if you remain unaware of my presence." I would not dare to approach recklessly, for I too am uncertain of your identities. Yang Wei squinted, increasingly convinced that the woman before him was no ordinary person. In the face of both him and Fu Tong, her demeanor exuded calmness rather than panic. Moreover, she had skillfully gauged the distance between them, maintaining a space that was both inviting and guarded. At that moment, the woman was also scrutinizing Yang Wei, her eyes reflecting a blend of assessment and astonishment. She believed she had been sufficiently cautious, yet at this distance, she had still been perceived. This individual was remarkable. In an instant, they both arrived at the same conclusion about one another. To think that such a remarkable figure exists on this flight. The woman spoke first, her tone earnest. This was indeed her genuine sentiment. She had always been confident in her disguise, managing to approach other teams without detection. Yet this time, she had been found out. Furthermore, she had also observed the shelter the other party had constructed, along with the piles of pork. It was her first encounter with someone thriving so well on a deserted island. I also did not expect to encounter someone as exceptional as you, especially a woman. Yang Wei replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze flickered momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, she proceeded to remove her various disguises, revealing her true self. Ah, beauty! Fu Tong could not help but exclaim. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with a glare from Yang Wei. Yet, secretly, he concurred with Fu Tong's assessment, for the woman indeed possessed striking beauty. Her tall frame, likely over 1.70 meters, rivaled that of Zhao Yingying. She wore form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs perfectly, rendering them slender, curvaceous, and straight. Just her legs alone could outshine countless women. Unlike Zhao Yingying, however, her legs showcased a muscular definition, bestowing upon her a unique allure. Her upper body was equally impressive, boasting an enviable 3:7 ratio. While her figure was not as exaggerated as Li Muwan's, it was nonetheless quite fitting, with an oval face and exquisite features. Even with makeup, her beauty was undeniable. Her eyes conveyed a hint of determination. "Are you a soldier?" Yang Wei inquired. "More or less," the woman responded vaguely, then extended her hand for an introduction. "Cheng Shui." Yang Wei gazed into her eyes for a moment before reciprocating with his own introduction. "Yang Wei." They exchanged a light handshake. "I assure you, I mean no offense. I was merely passing by. If my presence disturbs you, I shall take my leave immediately." Cheng Shui said. "That is unnecessary. If you require assistance, I can offer you some food and fresh water, or you could join our team." Yang Wei's response took Cheng Shui by surprise. Clearly, they were living quite comfortably and did not seem to need any additional help. Could it be that she perceives herself as a woman? And what thoughts accompany that notion? Yet, it should not be the case. She has studied some psychology. Although not an expert, she can glean a general sense of emotions from the subtle nuances of expressions and gazes. The individual before her harbors no ill intentions. Rather, there exists a semblance of admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Wei is already contemplating incorporating her into his ranks. After all, not long ago, he had lamented his lack of manpower, and now, an opportunity has presented itself at his doorstep. Furthermore, she does not embody the styles of Zhao Yingying and Li Muwan, indicating that she possesses some noteworthy abilities. This could indeed prove to be quite beneficial for him. However, complete trust cannot be established at this juncture. "Can I truly join your team?" Cheng Shui inquired, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Yang Wei nodded earnestly. "Certainly. We are in need of assistance, and you, evidently, are a fitting candidate. I can provide you with sustenance and hydration, but you must also contribute to the team. What do you think? Are you interested?" Chapter 93. The identity of Cheng Shui. When faced with the olive branch extended by Yang Wei, Cheng Shui did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What do you mean by working for the team?" "It is essential to establish certain boundaries beforehand. Senseless killing is certainly unacceptable." Yang Wei raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Her choice of words, senseless killing rather than an outright prohibition of killing, suggested that she had likely experienced the jungle's law on the deserted island firsthand. Perhaps she had even taken a life. This aligned well with her enigmatic identity. Although she spoke ambiguously, Yang Wei was convinced that her profession bore a striking resemblance to that of a soldier, distinctive and unorthodox. A smile of approval spread across his face as he nodded. Indeed, on this matter, our thoughts are aligned. Cheng Shui felt a quiet sense of relief. So, does that mean you agree? Yang Wei asked with a grin. After she nodded, he extended his hand once more, saying, "Welcome to our team." "Thank you," Cheng Shui replied sincerely as they shook hands. Given the resources at Yang Wei's disposal, he could undoubtedly lead a comfortable life. Her inclusion in the team, from her perspective, certainly seemed advantageous. Just then, Fu Tong interjected, "Hey, Brother Yang, may I shake hands with Miss Cheng?" His hands fidgeted, anticipation etched across his face, his wide, bright eyes fixed intently on Cheng Shui. Yang Wei shot him a reproachful glance. "Have you forgotten about your wife and daughter? Come on, Brother Yang. I'm merely asking for a handshake, with no ulterior motives." "Of course, I love my wife the most," Fu Tong readily admitted, extending his hand toward Cheng Shui. She smiled softly and shook his hand once more. The trio returned to the shelter, where Yang Wei introduced Zhao Yingying and Cheng Shui to one another before finally taking a seat. "Did you build this?" Cheng Shui surveyed the shelter overhead, her eyes wide with astonishment. "To construct such a quality structure in this environment was no small feat. We built it together." Yang Wei gestured towards Fu Tong and added, "His background as a carpenter accounts for about 80% of this accomplishment." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui's gaze shifted to Fu Tong, admiration flickering in her slightly elongated eyes. She had not expected this seemingly rough man to possess such deft hands. At that moment, she had washed away the plant juices from her face, revealing her naturally exquisite features. Unlike Zhao Yingying and Li Muwan, who exuded softness, Cheng Shui possessed sharp angles that conveyed a certain edge. Yet, her demeanor was not off-putting. Rather, it was inviting, harmonizing beautifully with her striking aura. Fu Tong felt somewhat bashful under her gaze, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. He stammered, "It's not such a significant contribution. It was mainly Brother Yang's suggestion that made it possible." This display left Yang Wei and Zhao Yingying speechless. The sight of him behaving this way evoked a comical image akin to the legendary warrior Zhang Fei pouting playfully. The scene was truly delightful. Cheng Shui, the cold-faced beauty, could not help but reveal a smile before turning her gaze back to Yang Wei. She understood that he was the pivotal figure of the team. Thus, she refrained from beating around the bush and inquired directly, "Would you mind sharing what your profession is?" The moment the words left her lips, Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying simultaneously halted their actions, their faces brimming with curiosity as they turned to Yang Wei. After spending considerable time together, they were still oblivious to the specifics of Yang Wei's occupation. To their eyes, he possessed an extraordinary breadth of knowledge, expertise in wilderness survival, familiarity with various plants, and an understanding of hunting and tool-making techniques. Most importantly, he was exceptionally skilled in combat. They truly could not fathom what such a person might do for a living. Noticing the atmosphere shift slightly, Cheng Shui realized that her question had been rather too direct. "I apologize. I tend to be quite straightforward, which may come off as abrupt. If you prefer not to answer, that is perfectly fine. Alternatively, I could share my own profession first." "I am all ears," Yang Wei replied with a smile. Cheng Shui was curious about him, and he, too, harbored curiosity about her. "I cannot divulge the specifics of my department," Cheng Shui carefully articulated, "as it pertains to confidentiality protocols. However, I can inform you that I am on this flight to escort a transnational criminal." "What?" At her revelation, Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying's eyes widened conspicuously. Even Yang Wei appeared taken aback. Initially, they had presumed she belonged to a covert military unit, but now it seemed otherwise. Could she possibly be from national security? Observing the reactions of her companions, Cheng Shui continued, "I never anticipated encountering such a situation. This is about all I can disclose without breaching protocol, so I hope you do not take offense." "No, we do not take offense." Fu Tong and Zhao Yingying fervently shook their heads, their gazes filled with admiration. A woman engaged in such work sounded remarkably impressive. Yang Wei, however, maintained a relatively calm demeanor and furrowed his brow as he asked, So, are you suggesting that the criminal might also be on this island? Upon hearing this, Fu Teng and Zhao Yingying's hearts raced, their eyes fixed intently on Cheng Shui, awaiting her response. Under the watchful gazes of the three, Cheng Shui sighed and spoke in a grave tone. It is not a possibility. He is indeed on this island. The weight of her words prompted Zhao Yingying to exclaim in surprise. Instinctively, she turned to scrutinize her surroundings, as if the criminal might be lurking just behind her. Although Cheng Shui had not specified the nature of the criminal, the idea of pursuing a transnational fugitive conjured images of a merciless murderer in Zhao Yingying's mind. Have you seen him? Yang Wei inquired. Cheng Shui nodded. I have encountered him twice, but he managed to escape both times. On one occasion, I even witnessed him personally take the life of a survivor. I can't believe it. At this point, Fu Tang suddenly recalled something and let out an exclamation. He hastily asked, is the person you mentioned not particularly tall, around 175 centimeters, and wearing a headscarf? Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Have you seen him? It is evident that Fu Tang had indeed encountered the very criminal in question. Yang Wei could not help but direct his gaze towards Fu Tang, who nodded in affirmation and recounted the events truthfully. It was none other than the individual who had brutally struck someone to death with a stone, and the distance between them at that time was merely over 30 meters. Upon hearing his account, Cheng Shui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her on his behalf. You were truly fortunate not to have attracted his attention. Otherwise, your fate would have been sealed, she remarked. Huh? Fu Teng replied, somewhat incredulous. Is it really that dire? I was merely startled by the unfamiliarity of the scene. Surely, it is an exaggeration to say I would have met my demise. That little fellow. I could probably toss him aside with a single hand. Before he could finish his thought, Cheng Shui interjected, if he were truly so easily dealt with, would he be the leader of an international criminal syndicate? Chapter 94. The experience of Yang Wei. Is he still a leader? Fu Tang gaped, but he quickly murmured. Even if he is a leader, the disparity in weight suggests he should not be my match. He felt quite confident in his own strength. After all, sheer force can often prevail over skill. Of course, with the exception of Yang Wei. Cheng Shui let out a wry smile. He is a notorious killer, and a Muay Thai expert, no less. He has gathered a team in Southeast Asia, profiting through deception and drug trafficking. His intention in bringing Yang Wei along was to eradicate his gang abroad. But who could have anticipated this turn of events? A Muay Thai expert? Fu Tang's mind began to conjure images from films, recalling that those who train in such disciplines tend to be formidable characters. Indeed, and he specializes in lethal techniques. If you Haven T trained, you'd likely last no more than 3 seconds before him, Cheng Shui stated earnestly. Fu Tang inhaled sharply. That little guy is that dangerous? It seems only Brother Yang could stand a chance against him. Cheng Shui cast a surprised glance at Yang Wei. This towering figure displayed such confidence in Yang Wei despite knowing the criminal's background. Could he too be a master? Have you received combat training? She could not help but inquire. Sort of, Yang Wei replied with a smile, nodding. To be more precise, it's called police defensive and control techniques. At this revelation, Cheng Shui's eyes brightened. You're a police officer? Not quite yet, Yang Wei clarified. What do you mean? Because I just graduated and have recently passed the civil service exam. I have not yet officially joined the force, he explained. No wonder, Fu Tang exclaimed, as if enlightened. He gestured animatedly to Cheng Shui, describing, that day when Brother Yang subdued me, he employed various techniques, and I found myself bewilderedly sprawled on the ground, unable to move my arms or wrists. The moment I tried, it was excruciating. His mouth twitched as if the memory alone was painful. Cheng Shui smiled and explained, that is only natural, as unarmed control and joint techniques are integral components of police defensive and control training. After speaking, she turned her gaze back to Yang Wei, feeling a significant reduction in her initial wariness. To think we are somewhat colleagues. Yang Wei smiled, and the two continued their conversation, delving into topics that were foreign to those outside their respective circles. With every exchange, their enthusiasm grew, and any lingering doubts dissipated entirely. Cheng Shui even subtly disclosed her own affiliation using specialized terminology, revealing that she indeed belonged to the national security sector, though she could not divulge more. Yang Wei understood this implicitly and felt quite pleased. He had initially harbored considerable caution, believing he would need to undergo certain trials before fully trusting Cheng Shui. However, that was no longer necessary. Like him, she too was someone who had undergone the scrutiny and selection of the state, completely deserving of trust. The mere fact that she relentlessly pursued the criminal even after being stranded on a desolate island speaks volumes about her character and professional integrity. Cheng Shui found great joy in encountering such a companion in this isolated setting. Finally, she was no longer fighting alone. The chances of apprehending the felon had increased significantly. The atmosphere gradually became lively as the four of them feasted on roasted pig and sipped coconut juice, their spirits soaring. "So, you have been searching for that criminal all this time?" Yang Wei inquired, taking a bite of the succulent roasted pork, its skin crisp and the meat tender and juicy. Meanwhile, Fu Tong had completely let loose, cradling a whole pig, positioning its mouth toward him, as if preparing to perform a feat of consuming an entire pig in 3 bites. With 2 extraordinary experts around, he felt utterly unafraid. After satisfying his hunger, he intended only to rest. In contrast, Cheng Shui, though she had not savored such exquisite meat, maintained a much more refined demeanor. She took a gentle bite of the pork and nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, that individual has caused immense suffering to our people. I must ensure they face justice, or I shall never forgive myself. I will assist you," Yang Wei declared earnestly. Cheng Shui regarded him with a calm expression. "You may wish to reconsider. That person is exceedingly dangerous. Even I could not subdue them in direct confrontation. Your willingness is commendable, but you are not yet a police officer. Even if you choose not to intervene, I would not blame you." "No, I must intervene," Yang Wei responded with conviction, his resolute tone surprising the others. "My father was a narcotics officer. He was betrayed by his own comrades and killed by drug traffickers." Upon hearing his explanation, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. Cheng Shui's gaze dimmed, and she sighed softly. Zhao Yingying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with compassion for Yang Wei, wishing to embrace him at that moment. She hadn't imagined that her usually jovial and optimistic brother Yang Wei had endured such a harrowing experience. Even Fu Tong set down his roasted pig, taking a deep breath as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, count me in. If we encounter that scoundrel, I shall test my mettle against him first, and then you can join in." Yang Wei smiled faintly and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Just enjoy your pig. Brother Yang, I am serious. Your affairs are my affairs. Those drug traffickers are formidable, and I must confront them, see just how," Fu Tong declared passionately, thumping his chest. However, before he could finish, Yang Wei stuffed a piece of pork into his mouth. "My apologies," Cheng Shui said, casting an apologetic glance at Yang Wei. Yang Wei chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. Let us return to discussing that criminal. It's prudent to prepare in advance. Can you ascertain their general location now?" "Not yet," Cheng Shui replied, shaking her head. "He is very cunning. The last time I spotted him, he was still several dozen kilometers away. Have you encountered any other survivors during this time?" Yang Wei continued, eager to learn the approximate number of survivors on the island. She encountered quite a number, estimating the total to be around 30 or 40 individuals. Cheng Shui meticulously recalled, yet she remained uncertain whether they were acting independently or had formed a collective. Her greatest concern was that a portion of these individuals may have already been gathered by the criminal Li Muwan. If that were the case, apprehending him would become significantly more challenging. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's expression turned grave. It was highly plausible that, given his methods, he could easily rally a group of followers, for those who defied him would face dire consequences. Under such oppressive circumstances, others would hesitate to resist. Indeed, a shadow of worry crossed Cheng Shui's face. "It was precisely for this reason that I had been striving to locate him during this period, hoping to subdue him before he could assemble his cohort." "It's all right. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems," Yang Wei offered, a flicker of resolve and cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Moreover, even if he were to form a team, they would undoubtedly be no match for us. As long as he was a drug dealer, I would be compelled to bring him down. Chapter 95. Military Dagger? Refuge. A few individuals had already satisfied their appetites. Cheng Shui remained seated, her heart brimming with astonishment. Since arriving on this desolate island, this had undoubtedly been her most sumptuous meal. Previously, she had subsisted on wild fruits and the occasional fish caught from the sea. Who would have imagined she could feast on a roasted suckling pig? It would be hard for anyone to believe if she were to recount it. During her time here, as she tirelessly searched for Li Muwan, she had traversed the jungle and encountered numerous survivors, each one emaciated and malnourished. Those who could walk steadily were considered fortunate. If they were to witness such a meal, their eyes would surely gleam with desire. What are your plans moving forward? Changsui inquired, gazing at Yang Wei. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wei replied, first, to survive. Second, to locate Li Muwan. Cheng Shui nodded gently, feeling a sense of joy at having Yang Wei as an ally. Yet, she understood that the first objective encompassed many challenges. To endure, they would need a steady supply of resources and fresh water. Although the pork was plentiful, there would come a day when it would be consumed. They could not simply remain here and deplete their resources. If they could not find a sustainable source of nourishment, survival would ultimately become a daunting issue. Moreover, before anything else, they needed to ensure the safety of their Na'vi companion. Yang Wei continued. Do you have another companion? Cheng Shui asked, somewhat taken aback. Yang Wei nodded and proceeded to explain the situation regarding Li Muwan. Having already deemed her a trustworthy member of their team, Yang Wei felt no need to conceal any details. This girl, upon hearing his account, Cheng Shui felt a mix of disbelief and concern. Just based on Yang Wei's objective description, she suspected that the pilot was not a person of good character. Then let us not delay any longer. The sky is darkening. We should set off immediately, Cheng Shui declared, her eagerness palpable. Having just joined the team, she was keen to contribute. In any other group, she might not feel such urgency, as her abilities would typically place her in a position of privilege. However, in Yang Wei's presence, she felt a tinge of nervousness. Setting aside the disparity in their combat skills, she was acutely aware that he far surpassed her in wilderness survival expertise. In this setting, Yang Wei was undoubtedly the core of the team. Yet, upon hearing her words, Yang Wei hesitated, grappling with inner turmoil. While their numbers had increased, so too had the dangers. What if he and Cheng Shui ventured out, and Li Muwan arrived with his followers? The refuge housed a wealth of resources, and if he were to discover them, it would be impossible for him to resist temptation. Given Fu Tang's capabilities, it was highly likely they would not be able to contend with him. What is wrong? Cheng Shui asked, noticing his troubled expression. Yang Wei shared his concerns, and upon hearing them, Cheng Shui exhaled, offering reassurance. There is no need for such worry. Before I arrived, there was no sign of Li Muwan within at least 10 kilometers of this area. The desire to venture forth is not easily fulfilled. After all, few are willing to traverse this unfamiliar jungle with haste, as most proceed with caution. Yang Wei nodded in agreement. The island is indeed immense, and any manner of danger could lurk within the dense foliage. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to delve too deeply. Even he had not ventured beyond a 10-kilometer radius. In this respect, Cheng Shui certainly displayed courage, which indirectly attested to her capabilities. While she may not have lived as comfortably in the wild as Yang Wei, her survival was undoubtedly assured. Was that all? At this moment, Fu Tang reassured, don't worry, Brother Yang. If they truly come, I may not be able to fight them off, but if it comes to fleeing, they won't be able to stop me. I'll just run along the beach with sister-in-law. If you can't find us, just look for us by the sea. Sister-in-law? Cheng Shui glanced at Zhao Yingying in surprise, then back at Yang Wei. Were they truly in such a relationship? Had they been a couple before? Or had they only come together on this deserted island? For some reason, an uncomfortable feeling welled up within her. What is wrong with you, Cheng Shui? She chided herself inwardly. Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed the thoughts from her mind. Don't listen to his nonsense. We're all team members who met on the island, Yang Wei clarified. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui felt inexplicably relieved. However, when her gaze fell upon Zhao Yingying, she distinctly sensed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. As a woman, she understood immediately. She was uncertain of Yang Wei's thoughts, but it was evident that this girl had developed feelings for him. It was no surprise. Such an exceptional man was indeed rare. Even in the city, he stood out remarkably. Now, on this deserted island, his abilities undoubtedly provided a greater sense of security to others. Yang Wei, however, was oblivious to such nuances. He patted Fu Tong on the shoulder and said, "All right, you keep watch then, and make sure not to fall asleep again." Fu Tong was right, given his physique. Should he set his mind to escape, it would indeed be quite difficult to restrain him. At the very least, Yang Wei felt he could not manage it. His robust frame surged forth like a bulldozer. "Brother Yang, please don't belittle me. I assure you, I won tea this time," Fu Tong declared, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Yang Wei nodded, stowing away the dining knife in his pocket and grasping a spear. After exchanging a knowing glance with Cheng Shui, he departed the shelter, heading toward Jack and the others' camp. Along the way, Yang Wei contemplated offering his spear to Cheng Shui, only to be taken aback when she produced a military dagger from her pocket. Approximately 25 centimeters in length, the blade was exceptionally sharp. How could such a weapon be brought aboard a civilian aircraft? Yang Wei instinctively froze. However, upon reflecting on her identity, he soon understood. Ordinary passengers would certainly not be permitted such items, but for Cheng Shui, it was not particularly surprising. After all, given the peril posed by Li Muwan, it was imperative to take certain precautions. Recognizing Yang Wei's astonishment, Cheng Shui took the initiative to explain. Otherwise, even if we wished to bring weapons onto a civilian aircraft, the regulations would be exceedingly stringent, requiring multiple layers of approval. Understood, Yang Wei nodded, casting an envious glance at the dagger. A military dagger. What a splendid item. Its hardness and durability are on an entirely different level compared to the blades an ordinary person might encounter. The sharpest knife an average individual has seen is likely inferior even to the scrap of a military-grade tool. If only he possessed such a weapon, its utility would be immense. While lost in thought, Cheng Shui suddenly reached out, turning the dagger around and offering the hilt to him. "What are you?" Yang Wei asked in surprise. Cheng Shui smiled slightly. "Of course, it's a gift for you. Your eyes are nearly popping out. You might as well have I want this written across your face." Chapter 96. Has Li Muwan taken initiative? Am I that obvious? Caught off guard, Yang Wei felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could he be so lacking in composure? A mere military dagger rendered him speechless. Nonetheless, it must be said, it truly is alluring. In the city, it might only serve as a decorative piece, but to truly indulge, one must venture into the depths of the mountains. However, in this moment, it is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. With a chuckle, Cheng Shui teased him, "If only I had a mirror, you'd see how frightening your expression was just now." What's wrong? Mid-sentence, she suddenly noticed Yang Wei staring intently at her. "Is there something on my face?" She raised her hand to touch her face a few times. "Not at all." Yang Wei shook his head, then swiftly changed the subject. "But I must say, you look far more charming when you smile than when you wear a stern expression." The abrupt compliment left Cheng Shui momentarily speechless, standing frozen, unsure of how to respond. Gradually, her typically indifferent face began to flush with color. "Oh, you're rather easily embarrassed, aren't you?" Yang Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile forming on his lips. However, to avoid making her uncomfortable, he deftly redirected the conversation. Pushing her outstretched hand back gently, he remarked, "Perhaps it's best to keep it. After all, it's your weapon and should feel comfortable in your hands." "That's all right. If you wish to use it, feel free. I can manage with a spear as well," Cheng Shui insisted, seemingly eager to gift the dagger to Yang Wei. Moreover, her words rang true. To excel in their line of work, one must be proficient in various skills. "No worries, I'll ask for it when I need it." Yang Wei waved his hand again. "Let us head to our destination first. Hopefully, we one team need this today." With that, he began walking towards Jack's camp, with Cheng Shui quickly following suit. Meanwhile, at Jack's camp, the atmosphere was remarkably cheerful. The rare campfire provided a sense of security and hope to everyone, especially those who had been out collecting seafood, as it allowed them to dry their clothes. At Jack's command, they gathered a good amount of firewood, creating 3 piles of fire within the camp. However, few were allowed to sit by the campfire with Jack. To avoid any misunderstandings, he refrained from inviting the few women who usually kept him company. After all, if they were to inadvertently let something slip or behave too intimately, it could jeopardize Li Muwan's impression of him. Muwan, make sure to eat plenty. Don't worry. As long as you're in this camp, there's more than enough food, Jack said, handing Li Muwan a grilled fish, his face beaming with delight. Seeing this, the co-pilot quickly chimed in. Come on, Muwan, the captain is really taking care of you. I'm quite envious. This is food the captain usually saves for himself. Even when I ask for a little, he doesn't share, yet today he is so generous. It's infuriating how some people have it better than others. Just as he finished speaking, Jack gently patted him on the head and chided, Old Zhao, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you just putting pressure on Muwan? Despite his words, his heart was already brimming with joy. This method of collaboration between him and Zhao Cheng had proven effective time and again. After their flying missions, they often frequented nightclubs, and with Jack's piloting skills and foreign persona, coupled with Zhao Cheng's supportive presence, countless admirers were eager to share his bed. He then turned to Li Muwan and said softly, Muwan, don't listen to his nonsense. Just enjoy your meal. However, Li Muwan glanced at the other members, who were watching her with eager eyes, and hesitated. Perhaps I shouldn't eat after all, since everyone else hasn't had much. Pay them no mind, Zhao Cheng said sternly. Isn't their lack of food a result of their own failure to put in the effort? On this vast island, if each person caught just one fish, we wouldn't be in this predicament. They may be hungry, but the captain and I are no less so. But rest assured, Muwan, you know the captain's character. Whenever there's food, he always lets the ladies eat first. One could not help but admire the gentlemanly conduct instilled in him through his upbringing. He burst into laughter after finishing his words. Jack secretly reveled in this, yet feigned modesty, shaking his head. It's not as noble as you claim. I merely wish for everyone to await rescue. He continued, ladies naturally require more care, given their physical constitution. The others in the camp were infuriated by his statements, gritting their teeth in frustration. Why does this foreigner take all the credit for being a good person? His methods of wooing are downright nauseating. Is that really concern for the ladies? It's clearly lust, especially Wang Ming and his companions, who were on the verge of confronting him with a couple of slaps. What do you mean by saying ladies are physically inferior? Should we show you our wounds? You only offered a few pills when we helped you find a woman, and now we're left starving. Yet, Jack remained oblivious to their sentiments. A group of inept individuals, long since under his control, were too intimidated to rebel. Even their discontent had to be stifled. Under the enthusiastic persuasion of both him and Zhao Cheng, Li Muwan reluctantly took a small bite of the fish. However, upon tasting it, her expression shifted dramatically. Her face turned a deep shade of red, nearly purple. The fish was simply inedible, having spoiled due to improper preservation, and the grilling method left it devoid of any seasoning to mask the unpleasant flavor. Accustomed to fine fare in Yang Wei's company, she found it utterly unpalatable. After a mere chew, she nearly retched. Muwan, what is wrong? Jack inquired with concern. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit tired and unwell. Li Muwan replied, waving her hand as she struggled to swallow that mouthful of fish, discreetly setting it aside while speaking. It was truly unimaginable. Such grilled fish can indeed make those individuals yearn with longing, their mouths watering in anticipation. In comparison, Yang Wei's sanctuary truly resembles paradise. Feeling unwell? Then do take a moment to rest. Jack's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Could it be that Li Muwan has finally come to her senses? At that moment, she was holding her forehead, appearing dizzy. In his view, it was akin to those women who feign inebriation after merely a sip of wine. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to escort her to a hotel room. Yet, once her clothes were shed, her demeanor was far more alert than anyone else's. Contemplating this, he reached out to support Li Muwan. Simultaneously, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Cheng, who instantly understood, equally filled with excitement. Having collaborated for a considerable time, the unspoken communication was clear. It was as if he was being invited to partake in a taste of the soup after the meal. In that fleeting moment, his heart began to race, a wicked glint igniting in his eyes. Playing the innocent, are we? I shall see how pure you remain once your layers are stripped away. Chapter 97. Patience wanes. Come on, Muwan. Be careful not to fall, Zhao Cheng said, already grasping one of Li Muwan's arms. Together with Jack, they supported her as they made their way toward the cave at the back. Captain, you needn't assist me. I'm quite all right, Li Muwan said, feeling somewhat awkward under their attentive support. As she spoke, she discreetly extricated herself from their grasp. Jack and Zhao Cheng exchanged a brief glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. It seemed they had misjudged her intentions. Li Muwan did not appear to be inclined to offer herself so readily. Yet, it was equally possible she was merely feigning modesty, especially since they had not yet reached the cave and with so many eyes upon them. She might wish to maintain a semblance of innocence. With this thought, Jack felt considerably more at ease. Very well, we shall escort you there. The cave offers shelter from the wind and rain, allowing for a more comfortable rest. Should you find it uncomfortable, do feel free to retire early. As he spoke, they guided Li Muwan around the broad leaves and into the rear cave. Observing this, the members gathered in the clearing outside exchanged disdainful glances, particularly the women who had shared the captain's bed. Jealousy and scorn were evident on their faces. How ironic. She pretends to be virtuous, yet now she finds herself in the same predicament, one woman scoffed. I had always suspected Li Muwan was not as innocent as she portrayed. It is merely an act. In this gathering of women, their words grew increasingly venomous, yet none voiced dissent. The men nearby nodded in agreement, their thoughts often more malicious. However, beneath their disdain lay a hint of envy. Who wouldn't desire to experience the allure of such a captivating woman? Jack, that foreign devil, certainly had struck gold. Meanwhile, at the back of the broad leaves, Li Muwan took in her surroundings. This was hardly a cave, but rather a natural alcove formed beneath a massive rock. Nevertheless, its location was quite advantageous, elevated above the ground, serving as a natural refuge. Inside, aside from the clothing and broad leaves strewn about, a few supplies were haphazardly placed at the entrance. For a group of over a dozen individuals, the provisions were woefully insufficient, fewer than 10 fish and a handful of small crabs. The coconuts appeared far from fresh, likely scavenged from the ground, and it seemed they had lost much of their moisture. Muwan, the captain has been exceedingly kind to you, Zhao Cheng interjected, eager to fan the flames of intrigue. This is the captain's usual resting place, and today, you have the opportunity to stay here. I'm envious, truly. He chuckled lightly before continuing. You must realize how many outside are yearning for the chance to come in here. Besides, the two of you won't be cramped at all. It's quite spacious, what? Li Muwan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at the two men. Are you implying that I will sleep here with the captain? Of course. Zhao Qing nodded emphatically. Oh, Muwan, do not overthink it. After all, this is a deserted island, and the accommodations are hardly luxurious. As the group gathered together for warmth, was it not a natural occurrence? Surely, in the previous camp, no one could have had their own individual tent. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly winked at Jack, who quietly gave a thumbs up in response. This guy certainly excelled at providing support. However, Li Muwan hesitated. While it was true that she and Yang Wei had also been crammed into a single shelter, the thought of sharing a cave with the captain made her somewhat uneasy. It's all right, perhaps I should just stay outside with everyone else. After all, there are many of us, and it shouldn't be dangerous. I'm not that delicate. Seeing this, Jack realized it was time for him to express his thoughts. He sighed in feigned generosity, saying, well, if Muwan truly feels uncomfortable, I can sleep outside. With that, he began to walk toward the exit. Hey, Captain. Before he could take a step, he heard Li Muwan's voice calling out. At her words, a smile crept onto Jack's face. He had succeeded. He knew she would call him back. What is it, Muwan? Is there something else on your mind? He inquired, turning to face her with a look of feigned confusion. In his view, Li Muwan appeared troubled, seemingly in a state of indecision. Jack's excitement grew. This was surely a victory waiting to unfold. He anticipated her saying, oh, Captain, it would be too rude to make you sleep outside. We might as well stay together in here. However, after a moment's hesitation, Li Muwan's response caught him completely off guard. With an apologetic expression, she slowly spoke, then I must thank you, Captain. I truly feel bad about this. What? Jack was momentarily speechless. It took him a couple of seconds to realize that Li Muwan had actually acquiesced to his earlier request, allowing him to stay outside. This was unbelievable. Jack's expression froze, unsure of how to proceed. After all, it was he who had suggested this arrangement, and to backtrack now would be rather difficult to justify. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Fortunately, Zhao Cheng, the seasoned veteran, quickly interjected. He stepped forward with a persuasive tone. Muwan, you may not be aware, but the captain has a touch of arthritis. Sleeping on the ground outside may exacerbate his condition. Huh? Li Muwan's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Jack. The crew members were required to undergo regular health checks, and she had never heard of the captain having such an issue. Jack quickly caught on and added to Zhao Cheng's explanation. It's just an old ailment from my youth when I played football. I manage it well most of the time, but being stranded on this deserted island has made it worse. He sighed again, but really, if Muwan feels uncomfortable with me sleeping outside, it's no trouble. I can manage a few nights. With that, he began to make his way toward the exit once more. Hey, Captain, Li Muwan called out again. Let's not go through with that. You should stay here in the cave. The dampness outside isn't ideal. As for me, I shall venture outside to slumber with others. Initially, upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Jack felt a surge of excitement within him. However, upon hearing the entirety, his expression darkened slightly. How utterly ungrateful Li Muwan was. Was this never-ending? His patience was nearly exhausted. He had intended to feign kindness for a few more days, hoping to win Li Muwan's willing companionship. Yet, as it stood, such a possibility seemed nearly non-existent. With this thought, his gaze hardened, sweeping over Li Muwan's figure, an unmistakable glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. She was simply too enticing. No other woman could compare to her. This was undoubtedly the most captivating aspect for Jack. Zhao Cheng had been keenly observing Jack's expressions and, recognizing his intentions, silently positioned himself behind Li Muwan without uttering a word. Chapter 98. The true face revealed Jack and another individual stood before and behind Li Muwan, entirely obstructing her escape route. At that moment, Li Muwan sensed that something was amiss. The captain's gaze had abruptly transformed, fixating intently on her figure. That avaricious look was one she had encountered in numerous men before. However, at those times, legal constraints had tempered their audacity, and their stares were not as menacing as Jack's. Turning her head, she discovered that Zhao Cheng had already blocked her path back. Panic surged within her heart. Captain Zhao, what is it that you intend to do? What do you mean? Zhao Cheng sneered, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Muwan, you're in your 20s. How can you be so naive? Must the captain spell it out for you? Captain Zhao, what do you mean? Li Muwan shifted warily a few steps to the side. What do you think? Is it not obvious enough? Zhao Cheng advanced with a malevolent gleam in his eyes. Li Muwan, this is a deserted island. Do you truly believe you have the chance to refuse? Rest assured, the captain will not be unkind to you. Once we return, I will ensure your promotion. What's the point of being a flight attendant for life? Li Muwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhao Cheng, then turned to Jack. Yet, Jack's expression mirrored the same sinister intent as he approached her step by step. Zhao Cheng was correct. She was no longer a child, and there was no need for further elaboration. Did she genuinely think they had summoned her simply out of admiration? She should be more aware than anyone of their true intentions. Since she had already consented to come, why pretend to be innocent? Rest assured, as long as you accompany me well on this deserted island, you will be as powerful as I am. All the members will heed your commands. Furthermore, once we return, I will promptly recommend you for the position of chief attendant. As he spoke, he had cornered Li Muwan. Terror engulfed her gaze as she looked incredulously at the two men before her. She had never anticipated that the two captains, typically so amiable, could reveal such hypocritical natures. They were all deceitful, each harboring a more sordid heart than the last. At that moment, memories of Yang Wei's demeanor and the attempts of Fu Tong and others to counsel her surged in her mind. They had long recognized the danger. Yet, she had been blinded by her trust in the crew, disregarding their warnings. Now, who could come to her rescue? Her heart brimmed with profound regret. She had only sought to dispel doubts, to unite for survival, sharing resources and medicines to endure longer. Yet, she had fallen into the jaws of a predator. Have you come to a realization? Jack inquired, now standing directly before Li Muwan, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, evidently struggling to contain himself. Fear not, my dear. No, my precious darling. I shall take good care of you. Hey, Captain, don't forget about me. Zhao Cheng interjected, rubbing his hands together, his eyes alight with excitement. Rest assured, I would never forget you, Jack declared as he grasped Li Muwan's arm. What are you doing? Let go of me, Li Muwan exclaimed, her body trembling as if struck by electricity, forcefully shaking off his grip. In a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to Jack's face. The sharp crack echoed, leaving both him and Zhao Cheng momentarily stunned. In an instant, fury engulfed him. He retaliated with a fierce slap that sent Li Muwan crashing to the ground. His gaze filled with malice as he loomed over her. You filthy wench, dare to strike me? You must have a death wish. Do you truly believe you are still in the modern world? This is a deserted island. If I were to kill you, no one would hold me accountable. Do you understand? Inside the camp, those present exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the unfolding events. It seemed they had misjudged the situation. Li Muwan was indeed a fierce woman. However, such defiance was futile. She was already ensnared in the tigress den. Escape was but a fleeting dream. Yet, the commotion ignited the primal desires buried within them. Many felt a surge of excitement. Jiao Jiao sneered, why bother? We're already here. No need to pretend. We're not children who don't understand such implications. Her words dripped with disdain. What was the point? Struggling was pointless. Submission seemed the more prudent choice. After all, a few minutes with Jack could grant some semblance of stability on the island. At that moment, blood began to trickle from the corner of Li Muwan's mouth. Still, she showed no signs of submission. Her eyes sparkled with determination. While evading, her hand stealthily grasped a stone beneath her. She steeled herself, ready to strike fiercely at her assailant's head should he approach. If she were to die, so be it,